we were talking about, IEBC mentioned to us that we have 57% turnout.
Yes.
I think for me, the first thing that would concern me as the election manager is to try and contextualize for Kenyans what they feel or think could have gone wrong. I know that as at yesterday, when I got news about Mombasa and I got news about Kakamega and some constituencies, and then to add insult to injury, I then was being told about on my phone 411 that the High Court had stayed a ruling.
Yes.
The appeal court had stayed. I got very anxious. Now, if I was getting anxious, I don't know what other Kenyan voters were feeling. And there was no explanation that was coming out that was going to assure us further that everything is fine, just go out and vote. Indeed, this assurance was coming from the politicians.
Yes.
So we had someone from the Mombasa gubernatorial candidate coming to assure us.
Yeah.
I would have expected at that point that our election management team would have come out to tell us, one, what will be the mitigation measures. And if they did it, they didn't do it in a manner that really, for me, made me sleep feeling like I was excited.
Yeah.
This is the truth.
Yeah.
And if that be the case, then maybe it is one of the reasons, and it should be. If I was Chebukati and his team, I would be asking myself, why have we failed to get the 70%, 80% turnout this time? Why are we reporting at 4 p.m. in a country where there has been such enthusiasm? At least let the politicians now know, because we keep saying it even when we come here, that going to rallies is not concomitant with turnout. Because those things are motivated by certain considerations, in many cases financial considerations. So I think the choir that we have seen is great, and I think Alex has mentioned that, but it leaves me now even a bit more anxious and asking myself, are they comfortable with what they're seeing, and could they address, as you had mentioned, some of those issues? I think on the positive side is that for once, we are being given information that the tallying has been completed, the counting has been completed in almost more than half, in 4 hours.
Yeah.
So that means before you go to sleep, most of us go to sleep, we should get an indication on how many polling stations have completed counting.
Correct.
Now, what then perhaps is difficult for me as a pollster to give you an indication on is when I look at your screen and I look at other screens from other media houses, is the numbers are still very insignificant. So what is it telling me really? And I don't understand why, if you have finished counting at the tallying center or the polling stations, you have results. Yeah. That's why those forms are already in Nairobi, right? So indeed, there's no reason why we shouldn't already be having preliminary results from those 57 odd, 58% of the polling stations.
Let me ask you this. At 4 p.m., when the IBC gave that previous briefing, and remember this was just an hour to the closing of the polls, they talked about a 56.17% turnout of registered voters, and that resulted in 12,065,803 votes.
Correct.
Okay, so numbers are interesting. Maybe they tell a story, sometimes they don't. I don't know. But I found it interesting that at 4 p.m., there was 12 million votes cast. And remember, in August 2017, and yes, those results were nullified by the Supreme Court, but by then, both President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga of NASA then had together garnered 14.9 million votes.
Right.
And these are just the top two.
Right.
And that was then.
Yeah.
We had less voters, it was about 19 million. Yeah. Now we've got 21 odd.
22.1.
Yes, 22.1.
Yes.
So do these numbers, do they say anything? Does it worry you? I mean, I found it interesting that the total number of votes cast, was less than what two leading presidential candidates garnered in 2017.
Yeah, I think one of the things is just what I've mentioned. Why do people not vote? One of the main motivators for not voting is lack of confidence in the process. Will my vote really count? does it make a difference? So if you feel for whatever reason that the process is not going to be expedient, then you will not wake up to vote. The second thing that could have happened is we have so conditioned our voter, especially in this election. And yes, people used to say, look at the crowds and look at what is happening.
Yeah.
But those crowds were all hired crowds, to be very honest. So on voting day, maybe they have been so conditioned, some of these guys who did not go out to vote, that they expected that their political class, their politician, was going to actually either give them transport money or some sort of consideration for them to go out to vote. Otherwise, why am I doing it for you? What are you going to give me in return?
Interesting, because, I was also just taking a look at the 2013 numbers, and the total number of ballots cast in 2013 was 12 million.
Correct.
12,330,028. So it's total votes cast in 2013, and now that's just round about the same figure at 4 p.m. So maybe these are some of the things that tell us about where the Kenyan voter's mind is at now versus 2017 versus 2013, even versus 2003.
Right.
Angela, like you mentioned, we want to go to where we are in the counties and at the polling centers in a moment, but Professor, I just want to hear your thoughts around where we are now, what's happened, and the voter turnout, and can we call it apathy at this point, or is it too early to?
Well, I mean, I think you can call it apathy or anything you actually want to, but I think what is interesting is that we've actually seen this pattern. Is not anything new. IBC had set out to, I think, register 6 or 8 million new voters. They registered 2.5. And, instead of trying to figure out what was happening exactly, why, these potential new voters were not registered at all, people just, waved their hands and said, no, it's youth. They don't understand, importance of civic stuff and so on. And of course, when Angela here runs polls, the same thing, you're told, no, opinion polls are just people's opinions. We are the ones on the ground. And to me, this is what's concerning, that actually Kenyans, we run the government and even political parties on the basis of rumors and witchcraft. I call it voodoo science. None of these guys actually take numbers seriously. None of them take science seriously. None of them actually take, polling seriously and so on. Because right from the word go, you should have actually seen that pattern and projected. In fact, IBC should have already told us that the turnout in these elections, using polling, using science, was going to be just about 60% or thereabout.
Yeah.
They were finding these huge numbers of undecided voters.
So where do you think the final one will be in terms of the voter turnout? Because, the chair didn't tell us, but, at least we know as of 4 p.m.,
it was 56%.
It was 56%, so maybe 60%. I don't know.
And we're saying if they were able to bring in 3 million voters within that 1 hour or so before the closure, would go to 15 million, then we're going to do 64%, which is still lower than the previous one. And that's very, very optimistic, actually. I honestly think the numbers would still be just around 60 to 62% maximum. Yeah, which actually is very, very low compared to the previous elections, where we're doing 80% in the...
Even in 2003, we did 69%.
Exactly, correct, yeah.
Right, yeah. And Alex, where do you see the numbers, so if you can?
This is interesting, because I think we're trying to suggest that the previous election turnout numbers are believable. As contested as those elections.
For the record, August 2017, the first one was nullified. So even when we say, there was a 78%.
So you look at 86% in 2013, or 85%, and then you look at 80% in 2017, and then you look at 60.
You don't believe those numbers?
60, was it 69%?
69 in 2003.
And that's when the country was most optimistic.
Right.
And everybody was really excited about the electoral process. And the political players at that time had basically really inspired the country that this was we were on the cusp of something new.
Exactly.
Now, so I think there are two things that we need to perhaps try to untangle, maybe not. But one thing is that this has been the most uninspiring election cycle in my memory. I thought How
many times have you voted, Alex? How many election cycles have you?
I've voted in all election cycles.
Okay, without revealing your age, but I think we can try and work it
about
out.
6.
No, not 6. I think in '88 probably I wasn't able to vote.
Okay,
Fine.
all right.
So 92.
So from 92.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
all right,
So
fair
what you'd say is that there was an aridity of good ideas from all sides, and the politicians, the political players just failed to inspire. They assumed that their candidacy was inevitable and that they were the answer the country needed. They didn't make the case, and I think there's such a thing as a vote to a politician must be earned.
Correct.
You got to inspire me. You got to make it very, very difficult for me not to show up at the vote by creating a very compelling vision that enjoins me and my aspirations. And I don't think that we saw that. And I think it also explains the youth apathy.
Yes.
Because they don't see in any of these plans where the jobs are going to come from. Their parents don't see in any of these plans where their new incomes are going to come from. And anybody looking at this, if you're a farmer, you don't see how your productivity is going to change. So you don't see any of your issues, dealt with the depth and with the respect and honesty that you need. And therefore, that just makes people check out of the political process.
But Alex, I think you raised an interesting issue there about numbers. I think for the first time, we really need to question these electoral numbers, the so-called tyranny of numbers. I think
wasn't that debunked
in the
couple
last
of election cycles ago?
In the last elections, we actually had Kirinyaga and places like Nyeri having 98% turnout and 97% voting for Jubilee. Those numbers were totally unbelievable. I know there are also some interesting numbers from Siaya, but I think the one thing that Chebukati can help us do, especially those of us who are interested in arithmetics and counting, is if for the first time Kenyans can actually get the actual numbers and we can add them for ourselves, so that this mystery about arithmetics that give bizarre results, can actually be debunked once and for all.
Tell me, undecideds, does it, and like we said, it's early days yet, the numbers are still coming in. The weight of the undecideds in this, in what we're seeing so far, or likely to see?
Yvonne, that's a good point. The weight of the undecided would probably have affected turnout as well. Simply because these may be the voters who, unlike many of us, wanted to hear the things Alex was talking about. They want to understand how you're going to deal with the cost of living. They want to understand policy. But for majority of Kenyan voters, including those who are as intelligent as these two gentlemen, vote based on who you're loyal to. Right. And loyalty is based on trusting the person who you believe will cover your back. So that's how you vote.
Yeah.
You don't think about things. I was talking to friends today and they said, listen, I went to that booth and I just ticked. There was no thinking.
Yeah.
I knew where I was going to go. I didn't know some of those candidates. And these are highly intelligent people. But for them, they're very clear that whether it is the party that they support, or a specific luminary that they support who belongs to a specific alliance or whatever, then everything else follows.
That is the person they trust.
That's a person they trust. You trust this person, whether I tell you that I talked to both parties, big alliances, about their manifestos. And they said, the interesting thing is these manifestos are for show. Nobody, including the people in those political parties, if you ask them, can tell you the nitty-gritty of those manifestos. If you ask a typical Kenyan today, Yvonne, very few of us know what those manifestos, because we don't care. We also know that it's talk shop. So really, in the end, it is who do you trust more? To actually ensure that you can be alleviated from the pains that you're feeling. I think the other thing that perhaps intrigued me when I watched the news earlier was a lady who was interviewed, an old kamama. She was in Starehe, and she said, listen, the cost of living is killing us. So you can't expect me to spend that which I don't have to transport myself from X to come here, spending 200 or so shillings to and fro to come and vote. I'm not going to do it. You see, the difference when the campaigns were on is that money was being given to them.
Correct.
Now you're expecting this person to take their own initiative
Okay.
to travel from their home to a polling station, line up there, stay hungry, because the stomach is a dictator of many things, and then, vote for this person who they may not even be sure about seeing ever again, or delivering for them the promises that they once delivered.
And that's a fascinating point about, people who were facilitated to attend rallies,
Right.
but not necessarily facilitated to, go and vote.
Yeah.
And so, on that day, you have to make that difficult choice.
Exactly.
And it's a no-brainer, if you do not have the funds for that. That's a very interesting point. I just want to go back to the numbers a little bit. Well, they haven't changed, but I wanted to take a look at the counties, because if you go to the portal, those reported forms still remain at 58.15% of the Forms 34A. So remember, the Forms 34A are the final declaration that are made at the polling centers. Polling centers across the country, 46,229. So those are then transmitted, like we said, to the county tallying center, the constituency tallying center, and to the national portal, which is then put on the public portal that you and just about everyone else can access. So there looks to be, and they've gone into by county. I just want to mention some of the highest that have reported so far. In Baringo County, 70% reported. In Elgeyo Marakwet, 80%. Bomet, 80% as well. I can see Homa Bay at 67.9. Kericho is at 75.54%. We also have Kisumu at 74%. Machakos, which is not too far from Nairobi, 75.1%. And so these are just some of the highs. So you can see for a good number of them, they're above, shall we say, an average of 40.
Correct.
Or 45, or let's say 50.
Right.
I think the ones that we're still waiting on are some of the far-flung areas, like Tana River and a number of others. So this is where it's coming from, and they're doing this by county, the 47 counties, and you can see where those numbers are from. Still, again, at 26,881 Forms 34A that are in now. We're getting closer to the 60% mark from there. And we know, of course, once that happens, then this will be put all into the final Form 34C by the National Returning Officer, and that is Wafula Chebukati. So we're speaking of the numbers and we're speaking of the counties. Jamila Mohammed is here with us to perhaps take us to some of those counties and get to understand what's really happening on the ground, because these are the numbers that are happening here. Jamila Mohammed is here with us. Jamila, who do we have?
Yvonne, thank you. We have Hassan Mugambi, who's been in Meru since 4 a.m. I remember when we started our broadcast, he was one of the first people on set. Hassan, good evening. I hope you're well. Looking at the results from the IEBC so far, in Meru, we've received Form 34A from 602 out of 1,643 polling stations that we have, which is 36.64%. How is the counting process going on?
Well, the counting process is going on well, Jamila. We are right now at one of the most popular polling stations here in Igembe North, or rather Imenti North. We're at Makutano area, where we are just seeing the tail end of the counting going on here. This is a polling station with 4 streams, where we have, some of them just continuing with the counting of the tallying and also counting of the polling. Remember, this is one of them that stayed for a very long time when they were continuing to vote. There was a very long queue here where by the time the polls were closing at 5 p.m. and remember, the ones that were already on the line or on the queue were allowed to continue, and at 5 p.m. the police officers here who were manning this particular station, which is an open air station, like you can see, given the kind of nature of the station that it is, had it had deployed, it had more officers deployed than the rest of the stations here in Meru, and we saw the officers just taking very, very strict measures to ensure that no one infiltrates or no one interferes with the voting process that took place here. And as even now, we can see them in their numbers just manning this particular station to ensure that no one interferes with even the one that is going on right now. So this is one of those that saw a lot of people coming out, even as the rest of the county, registered a slightly very low turnout, so to speak, as compared to previous elections that have been held here in Meru County. All went well in Meru County, I must say, because we did a bit of, a spot check from end to end of this particular county, and as well as neighboring counties like Isiolo, where we had Kim's kids of failing for a very long time and voting in some of those polling stations. They are starting very, very late, and I'm informed from our teams in the ground that they were going on with voting even as at 7 p.m. in some of those places. I'm not aware yet if the voting ended in that particular frontier Isiolo area, but we will be getting more information from our teams there, and we will be relaying the same. But here in Meru County, there is one word that really got the aspirant of the MCA aspirant there, one of the MCA's aspirant there running on an independent by surprise. He woke up and, deployed all his agents from across the ward, and sadly, he did not find himself in the ballot paper. That was a surprise to him. It caught him by surprise because he had been duly, cleared by the IEBC to go on with the campaigns. He did his campaigns and, rallied for people to vote for him. He goes by the name of Hilary Mugambi for Nyaki West, and he got there and he could not see himself in the ballot papers. So, and today being a holiday that it is, he failed to go to court to just stall the process. He had conversations with the county and also the constituency returning officer, who relayed information to Nairobi, and we are yet to be told the kind of action that will be taken against that particular ward and that particular case in that case, because he wanted the voting to there for specifically the AMCA position stopped because he could not see himself in the ballot paper, despite spending a lot of money during the campaigns and also spending a lot of time trying to woo voters to and explaining to them why they should be choosing him. So he says he will be moving to court tomorrow to try and seek a repeat process in that particular ward, saying that insisting that he has enough grounds to do that. So, and the neighboring Tharaka-Nithi also, we did not see a lot of hiccups. Remember, just a day before yesterday, we had ballot material destroyed, but there was a lot of clarification from the IEBC telling us that that was, non-essential, or rather non-strategic material that was destroyed that cannot stop the process of voting. So that is the situation as at now. We will be moving now to the constituency tallying center, where results will be trickling in from the different polling stations and centers across this county, and we will be relaying the same to you back at a studio. And just where we were, some of the places that we were, and we saw the completion of the counting that was here in Imenti North in a primary school just next here. We saw, that is the Kinoru Primary School. We saw, Raila Odinga getting 80 votes in one of the streams, and Ruto getting 361, and Mwaure getting 1, as well as Wajakoya getting 2 votes. And in Igembe South, one of the streams there, that we have already received the results. We saw Raila Odinga getting 21 votes, 64 for Ruto, and Mwaure and Wajakoya getting 0 each. So those are just very, very provisional and just one streams of the polling centers that have already, submitted their results and have all relayed the same even to Nairobi, and we are waiting to see more and more, and we will be interested also with the results that are going to be in the counties, that is the members of parliament, senators, women representatives, as well as the governor position. So we'll be keeping you posted in that in a short while, heading towards the constituency tallying center. And just to make it clear, some of the IBC officials that we spoke to here, that is the county IBC manager, as well as the Imenti North returning officer, they made it very clear that at the tallying, the main tallying centers, they will not be expecting supporters of politicians, but the main agents, the chief agents of the different politicians, where the declaration of the results will be happening. So they have asked members of the public to stay away from there, and the celebrations will be happening upon declaration outside the tallying center itself.
Thank you, Hassan Mugambi. An interesting story you've told us there of this MCA candidate for Nyaki West Ward, Hilary Mugambi, who could not find his name on the ballot paper. You say he's an independent candidate and he was ready to vote today and he could not find his name on the ballot paper. I think those are some of the issues that the IBC need to address. You also tell us about voting having continued to almost 7 p.m. in some parts of Isiolo, and also past 5 p.m. in some parts of Meru because of the long queues that were witnessed. People are still waiting inside the polling station after 5 p.m. Hassan Mugambi, thank you very much for that update. We'll come back to you again soon. I see Safina Cheng also here with us. Safin is in St. George's Primary School right here near Royal Media Services, Kilimani Ward. Safin, how is it going? Because according to the IEBC, so far from Nairobi, 2,148 polling stations out of 3,649 have already submitted their Form 34As. What's the progress at St. George's Primary School?
Indeed, like you rightfully put it, we are coming to you live from St. George's Primary School right here in Dagoretti North constituency. We are just following up how the results are trickling in. And at this particular polling station, just some provisional results that I would like to share with you. We have just gotten an announcement from the presiding officer at this polling station concerning the presidential ballots that had just been tallied. And with what we have right now is that the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party presidential candidate Raila Odinga is having a total number of 267 votes, 276 votes, and of course the UDA presidential candidate William Ruto following very closely with 122 votes. George Wajakoya of the Roots Party having 3 votes, and David Mwaure of the Agano Party having 7 votes. These are just the results that have just been announced here by the presiding officer a few minutes ago as they concluded the tallying of the presidential votes. And of course, they're just about to start the second phase of this particular process to go to now looking into the other elective positions. But of course, what we know as per now is that the voter turnout seems to not have been quite good, because according to the information we have is that a total number of registered voters at this polling station was 700, but the total number of valid votes that were cast stood at 408. According to the information we got from the presiding officer is that there were no rejected ballots. neither were there any disputed ballots. So this means that close to half of those who registered to vote at this polling station did not turn up. But of course, earlier when we were visiting other polling stations across the Nairobi County, some of the issues that stood out among the voters included the fact that some of them turned up to different polling stations and were sent away because they could not really verify whether they were supposed to be voting in that polling station. There was confusion in the identification by the King's kit. And of course, this just goes to show that a majority of Kenyans did not utilize the options that were given by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to confirm online where they're supposed to be voting before they go to the polling station. So this actually led to quite a number of delays by several hours or minutes. Some of them even were discouraged and went back home without going to the places they were referred to go and cast their vote. Of course, the other issue was some complained about being told that they have already voted, yet they claimed that they have not voted. We experienced this at Kawangware Primary School. One of the voters there complained about this, and of course also we had another incident similar to this at the Kilimani at the just at one of the polling stations across the county. So we're just here, just trying to follow up what is happening. Here we are seeing the process going on smoothly. The information that is gotten from this tallying process is used to generate the tallying sheet, which the presiding officer uses to come up with the Form 34A. The Form 34A is just a result declaration form, which he then stamps. And of course, he does this as it is being witnessed by agents of different candidates, and also present election observers who are also overseeing this whole process. And this Form 34A has to be signed and stamped to warrant its validity before it is officially sent to the National Tallying Center. So what you can see there is the second phase of this particular process, and this is the counting of the votes of the governor's position that is just about to start. They pour them on the table there, and they're going to be sorted just to check how many votes were cast in total, to sort out of them how many are considered valid votes and how many are considered rejected votes. So this, after this sorting process, they are going now to go ahead and start counting the number of valid votes for each candidate who is vying in the county. And of course, just to go to the next step of formulating the tallying sheet, and of course, the next stage, of course, of coming up with the Form 34A. So just to take you through some of the issues that would warrant a rejected vote is a vote that either is traced. By stray, I say maybe it was meant for the governor's position, but the voter placed it in the wrong box. Perhaps, for instance, in this case, a governor's ballot paper is found in a senator's ballot box, so that is considered a rejected vote. Another incident also is in a scenario where the marking is placed in the wrong place, maybe outside the place that is provided for the voter to mark. That is also considered a rejected vote. So this is just some of the things that the clerks here are checking just to confirm that the votes that will be counted as the valid votes actually meet the threshold by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. One thing that they're also looking out for is that the ballot paper has to have the security features that the IEBC considers just for the ballot paper to be considered a valid vote. Of course, some of the issues that the agents here are also concerned about is how long this process is taking, because so far it is around 10:43 p.m. and only the presidential ballot papers have been tallied. So we do not know how long this is going to take, because we have about 6 elective positions to be tallied, and this process has to go the same way it has gone in the presidential tallying. So we'll just be here to keep tabs on what is going on, and we will be updating you as soon as the numbers continue to come in. Plus, we are also planning to move to where now all the results from the different wards will be coming from. This is the constituency tallying center, just so we can also give you an overall overview of what has come from the 5 wards of this particular constituency. So that is what we have for you for now, and we will just be updating you as soon as we get new information.
Thank you, Safin. At St. George's Primary School, one of the polling stations in Dagoretti North constituency, raising some interesting issues here, which I think Yvonne and our panel will discuss at some point. Out of the 700 registered voters, only 408 turned up to vote, and they've just finished counting the presidential ballots. They are starting now on the member of the National Assembly of the Member of Parliament. As she said, it's 10:44, and they're just starting the second out of the 6 elective positions that are up for grabs in this election. Interesting times we're going to have. I'd like to go to Mombasa now. Mtalaki, tuzungumze Kiswahili na kuwa na uko pale uko gangari. Shughuli ya kuhesabu kura inaendeleaje kule Mombasa? Kwa sababu tunaangalia jinsi hizi fomu za IEBC form 34A zinavyohesabiwa. Kaunti ya Mombasa kufikia sasa 79% hizo fomu zishapokewa na tume ya uchaguzi IEBC. Hebu tueleze taswira ya mambo hivi sasa.
Na taswira ya mambo inaendelea kuonekana kuhusiana na kipute cha urais, na baadhi ya vituo vimeweza kuwasilisha matokeo yao. Na hapa tulipo katika eneo la Ziwa la Ng'ombe ni kwamba wapo katika dakika za lala salama, hususan katika masuala ya urais na pamoja na ubunge, na tumeweza kuzungumza na baadhi tu ya wale ambao wanasimamia shughuli za uchaguzi katika eneo hili. Lakini muhimu zaidi pia kumekuwa na kucheleweshwa kwa shughuli ya upigaji kura katika eneo la Mvita, na lakini kwa sasa tunaweza kudhibitisha kwamba ile shughuli ya kuweza kuhesabu kura imeanza katika maeneo yote, na hususan katika eneo la Mvita ambapo ile shughuli nzima iliweza kukamilika mida ya saa 2, na pia ilichangiwa na baadhi ya vijisanduku vya kupigia kura ambavyo viliweza kufika mida ya kuchelewa. Kuna baadhi ya vituo ambavyo viliweza kupokea vile vijisanduku vya kupigia kura saa 4 asubuhi, na baadhi ya sehemu pia kuweza kuonekana kuwa na rabsha, na hivyo basi shughuli nzima kuweza kusitishwa kwa muda, lakini iliweza kukamilika. Na sasa tunaweza kudhibitisha kwamba kila kituo kinaendelea kuhesabu zile kura za wagombea mbalimbali na nyadhifa mbalimbali. Lakini pia ningependa kumhusisha Hussein Khalid ambaye ni mmoja ambaye amekuwa akifuatilia shughuli nzima katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Labda maoni yako hususan jinsi uchaguzi umeendelea kwa siku ya mchana.
Asante sana Mtalaki, na sisi kama shirika la Haki Afrika tumekuwa tukizunguka sio hapa Mombasa peke yake, lakini maeneo yote ya pwani, na tutasema kwamba kama ulivyosema hapo awali kwamba kulikuwa na vituo ambao vilichelewa kufunguliwa. Ni jambo ambalo lilitushangaza kwa sababu hapakuwa na watu katika vituo vingine pale ilipofika saa 12. Maafisa wa IBC hawakuwepo. Vile vile tumeona rabsha zikitokea hapa na pale. Nafikiri kuna baadhi ya wagombea walishikwa, wakakamatwa, wakapelekwa katika vituo vya polisi. Kwa hivyo hii pia ilichangia. Lakini muhimu kabisa ni kwamba kukosekana kwa kura za ugavana huenda ziliathiri wale walijitokeza kupiga kura, sababu kama unavyojua katika kaunti yoyote kura za ugavana ndio huwa zina mshinikizo zaidi. Kwa hivyo wengi walipoona kwamba kura za ugavana hazitapigwa tena, kunao baadhi yao hata wengine tulizungumza nao walisema kwamba watangojea basi kura za ugavana ili wajitokeze kupiga kura. Kwa hivyo sisi kama shirika la Haki Afrika tukiwa hapa na tukiangalia kwa sasa ni kwamba maeneo yote yako katika hali ya kuhesabu kura. Kuna yale tayari wamemaliza na hizo result zao, matokeo yao yamepeperushwa tayari hadi kule Nairobi, Bomas of Kenya, na wengine kama hapa Nyali unavyoona wanaendelea kuhesabu. Kulikuwa kidogo na sintofahamu kule wapate wa kuingilia, lakini kwa sasa hali iko shwari na wanaendelea kuhesabu, na ni matumaini kwamba wataweza kupeperusha hayo matokeo pia haraka iwezekanavyo.
Na kwa mara ya kwanza wengi wanasema kwamba viongozi ndio wanaopigana wa Kenya, wametulia.
Kweli kabisa, na wakati huu wa kura za Mombasa pia ni vile vile, na si Mombasa peke yake. Tumeona mambo kama haya yakitokea, kwa mfano kule Nakuru. Nafikiri umesikia kwamba kura zimeahirishwa. Hapa pwani kwenyewe pia tumeona kuna mitafaruku kidogo kidogo, sehemu za Malindi, sehemu za Kwale kidogo, lakini la muhimu ni kwamba wananchi wamedumisha amani. Hilo ni jambo ambalo limetutia motisha. Viongozi hapa na pale wengine wameonekana kukosa nidhamu, na hata ufyatuliaji wa risasi umeweza kuonekana katika maeneo tofauti, lakini tunawashukuru wananchi. Kwa ujumla wananchi wamedumisha amani, na hii ndio itakuwa silaha yetu sisi kupigana na vita na ghasia, ikiwa wananchi wenyewe watasisitiza kuwe na amani.
Kwa mtazamo wako, IEBC jinsi imeweza kuandaa shughuli hii nzima kufikia sasa?
Kusema kweli, tukiweza kutoa takwimu za IEBC tutasema kwamba kidogo wameweza kuanguka, yani hawakuweza kuwekelea yale malengo yaliyokuwepo pale awali. Tulikuwa na hopes nyingi sana na matumaini makubwa sana. Kwa mfano, ukiangalia zile karatasi ambazo zilikuwa zimekorogeka hapa Mombasa, ugavana haujafanyika, hapajawahi kuwepo. Wakati wengine wowote tukaahirisha baadhi ya nyadhifa kutogombaniwa kabisa. Na tumeona vile vile kando na hayo, Kim's Kit katika maeneo mingi, zile Kim's Kit zimekosa kutumika kisawasawa kwa sababu zilikuwa hazifanyi kazi. Baadhi ya wao pia hawa wasimamizi wa IEBC wengine walikuwa hawajapata mafunzo ya kutosha. Pale mimi nilipopiga kura walikuwa hawajui ni vipi wataziwasha, ni vipi watu wanaanza kuzitumia, na haya ni mambo yote ambayo tunasema kwa upande mwingine tunasema IEBC haikuweka nidhamu ile ambayo ilikuwa inatarajiwa. Kwa hivyo kuna haja ya wao kuweza kuongeza bidii ili waweze kufikia vile viwango vya awali. Katika kura zingine zilizofanyika tunasema wakati huu wameshuka kutoka yale malengo ama wao wenyewe walipokuwa wameweka zile standards zao.
Vitengo vya usalama vimejikakamua kadri ya uwezo wao.
Vitengo vya usalama tukiangalia kama vile kule Chuda, maeneo ya Alidina, Visram na kwengineko, tutasema kwamba usalama umeweza kuthibitiwa. Tumeona polisi kwa wingi wakijitokeza, tumeona hata NYS waliweza kuwaunga ili kufanya ile kazi. Pia mahali kwingine tumeona GSU wakiingilia. Kwa hivyo tutasema kwa upande wa usalama polisi wameweza kudhibiti usalama na hali iko shwari. Ila tu viongozi wa kisiasa ndio wamekuwa wamekosa nidhamu na wakaweza kuchochea kutokuwepo na usalama, na lakini tumeona vile vile vitengo vya usalama viliingilia wakawashika baadhi ya wale wanafaa kushikwa, na wengine wakachukuliwa hatua ambazo zinafaa kuchukuliwa. Kwa hivyo tutasema usalama, polisi wamefanya vizuri hadi hivi sasa.
Mwisho kabisa, kando na ugavana kukosa kwenye debe, labda kuna sababu zozote zinaweza kuwa zimechangia pia kwa idadi ndogo ama idadi chache wakazi kukosa kujitokeza?
Sababu ziko Mtalaki, kwa sababu ukiangalia kwa mfano elimu ya raia wakati huu imekuwa kidogo sana. Kuna hatua zilichukuliwa, kwa mfano serikali walisema IEBC hawafai kupata pesa ama fedha kwa nchi za nje. Hii ilizuia IEBC kutoweza kufanya elimu ya raia, japokuwa mashirika tulijizatiti kujaribu kuelimisha wananchi, lakini tuliona haikufaulu. Kwa mfano ukiangalia usajili wa kura, uliona kwamba malengo yale IEBC waliokuwa nayo yalikuwa ya chini sana, hawakuweza kufika ile idadi waliokuwa wanataka. Kwa hivyo kuna sababu nyingi ambazo zimechangia. Kando na hiyo kwamba kura za ugavana hazikuwepo, kuna swala la usalama. Watu wengi wameogopa, tunajua wale wametoka mjini, wameenda kujificha ili wanahofia huenda labda kukakosekana usalama. Vile vile kuna masala ya rabsha kutokea hapa na pale, Kim's Kit kutofanya kazi kama maeneo mengine hapa yamechukua masaa kadhaa. Labda mtu alikuwa amejipanga yeye kupiga kura asubuhi, lakini kwa sababu ya kutoweza kufanya hivyo inakuwa sasa hana muda mwingine, labda ameomba ruhusa asubuhi. Ikiwa masaa yatachukua 3-4 kabla ya kura kupigwa, ni kumaanisha huyo mtu hatoweza tena kupiga kura. Kwa hivyo sisi tunasema kwamba idadi imepungua na kuna sababu kadha wa kadha, lakini tuwe na matumaini kura zitakuwa za sawa.
Asante sana Hussein Khalid ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa shirika la Haki Afrika, mmoja wa wale ambao wamekuwa wakifuatilia kwa karibu na bado wanaendelea kufuatilia kile ambacho kinajiri katika vituo mbalimbali, lakini kwa sasa shughuli nzima inaonekana kuondoka katika sehemu hizi, na tutakuwa tukielekea katika kituo ambacho ni cha kuweza kujumuisha matokeo ya nyadhifa mbalimbali ili pia kuweza kufuatilia viti vya eneo bunge 6 ambavyo yapo katika kaunti hii ya Mombasa. Je, ni nani atakuwa ametoa ushindi pamoja na useneta na wakilishi wa kike, na pia kwa wale wakilishi wadi ambao wapo katika wadi 30 zilizoko katika kaunti hii ya Mombasa. Kaunti ya Mombasa ikiwa na zaidi ya wapiga kura 641,041, lakini waliojitokeza kulingana na tume ya IEBC ni wachache ukiweza kulinganisha na takwimu za mwaka 2017 na mwaka 2013. Kwa hivyo basi tutazidi kufuatilia mengi tu yanayojiri katika kaunti ya Mombasa, hususan kipute cha urais na nyadhifa mbalimbali ambazo zipo kwenye kaunti hii ya Mombasa.
Francis Mtalaki, asante sana kwa taarifa hiyo kuhusu yanayojiri kule Mombasa. Tena swala hili la watu wengi kutojitokeza kushiriki kura hii leo inajitokeza. Hatujapata zile takwimu rasmi kutoka tume ya IEBC kufikia sasa, lakini ni muhimu kumbuka kwamba huenda kule Mombasa kuahirishwa kwa kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana huenda kumechangia hali. Mtazamaji, unaendelea kutazama taarifa zetu hizi. Kufikia sasa tume ya IEBC ukiangalia katika mtandao wao wamewasilisha fomu 34A, zaidi ya 63.9, inakaribia 64% ya fomu hizo tayari zimeshawasilishwa kwenye tume ya IEBC, hii ikiashiria fomu 29,580 kati ya fomu 46,226. Those are the form 34As that have been received by the IEBC. 63.99% of those, 29,580 out of 46,229, and results are still streaming in if you're looking at your screens, and they're coming in thick and fast, as Jeff Koinange would say. But I'd like to take you now to Bungoma County, where Kimilili Member of Parliament Didmas Barasa is a wanted man and has been instructed by Bungoma County Commissioner Samuel Kimiti to surrender at the nearest police station and also surrender his firearm to police. This is after he allegedly shot and killed a man at Chepkwabe in Kimilili. Here now is Bungoma County Commissioner Samuel Kimiti with our reporter John Wanyama.
Thank you very much, Yvonne, and good evening back here in Bungoma County. Today was quite very busy here. Like any other part of this country, Bungoma residents went to the ballot today. They casted their votes, despite the fact that they faced several challenges when they were voting. But this evening, it has come out to be the most sad one, as several people are now mourning after they lost their loved ones, not because they were sick, but because one, it's allegedly that he was beaten and he died when he was being taken to hospital in a Sirisia constituency, and one person was shot dead in Kimilili by allegedly by the area MP Didmas Barasa. But let me not say much or talk a lot. I'm privileged to have Bungoma County Commissioner. Thank you very much, County Commissioner, and thank you for giving us this privilege to talk to Citizen TV and residents here and Kenya at large. Maybe if you can start by your name, just for the benefit of our viewer, wherever they are. What happened today in this particular county was very sad. If you can just confirm the instances.
My name is Samuel Kimiti. I'm the County Commissioner of Bungoma. This evening, we were very unfortunate because we received some information that there was an aggravated incident in Kimilili constituency where the former MP for Kimilili, Honorable Didmas was alleged to have shot a person after they disagreed in one of the polling centers. It is alleged that Didmas pulled his gun and shot this fella, and as he was being rushed to the hospital, he unfortunately died. And when we went there, we found that that was the allegation. We have ordered the police to hunt for the MP, because after he did that, he just disappeared, and the police are now pursuing him, but we are telling him to come and surrender himself before we get the hold of him. It was very unfortunate, and I want to pass my condolences to the family of the late Bryant. This young man died not because of his own fault, but because of mistake of a leader who is alleged to have caused that death. Yeah.
Maybe this person who has died, this young man you're saying, Brian, was he one of the aid to the opponent, or maybe was he the bodyguard to the opponent to this Mheshimiwa Ditmas?
Yeah, it is said that the young man was the aide to one of the candidates who is contesting with the DAP Kenya in that constituency. And he actually, what was happening is that he was going to check on what was happening in the polling center, and when he was there, he met Didmas, and Didmas followed him as he was leaving. Yeah.
Maybe if maybe you can also confirm that one person died and two were injured in a place called Namuela in Sirisia constituency today. What happened?
No, that one I don't think I have that information. Yeah.
Okay. Your message to people of Bungoma as now we start counting votes, as they continue, maybe the family mourn their loved one.
I want to appeal to the people of Bungoma to hold themselves, because the government is following up on this case. We are going to make sure that the culprit is arrested as soon as possible. I want to plead with them to keep peace, because nobody wanted actually this to lose life. But because it has happened, the only thing we can do is to cooperate. And I would want to appeal to anybody who may be having information as to where the culprit is, to share this information with us so that we can go there and arrest him.
Maybe the MP still having the firearm. Maybe what is your call on him to surrender this firearm, or you will go for his arrest?
We are telling him to surrender himself and also surrender the arm, because this arm, the ammunition is not supposed to be used to cause harm to other people. That is a misuse of an arm, and therefore we will also confiscate it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, County Commissioner from Bungoma County. Yvonne, as we have heard from the County Commissioner there, is saying that they are looking for the MP, Ditmas Barasa, wherever he is. He now supposed to surrender himself to the nearest police station, maybe so that he can give his version of story. And we will be here in Bungoma County just to keep you posted whatever is happening here, as when and how it happens in Bungoma County. But also in other polling stations, we have been informed that counting of votes is still going on, and from here we will be now traversing around just to see who has won, where, and who has been sent home. Yvonne.
Thank you, Wanyama, for that update from Bungoma County. Now, I just want to explain to you the numbers that are coming in. Jamila had mentioned them a short while ago, and this is regarding the Forms 34A for the presidential vote, which is the first to be counted. On the public portal that's being run by IEBC, 69.36% of the Forms 34A have been received. So that is 32,065 Forms 34A of the total 46,229. Now, you're probably wondering why that number doesn't really tally with the numbers that we are showing you on Citizen TV. I want to explain that for a moment. And this is where it begins. Media houses were allowed to get into that portal and tally those numbers. And that is the operation that you are seeing here. So all of these ladies and gentlemen are literally going to the IEBC portal, downloading each of those forms, of which there are now 32,065. They download those, they take up each of the numbers in each of those forms, put them together, tally that figure, and that is what we're giving you. So our figure is significantly less, and that is because we're downloading of those 32,000. We are taking our time to make sure we get that number right. Remember, we're not getting alphanumerical data, which would just have been very easy to add up. So we have to download those. If my cameraman can just show, this is Tina here. I just want to show you exactly what she's doing. So she goes onto that portal. Tina, if you could go onto the portal. And if you can take a look at that, that's the Form 34A, right? So she gets that on the website. You can see that Form 34A, that this is a public document, by the way, from IEBC. She gets the total number, And then she puts them down in a machine here in another segment here, and we add them up. And so we're adding up those forms one by one. So of the 32,065 that have been reported at the IEBC, we're at about 2,000 of those. And remember, we download each, add that number, and that is what we're giving you. So now let me show you what happens. So that is what all of these ladies and gentlemen are doing here. They're busy, we're in their space, but we're taking up the challenge to tally those numbers and to be able to do that parallel to IEBC. Once again, all of these numbers are provisional. And just as a reminder, as the IEBC has continued to say, anybody can do this. You can do this at home if you have the time and energy to download 46,229 forms and put the numbers together. The numbers are provisional because it is only the IEBC that gives the final declaration of the results. So once all of those have been downloaded here by this team, tallied, let me show you where those numbers go to. It is similar to what we were showing you in the touch screen, which is in our main studio. But I want to show you those numbers here because we're putting those numbers together and we are putting them here on our Citizen Digital app. So take a look at this. This is now what you're seeing from the work that is being done by ladies and gentlemen who are doing the tallying. Again, we are not where IEBC is, but we are doing our best. So from what we have done with the forms that Citizen or Royal Media Services has downloaded and tallied of the 32,665, this is where we're at. William Samoei Ruto, who is a presidential candidate of UDA with 215,861. This represents 49.42% of the forms that Royal Media has downloaded and tallied. This is different from what is on the IEBC portal. Raila Odinga is at 215,005 votes. That is 49.22%. He's the Azimio presidential candidate. Again, this figure is of the IEBC Forms 34A that we have actually downloaded. That's the Forms 34A, okay? George Luchiri Wajakoya of the Roots Party is at 0.49% of the vote, and David Maure Wahiga is at 0.2%. Once again, this is the tally that's being done by Royal Media Services as we download the forms that the IEBC has received on the public portal, all right? So that is just to explain how our numbers differ from those of IEBC, and you can find this on Citizen Digital. So this is the attempt that we are making to also do our parallel tallying. We'll hopefully manage to do all of this together with the IEBC when they make their final announcement. As of now, that number on the IEBC portal has increased. 74.22% of the forms 34A that have been received by the IEBC. We're doing our best to catch up with those numbers. So I thought it's just important to explain to you the numbers that we're showing you on our screen on Citizen Digital. And I will be back in the other studio showing you those numbers once again on our touch screen as Royal Media Services does a national tallying of the presidential votes that are being transmitted to the IEBC public portal. Jamila, over to you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Viewers, Yvonne is at our tallying center, the Royal Media Services tallying center. She's explained to you exactly how the process is going and how we're receiving the Form 34As, and of course, transmission this year, this election. It's one of the requirements, or it's one of the agreements between Royal Media Services and other media houses and the IEBC, generally the media, in terms of results transmission and tallying. But of course, ultimately, the IEBC will announce the official results. And as Yvonne said, Form 34A, 74.22% of those forms have been received by the IEBC, 34,312 out of 46,229. Those are the current number of forms that have been received by the IEBC. Remember, we spoke to some of our reporters in Meru and here in Nairobi, and they explained now that generally the counting of the ballots for the presidential race are almost nearly complete in most of these areas. In fact, here at Kilimani Ward, St. George's Primary School, they even started counting the ballots for the member of the National Assembly. And also Francis Mtalaki told us the exact same thing, that in Mombasa now, they're concentrating more on the MPs. And as you look through the Forms 34A that have been received, just a quick look at, in Mombasa, 827 out of 1,045 polling stations, those forms have been received. This is 79.14. In Moranga, 815 polling stations out of 1,189 have reported their Form 34A. This is about 68.54%. Nairobi is leading in looking at the numbers here in terms of the number of polling stations that have delivered the Form 34A. That is 3,077 out of 3,649. That is 84.32% of the polling stations. And that is a screen at the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center. You can see what we've been talking about. Over 74% of the Form 34As have been received at the IEBC. Yvonne?
That's right. So those numbers continuing to come in, 74%. I'm still here with my panel, by the way. Just a reminder, we haven't forgotten them and they're still here with us. Professor Alfred Omenya, Angela Ambitho, and Dr. Alex Awiti. I know you've been, sorry, thank you for your patience.
Welcome.
While we do a little bit of explanation as to what's happening with IBC and also to help people understand our own parallel tallying process, which is important to clarify. So what are your thoughts so far? Angela, I'll start with you. 74% of that in, when we take a look at the voter turnout, particularly from, or at least what we're getting as reports from the various counties.
I think it's quite impressive that we have counted and the Form 34A is 74% already with us in Nairobi. It then suggests that perhaps, Yvonne, by 1 a.m.,
yeah.
Because when you have the Form 34A, it also goes that you already know the result.
Yeah.
You're just not relaying it to us with the same speed.
Sure.
So my hope then is that before crack of dawn, certainly right after midnight, we should have some indication on what the results are.
Yeah, but I guess it's also different this time because they're not transmitting the alphanumeric details, which, if you remember in 2017, and I guess this was also problematic at the time, that not only were they taking an image of the Form 34A and transmitting that, they were also sort of keying in the exact results. And remember, that was what we were seeing in 2017 on the big screen as the numbers were adding up, which is easier. And I understand from that experience, it's also, quite the task for us because we are also downloading those forms one by one, taking a look at, the numbers that are there and physically adding that up. If you're getting alphanumeric, it's just, you put that into a system and it's just adding as it goes.
Yeah.
But, could that somewhat, delay the final tallying process?
It could, but I think parallel vote tabulation in itself is not something that we are, not allowed to do. So indeed, the agents of each one of these parties, I believe, already right now have preliminary results. In other countries, in West Africa, Ghana, in Nigeria, by now those political parties would be, to put pressure, would already be telling the public and their supporters, this is what we have gotten from the forms, the 34As that we have received. And so my hope is that indeed at some point we'll get that kind of gauge from at least some quarters, if not the media. We can't just rely on the media, certainly, to give us some parallel vote tabulation. But Alex, I don't know. I'm optimistic that we will get something soon.
Yeah. Honestly, yes, we should. So what I don't understand is what IBC means by verification. You already have the 34A. I don't know whether translating that into 34C, because that's the one that is used to declare the presidential result, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah, but you're collating it.
Collating. So in the collation, I don't know what part of that is verification, because the law now is very clear that the results as received from the polling station and the constituency are final.
But remember, those Forms 34A must make their way physically.
Yes.
To the National Tallying Center.
It's an image and it's a transmission.
Yes.
I think what we also need to understand is that IBC should, at the tallying station, because Chebukati is the returning officer for the presidential vote, he should have everybody that he needs, even if it means one person receiving one.
Right, yes.
Yeah, from
yes, because
47.
You're right, yeah, because I don't think he receives them personally. Lady, gentlemen, I want us to hold that thought for a moment because I want us to go to Bomas of Kenya, which is the nerve center of the operations for the 2022 general election. Even as we show you those forms 34A, na Kizungu is something else. They're not form 34As, they are forms 34A.
Yeah.
There's a difference apparently because there are forms called 34A.
Okay.
Not form 34As. I had to practice this just to be able to get it right. So those forms 34A are now 34,312 of the 46,229. Right. So let's go to where those forms are actually being delivered. Wahiga Mora is live for us at the Bomas of Kenya with the latest from there. Wahiga, are we expecting any other sort of briefing? It's a quarter after 11. But, are you hearing anything about, more information that we'll be hearing from the IBC anytime tonight, perhaps?
Well, Yvonne, since we last spoke, the temperatures here at the Bomas of Kenya have dropped by about 2 degrees or so, but nothing like the election night. Comes once every 5 years, hopefully only once, to keep you awake and alive at a moment like this, as history is being made, as Kenyans today went to the polls to pick their next head of state and, of course, their next set of leaders as well. Well, our results vigil continues here as we continue to give you updates on what's happening here at this National Tallying Center, the nerve center of this election, and also to get an understanding of some of the finer issues around this particular election. For example, we know that a little under an hour or so, the IEBC held what may be its last press briefing today. They did not indicate if they'll address us again before the 10th of August. And the chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, in a very short statement, did not actually share new information. Rather, he seemingly emphasized the particular procedures the IBC is going through in terms of results at the constituency level as final as per that Maina Kiai and two others versus the IBC ruling, and that those results are what you're now seeing on the public portal, having been photographed by those with the KIMS kit at the polling stations and uploaded to the public portal, and also that as a commission they are awaiting the different polling officer, the different constituency returning officers and polling officers to make their way here. Actually, the constituency returning officer, I beg your pardon, with the forms 34A and 34B as well for that verification that will then give them the legal right to announce the final presidential results. However, members of the press were keenly waiting to ask the IEBC some questions, and I had some of them myself. For example, one of the questions that's been emerging in the course of the day would be, why were some voters turned away? And we had reports of this from our teams on the ground, because they could not be identified biometrically or alphanumerically as well, whilst others were allowed to vote using the manual register. And this even came up when some agents of some of the parties asked the same question. That's one question I would have hoped for the IBC to answer. We had also been informed of 1,111 polling stations that did not have 3G, 4G network access. What's the status of transmission of results from those polling stations? Have those polling officers been able to make their way to maybe the constituency tallying center to send results? That's another question we would have hoped to pose. And of course, the big question, when can Kenyans hope to get a glimpse of what the IBC considers as preliminary presidential results? Because at the moment, all we are getting right now from where we sit right here at the Bomas of Kenya is the status of the upload of the forms 34A, which at the moment, and Yvonne Okwara back in studio has been giving that particular update, stands at about 74.22% of forms 34A have been uploaded on the portal. That's 34,312 of the 46,229 forms 34A. I don't know, Kakai Kissinger, if you had some questions of your own before
thank you very much. I think one of the things that I expected him to talk about, the IBC chair, is the voter turnout. He should be telling Kenyans as of now, from where he sits, what's the total voter turnout that is there, and what are we looking at? Because already by now, Remember that election is based on a certain threshold. We're looking at 50+1. So where are we in terms of the total number of votes that were cast in terms of the voter turnout? But maybe in the next press briefing, he should be able to come out and tell us this. But fundamental, what I wanted him to address, which he didn't address, was the issue of those voters who are disenfranchised. Remember that the Court of Appeal released a decision, I think yesterday, and to the extent whereby there was room of IBC using the manual register where the KIMS kit completely failed. Now, in situations where they failed, and maybe that communication was not done properly, let him come clear and say that he communicated to his people that they should be allowed, people should be allowed to vote. Because once you are in the polling station and you are a registered voter, the law then mandates IBC to allow you to vote. So what were the mechanisms that were put in place to minimize disenfranchising of voters in the polling station?
A second scenario that voters were reaching out to us to tell us about was that we registered at a particular polling station or polling center during the voter registration drive. But when we went to vote there today, we were told, no, your polling station isn't here. It's actually a couple of kilometers down the road. And I know people who actually were forced to travel 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers to go and vote.
Yes. And that's another very big problem, because that's already making someone to lose a hope in terms of voting. Although, of course, Kenyans must be reminded that there's a period in which IBC gives people opportunity to look at,
to verify.
So if you did not verify, then it becomes a challenge to go in a polling station where your name is not there. So to an extent, is a blame game. That IBC should have sensitized people more. If they didn't sensitize people more, then maybe people didn't take it serious that you must verify to know where you are, because you should be knowing where you are, which stream you are in, and there was a portal where you will log in to confirm that. But I think Chebukati should come out more and tell Kenyans that these are the progress they made, explain to people what the challenges they faced, because it's a learning process for any electoral commission to go through these kind of things.
Again, I know you're not a character analyzer, so to speak. You're a legal mind. But what sort of Chebukati do you think sits here at the Bomas of Kenya this time around? How markedly different do you think he is from the one who led the country in that as a presidential returning officer back in 2017?
I think he's biting the cherry for the second time, but very cautiously. Because the first time he did it, the last election, there were certain major gaps of IEBC, including, of course, the Supreme Court and the courts vilifying IBC on the mistakes here and there. So right now, I think he's being extremely cautious and just making sure that he goes with a certain step to ensure that he covers the law. Remember, whenever the decisions were made in the court, he said, I'll comply with that decision. So he's being very careful. And being a lawyer, I think he's also being very cautious that he doesn't make a mistake. Remember, this is his last election he's running.
He's expected to retire next year.
He should be going by March next year.
That's
so
correct.
He's being very, very, very cautious in terms of the steps, the legal steps he's making. He's trying to comply with the law, in short.
One definitely gets a sense of an IBC that understands the phrase once bitten, twice shy.
And remember,
they're keen not to make.
Go ahead. He's also with new commissioners. Almost 4 commissioners there are new, so they are looking up to him, while 3 commissioners are the old guards. These old guards have gone through a lot of challenges. At one point, they were almost removed from office. So I think he's being extremely cautious. He probably wants to leave a legacy that he handled the second election better than the first election. So really, one will understand where he's coming from.
So with all that you've said so far, and with all that you've seen from 4 a.m. this morning, I think that's when you said you are preparing to go and vote as well. What sort of rating would you give the IBC? It's now 20 minutes to 38 minutes or so to midnight. With what you've seen so far, what sort of rating would you give?
I think I'll give them 70 in terms of rating, but I'll deny them 30. 30%, and that's 30% is a huge mark to deny an EMB.
Tell me where what they've done falls into the 70 and what then caused them to miss out on the 30%.
I will start with this evening. Them calling a choir the spiritual welfare is a good thing. Them having been able to manage the situation since the ballot papers came in and rallying the country together, distributing the ballot papers all over the country is a good thing. The 30% falls in where are we having certain polling stations, elections being postponed. Why? We shouldn't be having a situation whereby certain polling stations are being cancelled. Is it a mismanagement on the part of the IEBC? Is it a miscommunication process? What really happened? Did they package the ballot papers wrongly? That should never be allowed to happen, because it makes a voter become so anxious for no good reason. That's one big thing. Another thing will be the mismanagement of voters going to a polling station and being told that they're not supposed to vote from there, the KIMS kit failing to work in certain situations, others being told you have to go home, others being allowed to vote. It means there was a miscommunication within the IEBC itself. So that's really a problem.
Okay, and this is coming from the mouth of someone who's observed elections, not just in the region, but across the continent as well. And Kakai Kissinger, those are questions we'll continue to pose to them when given a chance, hopefully in their next briefing, which I'm sure will be sometime tomorrow morning. All right, let me take you back to the communication center. Yvonne Okwara and the team continue to give you analysis from that end.
That's right. We remain hopeful and optimistic, and we will be here, by the way, until the last vote is counted, tallied, and declaration is made on that one. And it's interesting to hear some of the thoughts from Kakai Kissinger, who's with Wahiga Maura at the Bomas of Kenya. So let me see. There's a question that I got here on Twitter. Someone was asking for the portal. Well, it's actually public, so you can go to iebc.or.ke. There's a forms portal. Click on that and you'll get to see what we see. It is there for everybody to see. Now, here is the interesting thing, though, about the portal, is that it is only recording the number of Forms 34A that they have received. IEBC is yet to even give a tally in terms of raw numbers of what those 34,312 Forms 34A, like, what are the numbers? The alphanumerics, if you like. So that's just important to note. What the IEBC is reporting and what we are telling you is that they have received those Forms 34A, 74% of them. We still don't know how many. How many votes are in each of those Forms 34A. 34,312 of them, if that makes sense. We're doing our best, so we'll see, what happens with those numbers as they go on. But as of now, 74.22% of the Forms 34A have been reported. So anyway, like Wafula Chebukati, who's the national returning officer, had explained, all of those then come to him, and then there's a verification process. And remember, all of those details for the final declaration of the presidential vote go into Form 34C, which has the number of votes from all the 46,229 polling stations. It has details on whether the 50% plus one threshold has been met and whether that presidential candidate has garnered 25% from a majority of counties. That's 24 or more. So that is, what we're waiting for and what will happen. Whether that'll happen tonight, we'll wait and see. But possibly by tomorrow, I think. Let's hand over to Jamila Mohammed, who now has the latest from the ground, as they say, where hopefully things are not too different from what IBC is reporting.
The ground mambo ni different, Yvonne. It always is. And as you say, we keep receiving the Form 34A, the updates on the IBC portal. And we wanted to go to Brenda Wanga, who has been in Kakamega County. Brenda, when we look at the IBC portal, out of the 1,685 polling stations in Kakamega, 1,205 of those have already sent in their Forms 34A, that's 71.51%. And speaking to reporters from Nairobi and Mombasa, in some of those regions, they've already started counting the ballot for the member of the National Assembly. Is that the case where you are in Kakamega, Brenda? Indeed, Jamila, that is what exactly is happening here in Kakamega. We are at the Lurambi Constituency Tallying Center, and I am joined by the man in charge of this exercise here at Lurambi Constituency, the returning officer, telling us that out of those over 70% of the Form 34As that have already been uploaded on the national tallying portal, some of them have come from this constituency. So perhaps you can just tell us how many of those Forms 34As have been uploaded from your constituency?
Right now, I have around 165 forms from the 165 polling stations, which they have managed to upload it. I'm remaining with around 13 or so, and I'm done. Yes.
So when do you expect to present the Form 34B to the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya? And why would your reasons be for taking the time you had indicated earlier that you'll be taking to make sure that you get them to Nairobi in good order?
This time we don't want to do our things in a hurry. We want to be very cautious. That's why I'm saying by tomorrow midday, I think I'll be done with all the forms. I'll take my time, then maybe travel to Nairobi in the evening to present them to my chairman at the Bomas of Kenya. But so far, I'm impressed with the progress we have made so far. As you can see outside, most polling stations or presiding officers have just arrived, and we want to start off our today's announcements.
Indeed, if we could see outside, but clearly at this point we can't. We've seen a lot of activity, many of the presiding officers bringing in their boxes. Just take us through what happens when you get hold of those boxes as soon as they are received at the receiving bay outside.
When the boxes when they arrive here, there's a receiving desk which is being manned by one of my officers. There are items which are supposed to be brought to the RO. They know them very clearly. There are some non-strategic items which are being taken to the warehouse, and this is being done by the deputy presiding officer. The presiding officer brings the box and the results, all from A series, to the returning officer. That is what I'm waiting for here, and I'm going to use those from A series to announce the results as they are in the polling stations. After that one, I'll generate my Form Bs, which I'll use to carry and take to the National Tallying Center. That is for presidential. I'll declare the MCA and the member of the National Assembly here tonight or tomorrow in the morning, and the remaining seats, that is the senator and the women rep, I'll take my deputy will take to the Kakamega Constituency Tallying Center in Kakamega High School tomorrow.
So by the time you take the Form 34As and 34Bs to the National Tallying Center, would you be able to at least have an idea of how many votes each presidential candidate has garnered from your constituency?
Actually, I'll be announcing that one here. Before I leave, I'll be announcing what each and every presidential candidate has garnered. But I cannot declare. That's the work of the national chairman. Yes.
Perhaps can you just tell us also the question of about voter turnout in this constituency? How has that been given the circumstances under which many voters in this constituency and this county at large have had to deal with in the course of the day?
The voter turnout today was not very, very impressive. We are talking around 50%. But remember, I still have around 13 polling stations who have not sent their transmission. So maybe after tallying up the 13, maybe it could rise to 58 or maximum maybe 60. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Returning Officer. So, Jamila, that is the situation here at the Lurambi Constituency Tallying Center. Activities beginning to pick up. Like he mentions clearly, probably by tomorrow midday, we should be having an indication of what each presidential candidate has garnered from this constituency before he takes those Form 34As and 34Bs generated from the 34As and brings them to Nairobi, where you guys are, perhaps, and giving us an indication of just how each of the presidential candidates have performed in this constituency, and then perhaps with the other returning officers from the other 11 constituencies from Kakamega County also doing the same, and then tallying and also getting to know just how well the presidential candidates have performed in this region. We've seen in the last days of the campaign the two major candidates have been making many trips to this county, to this constituency, just trying to get the support to come out in large
exact numbers, but like he tells us, the voter turnout has not been very good, and many of them attributing this to the council suspended governor's race. So Jamila, we will still be waiting here to see as these boxes come in, as the results get announced, just exactly how things will pan out in Lurambi constituency and the larger Kakamega County. Back to you.
Thank you, Brenda Wanga. In Lurambi constituency, Kakamega County, she was speaking to the returning officer there, and the same issues about low voter turnout have come up. Remember, Kakamega gubernatorial ballot was suspended because, of course, with issues with the ballot papers. Mombasa also, maybe that could have contributed to the low voter turnout. Brenda Wanga, thank you very much. We now go to Lamu ambapo tunaungana naye Rahma Rashid. Rahma, karibu. Najua kwamba mmekuwa na kuchelewa kidogo katika baadhi ya vituo walipoanza asubuhi, lakini walipoanza shughuli iliendelea, na kufikia sasa tukiangalia taarifa kutoka tume ya IEBC, baadhi ya karatasi zile za form 34A zishawasilishwa hapa. Lakini je, kufikia sasa wameanza kuhesabu zile kura za ubunge?
Na shukran sana Jamila Muhammad, na kupata vema niko katika kituo cha kuhesabu kura ama cha kujumuisha kura eneo bunge la Lamu Magharibi, ambao ni kituo cha shule ya msingi ya Mokowe Arid Zone. Na kwa sasa hivi kile kinachoendelea ikiwa ni saa 5:30 ikielekea saa 6 hadi kufikia sasa ni debe moja tu la kituo kimoja cha Hindi Prison ndio kimeweza kuwasili hapa na kuwasilisha sanduku lao ambalo wameweza kushiriki zoezi la kupiga kura na kumchagua rais wanayempenda katika uchaguzi huu wa Agosti 9. Ikumbuke kwamba pia katika kaunti ya Lamu ambapo kuna wapigaji kura 81,700 ambao wamekuwa wakitarajiwa kushiriki zoezi hili la upigaji kura. Hadi sasa hatujabaini ni watu wangapi ambao wameweza kushiriki zoezi hili, kwani kulingana na maafisa ni kwamba ni watu wachache ama ni idadi chache ya wenyeji ambao wameweza kujitokeza vituoni na kushiriki zoezi hili la upigaji kura. Pia ikumbuko pia hapo awali ama baada ya zoezi kuanza, maeneo mengi tu katika kaunti ya Lamu vituo vya upigaji kura vimeweza kushuhudiwa kufunguliwa kuchelewa, ikiwemo vile vituo vya kupiga kura vilivyoko kisiwani Amu. Alakuli zoezi limeenda kwa njia salama na amani, na hakuna kitu chochote kile ambacho kimeweza kutatiza zoezi hili la uchaguzi. Ni kwa sasa tu tumeendelea kukita kambi katika kituo hiki. Pengine kwa kifupi tutaweza tu kuungana naye afisa msimamizi wa IEBC katika eneo bunge la Lamu Magharibi ambaye anasimamia kituo hiki cha Tallying Center kwa kimombo, kutuelezea pengine ni yapi na yanayoendelea na tuyatarajie. Pengine kwa majina yako unaweza kutuelezea? Naam.
Naitwa Saha Isaiah Mazungu. Mimi ndio returning officer Lamu West constituency.
Pengine unaweza tu kutuelezea hapa tuko wapi, tunafanya nini na tunasubiri nini? Maybe tutarajie nini? Pengine masanduku kuweza kuwasili eneo hili ili yaweze kuhesabiwa.
Hapa tuko Mokowe Arid Zone Primary School Tallying Center. Hii ndio Tallying Center ya Lamu West constituency, na tuko hapa tukingojea ballot boxes kutoka vituoni zifike hapa Tallying Center ili tuweze kutangaza majibu ambayo wawaniaji katika vitengo tofauti wamepata. Alafu tutatali na tutacollect na kutangaza nani aliyeshinda katika upande wa wabunge na MCAs wa ward zetu 7 za Lamu West constituency.
Pengine unaweza kueleza mtazamaji katika eneo bunge la Lamu Magharibi kuna vituo vingapi vya kupigia kura na kufikia sasa tumefikia wapi?
Lamu West constituency iko na vituo 143 na kimoja cha Hindi Prison ambacho kama ulivyosema kinapigia tu urais. Kwa hivyo katika vile vituo 143 ambavyo kwa sasa tunangojea majibu yake, tarajia kwamba majibu yanakuja wakati wote ule, na pindi tu majibu yakifika hapa tutayasoma na kuyahesabu na kutangaza ile sehemu ambayo kisheria ninatakikana kwamba nitangaze, na zile sehemu zote zingine tutasoma tu majibu na kuya collect.
Pengine unaweza kutuelezea zoezi la uchaguzi limekuwa vipi? Je, kumekuwa na changamoto, na kwa nini vituo ama masanduku ya kura yamechelewa kufika kituoni, kizingatiwa idadi ya watu Lamu ni wachache, kizingatiwa na maeneo mengine kura 81,000 za kaunti ya Lamu ambazo zinatarajiwa?
Nitaongelea eneo bunge la Lamu West constituency, nikisema kwamba kuna vituo vimefunguliwa kuchelewa kiasi, si ile saa 12 ambayo tulitarajia kwamba vituo vifunguliwe. Changamoto zilizopo ni za kuhesabu zipo, na kuna changamoto tu nyingi ambazo zimesababisha kwamba tufike katika vituo vya kupiga kura kuchelewa kiasi.
Lakini changamoto hizi, swali la mwisho, unaona ndio zimepelekea vituo ama masanduku ya kura kukosa ama kufika hapa kuchelewa, kwa sababu mpaka sasa hivi tunaendelea kusubiri?
Hiyo ni sababu kuu, kwa sababu ule muda ambao umepotea katika kufungua kituo cha kupiga kura ni sharti kisheria uregeshwe, yani compensated, ili muda ule mpiga kura asinyimwe ule muda ambao anatakikana apige kura. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni sababu kuu ambayo imechangia kwamba masanduku yale yasirudi kwa wakati mzuri kwa tallying center.
Na Jamila Muhammad, kama ulivyoweza kumsikia afisa msimamizi wa kituo hiki cha kuhesabu kura ama kujumuisha kura eneo bunge la Lamu Magharibi, changamoto zilizopelekea kwa nini hadi kufikia sasa ni sanduku moja tu la kituo kimoja cha Hindi Prison kuwasilishwa katika eneo hili. Kumbuka kwamba pia kama vile nilivyoelezea hapo awali ni kwamba vituo kweli katika kaunti ya Lamu maeneo mengi kura zimeanza kuchelewa, na hadi ilipofika saa 3 usiku bado ilikuwa kuna baadhi ya vituo vya kupiga kura bado wenyeji walikuwa wanaendelea kupiga kura, lakini changamoto zilikuwa tu hitilafu za kimitambo. Ni hayo tu yanayoendelea kwa sasa katika kaunti ya Lamu, na pia katika eneo bunge la Lamu Mashariki nimeweza kuwasiliana na wahusika wa IBC maeneo yale na kunielezea kwamba pia hadi kufikia sasa bado vituo ama tallying center yao bado haijapokea masanduku ya kupigia kura, changamoto ikiwa ni swala zima la usafiri, kizingatiwa kaunti ya Lamu ni kaunti iliyopakana na bahari, barabara na anga. Hivyo basi na pia na changamoto ama ugumu wa vifaa vya IBC kusafirishwa kwa wakati. Nikiripotia kutoka Lamu, Jamila.
Asante sana Rahma Rashid akiwa kule Lamu, na mpiga picha wake Abdul ametueleza yanayojiri pale katika eneo bunge la Lamu Magharibi, ambapo anasema kufikia sasa ni sanduku moja tu kutoka kituo cha kupiga kura cha gereza la Hindi ambalo limepokewa hapo katika kituo hicho cha kujumlisha kura, yani tallying center, yani bunge la Lamu West. Kama alivyokueleza Rahma, ni kwamba tatizo kubwa ama changamoto kuu iliyowakumba wakazi wa eneo hilo ni vituo vya kupiga kura kuanza kufunguliwa kuchelewa, na hadi mwendo wa saa 3 usiku kama alivyosema Rahma bado watu walikuwa wakipiga kura. Ndio maana nafikiri wamechelewa kuhesabu na kuwasilisha karatasi hizo za kura katika kituo cha kujumlisha kura. Yvonne, swala hilo pia la idadi ndogo ya watu kujitokeza pia imezungumziwa pale eneo la Lamu. Kaunti ya Lamu inawapiga kura 81,453, lakini kuna hofu kuwa hata huenda nusu ya watu hao hawakupata nafasi ya kupiga kura. Hivyo ndio taswira ya Lamu.
Kweli kabisa, Jamila. And one of the things about the voter turnout I think that I found was interesting, for instance, when I went to vote earlier today, you know how the IBC was mandated to put up the list of the voters, you know, and by polling stream. I didn't find my name on that list that was pinned up on the wall outside the polling center. But I went in anyway and just said, hopefully my name is on there. I wonder if there were any other people that might have done that and just sort of given up and gone home. But that aside, the issue of voter turnout, not just in this one, but in now the elections that will be held. So remember, there was the cancellation in areas like Kakamega, Mombasa, and Rongai. And then, of course, the IBC has announced that those will happen in the next 2 weeks or so. Following, everything that's happened now, Professor Menya, what's the turnout to be like for these areas that have to go back once again, and this time for just one seat? And it's not your typical by-election, huh?
Correct.
It is one, but not under the usual circumstances that we're used to. What's the turnout likely to be? How do you convince these voters to go back again? And there was quite a bit of confusion this time around.
No, definitely there's going to be quite a bit of fatigue. And it's not just for the voters, it's also for the aspirants.
Yeah.
These guys did the party primaries, then after that they did, they've been campaigning throughout for these elections. Some of them started campaigning 5 years ago. This bad behavior we have in the country. So they're both broke and tired and unspirited and so on. And then you tell them to continue doing that for another 3 weeks. And then you see, like you say correctly, Yvonne, it's not like somebody has died or something unusual has happened leading to the by-elections just because of errors. And already we have this totally lackluster, turnout for this particular election. So what would make these people so enthusiastic to come in and vote for one person? So definitely we are looking at even lower figures for those by-election turnouts, which basically means that a candidate can easily win by just those local distortions. It may not necessarily be a good representation of what normal universal suffrage would actually
or the will of the people. What could IBC have done differently today, Alex? Maybe it's too early, but at least in terms of the management of the voting exercise that has now concluded. Now we're in the results transmission phase.
I think it's the whole process, the whole preparation, the communication, a readiness plan. IBC failed on all those counts in terms of inspiring confidence in the electorate and also in the political class about the conduct of the process. And as we always say, voters are as eager as they get confidence in the fact that their votes will count, the process will not be tedious and frustrating. But what you see in Mombasa, for instance, some of what we saw in Meru, in some of the constituencies where the ballots came from Garissa were being opened, in eastern Kenya, for instance, what we're seeing in Kakamega, and as Alfred says, these things demoralize voters, and it just basically disenfranchises the population, and people take time out to go and vote. And they want to do this every day because it's, today I was walking around my neighborhood, all of the kiosks and the vibandas on the streets, they were not there. They can't afford to do that for 2 days.
And in fact, my colleague Trevor Mbija reminds me, today, we're still today, on the 9th of August, I had to check, was declared a public holiday to allow people to actually go out and vote. So once you have this by-election in areas that were not able to do that, then you're asking people again to take time out of their day, when there is no holiday, to actually go out and cast their votes. So that, also will affect turnout, at some point. I mean, if, like we said, just getting to the polling center today,
correct.
Without facilitation, however you want to, judge that, was difficult. So imagine now on a working day and people have to make that choice.
Correct. And if you look at where the majority of the population is, in terms of where they earn their living from.
Yeah.
Right. For people who have an office job, 8 to 5 and a salary, a public holiday is a public holiday. You still get paid.
Yeah.
But if you're closing your business, you're folding out everything and then trooping to the polling station, and everybody's sitting at home, you have no business.
Yeah.
Now, this is a great personal sacrifice. So this is what we need to understand. How much do a majority of Kenyans who really this election should be about. What do they sacrifice to basically show up at the polling station? They sacrifice a day's earning. That means that there's certain bills that won't be paid.
Yeah.
They have monthly projections, for instance. And then you have these holidays, and it's a holiday where people actually stay at home, not a holiday where people go out and have fun on the streets and are buying stuff. So I'm really sympathetic with the voting population in Mombasa, who will not have a governor tonight, and also in Kakamega, because they have to go and try and do this once more.
Right.
But as Alfred says, it will not be universal suffrage.
Yeah.
They probably will not get the leader that they deserve because of the fact that most of them will just be blown away by the frustration.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about it. We recently, on Sunday night, actually, had a feature by our reporter Agnes Solo, and it was about the burden of Mheshimiwa, and just taking a look at what it takes. People go broke in the process, and I think we spoke to, a few politicians before Liwakoli and a number of others, and just what it takes to get to that point. So I cannot imagine for them, you get to this point and you exhale and you say, okay, I've done what I can do. It's up to the voters, and then you're told, hold up. Let's start this again. And you're not planned for it. Because remember, every cent you've sort of done it to the last day. And the last day of public campaigns was Saturday at 6 p.m. And you sort of, so I guess that would be something interesting to take a look at. Is there anyone on the table willing to make any projections, or is it too early? I'm looking at you, Angela. Actually, that's what I meant by anyone.
It's
example, Angela, correct?
A rhetorical question.
Right.
But no, I think let's wait for some numbers to come in, Yvonne. I think one of the things that will determine how we predict the numbers, as I've mentioned repeatedly, is indeed turnout. Now, from what we're seeing, turnout is panned out a little differently from what, the voters had told us when we spoke to them. So if the vote-rich areas, and the two top vote-rich areas are the mountain region and Nyanza, 4.7 million votes in mountain, 3.6 or 2 in Nyanza. If those two do not play out as was anticipated, then it's very hard to predict. I think what we can be sure of, one prediction I can make perhaps, is that the mountain, and I still maintain that, will not have as high voter turnout as has been in previous elections, because they do not have a top contender in the top seat. Now, to what extent it will be low is something that you and I will have to now just guess. We had originally estimated that it would be around 75%, because before it was 85%, so 10% lower, suppressed by 10%. But the numbers that I'm seeing suggest that it may not go above 60%.
Oh, okay, all right.
So I don't know whether that is the case, because we don't have all the numbers in yet, or any at all for that matter. But then it would be hard to predict even a winner.
Right.
At this point. I think what we can also perhaps, in terms of prediction, some things that we may just say, although the Twitteratis may kill us, is that it's probably going to be called. It's going to be a one-touch.
Right.
It looks like it will be one-touch. We could be wrong. There could be a runoff. But I get the feeling that we will have a definite winner, +1.
Okay.
By tomorrow.
Exactly.
Okay, by tomorrow. I want to throw it to Jamila for just a moment. Alex, are you? You have a smile on your face.
Alex is sitting on the fence.
No, I'm not sitting on the fence. I think we have to understand that this, by any stretch of imagination, is likely to be a close vote. So even the +1 could actually be literally +1.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
which is the threshold, right?
So it's and if you take one vote out of the total votes cast, it's a very, very, very small percentage. It could be 50.00 something. So I think what we need to anticipate is that in the absence of kind of the critical data that you may need to predict this, Chebukati is sitting on 74%. Of the of 34 of forms 34A.
Old mine.
So he should spare us from this guessing game, because he can actually really, in a very, very serious way, start to say that this is the projection that we're going to make. Because, what is 26% difference going to be?
Yeah, and certainly by now, I'm sure, they're doing the adding up. In as much as we are. Professor Menya, I'll get back to you. Just hold that thought for just a moment. I want to get this to Jamila now with an update from the counties.
We are going to Bomet now, but Yvonne, kabla tuelekee kule, while mlikuwa mazungumzo yanaendelea, hizi form 34A ambazo zinapokewa na tume ya IEBC zimeongezeka, sasa zimefika 79%. Na baadhi ya maeneo tukiangalia takriban 80% ama 80 na zimepokewa. In fact, ukiangalia Elgeyo Marakwet, 90% ya hizo form 34A zishapokewa katika makao makuu ya IEBC kupitia tovuti ya forms.iebc.or.ke. Hii inamaanisha kwamba kati ya vituo 555, 500 tayari zimewasilisha hizo form 34A. Yvonne, tukisalia katika eneo la bonde la Ufa, nataka tuelekee kule Bomet, county ambayo inawapiga kura wapatao 1376. Kule tutampata Emily Korir, mwanahabari wetu ambaye amekuwa pale tangu asubuhi. Emily, nikiangalia hapa naonekana kwamba baadhi ya kura hizo ambazo za form 34A za kiti cha urais zimeshawasilishwa kielektroniki kwa tume ya IEBC. Kufikia sasa kati ya vituo 885, 758 zimewasilisha fomu hizo. Je, shughuli ya kuhesabu kura za ubunge zinaendelea ama taswira ni ipi hivi sasa kule Bomet?
Asante sana Jamila, tuko hapa katika shule ya msingi ya Bomet ambapo iko katika Bomet ya kati, na tunaweza sema kwamba ile uhesabu ya kura ya urais umekamilika kwa polling stations mingi, lakini kwa sasa hapa tulipo wapiga kura zaidi ya 1000, na kulikuwa na zile tunaita streams 6, na kwa zile streams 6 unaweza pata kwamba streams kama 3 peke yake ndio wameweza kukamilisha ile ya ubunge. Wamehesabu pia ile ya MCAs, na hapa hali nilipo nataka tu nikuonyeshe kidogo tu. Unaweza ona kwamba wanahesabu zile za mbunge baada ya kukamilisha ile ya urais, na kwamba wasilisha katika kituo ambacho kitakuwa kinajumulishwa kura ambayo ni shule ya Tenwek Boys High School, na hapa niliposema ni Bomet Central peke yake, na kwamba tunangojea tu kusubiri ambapo tutaenda kuangalia zile vituo vingine. Na hapa maagenti wamekuwa hapa pia, unaweza una kukamilisha hapa kwa hii stream peke yake. Lakini ukiangalia hivi haimaanishi kwamba kituo hiki cha Bomet Primary School kumekamilika, kwa sababu vile nimesema ni stream moja peke yake. Kwa sasa tuko na vituo stream zingine kama 5, na tunatarajia kwamba labda ifikapo kitu kama saa 6 ama saa 7 watakuwa wanaelekea katika kituo cha kujumulisha kura za eneo bunge la Bomet Central. Na kusema tu tumekuwa tukitembea katika maeneo bunge 5 ambazo ziko katika kaunti hii ya Bomet. Ile ya Sotik ambaye iko na wapiga kura 86,681. Tumekuwa pia katika Bomet East ambaye iko na wapiga kura 63,640. Tumekuwa pia katika Bomet Central ambapo kuna kura 71,409. Chepalungu constituency iko na kura 80,140. Konoin iko na kura 75,115. Hapo Jamila, tunaweza kuona kwamba Bomet County iko na wapiga kura 336,985. Na hapa bado tuko tukiangalia, tunawasiliana na maafisa wa usalama ambao wanasema kwamba Bomet kumekuwa salama. Inakuwa siku mrefu vile umesema Jamila, lakini bado tuko tu hapa, tutazidi tu mpaka asubuhi ama wakati ambapo kura hizi zitaweza kujumulishwa, ili tuweze kujulisha watazamaji wetu ni nini ama ni yepi yanajiri hapa katika kaunti ya Bomet. Jamila.
Asante sana Emily Koriru ukiwa hapo Bomet katika eneo bunge la Bomet Central, shughuli ya kuhesabu hizo kura za ubunge. Ukiona hizo karatasi za rangi ya kijani kibichi ama ukipenda green, hizo ni za mbunge. Na wakati ambapo Emily alikuwa akizungumza, fomu hizi za 34A ambazo zinaendelea kupokewa na tume ya IEBC mtandaoni zimefikia 81.22. Kufikia sasa zimesalia chini za fomu 9,000 za 34A ambazo ni za urais zinazopokewa na tume ya IEBC kutoka maeneo tofauti hapa nchini. Na kama alivyokuwa namsikiza Yvonne, Dr. Awiti akisema, je, si watangaze tu kwa sababu hizi 19% sasa zilizosalia, je, zina tofauti yoyote Yvonne?
Naam kabisa. I will not attempt to go into percentages in Kiswahili. I assure you, I will completely mislead the country. Asilimia, yes, I know, but if we start to go into well, let me make an attempt. Surely I'm a Kenyan. I cannot be this way. So, hebu tuseme hapa ya kwamba yale forms 34A ambayo
yamepokelewa
ni asilimia 81.22. Yeah, 37,547. Let's just stick to what we know. Everybody has their strengths. Kiswahili in statistics is certainly not mine. But yes, Jamila, you're absolutely right. Those numbers are there. Now, there's also frustration that's setting in, Prof. We just have the forms. We don't have the numbers.
Yeah, I used to say when it is like in my other life, I'm an architect.
Yeah.
It's like designing for somebody a very nice house, but there's no door to get inside.
And we can see it; it's beautiful, but we need to get in. Yeah.
Enjoy this place.
Right.
Yeah, I think IBC is doing that with us. I mean, they're all in here. They're like, where are they?
Yep.
And I think that's a question that every Kenyan is actually asking.
Yeah.
That where exactly is this information? And they don't understand why it's being kept. So I think IBC, we thought that maybe in the briefing they could explain to Kenyans that actually these are physical forms, and then we still have to extract information from them, and then, work that.
So Prof, you see that thing you've said about a beautiful house with no door? We suddenly have beautiful submissions from you, but with no sound. I'm sorry. Your mic has somehow died, but we're going to fix that. We're going to put a door on your voice so that we can get to hear you. So, give us a minute. We'll fix that door. We'll come back to you. Frustration, Angela, what do we do? What do we do with everything that's there? I mean, listen, IBC have given, by the way, anybody can sit down and do all of this tallying, but it is tedious work. And then, the frustration is setting in, and we're like, okay, so what do we do? What do we do?
It's not,
this is what you deal with every day.
It's not the regular citizen's job. This is why we employ an election manager. Yeah. An election manager should not leave this information halo, where we really just now are getting anxious unnecessarily. I think it would be, and maybe this could be a prediction too, that we will wake up and get one holistic figure.
Yeah.
That would be sad, because it is also good after all the campaign and election cycle to see how things are panning out and see whether what you as an individual predicted, whether you're a pollster or researcher or professor or not. It is part of the behavior of elections across the world that you do actually see results trickling in, and you can then certainly start making your own kind of projections. So when you tell us that there are forms, and Jamila has been very kind to tell us asilimia 70 something, it's great, but we also need to know of these how many are for candidate A, B, C, and D. Then even if we decide to go to sleep, we can sleep knowing that that is what the situation is. And when we wake up, and I think they're trying to protect Kenyans, I don't know, from information, but you can't protect people who I think are so mature when it comes to receiving good and bad information from news that is going to be in the public domain anyway.
Yeah.
We don't need any protection, because anybody who went to the polling session today knew that their candidate could lose.
That's true.
Yeah. And we know that in an electoral process like this, there will be one winner.
Yeah,
I think
only one.
Yeah. What is also frustrating is that the results as they're streaming, we don't know where they're coming from. Okay, we don't even know which.
Well, we sort of know
counties.
where they're coming from the counties.
From the in terms of which counties, counties, yeah.
Okay.
How many polling stations in which county are reporting?
Okay.
What proportion of those votes?
Well, it is there.
Yeah, but we shouldn't go and dig that out in IBC.
Perico County,
our job.
834 of 1,031.
Yeah, it's just way too complicated.
It's too tedious.
Way too complicated. Because if you look at the scale of investment, given the budget that IBC has, we should have a really sophisticated electronic tallying system that basically gives viewers a sense of what it is, and they can have so many slices of that same pie. Like if
Alex,
you're looking at
this problem has been created by IBC itself. They've been announcing that, in fact, the information will be coming and media houses will be tallying and all this, whatever. So they created that expectation, amongst the population that, information will be trickling in. If they told Kenyans that what will be telling you is the numbers of forms trickling in.
To be fair, that's exactly what it was, because, our colleagues we've had interviews with IBC commissioners.
Right.
And this is the question we kept asking in terms of, how they plan to keep the country informed. And, the response we got was exactly this, that the forms will be displayed on a public portal. Yeah. And, you can, sort of do the math, for yourself. And I think that's where we are, and I guess that's the frustration with having to wait for the numbers, which is something that we're used to. Right. I think even before 2017, when we had that big board. Right. I mean, don't people now miss that? Even though that was a point of contention, oftentimes, people would look at that, big board on IBC and say, okay, what's happening with those numbers? Why are they stuck here? I guess media houses are now bearing the brunt of that. Why are numbers stuck on this? And I think I'll go to the wall in just a moment. To just show people some numbers of what we've been able to put together so far.
Why is it so difficult for IBC to extract numbers from a form and put it on a public portal? Surely,
maybe burned by.
It is about communication to the public.
Yeah.
And is this the best way of communicating to the Kenyan public? Again, I'm a researcher. And as a researcher, sometimes I write peer-reviewed journal articles. But when I need to communicate to Kenyans, and I'm writing that in a newspaper, I have to put in a language they can understand. Kama hizo mambo za nukta ulikuwa unajaribu kufanya. Because the ordinary Kenyan is not even bothered about from 34A. He just wants to know how many votes have come in.
Right.
And which governor has fallen, and which one has been elected. That's all that the Kenyan want to do. The rest of the stuff, IBC can employ 100 people. They can even bring a performing team from Venezuela to be doing the counting.
I see what you did there, and I'm quickly moving away from
But I think Yvonne,
yes, before we go to Jamila.
One of the rules in communication, and you're probably the expert as is Alex, is that no communication is far worse than miscommunication. So it is better to tell us something than to leave us in this, hold us in abeyance, where we have no clue what's going on. And then we start getting suspicious.
Yes, exactly.
So whilst they're trying to perhaps protect us, I think what should happen periodically is that IEBC commissioners and the staff should come out, the chair especially, who this time around we haven't seen, by the way, speaking too much. Should just, I think he's waiting for the big moment.
Final, which he said would be during the day.
During the day tomorrow.
Yeah, well, if it'll be
whatever
tomorrow,
day,
but whatever day, he said it'll be done
won't be at night.
It won't be at night.
But I think
later today.
We're into that now. Yeah, it's
unless you're talking about fast day.
Right, yeah.
No, but is it day?
Well,
daytime tomorrow.
Daytime tomorrow.
Yeah.
Today.
Daytime. What he means is we're in today. We're in tomorrow.
Today is Wednesday.
My point, so that I don't steal into Jamila's time, is perhaps I wish the IBC commissioners would very quickly start speaking with us.
Exactly.
So that they don't get themselves in the same problem, quagmire, that they were in the last two elections.
Fair enough. Communication, Jamila, an important one for the IBC.
So I think they've had 3 press briefings today. We're expecting maybe one more tonight. Wacha tutasubiri.
Oh, are we?
Yes, walikuwa wamesema watazungumza tena, lakini hawakutueleza ni saa ngapi ambapo watazungumza Yvonne. Kama alivyosema Angela, ni muhimu watu wapewe taarifa kuhusu yanayojiri, kwa sababu kwa sasa tunaona mengi kwenye mitandao Yvonne, sijui nani ameshinda, nani ameshindwa katika maeneo tofauti, haswa viti vya ubunge, lakini bado hakuna taarifa rasmi kuhusu washindi ama wale walioshindwa, kwa sababu katika baadhi ya maeneo kama tunavyoona kama pale Bomet bado kura zinahesabiwa, Nairobi bado kura zinahesabiwa, na tunaona taarifa ambazo haziwezi kuthibitisha kwenye mitandao kuhusu washindi na walioshindwa katika maeneo tofauti. Lakini kama tulivyokuwa tumekuarifu, tuko katika maeneo tofauti kukuonyesha taswira ya mambo. Nataka tuelekee Kisii na Narok. Nyamira na Narok, samahani. Nyamira yuko Crispin Otieno, kule Narok yuko Ben Kirui. Watatupa taswira, lakini tuanze naye Crispin ambaye amekuwa katika eneo hilo tangu asubuhi. Crispin, je, wanaendeleaje na shughuli ya kuhesabu kura? Wamemaliza za urais, wamemaliza za ubunge, wanaendeleaje? Tupe taswira kamili, Chris.
Na Jamila, ulivyosema tayari sio katika kaunti ya Nyamira bali nipo katika kaunti ya Kisii. Hapa nilipo ni shule ya upili ya wavulana ya Kisii, na kama unavyotazama hapa ni eneo la kujumlishwa kwa kura katika eneo bunge la Nyaribari Chache. Shughuli ingali kuanza katika eneo hili. Kama unavyotazama hawa ni maafisa wa IEBC ambao tayari wamefika hapa kwa shughuli zima ya kuanza kuhesabu kura ambazo zinatarajiwa kutoka maeneo ama katika vituo vya kupigia kura kote eneo hili la Nyaribari Chache. Na hapa nipo na afisa mkuu msimamizi wa shughuli hii nzima, Bwana Mark Manko. Jongea hapa mbele alafu tuambie mpaka sasa hali ikoje, shughuli imekuaje toka asubuhi?
Tumeendesha shughuli vizuri, hatujakuwa na matatizo hasa, na tayari unavyoona tumeshapokea matokeo ya vituo viwili vya prisons, that is Kisii Main na the women prison. So kwa tumeendesha shughuli hii vilivyo, hatukuwa na shida yoyote. Of course labda mchana mliona kukiwa na hitches kidogo za kids, lakini tulikuwa na kits enough spare kits za kubadilisha, so hatukuwa na shida. Tumeendesha shughuli vizuri bila shida. Yes.
Wale ambao labda walikuwa na changamoto za kuweza kuthibitishwa kutoka kwa ile mitambo ya KIMS, labda mliweza kupata suluhu la
KIMS? Primarily kwanza tunatambulisha watu kupitia biometrics, na so lazima mtu ajaribu mara 3, lakini ikifail pia kuna ile alphanumeric na pia inakuwa validated na biometric. Lakini ikikwama kabisa, tulikuwa mtu anaweza kukaguliwa kupitia kwa nambari yake ya kipande na majina yake, lakini kuna process hapo na lazima pia aite agents waweze kuverify hiyo information. Na kwa hivyo hatukuwa na watu waliokosa kupatikana kwenye register. Sidhani unless ni watu hawako wamejiandikisha. Nakumbuka pia tume ilikuwa imefungua ile ukaguzi wa register siku 30. So Wakenya walikuwa wamepewa nafasi ya kukagua. So leo haikuwa siku ya kwenda kujikagua tena, lakini siku ya kwenda kupiga kura.
Na eneo hili la kujumlisha kwa kura, tunaona tayari maafisa wameketi. Tutarejea nini usiku huu wa leo? Labda matokeo yataanza kuingia mwendo wa saa ngapi?
Tumeanza tayari kupata matokeo. Tayari vituo viwili vimewasilishwa. Tayari tumesoma kituo kimoja, na mwingine tayari ofisa mmoja yuko kwa meza anangojea kusomewa matokeo yake. Na pia tunaendelea kucommunicate na POs wetu kutoka kwa vituo. Wengi tayari tumeona wamesha transmit presidential results, na wanaendelea pia kujumlisha kura za zile race zingine. So immediately wakifika hapa tutaendelea kuwajulisha.
Asante sana. Shukrani. Na mlivyosikia hapo Jamila, ndivyo hali ilivyo katika eneo hili la Nyaribari Chache. Tukizungumza hapo wa shughuli hizi.
This is how the population of the voters is distributed. Marigat, 115,859. 722. Utugoi has 12,938. And then Butali has 5,272. And of course, you heard us talk about insecurity, specifically cattle rustling that has affected specifically Utugoi and Butali. But we thank God that the exercise was very, very peaceful. We had a very peaceful exercise. We do not have even a single incident of insecurity. Our staff, our POs, our DPOs, our security officers, our clubs went and did work without any.
za kimitambo, lakini tutarejea kule kwake baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu, kama tumekuwa tukikuarifu kwamba tunaendelea kupokea hizo fomu za 34A pale katika mitandao, lakini kama walivyozungumzia wageni wetu hapa kwamba jambo muhimu nafikiri zaidi ni kupata hizo kura, idadi ya kura, licha ya kwamba fomu hizi ndio zimewasilishwa katika mitandao ya tume ya IEBC, lakini idadi ya kura ndio hivyo bado. Tunajaribu kufanya hapa kama tunavyoweza. Uliona kituo chetu pale cha kujumlisha kura, Yvonne alifika akakuonyesha jinsi tunafanya shughuli hiyo, lakini sasa ningempenda Yvonne mwenyewe kama angeweza kusimama hapo kwenye mtandao wetu kutuonyesha hizo idadi ya kura Yvonne kufikia sasa ambapo zimeweza kujumlishwa katika kituo chetu hichi cha kujumlisha kura. Yvonne?
That's right, 81.89% of the forms 34A. Now I know what the challenge is that we need the data offloaded off those forms so that we're able to do that. Now, here at Royal Media Services, we're attempting to do that. So out of those 37,858 forms that have arrived at the IEBC for the presidential vote, here we are at 2,529. Let me just refresh that so we get the countrywide result. So we've managed to go through 2,529 forms of the 46,229. This is what the numbers look like, folks. The countrywide result based off of the forms that we have done, which shows a total turnout of 3.36%, votes cast 742,789 of the 22.12 million registered voters. This is our count. Dr. William Ruto, who's a presidential candidate of UDA, is at 367,145 with 49.4% of the votes. Raila Odinga is at 365,031. That's 49.14% of the votes that we have taken a look at. And he's the Azimio presidential candidate. And Professor George Wajakoya of the Roots Party is at 3,440. That is 0.46% of the votes cast so far. Again, important for me to clarify, these forms we're downloading one by one and offloading the data from that, tallying that and putting those numbers together. We've managed 2,529, and we're getting those from those that have been submitted on the public portal, of which there are 38,074. So this is where we are with the numbers. I know you're looking for a couple of raw numbers that just sort of help you understand where we are. This is where we are with 2,000 forms, 34A. It's still early days yet to see which way this goes. But those are just some raw numbers, I guess, Jamila, that, many people want to know to sort of get an understanding and a feel of, where we are with the presidential vote. And, this is now actually the 10th of August, 16 minutes into the new day, that is the 10th of August, the day after the general election, where voting and tallying And counting and transmission continues at the various polling stations where our reporters continue to be, giving us the numbers from there. And remember, there's reports of certain candidates who are also doing their own tally, who are then conceding defeat based on the numbers and where they see it going. Some of them saying, well, we don't think this will happen. But the chair of the electoral management body, Wafula Chebukati, did promise that we would get results in the daytime, and he would make that declaration. All results, all numbers remain provisional until the IEBC makes the formal and final declaration. Jamila.
Ukweli kabisa Yvonne, uamuzi wa mwisho aliyeshinda, matangazo rasmi kutoka kwake mwenyekiti wa tume ya IEBC Bwana Wafula Chebukati. Hizo ndizo zitakuwa matokeo rasmi, na kama ulivyoeleza watazamaji wetu Yvonne, hizo ni idadi ya kura ambazo sisi wenyewe hapa tunafanya kujumlisha kufikia sasa. Zile ambazo ziko katika runinga yako ambazo sisi tumepokea ni kutoka vituo 2529 kati ya 46226. Licha ya yale fomu zile ambazo zimewasilishwa katika mtandao wa tume ya IEBC ambazo zinaonyesha kwamba ni 82% ya fomu zilizopokewa, lakini sisi tunaendelea kujumlisha kura zetu hapa, na idadi ndiyo hiyo ambayo umeona katika runinga yako. Yvonne amekueleza. Picha ambazo unaona sasa ni kutoka ukumbi wa Bomas of Kenya, hapo ambapo ni National Tallying Center, kituo cha kitaifa cha kujumlisha kura. Swala ambalo tumekuwa tukilizungumzia hapa, tunaonyeshwa pale tu ni zile asilimia ya fomu ambazo zimewasilishwa. Hakuna idadi kamili ya kura ngapi imetoka wapi, wangapi wamepiga kura kwa mwaniaji huyu au huyu mwingine. Na kisheria Yvonne, unaweza kuzungumzia hii na wageni wetu, ni kwamba kama alivyosema mwenyekiti Chebukati, ana siku 7 kumtangaza mshindi wa uchaguzi wa urais. Sijui kama atasubiri siku hizo ama pengine fomu hizo zitakapofika 100% itakuwa ishara tosha kwamba Chebukati anaweza kumtangaza mshindi wa urais hivi karibuni. Yvonne?
Kweli kabisa. So this is what I want us to understand. With 82.36% of the forms that are in, assuming that they're doing their tallying as well. Right. They're doing what we're doing. Hopefully they're doing it faster.
Right.
And more efficiently than we're able to do. At this point, do you think if they've offloaded the data off of these 38,000 forms, Angela, that they're able to, that they know which way this is going?
Yeah.
Is this is enough for them to do so, or does it depend as well on where else the numbers are coming from?
They will get a very good indication with 83% of the forms.
Right.
They will. So my thinking is that indeed IEBC has an indication of where the election is going to go. They could call the election depending on, as we've seen in many other places, what forms are remaining. If they're from a stronghold of someone who's already leading, then in most cases you say it's pretty much locked in. But now, without sounding like a broken record, we wait.
Yeah. we wait. Yeah, and patience has really been key, I think, with the results.
Yes, they've taught us patience.
They really have, absolutely. Your projections with this, they're good.
Yeah, definitely, right? Because mind you, the forms are coming from all over the country.
Yeah.
There is no part of the country where we're saying we're not receiving any forms in terms of, counties and so on. Yes, some are slightly lower percentages, 30% and so on, but others are basically done across the whole country. So definitely IEBC has a very, very good idea of the outcome.
And even then, they don't have the votes from everywhere, because in certain areas that has been postponed. So they would also factor that in? So for instance, Pokot South.
But that was only for MP.
Yeah, that was only for MP. And the others were only for governor, not towards the presidential vote.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the presidential votes they have for the whole country.
Because at least across the country, the presidential vote was done across all of
I think the only place where they may have an issue, and they did report that during one of their briefings, was a place in Wajir.
Yes.
Where there was that insurgency or something.
That's right.
But it will only be delayed.
Yeah.
Which they will still add to the final tally. Exactly. But they're able to make a projection and say, okay, so even if all the votes
Yeah.
cast here, because it's one
Yeah.
area in Eldas, I believe.
Yeah, Eldas.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. So this is how we treat numbers, right? This is the part of the election that is just, the voting part, the campaigning part is really easy. It's the emotional part is easy to deal with. Now the statistics is something else.
Yeah, but I think so. There's two people or two parties that know how this is going to go. So the presidential candidates and their returning officers and their poll agents.
True.
Because they have the same data that Chebukati has.
Correct.
And they have the actual numbers. So they know whether they're winning or losing at this point in time.
True.
And what I'm wondering is why Chebukati is being extraordinarily cautious about this. Because this could
would
be...
you blame him though? I mean,
this could be his moment
he's
to
been
redeem
burned.
himself.
He's been burned
After declaring,
after declaring, and then a Supreme Court ruling that nullifies the election, and was rather stinging in its.
There was a nullification bit, but there's the other ruling that says that the results from the polling station is final.
Yeah, they're final. So why Chebukati would sit on this?
So why bother
it's
sitting on
difficult
this?
to understand, unless he doesn't have enough.
He actually has final results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, all he's doing is declaration.
Yeah.
Declaration is just a ceremony. It's like a dance. It doesn't change figures.
Unless that's what he's waiting for, that he's going to declare this tomorrow.
And to think about it, I mean, if you take a look at those numbers, so we just hit 82%. At about 20 minutes after, which is remarkable.
Absolutely
at 20 minutes after midnight. So he certainly is not going to make a declaration, because there's also something about communication that you don't do.
Because compared to previous elections, I think IBC has done this one remarkably well, despite all the glitches at the very beginning. But we've never been here that in the first night, before midnight, we have more than 80% of the
data
in, which is sufficient for Chebukati to declare the results if he wants to. Now, unless, as I was going to say, is that he doesn't have enough tallying clerks, basically to collate the data on the 82% of the forms that have been submitted.
Yeah, and away from the presidential vote, of course, there's the other polls whose final declaration will be made at the county, for instance, for the governor's race, senatorial, and the county woman member, and for the members of National Assembly, those will be made by the constituency returning officers. And that will happen at that point, which perhaps I suspect will start to come in, in the morning, and, even as people concede defeat. Just taking a look at whoever wins this, they certainly, I just want us to sort of project what sort of structure of government would look like. I don't know if it's too early, but, in terms of National Assembly, in terms of Senate, in terms of, what sort of numbers you will need to drive your agenda to, push budgets. That's also an important race, Alfred, to look at.
Exactly, and I think we are really in the era of collisions. Whether we like it or not.
Pre and post.
Definitely. There's no single party that will be able to have the House and push through the agenda, regardless of how well they do. We have so many independent candidates. We have people from fringe parties who are actually going to win parliamentary seats. Then, of course, the major parties are also coalitions. Yes, so they're also going to have quite a bit of members from different independent parties and so on. Yes, so definitely we'll be seeing a pretty interesting future where whoever wins this particular election, aside from his own coalition, he'll need to negotiate with both coalitions and independent candidates in both houses to be able to drive the agenda effectively.
While that is important, what happens at the presidential level, Angela, there's also what happens at the other levels, that we're getting elections, and we've seen in certain places that turnover or attrition rate is pretty high. Members of National Assembly and those are also important races to look at.
Exactly. I think one of the things that we know is that from the electorate is the level of disappointment, the high level of disappointment with their elected members as soon as most of them come to the city. And one of the things that, I remember speaking with some of your colleagues, and we're talking about vote buying and vote compromising situations. And if you are on the ground and you talk to the voters, what they tell you is, listen, we will milk this politician dry. we have no sympathy, because as soon as he's elected, whoever it is or she is, will not come back. We will not be able to access them, etc., etc. So people know why they take and milk the politicians dry. And indeed, the other thing is that many of these politicians, even when you look at some of the promises they make, the MP will make promises on development, on a development agenda, but this is a legislator.
Yeah.
And now we know that there will be no CDF.
Yes.
At least until they perhaps create a new law that creates, revives CDF. And for that reason, I think, we will see a lot of these members of parliament being, removed. And the question, I think, where the rubber will meet the road is when and if there is no more CDF, what it is that some of these MPs, most of the MPs will do to endear themselves to the electorate.
Right.
They will not have the money to go to fundraisings, to funerals, and indeed to compete with the county government in the development agenda of their different constituencies.
Yeah, Alex?
So it will be basically about legislation, which is really what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And keeping the government accountable.
Yes.
But I think this is also, the next parliament is going to be consequential, regardless of which party wins, because everybody has this raft of agendas and promises and charters and all of this. A lot of these things will need some legislative teeth. And they need to go to parliament to pass laws, and they need budgets passed and all of these things. So it's going to be extremely difficult if none of these, if the winning if the winning candidate does not have the numbers in parliament. So this will be the horse trading, the coalition building, and basically trying to compromise.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that we failed to understand with the new constitutional dispensation, with this 50+, we assume that straight away this is a defining and resounding majority. It is not. In extremely close elections, whatever numbers separates the two candidates is not sufficient to give them an overwhelming mandate that could help them drive the legislative agenda. Of course, it puts you into the State House, but it does not give you carte blanche, the opportunity to execute your manifesto, your agenda, and all of that. You still need to do business. So if that was the spirit of the constitutional drafting, then it works. But that's not how it's understood. Because whoever is going to mount that platform the first time is going to say they have an overwhelming mandate. I'm going to say to them, no, you don't. You still need to bring the rest of the country behind you. You've got to do deals in parliament. You've got to go back to your pre-election coalition agreements and speak very clearly to your coalition members and say, this is different.
Yeah.
I need to talk to the other side to be able to stitch the country together.
Yeah.
Because honestly, in as much as the country has not kind of been bifurcated along fractured ethnic lines, but there's a lot of hurt souls that are going to emerge tomorrow. We're basically going to say we can't do business with these guys. Now we need a president who's going to be a uniter, not somebody who's going to basically gloat and say we did it, and therefore we're basically going to ride roughshod of everybody else. So the hard work of rebuilding the country, refocusing on the country, on the critical agenda of development, is going to begin as soon as Chebukati declares the winner.
Absolutely, and that starts tomorrow. Alfred, what are your expectations of the 13th Parliament? What do we need to see based off of, our experience with the current outgoing?
I'm actually one of those people who's very happy that CDF is being removed.
Why so?
Yeah, because in a way it clouded these guys from the real job. Many, as Angela was highlighting, many were busy, clearing local roads and, attending funerals and, building classrooms and so on. That is not why we need legislators. And if you look at this parliament, the one that's going out, as far as legislation was concerned, as far as from both government side and the opposition holding the government to account, the different committees that do oversighting, roles like budgeting that's given to parliament, even basic things like debt and debt control that is the parliament that sets up those debt ceilings and so on. This parliament did abysmally poor work, as it actually were. In fact, they kept blaming the executive of the president, and a lot of those things that they were blaming the president for, Parliament actually had the powers to do them, and even to stop the president from doing a whole lot of things. And even in terms of the legislation that they just that they passed. There's nothing transformative. It is very sad. I mean, a lot of parliamentarians are my friends. Most of the legislation that these guys passed was based on bribery, again, by largely, private sector, as it were. And it was very, very difficult to pass, legislation that was not based on bribery. I'll give you a particular case. We had the legislation on mental health that was passed by Senate. That legislation passed by a whisker, and Senate had the bare minimum, minority that needed to actually pass it. And it was being pushed by Senator Sylvia Kasanga. And, it was basically the intervention of the gods that actually made it pass. And these yet are the sort of legislation that the citizens need to be able to, to be transformed. And I think, if we are able to eventually separate the executive from legislature and say, fine, I mean, MCAs have no business doing local roads. You are legislating at that county level. Members of National Assembly and Senate have no business, doing all those things, and they focus both on the oversight role and the legislative role and so on. Then, in fact, we'll be getting our democracy working the way it was actually intended. But you see, now what we've done is that we've conflated the role of these institutions for a very simple reason, and Angela spoke to that quite eloquently, that we need money to bribe the voters. And the only way to get that money is by starting to do things, and of course that's linked directly with corruption, and all those are the bad words that have been used by the fellows that whose votes we are counting now.
Oh, those are the bad words. Okay. But words, I think what we're all looking for beyond words is numbers, and those are the numbers you're seeing on your screens. So let's take a look at those numbers that are there. This is what we're looking at. I think from our tally, it's close to 900,000 votes, I think, in total that we've been able to put together here at Royal Media Services. Jamila?
Yes, Yvonne, tungependa sasa tuelekee katika kaunti nambari 19 ni kule Nyeri katika mkoa wa Kati. Kama ulivyosema, hizo kura zinaendelea kuingia pale, tunaendelea kujumlisha hapa tukisubiri kuona tutafika wapi kufikia mwendo wa asubuhi. Na mwana Martin Munene ambaye amezunguka Nyeri mchana kutwa, naona kwamba baridi imekulemea kiasi. Martin, shughuli ya kujumlisha kura inaendeleaje hivi sasa?
Katika kaunti ya Nyeri shughuli ya kuhesabu kura inaendelea katika maeneo 6 yanayounda kaunti hii ya Nyeri: eneo bunge la Madhera, eneo bunge la Kieni, eneo bunge la Mukoroini, eneo bunge la Teto na pia eneo bunge la Nyeri mjini, ambapo tuko wakati huu. Niseme kwamba shughuli hii ikiendelea kufikia sasa, mahali ambapo tuko ni katika kituo cha kuweza kujumuisha idadi ya kura ambazo zimeweza kuhesabiwa katika maeneo tofauti katika wadi na pia katika vituo mbalimbali vya kupiga kura katika kaunti ama katika eneo bunge la Nyeri mjini. Niseme kwamba ukiangalia nyuma yangu utaweza kuona kuna mahali ambapo eneo ambalo limetengwa, na kusema kweli ni kwamba wale maafisa ambao wako katika vituo mbalimbali wataweza kufika hapa, wanaingia hapa, watakuta makarani wakiwa tayari pale, maafisa usalama, na kama wakiweza kufika hapa, idadi kianza kujumuishwa, basi baadaye tutaweza kujua hali ilivyo katika kaunti Nyeri na haswa katika eneo bunge la Nyeri mjini. Na nataka niweze kuzungumza na afisa ambaye anasimamia shughuli hii hapa aweze kutueleza labda hali imekuwaje, ni watu ngapi ambao wameweza kufika tayari, haswa wale maafisa ambao walikuwa katika vituo mbalimbali karibu hapa. Na nataka ujitambulishe, unituambie unaitwa nani na tueleze kuanzia asubuhi shughuli katika eneo bunge lako hili imekuwaje.
Jina langu ni Peter Mauta. Sasa hizi tunapokea vituo 4 vya kupiga kura na tunangojea 160 vingine vifike hapa wakati wowote. Yes.
Katika vitu hivi 160 labda kumekuwa na 168, labda unieleze kumekuwa na tashwishi yote, na pia idadi ya watu ambao wamejitokeza kupiga kura kufikia sasa ama wakati mlipofunga ilikuwa vipi?
So far we have not there is no incidents what they're reporting at the moment. The election was very smooth. Security was okay. People from the report that I've received from presiding officers, there is no incidents. And the turn up I'm yet to know. But from the 4 polling stations that are reported, the turn up is not impressive. Slightly over 50%. Yes.
Na 54%. Labda kabla hata nikuulize ni nini huenda ikachangia swala hili, labda tutaweza kuona ama kuweza kutarajia matangazo ya washindi ama wale ambao wameweza kupoteza saa ngapi hivi, labda unaweza jua, na labda kuanzia sasa hadi kesho ama hadi wakati mgani tuweze kungoja?
I think by tomorrow lunch hour I will be able to declare the winners of MCAs and the member of National Assembly. The presidential election and the county elections, that is woman rep, senate and governor, tutazipeleka on 11th. Yes.
Sawa. Labda nikuachilie tu uendelee na shughuli yako. Anaeleza kwamba kufikia sasa ameweza kupokea matokeo ama matokeo na pia vifaa vilivyotumika katika uchaguzi kutoka vituo 4, na natarajia kwamba vingine 160 zitaweza kufika hapa. Lakini kando na hayo pia ameweza kutueleza kwamba matokeo huenda tukayajua ifikapo kesho saa 7. Katika shule hii ambayo niko ni Nyeri National Polytechnic. Upande mwingine kule kuna shule ya msingi ya Nyeri Primary, na pale ndipo kituo cha kuweza kukusanya ama kuweka pamoja matokeo ya kura za viti ambavyo ni viti vya county, ikiwa ni kile kiti cha ugavana ama wadhifa ugavana, kile cha mwanamke ambaye anawakilisha wanawake ama mbunge wa county, na pia kiti cha seneta. Tutaelekea huko baadaye tuweze kujua basi pale shughuli imeanza au la, lakini hivi ndivyo hali ilivyo katika eneo bunge hili la Nyeri mjini. Na tuseme kwamba tunapoulizia katika maeneo mengine 5 katika kaunti hii ya Nyeri, hali iko hivi, shughuli ikiendelea ya kuhesabu kura na pia kusafirishwa kwa matokeo yale mpaka kituo ambapo ama vituo ambavyo ama kura ile na matokeo yale yataweza kujumuishwa. Na kutoka kwangu nikiwa kaunti ya Nyeri na rejesha kwako studio, mimi ni Martin Munene.
Martin Munene, asante sana. Kama ulivyomsikia amezungumza na afisa anayesimamia kura katika eneo hilo, ambapo amesema anatarajia kesho atatangaza matokeo ya kiti cha mwakilishi wadi na mbunge wa eneo hilo ambapo yupo. Asante sana Martin Munene kwa hayo. Kaunti nambari 19, kaunti ya Nyeri. Na sasa ningependa tuelekee Meru. Usisahau hapo awali tulizungumza naye Hassan Mugambi ambaye alitueleza kwamba katika baadhi ya vituo kulikuwa na foleni ndefu ya watu kufikia mwendo wa saa 11, na hivyo shughuli ya kuhesabu kura iliendelea kwa muda mrefu, na akatuarifu kuwa katika baadhi ya maeneo, hasa katika maeneo ya Isiolo, watu walikuwa kupiga kura kufikia mwendo wa saa 1 usiku, na kulikuwa na shughuli hiyo ya kuhesabu iliyokuwa ikiendelea. Lakini sasa ningependa kwenda kwake Hassan Mugambi. Hassan, je, taswira imebadilika? Je, wameendelea kuhesabu ama sasa ni kujumlisha ndio inaendelea?
Naam, shukran sana Jamila. Kama ulivyosema, ni kweli kwamba kuna baadhi tu ya maeneo ambayo yaliweza kuchelewa sana kuwasilisha rekodi zao za kuanza shughuli nzima ya kura hii leo, na hiyo iliweza kusababishwa tu na kule kuhitilafu ambazo ziliweza kupatikana kutokana na vifaa vile vya kielektroniki vya Kim's Kit haswa katika kaunti ya Isiolo, na zikakuwa ni zenye kuchelewesha shughuli nzima la uchaguzi. Lakini hilo liliweza kuendelea hapo baadaye na kura zikapigwa hadi wakati ambapo kura ziliweza kutamatika. Manake kama iwapo ulikuwa katika kituo ambacho kilichelewa kwa saa 4, basi kufungwa kwake pia baada ya saa 11 kilicheleweshwa kwa saa 4. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba hata baada ya giza kuna baadhi ya vituo ambavyo bado vilikuwa vinaendelea kupiga kura, ambavyo vilikuwa wazi kwa wapiga kura kuweza kufika na kutekeleza haki zao za kidemokrasia. Kwa hiyo hilo ndilo kikubwa ambacho kiliweza kuchelewesha tu shughuli ya upigaji kura haswa katika kaunti hiyo ya Isiolo, maeneo fulani tu katika kaunti ya Isiolo, sio kaunti nzima. Kwa hiyo ujumlishaji wa kura unaendelea na wanataraji kwamba katika maeneo ya bunge ama maeneo ya kuhesabia kura yatakuwa ni yenye kushughulikiwa vilivyo, ili wale wagombezi waliojitosa ulingoni na kutaka Wakenya wachague watajua hatima yao ni ipi baada ya hesabu hiyo kuweza kufanyika. Katika kaunti hii ya Meru mambo yalikuwa shwari hapo asubuhi, na wengi walijitokeza kutekeleza haki yao ya kidemokrasia. Kumbuka kwamba ni kaunti iliyopo na takriban wapiga kura 770,000 hivi wale kulingana na ile sajili ya IEBC, lakini sio wote waliojitokeza kutekeleza haki hii ya kidemokrasia kama ilivyo kote nchini. Pia hapa haikuwa na hali ya juu sana ya watu kujitokeza kutekeleza haki hiyo ya kidemokrasia, lakini kiasi cha haja kiliweza kuonekana hata baada ya saa 11, haswa katika maeneo kama vile Makutano mjini na vile vile kabisa shule ya msingi ya Kinoru ambayo bado ilikuwa hata baada ya kufungwa ama baada ya kutangazwa kufungwa, waliweza kusema kwamba kuna takriban watu kama 100 hivi ambao bado walikuwa katika foleni za kupigia kura hata baada ya kutangazwa kufungwa kwa maeneo hayo. Lakini wote ambao walikuwa tayari katika foleni waliruhusiwa kupiga, ila wale ambao walichelewa zaidi ya saa 11 kutokuwepo katika foleni katika vituo ambavyo vilifungua mapema, basi hawakuruhusiwa kufanya hivyo, kwani maafisa wa usalama walifunga kama walivyotakikana kisheria. Hali ilikuwa hiyo, na sasa hesabu zimejumlishwa katika maeneo mbalimbali ya kupigia kura kote katika kaunti hii, na hapa tulipo sasa ni kituo kikuu cha hesabu ya kura cha Imenti ya Kaskazini, ambapo ni eneo ambalo halitaruhusu wengi kuweza kuingia hapa, ikiwa ni eneo ambalo litatangaziwa kwa kura hizo za ubunge na vile vile kabisa kura za maeneo ya wadi ambayo yako katika eneo bunge hili. Kwa hiyo hapa panatarajiwa tu wagombezi, maajenti wao wakuu na vile vile kabisa familia zao kwa shughuli nzima ya chagua ama kuhesabu hizo kura na kujua ni nani atakayeibuka mshindi katika nyadhifa mbalimbali ambazo ziliweza kutolewa katika eneo bunge hili. Kwa hiyo maafisa hao bado wanasubiri maafisa wakuu katika vituo mbalimbali kuweza kujiwasilisha hapa na matokeo yale ambayo yatakuwa yenye kupeperushwa katika runinga iliyoko nyuma yangu, ili tuweze kujua pia nasi jinsi hesabu hiyo inavyoendelea, ni nani yuko mbele, ni nani yuko nyuma. Kumbuka kwamba wanasiasa waliweza kufanya yao kwa kuzunguka katika eneo bunge hili kuweza kuomba kura, na sasa ni sauti ya mwananchi ambayo itakuwa inasikika, na sauti yenyewe inasikika kutoka kwa hesabu ya kura ambazo alipiga hii leo kuanzia saa 11 ama saa 12 asubuhi, ambapo tumekuwa tukikuangazia na kukufuatilia tu masuala hayo yalivyokuwa yakifanyika. Lakini hapa kama nilivyokueleza hapo awali, Jamila, ni kwamba katika eneo hili la hesabu ya kura na matangazo ya kura, kuna eneo moja ambalo halitakuwa linahesabu kura hizo, kwa sababu yupo mgombezi ambaye aliidhinishwa na IEBC kugombea na akawa ni mwenye kufanya kampeni zake na akawa ni mwenye kujitayarisha kutokea hii leo ili awe ni mwenye kupigiwa kura na pengine kushinda katika eneo hili, lakini hatakuwa anasikia jina lake hapa hii leo. Hii ni kwa sababu alijiwasilisha hii leo katika vituo vya kupigia kura na jina lake halikuwa katika karatasi za kupigia kura. Ni vipi ambavyo jina lake lilikuwa haliko katika karatasi za kupigia kura? Ni swala zima la kusubiria na kuona ni vipi ambavyo IEBC yenyewe itashughulikia swala hilo, kwani ni swala ambalo aliweza kulalamikia afisa mkuu wa kura katika eneo hili, na aliweza kusema kwamba kupeleka lalama zile hadi katika makao makuu ya IEBC, na wanasubiri kwamba kutoka Nairobi swala litakuja ama majibu yatakuja iwapo kura zitakuwa zenye kurudiwa katika eneo hili ama kura zile ambazo zilipigwa hii leo zitaendelea na kuhesabiwa. Lakini anasema kwamba alikuwa na cheti akiwa ameidhinishwa mwezi Julai na akawa ni mwenye kufuata matokeo yote yale kama inavyohitajika na kisheria, na vile vile kabisa akawa ni mwenye kulipa zile pesa na akagharamika sana katika shughuli zima za kampeni, na akiwa na cheti ambacho kinamuidhinisha kwamba alipokea cheti kutoka kwa IEBC kama mgombea huru, lakini hakuweza kujiona hii leo katika karatasi za kupigia kura. Yote hayo yanasubiriwa na ni mwakilishi wa wadi katika wadi ambayo tuko sasa hivi inayojulikana kama Nyaki West ama Nyaki ya Mashariki, anayojulikana kama Hilary Mugambi. Kwa hivyo tunasubiri tu kuona yake yatakuwa ni yapi, hatima yake itakuwa ni ipi, lakini hatakuwa ni mwenye kushiriki katika matangazo ya kura ambayo yatafanyika hapa hii leo.
Hassan Mugambi, asante sana. Umetueleza taswira ya mwaniaji kiti cha udiwani ama mwakilishi wa bunge ambaye hakujipata kwenye stakabadhi za kupiga kura, licha ya kwamba alikuwa ameidhinishwa kuwania kiti hicho kama mwaniaji huru, na hatima yake ndio hiyo ambayo itajulikana baadaye. Na taswira ya Meru ni kama ulivyotuarifu. Na mtazamaji, usisahau kwamba tunaendelea kukuonyesha matokeo ambayo tunaendelea kujumlisha katika kituo chetu hichi hapa katika kampuni ya Royal Media, ambapo kufikia sasa tumeweza kuhesabu kura zilizotoka katika vituo 2529 kati ya 46229, na kama unavyoona hali ndiyo hiyo kufikia sasa kutokana na hesabu ambazo zinafanyika hapa. Kumbuka kwamba hizi sio hesabu rasmi za tume ya uchaguzi ya IEBC, hizi ni zile ambazo tunazifanya hapa katika kituo chetu ambacho Yvonne alionyesha hapo awali. Tume ya IEBC kwa sasa inatoa tu form 34A ambazo zimepokewa katika mtandao wake kutoka vituo tofauti vya kupigia kura, na ukiangalia mtandao wao kufikia sasa fomu hizo 34A ni 83.64% ya fomu hizo ambazo zimewasili katika tume ya IEBC. Hajawasili kimewasili kielektroniki, na kwamba lazima wale ambao ni maafisa wa kusimamia kura katika maeneo haya waiwasilishe katika National Tallying Center katika ukumbi wa Bomas kama inavyotarajiwa kisheria. Yvonne, 83.64% so far, but exactly 83.64% is how many votes? You know, we don't know yet.
Isn't that the big question? I think when we launched our election coverage, we said until the lady sings, and I suspect the lady will sing tomorrow. With everything that's coming in, certainly with all of that, we believe the IEBC, if they're downloading and getting the data off of those forms, are in a position to know where this is headed and which way. I suspect, the chief agents as well, because, they're at the polling centers, they sign off on all of these forms 34A before they're then transmitted to the constituency, county and national tallying centers. And no doubt they're doing their math as well, perhaps a little more vigorously than everybody else, because, naturally each team would like to know which way this is headed. And certainly they probably already have an idea. But like we said, we'll wait for Wafula Chebukati to give us those. In the meantime, of course, there continues to be news on, what's happening with which candidates at various levels, governor, senator, members of National Assembly. At least those are numbers that are there that are being announced at those various tallying centers. I just want to get my last round of comments from a panelist who, by the way, have been so gracious, have been with us, from 1 a.m. Thank you for being with us.
Karibu.
But, you have to leave with one last word. So let me start with you, Prof. Where this goes, what you hope to see, even when you want to see the results, like I think everybody else is sort of hoping. Yeah.
No, I think it's quite impressive for IEBC, like we've been saying. I mean, to have received 84% of the presidential forms, that is actually excellent. And of course, as we're saying, IBC, of course, has now all the information it needs to, to have a good feel, if not to declare the election. The agents know, in fact, IBC knows because they've got 100% of the information, even for the forms that they've not received, because those have already been declared at the polling stations. The agents, as Alex was saying, for all the presidential candidates, know exactly what's happening. I think this happened very fast. I think the only issue is that it didn't happen in the sequence and in the manner that we expect in terms of the culture of elections. Yeah, we would have expected that, IBC is not just telling us that they've received a form, but actually telling us the actual votes that are in there.
Yeah.
Yes, so we hope that this comes out quite clearly, soon, so that, Kenyans are notorious for rumors. The members of parliament who have already won and lost and won election again and lost, depending on which WhatsApp group you're looking at. And the governors who have done the same, the presidential candidates again who've won and lost and won and lost. Yeah, so especially in this era of social media, IBC has to manage the communication of this very, very well to protect Kenyans from themselves. In terms of rumors, innuendos, and building unnecessary anxiety in the population. So we hope that this will be communicated better. Not just tomorrow. Kenyans are not asleep. They're reading these figures.
They are.
So we hope that as the night wears on, this will be better communicated. But thank you so much, Yvonne, for having us, and for the media stations. Of course, we are in the street, so we understand exactly what's going on, and the process that the media stations are having in terms of extracting that information from IBC is like doing a surgery. It's a very slow and painful process.
Right.
Yeah, but the numbers that you see there are true numbers that have been downloaded from the IBC.
Absolutely. Thank you. Angela?
I think echoing what Prof has said, the efficiency from IBC is obviously commendable on one side. On the other side, on the flip side, I think they could have done better. And I think we need to be honest about it. But I think for me in closing is the hope that we understand that this must not be a zero-sum game, that indeed there will eventually be a winner. It is a contest, it is not war. And when the winner is announced, we should accept that winner, whoever that winner is. But we are going to, and we are currently in a situation of turmoil in terms of our economy. And so whoever takes the mantle, in my opinion, should actually work very hard to build bridges. But my fear is that, I think my fear is good and bad. The fear is bad in the sense that we will have a very strong opposition, whoever that opposition will be. But if the opposition then decides that they want to cripple the winning team, then we could end up in December with a crippled economy. Because they can decide that we want to show you that you made a wrong choice. And so even though they should have the building of bridges and the horse trading, it depends on who is going to lead that opposition. If the opposition, as we have seen in developed democracies, decides to take a hard stance, then we will be buying unga, Yvonne, at 300 shillings. So my hope then is that come tomorrow, whoever is announced as winner starts reaching out to whoever is going to be our opposition leader, who's also going to be very powerful, by the way. And they start thinking about us first, as opposed to taking stances that will leave the country crippled.
So, electioneering and campaigns are done in poetry, but governance must happen in the very, very plain words, unvarnished, less colorful, that is prose. So the colorful language, the vitriol, the divisive rhetoric, the abuses must end tonight. The person who will be sworn in, the person who will win this election, must bring the country back together. We have listened to very insanitary rhetoric from both sides, name calling and all of that. That must end, because the hard work of stitching this country and basically meeting the economic challenges that we face today. We have a debt overhang, we have a revenue crisis, we have an out of control cost of living, We have an education system that is migrating to CBC with not enough classes, not enough teachers.
Yeah.
So the person who is going to occupy this hallowed house must know that they have to roll up their sleeves and work. And that part of that work is bringing the country together. Part of that work is crafting a progressive legislative agenda that moves the country forward. Yeah. So this is not going to be holding hands and singing kumbaya.
Yeah.
There will be no honeymoon for the next president, because Kenyans are basically expecting them to get to work. We don't want a situation where the inflationary situation persists, the joblessness persists, and citizens start getting uneasy. So whether it is William Ruto or Raila Odinga, we will congratulate whoever wins, but we'll remind them that the country needs leadership.
Absolutely. Lady, gentlemen, thank you. Professor Alfred Omenya, Angela Ambitho, and you forgot to tell us that you have full professorship now, so my apologies for referring to you otherwise. Congratulations, Professor Alex Awiti.
Thank you.
We are bowing.
Yes, we are. We most certainly are. Thank you, and welcome again. So hopefully we will have a bit more clarity tomorrow.
Yeah, correct.
And then we can start to see, where things go.
Exactly.
And more importantly, even with the other races, because that's also going to be key to see what happens in terms of the legislative agenda, in terms of the leadership at the county level. Yeah. And I think all of us are waiting to see what happens with CDF when we get into the 13th Parliament. Yes. What do they do with it? Do they create new legislation? I think that'll be interesting to see. And I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, but there's also, the SRC and a number of things that they did with the allowances of members of National Assembly. Let's see if they will go in predictable fashion with respect to that. And of course, a number of other issues. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that. It's now about 1 a.m. on the 10th of August, 2022. I want to send it to Jamila now to tell us where the numbers are today.
Yvonne, thank you. Thank you to Professor Witi. We need to tell our viewers that Prof is our provost, vice provost at the Aga Khan University. Both Yvonne and I are students.
Well, there's some news there as well, Jamila, but I will update you on that.
Oh, really? Mwalimu wetu?
There's a lot of news.
Okay, thank
There's a lot of news that Professor Alex hasn't shared. But yes, we'll get into it.
I can't wait. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you to your panel. Watazamaji tunasema asante sana kwa kuwa nasi. Kama alivyosema Yvonne, ni mwendo wa saa 7 zimesalia dakika 2, tarehe 10 mwezi wa 8 mwaka 2022. Na mtazamaji, kama tulivyokuwa tunakuarifu ni kwamba tunaendelea kupokea hizi form 34A haswa katika mitandao ya tume ya IEBC. 84% zimepokewa kufikia sasa, na sisi hapa tunajumlisha kura katika kituo chetu, na kama unavyoona taswira ya mambo utaona katika runinga yako. Usisahau kwamba hizi sizo matokeo ambazo ni rasmi. Matokeo rasmi yanatangazwa na tume ya IEBC, haswa mwenyekiti wa Fula Chebukati kutoka kituo cha kitaifa cha kujumlisha kura katika ukumbi wa Bomas. Kama unavyoona ni vituo 2529 kwa sasa kati ya 46229 ambazo tumeweza kujumlisha kura zake, na matokeo ni kama unavyoona katika runinga. Sisi tunaondoka, tunawapisha wenzetu. Victoria Rubadiri ashawasili tayari hapa kuendelea na taarifa hii. Asante sana mtazamaji, endelea kutazama taarifa zetu hizi za Kenya's Choice 2022. Yvonne?
All right, yeah, thanks. Good night or good morning. We will be back here, I think, later on in the morning for some more coverage. So Victoria Rubadiri is up next. I believe Sam Gituku will be joining her, and Wahiga Mora, who's from Bomas of Kenya, and he'll be right here. So they will be with you in just a short while. Like we said, we won't stop until the last vote is in, until the final declaration is made. Good night and good morning. Bye-bye.
right, and welcome. Good morning to those of you who are still up with us. This is our continuing coverage, Kenya's Choice 2022. I'm Victoria Rubadiri. I'm not alone, though. I have our very own Sam Gituku near the numbers wall. We're calling it the magic wall, with all the numbers streaming in from various polling stations. It's been an extremely busy day. We also have Mudiora Kariara, who is a former presidential running mate. He's been keeping tabs on Dagoretti North constituency throughout the day and will give us a sense of what's been happening there voting-wise. But of course, we are at a different stage now. Counting, tallying, and transmission of results. We've been seeing the presidential race results provisional coming through already. IEBC's website showing that 84.76% of the Forms 34A already registering into the system. So of course, we'll be keeping tabs on that throughout the evening. Our reporters across the country burning the midnight oil, of course, keeping tabs on the other races. Kenyans voted for other seats: MCA, MP, Senator, Governor, and of course, woman representative, including the presidential. What you see on your screens right now are the provisional results coming in from the IEBC. But before we start our conversation, Sam, you're the numbers guy. What can you tell us so far?
Well, great. Very interesting numbers that you're mentioning there from the IEBC website. Of course, this is information that every Kenyan can access from forms.ibc.or.ke, and it will show you the number of Form 34As that have so far been received. At the moment, it's 39,348. Of course, you're talking about a total of 46,229 polling stations, but you recall that there are certain polling stations in Eldas that are yet to take part in this election, whether it's presidential or any other election, and that should be being conducted today, because today is Wednesday, the 10th of August 2022. So from 6 a.m., Eldas constituency should be going to vote for the seat of the president, governor, senator, woman representative, MCA, and also the constituency member of National Assembly. But if you have to scroll through, you'll find that very many counties that have reported. Nairobi City leads with a reporting at 93.37%. Uasin Gishu follows. Actually, Uasin Gishu might be higher. It's at 95.21% in terms of reporting, 915 polling stations out of 961. But what matters now is about the numbers that you're seeing. And so far, based on your screen, but also what is here, you'll find that Raila Odinga is leading with a slight margin of 569,502 votes out of those that have been tallied so far, which is 1,158,785. William Ruto has 569,000, which is just slightly lower than Raila's, a difference of about 300 or so. So that is 49.14%, so 0.02% difference. And it keeps changing. You can see that it's updating as it goes. Then when you look at this map, it's partly blue, the other parts are yellow. That means that the blue parts is where Raila Odinga so far is leading. The yellow parts are the areas where you'll find that UDA's William Ruto is ahead according to the tally so far. So some of these counties, this is Mandera, where Raila Odinga appears to be leading. Let's just take a look at how many votes have been cast. Of course, the registered voters in Mandera County are 217,000. The votes that have been cast so far, or those that have been tallied, is 5,125. And the polling stations that have submitted their forms, based on our count as Citizen TV or Royal Media Services, are 29 out of 553 polling stations. Let's cross over to the nearby county, which is Wajir. Wajir, this is where Eldas constituency is based. Raila Odinga has 4,009, which is 56.06% of the votes that have been tallied, and William Ruto has 42.42%. So the polling stations that have so far reported are 77 out of 609. If you're to look at a county like Nairobi, which is pretty interesting, we have 2.4 million registered voters, but the polling stations are so many, 3,643, and those that have submitted is 191, and that gives Raila Odinga 55.69%. The absolute number of the votes so far tallied at 35,000 against William Ruto's 25,000. So the total votes cast so far, 62,000 against the total of 2.412. You might be wondering what is happening in Kiambu County. So this is the county that has the second highest level of registered voters, 1.275. Those that have been tallied so far, 26,293. And this is a turnout of 2.06%. And of course, very many polling stations, 72 have submitted out of 2,000 7,113. So that's how it's looking, and you can keep moving to different parts of the country, including Turkana, where you'll find 7,000 or 68.41% of the votes for Raila Odinga versus William Ruto's 30.31. I just want to take a look at a county, for instance, Kirinyaga County, where Martha Karua comes from, the running mate of Raila Odinga. You will see out of 376,000 registered voters that have been cast, 12,767, and it gives a lead to William Ruto, who is scoring 80.10% against Raila Odinga's 13.4%. If you have to look at a nearby county of Nyeri, you'll find that, again, William Ruto has 81.7% of the votes that have been tallied so far. Raila Odinga follows with 16.9%. So this may start to inform you the sort of trends that we are looking at in as far as that region is concerned. Embu, in the upper eastern part of the country, you're talking about William Ruto with 82.34% of the vote. Raila Odinga 16.16% of the vote. But the polling stations that have so far submitted, 41 out of 747. And Vicky, you can go on and on and on and on to understand some of these patterns, and we'll be looking at them later on to understand the patterns and compare them to the previous elections that have been conducted in this country. But now, Wahiga Mora is somewhere. Over to you, Wahiga.
Over to Wahiga Maura, who is in the tallying center. So the numbers that are being crunched in that room are then being projected on the magic wall. And of course, Sam Gituku is so succinctly taking us through that. He has a way with that wall. But let's cross over to Ben Kirui, giving us an update from Narok County.
Nam, tunazidi kukita kambi katika kaunti ya Narok, kaunti nambari 033, ambapo sasa shughuli nzima ya kuanza kujumuisha kura imeanza. Ni shughuli ambayo inaendelea katika vituo vya kupigia kura 179 wadi 6, lakini hadi sasa matokeo ya wadi moja yashafika, na ni ya kutoka magereza ya Narok, nayo ni ama ni matokeo ya urais kutoka Narok prisons, ambazo zinaonyesha kwamba kinara ama mgombea urais wa tiketi ya chama cha Azimio One Kenya Alliance Raila Odinga ana kura 21, huku kiongozi ama mgombea urais kupitia tiketi ya UDA William Ruto yuko na kura 11. Pia vile vile matokeo kutoka Olor Buingaikop Primary School zikionyesha pia kwamba Raila Odinga ana kura 13, huku William Ruto akiwa na kura 4. George Wajakoya ambaye ni mgombea urais kupitia tiketi ya chama cha Roots Party yuko na 0, na vile vile David Mwaure yuko na 0. Bado tunazo takriban vituo vya kupigia kura 177 hadi sasa, na tungeweza tu kusikia moja kwa moja kutoka kwa msimamizi wa eneo bunge la Narok Kaskazini aliweza kutueleza ni yapi yanaendelea na ni vipi ama ni wakati gani tutaweza kupokea matokeo hayo kwa mfululizo. Naam, Bwana Julius, naomba utueleze tu shughuli nzima ya upigaji kura imekuwaje siku ya leo, na tunatarajia kwamba tutapokea matokeo haya wakati gani kwa mfululizo?
Okay. Now so far so good. All the stations have closed and have received for the prison. That was the first one to come. It had 76 voters, and then currently I've received from 2 wards, one from Oloropel ward, and so far I've received another one from Lukumai, that is in Olokurto. So, as you know, Narok North is very vast. It has 6 county assembly wards with 190 polling stations, and recently, yesterday, one of the centers had to send the tractor that was on standby, and it managed to take the material at the right time. So it's raining on the side of Mau, but so far so good. We didn't have a lot of incidents in the day, and all the polling processes went on smoothly. Okay, except the 2 issues with the KIEMS that were minor. I was able to address them in time. So the election went all very smoothly. I didn't encounter any much problem because we were ready for it. as earlier trend. So if there's any issue, you can still raise and then we tackle it.
Vituo vya kupigia kura viliweza kufungwa saa 11 hadi sasa ni saa 6 na zile tu matokeo ambazo tumeweza kupokea ni kutoka kwa vile vituo vya kupigia kura ambavyo vina idadi ya chini ya wapiga kura. Je, tutaweza kupokea matokeo haya kwa mfululizo labda kuanzia saa ngapi?
Okay, in the next 1 hour or 30 minutes, I'm sure all the results will be here because I'm able to access them from the back end. You can see the chief agents and most of the candidates are here. They are eagerly waiting for those results. So from the back end, I'm able to access. I can see for the presidential, it's almost 70% have transmitted their image to the national returning officer. Yeah, so I'm sure in the next 1 hour, it will now flow continuously, without any hitches.
Labda swali la mwisho kabla sija kuruhusu urejee kwenye kiti chako uendelee na shughuli nzima. Awali tuliweza kusikia labda visa vya uongaji wa wapiga kura, kwa mfano kituo cha kupigia kura cha Masikonde. Kulikuwa na visa kama hivyo kwamba kunao wale ambao walijaribu kuweza kuonga wapiga kura. Sijui kama ripoti yako kuhusiana na hilo ni gani?
Okay, mostly during the day, I left the tallying center at around 6:30 to assess whether everything is okay in the field. I managed to traverse the whole of Narok Town ward because that is where the several streams, especially Masikonde, has 12 streams. Yeah, I went there. It was rumors because I went there with the security team, the surveillance team, and what I realized, the people who had voted, because it was an holiday, they had nowhere to go, so they were just handling around. So when the officers went there, they were all chased, and there was no much incident that was reported. Yeah, those were just rumors. Yeah, I realized it was just a rumor because I visited almost 90% of the polling stations within Narok Town, and went as far as Kisiriri in Oloropil and those sides of Siabei in Melili. Yes.
Na kila laheri, najua imekuwa siku ndefu na pia uko na usiku mrefu, na kutakia kila laheri, tazidi kuwa pamoja. Naam, ni hayo umeweza kusikia kutoka kwa msimamizi wa IEBC ambaye anasimamia eneo bunge hili la Narok Kaskazini, na ameweza tu kusema kwamba ni shughuli ambayo imeanza kwa kasi ya chini, lakini kwa risali moja ambayo inakuja tutaweza kupata matokeo hayo kwa mfululizo. Ni shughuli ambayo inaendelea katika kila eneo bunge la kaunti hii ya Narok. Kumbuka kwamba tunazo maeneo bunge 6: Kilgoris, Emurua Dikir, Narok North, Narok West, Narok East na vile Narok South, na ni shughuli ambayo inaendelea. Kila eneo bunge lina kituo cha kujumuisha kura kutoka wadi zote za eneo bunge husika, na pia vile baada ya hapa wataweza basi shughuli nzima itapelekwa katika kituo cha kujumuisha kura za county. Narejesha kwako studio, tazidi kupiga kambi, tutaweza kuwajuza yatakayojiri na kadri yatakavyojiri. Kwako studio.
Fantastic. Ben Kirui there coming to us from Narok County, giving us a sense of the vote counting there, tallying, of course, for the seats of MP and MCA. They will be tallying and declaring the announcement, or rather declaring the results from the constituency tallying center. So as those come through, maybe through the night, we'll be getting that to you. But for now, let's cross over to our tallying center, another place where we're crunching the numbers. Wahiga Mwaura standing by with his guest. Wahiga?
Well, Vicky and Sam, good to see you on this morning shift. And if history is anything to go by, then in elections, some of the more interesting things could happen in hours like this. And I want to thank our viewers also who are burning the proverbial midnight lamp to keep it tuned here on Citizen TV as we bring election results to them straight to their houses and, of course, on their devices as well. And we're here in our tallying center where our well-trained teams continue to process those Form 34As. It is a grueling task. I've been observing some of them for the last 20 minutes or so as they get the forms, download them off the IEBC portal and manually key them into our systems, because an interesting thing happened this time around. The IEBC deciding not to go public with the tally of the presidential results, but just to update the public and give an update on how many Form 34As have been uploaded in their system, and we'll keep showing you some of those statistics even as we continue. But what that does now is that for observers, for civil society, and for media organizations like ourselves, we now need teams like this and a tallying center like this for them to manually download each one of those 46,229 Form 34As, key each of the votes of the presidential candidates into the system, and display some of the numbers that we are now showing you on our TV screen and also on this interactive screen, which is linked to the Citizen digital app, which, by the way, I hope you've downloaded, because we have these results here as well. Let me give you a quick glance into what we have right now in terms of the latest results. Provisional results, bearing in mind the IBC are the ones that will release the final results, and what we are showing you here is provisional. These are the forms that were captured on the KIMS kit and sent from the constituency and the polling stations to the National Tallying Center and then uploaded onto the public portal as well. But we also have our teams working on that. But what we have so far right now is this, in terms of how it's been broken down. Raila Odinga, 49.52% of the results that we have so far. Provisional results, 604,286 votes, while William Ruto, 48.83%, 595,865. And these numbers keep changing. And I'm sure when we come back here a bit later on, they'll have changed quite a bit. In the prisons, Raila Odinga, 312 votes, 66.10% of the votes, closely followed by William Ruto, 153, 32.41% votes. In Narok, it's William Ruto in the lead there, 54.11%. That's 11,563 votes. Raila Odinga, 9,673. And if you log on to the app, the election 2022 section, you can get more of these statistics. Look at what's happening in Baringo, in Kitui, in Laikipia. We've broken it down for you like never before, and you can follow this even if you decide that you're not going to be near your TV screen. You can follow it on your phone as well, and we'll keep updating this for you real time throughout the course of this morning and into the better part of the day as well, until a winner is declared at the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center, where the Presidential Returning Officer Wafula Chebukati sits. But we also want to get some context into what makes this particular election different from what we saw in 2017, both the first election and the repeat election as well. And joining me for this is my guest, John Walubengo. He's an ICT lecturer. He's also a trustee at Kictanet. John, thanks for joining us at this, let me not call it an ungodly hour. In an election, all hours are fair play. And we're going to keep rolling with this until we get a winner and a result from the IBC. But thanks for finding time for us here today. And I want to immediately begin by referring to an article that you penned. This should have been sometime, let me see, I actually had this open just here a couple of minutes ago. It's actually disappeared as, oh, there we go. There we go. August 2nd, 2022, you asked a question, will IBC stream presidential results at Bomas? You had seen this already. Let's talk a bit about that and what you had expected to see, and is that what you're seeing right now at the Bomas of Kenya?
Yes, thanks for the invite. What is happening at Bomas of Kenya is precisely what I expected to see, in terms of them not actually giving us the running tallies the way they did in the previous two elections, 2013 and 2017. And the reason they had actually told whoever was listening that they wouldn't do this is because the Supreme Court in 2017 really gave them a hard time in terms of asking them what exactly are those text results vis-a-vis the Form 34As, because the law doesn't have provision for the text results. It only recognizes the Form 34A images, and more specifically the fact that the results on those images at the polling station is the final result. If that is the case, then the question becomes, what is the results in Bomas? Because Bomas is not a constituency.
And that's a question that was asked in the Supreme Court, and IBC lawyers, I know, were under pressure to respond to that.
They struggled with that, and so I believe to avoid a repeat of the same, they decided to just say, okay, we're not going to deal with text results. We'll upload the images and perhaps bring partners like the media to do the breakdown and the tellings, pretty much like what you're doing here now.
Okay. So and let me first talk to a frustration that some of the guests in a previous panel before we came on air were talking about. And they were wondering, why is the IBC chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, being so guarded with information, bearing in mind if the decision at the constituency level is final, surely by now, and if I can just go to the portal, and I don't know if I need to, let me actually refresh it as we speak. But right now what we're seeing is in terms of reported forms 34A, 84% of them have already been uploaded onto the IBC portal. That's a whopping 38,836.
Yeah.
And one gets the sense that the IBC could have a pretty good idea of the state of the race at the moment, and those guests, and we had Angela Mbitho from Infotrack, Professor Omenya, and Alex Awiti, were of the opinion that surely he has something to speak to, but the last press briefing he did not.
Yes, I have the advantage or the privilege of also serving as an observer with Tiktanet, Tech Observer, and I had a chance to visit the polling stations, check the software that is running, and I was a bit surprised that a critical part that was there in 2017 is not there. This is the results, the text results transmission. This is like previously in 2017, before you send the image, you actually key in the presidential results per candidate in numeric terms. So that's what we call the text results. And that is what used to go to bombers, sort of sometimes before the forms arrive, because the forms tend to be heavy and sometimes the network is not good enough to send both the text and the form at the same time. But this year, they don't have the text option. They only have the forms option. So what this means for the commissioners at Bomas is that they're having to do what you're doing here. They're getting the forms and trying to extract the information.
So they have a tallying center.
Yes.
And depending on the capacity of their tallying center, it will determine how long Kenyans will have to wait.
Exactly.
For that final declaration.
Yeah. As opposed to in 2017 and before, if at the polling station the presiding officer had typed in the numerics, those numerics will tally automatically.
Wasn't that the problem, though, in 2017? That some of those results that were typed in did not tally with the Form 34s that were finally brought to the National Tallying Center?
Yes and no.
Or was it prone to manipulation? What's your take?
The issue in 2017 with those text results was more legal than errors. Why do I say so? Because the software had sort of preliminary checks before the presiding officer hits submit. As soon as they type in, for example, the presidential candidate tallies, the four of them, the software could be able to sort of filter out errors. It could add and say, okay, the totals for each candidate cannot, for example, exceed 700, which is the limit per polling station. Or the totals cannot exceed spoiled votes. So the numerics of the text was really not the problem in 2017. The problem in 2017 was the legal definition of what exactly is a text result. And it is not provided for in law. So in order to avoid the lacuna in law, you simply don't send the text result.
And which is what IBC have done.
And that's what they've done.
One of the questions that you raised in that article that was uploaded actually just a couple of days ago, I made it sound like it was a long time ago, was you were worried that Kenyans would not be able, that under this new system and this format that IBC is relaying their data on, Kenyans would not be able to know which polling stations have not yet transmitted results. But I believe the portal now does kind of offer an idea of that, so I hope your fear has been allayed on that one. Because I've seen people, drilling into the system and confirming so and so voted here, and I did as well.
I also drilled in, and you go to the portal, you can see the Form 34A, and you can see it's coming from a particular polling station. But you're doing that with a very should I say, narrow perspective, because you're only looking at 1 out of 46,000, polling stations.
That's correct.
So at that point in time, if I ask you which one has not transmitted, it becomes a difficult question to answer, because now you'll have to have capacity to know which are the 46,000 polling stations minus the ones that have been submitted in order to deduce who has not submitted. And that requires some time. Previously, that will be also automated the same way the text results are automated. So there's a level of opaqueness within the transparency in terms of you have so many forms that you're not able to filter down to the critical issues of which polling station has not transmitted and why.
What's the alternative? What was happening in 2017 so that you did not have this fear or this concern?
The text results would come with the details of
You're taking us back to that.
Exactly. So my submission is that whereas the text results have a challenge legally, they actually served a transparency purpose that is now
that you feel is now lacking.
Exactly.
Now, because the Constitution mandates the IEBC to carry out an election with 6 factors in mind as per Article 86, and transparency is one of them, but secure and accountable are 2 other very important components of an election. From an ICT perspective, with an election like this that's very heavily reliant on technology, what does a secure and accountable and transparent election look like?
Again, I'm sorry to go back to 2017. I know it was nullified, but the nullification created IBC. It gave a chilling effect to IBC that they seem to walk away from technology. But technology is critical because it enhances transparency. We've seen today the issues of manual registers. That's another issue right there, because if you don't identify voters with their biometrics and you create an opportunity for them to be identified purely on a national ID, what does that mean? It means that when polls close, somebody can see out of 700 people, 500 showed up, so there's a balance of 200 who didn't show up. And if there's an opportunity to identify them manually, because I don't need fingers, why not? So technology comes in to sort of close those gaps. And that example is on identification. The other example is on results transmission. And if we are able to identify immediately which polling stations have not sent, it's now going to 2 a.m. Why haven't they sent? I mean, to count 700 votes will take you an hour. So,
well, I mean, we know that there were about 1,111 polling stations that did not have 3G, 4G access, so maybe the PO is now trying to find the nearest
no, they had satellites. And IBC confirmed that they had gazetted those polling stations that don't have 3G, 4G, and they had budgeted for, satellite internet. So technically, everybody should have transmitted the forms as we speak now.
So you are concerned that everyone has not, and this is another maybe 10,000 or so. My last question to you, I know you have observer duties at Bomas. I was going to say tomorrow, it's actually today. So I'm going to ask you a question that's been coming up on voter apathy, especially related to young people. And one of our guests earlier today said it's time for Kenya to explore mobile voting or e-voting. Again, from a tech perspective, how feasible, how realistic is a proposal like that?
The youths are in a different space. They're on TikTok, they're in Facebook. They're not where we traditionally, the old folks are. So the way to get them onto the, voting habit is to get them where they are. And so if you could simplify voting so that we vote on our mobile phones, you probably will get more of them participating. And we always talk about we trust Safaricom with our money. Why can't we create a similar app for voting? It is technically possible, but it requires sort of a higher level of security than what we have at the moment. But the technology is there. I know Chebukati keeps talking about something called blockchain. Yeah, there's a blockchain technology that is able to fit into the constitutional requirement of transparency, security, and others that you will find in our current election mode as you move into the technical mode. So it's something that perhaps in 2027 we should adopt.
That soon? Okay, you're very optimistic, John Walubengo, but I guess that's the space you're in, where change could happen very quickly. Thank you very much for your time and for your thoughts. All the best at the Bomas of Kenya. I'm actually sure we'll be meeting there later on today, which actually sounds quite interesting to say. John Walubengo there is an ICT lecturer and a trustee at Kicternet, and ICT and tech is what he writes about quite a bit, and he had very interesting thoughts on this election, some of which we've actually seen come true, even as we observe the election today. This is the Tallying Center here at the Rural Media Services, where a lot of work is happening right behind me, and I'll be coming back later on here, or you'll be coming back to me later on here to get updates on what's happening right here. But for now, I know Sam Gituku has more numbers to crunch, what he does best. Sam, over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Wahiga Moore. And of course, like you said, we'll get back to the Tallying Center to see what's going on. I was just looking at the screen, and you see that so far there are about 1.3 million votes so far tallied. And of course, the tally is showing that Raila Odinga has 49.86% of those votes, while William Ruto has 48.62%. Of course, George Wajakoya follows with 0.49%, and Wahiga Maure has 0.19%. Of course, if you had to look at 1.3 million votes so far counted, then remember that by 4 p.m., is it yesterday or today? I think it was yesterday, Vicky.
Yesterday, yes.
It's yesterday. Today's
4 p.m.
on
yesterday. It's a new day today.
Yes, so 4 p.m. On the day of election, the turnout had been reported about 12 million. So 1.3 million would be about 10 or so % of the votes that have been tallied here at Rural Media Services. And of course, we continue this assignment until to the very end. But now let's cross over to Nyamira County, where Crispin Otieno has been standing by. Chris, sorry for the long day and now long night, but what are you seeing from your tallying center there?
Well, Sam, indeed, it's a very long night. We are in Kisii, and we are coming to you live from Kisii School. This is the tallying center for Nyaribari Chache constituency. And as you can see, nothing much is happening because these are officers and agents who are still waiting for results across 183 polling centers spread across Nyaribari Chache. And I just want to now join the returning officer for Nyaribari Chache, Mark Manko, just to tell us so far how far we can see nothing much is happening. It's a bit sluggish. What could be happening?
I think we've made quite some progress. Presidential results, we have in the system. I'm noticing POs have already transmitted. 158 stations have already transmitted successfully. We have verified 3. I can see a PO has just arrived, so we are waiting. Of course, the presidential results are transmitted, and after the count, and we are still expecting the POs to be arriving after they complete the other races. But so far, so good. We only have 22 stations that have not transmitted presidential, and we are hoping. We have not gotten any information to any hitch, so we are hoping for the best.
And can you briefly speak to us in terms of turnout? How was it like since the polling stations were open in the morning up until 5 p.m.? How was it like in Nyaribari Church?
Well, I would not be very, I can't give you very accurate figures until we are done, but the indicative figures that we had a turnout of slightly above 57%, but that will be confirmed once we are done with tallying.
And then we are also aware that there were 2 polling stations within Kisii main prisons. Have they, brought their results, and have you done the tabulation?
Yeah, we've already received results for the Kisii main prison and Kisii women prison. and the POs there have already transmitted, and the same have already been verified. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you too.
All right. Well, Sam, that's the situation here at Nyaribari Chache main tallying center, which is at Kisii School. And remember, Kisii County has a total of 9 constituency, and the total number of registered voters who are expected to cast their ballot today stands at 637,010. And tomorrow it's still going to be a very busy day, not just for the IEBC officials, but even for us as journalists, because we'll be traversing the entire Kisii County just to get to understand what is happening across Kisii County. Remember, this is just one of the 9 constituencies, so it's still going to be a long day tomorrow, as we'll be trying to unravel or rather get to know who claimed which particular seat, and just to know so far in terms of turnout, how was it like in Kisii County. So for now, that's where we shall leave it, and tomorrow we'll still get back should we have more development with regards to the general election. So.
All right, thank you so much, Crispin. It's very hard to keep up with you. The last time I spoke to you before I left, you were in Nyamira, now you're in Kisii. But then again, you're talking about tomorrow. We already hit tomorrow. But not the same. It is fine. Of course, Crispin Otieno coming to us live from Kisii County, and we'll be getting back to the magic wall to look at how the numbers are looking for Kisii County specifically, and compare that to previous voting patterns, but also what the opinion polls have been telling us, just to see whether there's any correlation between history, research, or the surveys versus the reality that is now dawning on different leaders as well as the voters. Vicky?
Thanks, Sam. And you know, in Crispin's defense, today really is an extension of yesterday. You can call it Voting Day 2.0. And we know that a few polling stations are still going to go to the ballot today due to hitches that were experienced yesterday, August 9th, voting day. But let me introduce my guest really quickly. We have Mudhora Carriera, who's joining us, youth activist, party leader, as well as former presidential running mate. How are you?
I'm good, Victoria. I'm actually elated that D-Day came.
Yeah.
And Kenya is still a going concern. People are hopeful that the peace we've seen so far is going to continue to prevail. And gladly, the results that people thought would take too long to arrive are more than just trickling in. At the presidential level, they actually are flooding the space. It's just that maybe the decoding of the forms is what will take us longer. But Kenyans are glad, I'm sure, and happy that there is so much information that's already at the tallying center.
No, absolutely. Those numbers coming in really quickly, and by numbers I mean the Forms 34A. So far, 86.07% of them have come through to the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center, at least for the presidential race. And if you want to have an eye of those numbers yourself, you can head over to the IEBC website where all the counties are accounted for. You have the percentage of the forms that have come in by county, by constituency, by polling station. It gets that granular. And you can also download that form for yourself and do the tabulation if you want to keep yourself busy through these night hours. But, you know, let's come to the issue of voter turnout. A bit shocking when you think about by 4 p.m., the IEBC reported slightly over 12 million registered voters had turned up. This was out of the 22.1 million registered voters in this election cycle. That's 10 million registered voters by 4 p.m. who didn't turn up.
Yeah.
That's huge. I mean, what do you make of that?
The telltale signs were there. You remember IEBC conducted the enhanced mass voter registration exercise twice, and each time they missed the target. There's a point when they were talking about registering 8 million voters, but then that number was missed by a lot.
Right.
So that was the first sign. And then look at the huge number of aspirants who gave themselves for this election. That was another sign yet that we need a change. But then looking at how they were processed and how many of them were locked out of the eventual race, Of course, there was going to be backlash in the sense that people would not be so enthusiastic. So you look at the promises that have been made to the people by leaders when they came to get their vote,
right,
and you realize that it has been lies after lies. And in 2013, when very rosy manifestos were launched, there is a generation that was watching. People who were promised laptops or their brothers and sisters, and they did not see those laptops as had been promised. And then they've grown up, they've obtained IDs, they've become voters, and they're seeing the same people who made those promises. So I would say there's a sense of loss of belief that elections can actually have an impact in the lives of ordinary Kenyans.
I mean, so broken promises is creating or breeding this disillusioned electorate. And, you know, I'm just pulling up on that magic wall, what 2013 looked like in terms of the voter turnout, and that was 85.69%. You know, Sam, when you look at 2013 compared to now, the turnout way better than what we're dealing with, over 12 million votes cast at that time. You know, when you look at that comparison, Sam, just take us through those numbers really quickly, and I want to get Mudhiora's reaction.
Okay, all right. Remember that in 2013, the voter register had about 14.3 million registered voters. It was a very competitive election and the very first one since the passage of the new constitution. So the votes that were cast were 12.3 million. The turnout was 85%. So 12.3 million would appear to be almost the same figure as the turnout that was reported by IEBC yesterday as of 4 p.m. Of course, there are several areas that had not concluded voting. There are several counties and several polling stations that still had very long queues for them to take part in that election. So that may go up slightly, but it may not hit the voter turnout of 77.6% that was in 2017. So if you compare those 2 years, 2013, voter turnout of 85.69%, it went down by almost that should be about 9 percentage points, or maybe 8 percentage points to settle at 77.64%. But then again, in that election, if you had to look at some regions, for instance, Nairobi, the voter turnout was at 72.6%. The registered voters are 2.25. Of course, right now, the voter register has got more names at 2.41. If you had to look at Kiambu that time, the registered voters are 1.18 million in Kiambu. The turnout was 83.7%. So the question is, what percentage of voter turnout will it be this time round in Kiambu? Of course, 1.275 million are the registered voters. If you had to compare that with the turnout so far, it's 2.29%. Of course, very few polling stations that have so far been tallied. Actually, 4,626 out of the total of the country, which is about, is it 1% or is it 10%? It looks like 10% of the polling stations have so far been tallied. And specifically with Kiambu, we'll be looking at that as it is. Vicky.
You know, I wonder, Mudhiora, when you look at those numbers just in comparison, the last two election cycles, 2013, roughly 85%, 2017, 77%. I mean, there's been this gradual decline in terms of voter turnout. So you could say, well, there's a pattern there. And that's why we're seeing it. But what informs it? Because I remember listening to the earlier panel with Yvonne Okwara, where one of the panelists said, look, when you look at the rally turnout, that doesn't always necessarily translate to votes, you know, and so what is informing this civic disengagement, if you will, where on the campaign trail, the numbers speak, but not at the ballot?
Well, we could actually take it a bit behind to 2002, when after the 2002 general election, Kenya was voted as the most optimistic country in the world. Back then, you remember, on our wish list, we had items such as constitutional amendments. We had the hope that our government would shift from the central government into a form of governance that is closer to the people. So I would term these as we've had a gradual decline in the aspirations of the people as to how much value they can derive from governance. Back then, they believed that their engagement could change their lives. But then, as some of the things they aspired to got delivered and their lives did not change significantly, they have sort of disengaged. And I believe Kenyans feel like we need a radical shift in the way that we approach things, and not necessarily that when we elect leaders, they are going to do that which will move us forward. So we are reaching a stage of plateauing in terms of our aspirations as to what we can derive out of our leadership structure. You look at the region we live in, talk about a country such as Malawi, talk about Zambia. You look at their new voter registration numbers and you realize that their numbers have been rising when Kenya's numbers have been declining. Why is that so? It's because in those countries, they've not arrived where we already have arrived. They still believe that if we amend our constitution, if we change the leadership we have, then perhaps we will eradicate poverty, will be a better place to tackle disease and all these other things that plague them. But then we've had a chance at fixing those things, and the leadership that we voted in did not make it happen for Kenyans. So it's that point where, for human beings, we say we've reached a sense of self-actualization, but now in a governance sense, but realizing that our change or shift is not going to come from voting in new leaders. Maybe there's another way, which could be reforming our education, just a suggestion, or other things, maybe socially, but politically, we are reaching a plateau.
Interesting. You know, I wonder what role the trust factor plays in the electoral process, and just playing with the idea that most Kenyan voters have that, look, most of our elections are predetermined. They kind of, approach the ballot that way. How does a body like the IEBC that is tasked with delivering a free, fair, and credible election boost that trust in the voter ahead of elections, or even in that 5-year period in between the election cycles? How do they do that?
I think by being honest, for a very long time we've ran the narrative that IEBC is an independent body. It's not, but they're not ready to admit it. For their budget and operations, they rely on other arms of government, and we've seen twisting in the process. We've seen them receive funds much later. We've seen their budgets get slashed. So the first conversation they need to engage with should be with Kenyans, and that's with regard to how this whole thing was set up and that it's not actually working. We have advanced in the fact that Kenya has finally gotten to a point where we have operationalized the judiciary fund. And there is that kind of a setup where IEBC is supposed to get a fund such as that, so it does not rely on Parliament to pass its budget. So what IEBC needs is, after this election, which we hope will not be bungled further because there has been a bit of that, they will now engage the people. They will be bold and basically admit that it hasn't worked. Maybe we need to reform the way that the body is set up. Now, of course, that will rely on the kind of parliamentarians we are going to vote in, because ultimately it's going to be Parliament that makes whatever legal changes that need to happen. You talked about trust, and yes, we have a huge trust deficit amongst Kenyans and for the institutions that run things here. And it's been because since independence, promises were made and we had opportunities to do better, but then people chose to sacrifice common good for self-aggrandizement. That will not be cured through a magical pill. It's going to take time, but I believe focus should not be more on individuals. Our constitution has given us a chance to build strong institutions, but then the way it's been set up, you realize that for most of the institutions, ultimately it's the president that okays the appointments that matter. So after this election, it's good we had begun a conversation about amending the constitution. Perhaps we should follow the guidelines that were set, that if those who are pushing BBI would go about it following the right procedure, then it would be okay. It's time to revisit that conversation. And then we can cure these institutions so they serve the purpose for which they were set up.
Okay, fantastic. We'll come back to this conversation, but let's cross over now to Wahiga Mwaura. Speaking to some of the diaspora voters, we know 12 countries voted for the presidential seat yesterday, and we want to get some of their reactions. Wahiga.
All right, Vicky, and before I get to that, however, let me update our viewers once again on the latest numbers that we have. Remember, we have our own tallying center here, and these are some of the results that we have at this time. This is what we know, and we'll be displaying the latest ones there shortly. Raila Odinga, 687,025, I believe, or so votes. William Ruto, 672,642, changing by the minute and refreshing quite a bit. But you get the picture there. And of course, the results there for George Ojakoya and David Wahiga as well. We'll keep displaying these results for you as soon as we get them. Remember that our teams here are processing those Form 34As in our tallying center. I showed you the team. They've been working since morning. It's now a couple of minutes after 2 in the morning, since yesterday morning, if I may just add. And it's going to be another long morning into the day for them as they endeavor to keep you updated on those latest results, because this time round, the IBC tossed the challenge over to media houses. You collate and tally those results. We will collect those Form 34As on our portal, verify them, and that's when the IBC will give that final result that you have been waiting for. But we'll be giving you a picture through the release of our provisional results throughout this morning, into the day, into the evening as well, as that team continues to work tirelessly on that particular role. But let's see what's happening now in the States and in the United Kingdom. Remember, the diaspora, this time around, more Kenyans in the diaspora given a chance to vote. Bearing in mind, I believe in 2017, you could vote in about 8 countries. This time, it's 12. And so we're going to be speaking with Professor David Monda. He's in the United States, in New York, I believe, is where he is at the moment. And I know he had a chance to vote today, so we'll be speaking with him. We'll also be speaking to a team in the United Kingdom, Lucas Kamau, the chair of the Kenya Community Council, a lawyer, Esther Tiras, and Tyrus Jenga, who's a businessman as well, and Janet Wainaina, who's also in the United Kingdom. But Prof. Monda, let me start with you. First of all, what time is it where you are and how are you? All right, I can't hear you. I think you need to unmute, and then we can take that over again.
I just did.
Please proceed.
I just did. Can you hear? Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I'm actually in Nairobi, Kenya, right here with you. I flew in from New York, and the reason I did that is quintessentially because I did not want to be disenfranchised. If I stayed in New York, I could only vote for president. But I wanted to vote for my governor, I wanted to vote for my senator, for my MP, for my women's rep, and also for my MCA. So I think this is a fundamental problem that diasporans have. And this is part of the reason, among others, on visiting family and coming to the great country of Kenya, that I really wanted to be right here on the ground. In terms of my voting experience, I voted here in Ngong, and it was a very smooth process. I went to the IEBC portal, punched in my name, it dropped out verified that I was on the register, and it showed what voting stream I was in. So when I went to the voting center, it was, very easy to go to the exact polling booth. The ballots were handed to me, all color-coded. Mm-hmm. I just had to check off. So it took me about 2 minutes to get the whole process done. But I think for the diasporans, it's an ongoing challenge in terms of not everybody has the opportunity to come back home. And more importantly, Wahiga, we have to remember about 40% of the Kenyans in the United States are undocumented. So there's also other challenges of Kenyans not necessarily wanting to come out in the open and access IEBC officials because they might be afraid they might get deported or get into other legal challenges. So I just think the more IEBC engages with diasporans, the more people are able to be encouraged to come out, the more voting centers we have, and the more we use the access of technology to broaden the enfranchisement of the diaspora. I think that will make a huge difference in terms of raising the numbers of Kenyans that are able to vote from the diaspora.
Prof, first of all, I must applaud your commitment to come to Kenya to vote. And I don't know whether in 2017 you voted in the States or you voted here as well. But what are you hearing from Kenyans back in the States? I know they had limited options in terms of where they could go to vote. Obviously, they could only vote for the presidential, in the presidential race. And what are they telling you?
Yes. So the voter turnout for the registration was not that great. So obviously, we have about, in the United States, close to 200,000 Kenyans. I believe we had, a fairly low turnout in terms of people actually coming to register to vote. I believe the number was less than 2,000. And I think part of the challenge with that, Wahiga, is we could essentially have only 3 voting centers. This is the consulate offices in New York and in Los Angeles, and then obviously the embassy in DC. Now, if you consider that the United States is 17 times the size of Kenya, so if you're going to move, for example, from New York to say Los Angeles, it's like going from Nairobi to Morocco or from Mombasa to Lagos in terms of the distance. It's a huge distance. So when the IEBC came for just 2 weeks to register people, it's very difficult to tell someone to move from Texas, which would be the equivalent of moving from Kinshasa, to come all the way to Mombasa to register. And then you have to again come back to vote, right? So, and when you consider people have children, people have work engagements, as I'd mentioned before, there's people who have paper issues and I just have challenges about coming out, that anxiety. I think it's really something we need to think closely about.
Prof, I'm going to engage another Kenyan in the diaspora shortly, but tell me, roughly how many Kenyans do you think now live in the States?
This is a good question. We don't know. Officially, there's numbers as high as 500,000 and others as low as 100,000. And we did a mapping program with the Kenyan embassy and the government some years ago about trying to figure out exactly how many Kenyans are in the state. And the numbers which we gave them, just haven't been worked on to this point. And unless you really know how many Kenyans are in the United States, it's difficult to create the infrastructure to reach these people. So I'm hoping that going forward, we're able to actually identify where these Kenyans are and how we can reach them. But I have to emphasize in conclusion that we have the technology that is foolproof and cannot be tampered with, not only to register voters, but to ensure safe voting for all diasporans. Countries like Estonia do this, countries like India do this, and it's a very safe space.
Okay.
And the number of diasporas is not that large, right? So it's not like you're dealing with 50 million Kenyans. You're really dealing with a fairly small number of people that you can regulate efficiently with technology. So I think that's something we really need to think about investing in, because we need to expand the number of Kenyans that we bring on board to vote.
Well, Prof, you've raised some very interesting points there. I hope the IEBC is listening. I know the diaspora conversation has been a big one. Hang on the line. I'll come back to you a bit later on, and hopefully my colleagues Vicky and Sam can throw in a couple of questions as well, should they have them. But let's now cross over and come closer home. By closer home, I mean instead of a 14-hour flight, we're talking about 8 hours. Let's go over to the United Kingdom, where we have a couple of Kenyans there who also got a chance to vote today. Lucas Kamau, the chair of the Kenya Community Council, Esther Teras, us, a lawyer, Tyrus Jenga, a businessman, and Janet Wainaina as well. And we should be having them up on the screen in just a bit. I hope they can hear me as well. And I know that there was quite some excitement in the UK. I saw the Kenyan Commissioner to the United Kingdom giving instructions on the same. And I don't know who I'll start with. Lucas, maybe I start with you. What was your voting experience like today? Lucas, if you can hear me, or Janet? Okay, I think you need to unmute your microphone. Just unmute and have a go at that question again.
We have unmuted. Can you hear us now?
Now we can hear you loud and clear. Greetings from Kenya.
Fantastic. Yes. Fantastic. Yes, today we had a brilliant day down here in London. We had our first time of voting here in the United Kingdom. We are excited here. As you can hear the background noise, we are still counting the votes, and people are listening to, are watching what is happening down in Kenya, and we are all excited about this election today, being our first election to happen in the United Kingdom.
I know you're not IBC officials, but at this hour, you're still counting the votes. How crowded was the polling station or polling center that you voted at?
Well, we've left the polling station, but we are off the polling station at the moment. But by the time we left the first polling station, we had counted the votes, and it's looking good here in the UK.
It's looking good. Okay, walk us through there's been a concern here about voter turnout. First of all, voter registration there. What was it like? I've just spoken to a gentleman who spends most of his time in the States, and he was a bit disappointed with how Kenyans turned up and also the amount of time IBC spent in the States registering voters. Did you share the same concerns?
I do share the same concerns, and I echo his concerns, because in the United Kingdom, when we first started registrations, we were only allowed to use the passport in the first instant. But after the court ruling, then we went on to the IDs, where we only had 2 days to register with our IDs. So it was slow in the beginning, but in the end, then we pushed that numbers up. That's why UK managed to push the numbers up to 723.
Or 723. Let's talk about also what happened today, the KEEMS kit. What was the experience of the voters there with that device here? Well, the IBC says it's only 200 out of the 46,000 KEEMS kits that had challenges. Any challenges reported on that end?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Esa. So yes, we did have a lot of challenges with the KEEMS kit. Actually, when I was in the queue, there was a lady in front of me who took almost 15 minutes for her fingerprints to be able to register on the KEEMS kit. And at that point, I did ask, isn't there like a manual register which we can use or something? Because she clearly had registered on time, and her details were there. But the fact that the queue was kept on growing. And I'll tell you, I'll be very honest with you, people in the diaspora, when they plan they'll come for 1 hour, it has to be 1 hour. It's not 1 hour, 5 minutes, because we do have a lot of things. So you when you say you're going to be there for 1 hour, you have to, so you expect the queue to actually move in a very systematic manner. But when you're having a delay with the kids, and like there's just a hiccup here and there, it turns people off, which also it's quite reflective on the number of votes that have been cast today. It's not that the people are not there, it's only that the queue is too long, there's this and this issue. Somebody will go back home, or people will go back to work, because they had a limited time period that they had to be there. So yes, but we did have issues. I did see one who was in front of me, and I think in future, I do understand that the manual register is a really big issue because of the rigging. But I think let's find another system that is acceptable to all the parties involved in the election, and which is actually easier. I accept we are going into a new generation, a more IT sort of generation, but let's find something that can work best for everyone. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Wow. And because of your experience, how long then did you spend at your polling station? And on average, how long were people... Yeah, go ahead.
Luckily for me, I took 5 minutes or less.
5 minutes.
When I used my fingerprints, my name came up, and I voted before. It wasn't my first time to vote, so I knew exactly what to do. I didn't need to ask the questions of how long should the X or the tick be there, what should I do. So yeah, kind of took 5 minutes or less, to be honest.
Okay, wow. Before I allow my colleagues to jump in on, do you guys have the numbers, how many Kenyans live in the UK? Just for us to understand what the potential would be if a majority of them were registered. What kind of constituency would that offer in a future election?
Yes, we have got over 300,000 Kenyans living in the UK. But as I said earlier, the registration was slow because of ID and passport issues. So going forward, I believe 2027 we are going to make a difference in the elections coming.
Wow, very confident there. Vicky, I know you've been listening. Any thoughts to our Kenyans in the States and in the UK?
Certainly, though, I think the lady in red wanted to make mention of
Janet,
something.
go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to add something and to say, like, when diaspora was told they can vote, most people did not trust that it's going to happen. So it took us a lot of time to actually convince Kenyans to get out and go and register to vote. And when that happens and they agreed to register to vote, then we had a problem with most of them. Their national, their Kenyan passport was, expired, and they had to think about, we can't renew the passport within this time. So when they were told they can use the ID, so we had to use our media to make sure that we call out the numbers. That distrust was still there. Is the Kenyan system going to work? Is the Kenyan government going to have all my documents? Are they going to know everything about me? So there was a lot of distrust with the diaspora. But what we are looking at right now, after the process of what happened today, we've had a lot of good, as much as there was those hiccups, a lot of people had a really good feeling about today. Most people actually had a group from Reading, which took a bus to come and vote from 7 a.m. in the morning. Some people came 6 a.m. in the morning. So the excitement was there. And I think from today, what the diaspora is saying, that we can't wait for 2026, 2027. It means the diaspora is wanting to get engaged from today and tomorrow in the incoming government. They want to know, how can we make the next elections become the diaspora is the Tharaka-Nithi. We want to feel that the 4 million votes that are in the diaspora, or potential votes in the diaspora, can actually be registered and happen. So I think we've taken the challenge. We've had the small start, but I think the future is bright for the diaspora as a voter.
Indeed, the future is bright. Vicky?
Yeah, thanks, Wahiga. Just listening into some of what they were talking about, of course, Professor Monda talking about how difficult it is for IEBC to implement diaspora voting on a broader scale, especially for a country like the United States. But, just to hear from all of them in the US and the UK, being so far away from the action, so to speak, campaigns are going on here months to voting day. And oftentimes what takes you to the ballot is a message resonates with you. You hear something in a manifesto or a campaign speech. How do you politically engage being so far away, at least physically, from where you are? And that's without kind of giving indications as to who you voted for.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Some of our people have large travel from far. We've not been coming from Scotland, which is
Okay, the signal has dropped. Challenges of tech, but we hopefully we'll be able to get them back as well once they're back on for that. And we'll also be speaking to other Kenyans in the diaspora as well. Do we still have Prof. Monda on? Not yet. Okay, but Sam, I think, has results from the diaspora. How convenient, Sam?
All right. Yes, I got some results because, of course, you know that there has been some 12 countries that have been conducting these elections in the diaspora. Just quickly, some of them are in Africa, some of them in North America, some of them in Europe, including Germany and the UK, in Asia, that is UAE and Qatar. So let me just go straight to the results. We know that from the forms that we've seen in Germany, for instance, the embassy in Berlin, there are some 115 people that voted for Raila Odinga. 104 voted for William Ruto, 2 voted for Ajakoya, 3 voted for Maure. Then in Qatar, the embassy in Qatar, 135 voted for Raila, William Ruto got 169, 0 for Wajakoya, 0 for Mwaure. In Rwanda, there are some 2 polling stations. The first one, 170 votes for Raila Odinga, 82 for William Ruto, 3 for Wajakoya, and 0 for Mwaure. Then in the second polling station, 150 for Raila Odinga, 81 for William Ruto, 4 for Wajakoya, 4 for Mwaure. South Africa, Pretoria, there are some 2 polling stations. The first one, 161 for Raila, 54 for William Ruto, 0 for Wajakoya, 1 for Mwaure. The second polling station in Pretoria, 159 for Raila Odinga, 67 for Ruto, 2 for Wajakoya, 1 for Mwaure. In Tanzania, there is a polling station in Arusha. The first one, Raila Odinga got 91 votes, William Ruto 45, 1 for Wajakoya and 2 for Mwaure. And then in Dar es Salaam, 87 for Raila, 43 for Ruto, 0 for Wajakoya and 1 for Wahiga. And then in Uganda, Kampala, the first polling station has reported 148 votes for Raila Odinga, 73 for William Ruto, 1 for Wajakoya, 0 for Mwaure. And then in the UK, London, at the High Commission of Kenya, 190 votes for Raila Odinga, the first polling station, 95 for William Ruto, 3 for Wajakoya and 2 for Mwaure. Then the second polling station, still in London, 183 for Raila Odinga, 103 for William Ruto, 2 for Wajakoya and 3 for Mwaure. In the UAE, they are yet to upload their Form 34A. In South Sudan, there are some 2 polling stations. The first one, 250 votes for Raila Odinga, 140 for William Ruto, 0 for Wajakoya and 1 for Wahiga. Then South Sudan, the second polling station, 264 for Raila Odinga, 129 excuse me, for William Ruto, 0 for Wajakoya, 1 for Mwaure. Of course, I'm sure many are asking, what's the total? So for Raila Odinga, from those polling stations that have so far been tallied from how many countries? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, eight countries. Then you have Raila Odinga scoring 2,103. That is from the diaspora. For William Ruto, 1,185. Wajakoya, a total of 18, and Mwaure, a total of 19. I don't know what these results will be telling you, Vicky and Wahiga.
All right, Sam, very interesting. I'm surprised that there are some that still haven't come in. 700 votes surely shouldn't take that long to count. So,
well, some countries like the US, time difference, Canada, time difference, so maybe...
So which ones haven't come in yet?
The UAE has not...
So the UAE was the one I wondered, because we're not too far off.
Which is actually a few hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
But US, obviously...
US, I would understand. Yeah. Canada, maybe.
Still, maybe this is the time they're tallying, because a few hours behind, and of course, Canada.
Okay.
And actually, Canada has 3 polling stations. I think in Vancouver, there is
Toronto,
and the other one, Ottawa. Yes.
Okay.
Very, very interesting. Prof. Monda, initially I thought he was still in New York, so I'm having to keep reminding myself he's right here with us. Prof, talk to us a bit about. So there's been a drive to even change the law so that those in the diaspora are, feel fully included in the democratic process and transitions that Kenya is going through. Just briefly mention what's been happening in regards to that before we throw in another question.
Yeah, I think there's been a number of suggestions in terms of changing the law. I think one of the big ones is to have diasporas directly represented in the legislature, right, which would be our Kenyan parliament. So, for example, thinking about how we could, for example, have, based obviously on, a quota of population, right, the population size of each region, where there's obviously the largest number, say, in the United States and the UK, have, based on population, have diasporans have actual representatives in parliament to deal with their issues, like MPs deal with issues for their constituencies, right? Obviously based on population. So areas with larger populations might have more representatives elected by diasporans, to represent us in the parliament. All those seats could be nominated. I think there's also been suggestions around economic enfranchisement. And by this I mean, for example, for myself, right? If you have a pension fund and you're saving for retirement, think of the number of diasporans who, would be saving vast amounts of money and will be retiring in the next 5, 10, 15 to 20 years. If we could pool all these resources, these millions of dollars that are stuck in UK and US banks, and bring that money or loan that money to the government, at low interest rates, this could really enhance our national development rather than doing high interest rate loans from the IMF or from Chinese banks. So there's all these different suggestions, but I think a lot of these thoughts cannot really be concluded because diasporans feel very disenfranchised. If you allow people to vote, that's a huge step to them investing in the country because they know then their rights will be protected if they start up businesses, if they start up factories, or if they bring their children back home, right? And then I think lastly also in terms of using diaspora talent to advance our national ethos. So specifically, how can diasporans be state officers? There was the specific case of Mwende Mwinzi, our current ambassador to South Korea, and she had a lot of problems actually when she was nominated by the president to represent Kenya, right? Just because she had a dual nationality, which is allowed for within our constitution, right? There was a lot of resistance to her, acting as a state officer. And I think when these things kind of happen to diasporans, then diasporans who are actually born in Kenya, their children abroad actually feel left out. They feel like second-class citizens. So I think at the level of representation directly in Parliament, I think at the level of these pension funds that diasporans have abroad being brought back to Kenya to really accelerate economic development. But I think thirdly, at the level of reforming our civil service code and ensuring that parliamentarians know that Kenyans abroad didn't lose their citizenship just because they went abroad. How do we engage these enormous talents to advance Kenya? I think these are some of the reforms that are key, and I hope going forward would be acted upon to ensure that we maximize this incredible talent of diasporans all over the world.
Well, Prof, some of the reforms you're talking about might involve changing the supreme law, either through a parliamentary or popular initiative. So maybe that's more of a long-term discussion. But the way in which diaspora remittances have now, I think, beaten coffee, tea, and tourism, I imagine is one of the reasons why those in the diaspora are saying the Kenyan political elite must take us more seriously at a time like this. Vicky, I think you had a question?
Certainly, and it's interesting to hear Professor Monda's suggestions there in terms of increasing the agency of people who live in the diaspora and how they interact with the political goings-on here in Kenya. But Prof, to you, when you think about that engagement, you're away from the action, so to speak, on the campaign trail and making that connection. I believe we have lost him. Okay, this is just not meant to be.
Did you say lost? Did you say something we've lost?
We've lost Professor Monda.
I think you said something about lost something else, and then he got lost. And
I see what you're trying to do there.
That was the last word I heard.
It's too early in the morning for you guys.
on that one.
Oh, Pole Vicky.
We'll come back to him at some point, hopefully.
Yeah.
But Sam, do you have any new numbers? I just noticed on the IEBC site, we are seeing some movement. We are at 87.14% of the Forms 34A that have been registered so far.
Yes, quite a bit of progress, as you say. But unfortunately, remember that IEBC this time round is just uploading those forms. So it's even when they say that now 87% receive, it just works for us because we'll still access them. But that means more work for us. We just wish that IEBC was in a position to really process this for us. But let's just take a quick look at how the numbers are looking now. Look, it's just 0.1% to get to 50% for Raila Odinga. That is based on the results so far that have been tallied. Raila Odinga with 739,000 votes. That is 49.99%, but very close to William Ruto, who has 48.5%. So the difference of about 22,000, 739,000, 717,000, and it keeps changing. The votes that have so far been counted by our teams is 1.4 million, which could be around 10% of the total voter turnout, but we will be determining that in not so long. Then, of course, you'll see that the polling stations that have so far submitted is 4,722. Compare that against the total 46,229, again, a percentage of about 10 or 11%. I just want to quickly look at this map, Wahiga and Vicky, because you look at it, looks with a bit of, quite a lot of blue. Let's just count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You can actually miss Mombasa and Nairobi.
Tiny there, yeah.
That's 13. Then 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So 24 counties out of 47. So the balance is 23 going yellow. Let's process this a little bit, because if you have to look at, for instance, the Mount Kenya region, which is of interest because it has very many registered voters. Central Kenya, for instance, that is Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Nyeri, Nyandarua, and Kiambu. They have a total of 3.1 million registered voters. This is how it's looking like. William Ruto in Kirinyaga is polling 80.75% of the votes that have so far been counted. Raila Odinga follows with 13.36% of that vote. George Wajackoyah 0.56%, and of course More Wahiga with less than that. So these are 40 polling stations so far counted. Let's compare this to what happened in 2017 in Kirinyaga so that you see how those patterns are looking. So this was Uhuru Kenyatta. He had gotten 97.59% of the votes that were cast in that election, and Raila Odinga was polling 1.02%. That is Kirinyaga. In this election, he is polling so far at 13.36%. Let's focus on Kiambu, for instance, which is yellow. 23,000 for William Ruto. 74.79% is what William Ruto has scored so far. Raila Odinga is polling 23.82%. Remember, the opinion polls are showing that Raila Odinga would get 24% in Mount Kenya. It only appears true in Kiambu. The other regions, the other counties within the region are not showing as such. But in 2017, and this is where it gets interesting, Uhuru Kenyatta was scoring 92.27% of the vote that was cast in that election, and Raila had 7%. So 7% this time around, from what the tally is so far, is at almost 24%.
Sam, if I may interrupt you, one of our guests earlier here, Professor Omenya, raised the question of, well, some of the numbers that we saw in 2017 and 2013 put into question. Did we have an unbelievably high sort of voter turnout in certain areas that, looking at the results this time round, would cause some to question?
That's a good question. And actually, when you look at the voting patterns, let's just focus on it a little bit in 2017, because let's look at Kirinyaga. What was the voter turnout? It was 87.15%. You might wonder, what was the voter turnout in Nyeri? It was 86.82%. Now, note that number, 86.82%. In Murang'a, it was 86.88%. So is it a coincidence? 86.8%, 86.82%? I don't know. But also, look at what Raila Odinga was
just
getting.
Reading the numbers. Let the viewers
they will deduce what that means.
Conclusions they want to come.
Yeah, so Raila Odinga got 1.19% in Nyeri. In Murang'a, what did he get? Did I just lose Murang'a? There it is. He got, there you have it, 1.78. In Kirinyaga, he got exactly, is it 0.99? 1.02%. In Nyandarua, do you have Nyandarua here? I think Nyandarua moved. No, it's here. It should be 0.78% for Raila Odinga. But that turnout, this time round, I don't think it will be there.
My goodness.
But if you remember the cues, they're considerably wrong.
And I think some of the big talking points over the next couple of days will be some of the factors that led to that turnout then that may have been missing now. And that's been a big discussion in the build-up to this. And I guess those numbers are confirming that a lot has changed.
Sure.
For this particular election.
In the last 5 years, absolutely. You wanted to make a comment, Mudira?
Wahiga asked a question, and I would like to just respond. In terms of the numbers, if in 2013 we called that election free, fair, and credible, same to 2017, even this one with the numbers it's giving us, let's believe that it's going to be as free, fair, and credible as the other ones. After all,
you call the 2017 election that was annulled credible?
No, there was an election
disputed
after that one.
Okay.
The repeat election.
The repeat election is the one you're referring to.
And it gave us numbers. And those numbers gave us validly elected leaders in the name of president and deputy president.
Okay.
So even with the numbers we are getting now, it's going to be as free, fair, and as credible as the others we've had.
Let me ask you something. And when you were talking with Vicky earlier, you were talking to her about the youth apathy, the hope of 2002, a hope that then maybe was re-energized in 2013 with a new constitution. And you're right, that was a very exciting moment. And maybe a reality in 2017 that sort of really hit home in 2022, and thus has kept young people away from voter registration and maybe away from voting this time around for those who had registered. And the IBC still hasn't released full voter turnout numbers. So maybe they might surprise us tomorrow with that final number. So then why do you continue to pursue elective office if you feel that it hasn't created the change? Are there other ways to create change in this country as Muthiora Kariara, apart from pursuing elective office? Because those who've done so in the past have not brought about the change that young people are looking for.
We live in interesting times, Wahiga. For instance, you can see the optimism by the diaspora. They now are very excited about being included and the process being inclusive when young people in Kenya and a majority of Kenyans are feeling disenfranchised and they are disengaging from the process. So when you have this mixture of variables, then it says we have a chance to make whatever we have better, because ideas are going to mix and the best will of course come to the top. I said on the 6th of June, when I was barred from proceeding in this race, that I would not be offering myself for any elective office until we've achieved electoral justice in Kenya. And after that, we went to court. And of course, the provisions of the law that were used to bar certain aspirants from running have since been called out as unconstitutional, null and void. So with the improvements, the gradual change that continues to happen, I will continue to engage with the system, because when you do not engage, when you do not turn up, you've already lost. So by showing up, perhaps for this nation, we can win. They just mentioned how we had to amend the law to allow for Kenyans in the diaspora to be allowed to vote with their ID. You remember, most Kenyans start with an ID before they decide they are going to go into the diaspora, and then they acquire a passport. And then when they are abroad, of course, they do not need their national ID, because out there they use their passports. But then we couldn't just give it to them. They had to fight for it. So for things to get better, we all have to keep engaging.
Okay. I like your glass half full perspective. I wish it would spread everywhere. Vicky, Prof is back on. You had a question for him. I hope he will be on long enough.
3 times lucky. Let's try this once again. Prof, you know, like I mentioned, you being so far away, that proximity issue for diasporans to engage politically with what's happening on the campaign trail, manifestos are being put out. What resonates? How do you connect civically, politically, during the campaign season that then pushes you to actually vote for a particular candidate?
Well, I think a couple answers to that. I think the first one is, my generation is, grew up in the era when the political space was extremely constrained. And when, we had the Mulolongo style of voting, where the person with the shortest line ended up winning, if they were in the right party. So I appreciate the steps we've made in terms of democratic progress, in the last 25 to 30 years. But I think more importantly, I think for me, engaging at the distance, I think the internet's incredible. We get news. I sometimes talk to my relatives and inform them of news in Kenya, and they're in Kenya and I'm in New York, and I get to know stuff that's happening in Kenya even before they do. Right, so this incredible capacity of technology that's really made the world a lot smaller, I think is also really, really important. But I think thirdly, in terms of my perspective as a scholar practitioner, I teach political science, so I can't encourage my students to vote if I'm not actively engaging and voting and engaging in my civic responsibility. So I just think, having been born in Kenya, having, being so thankful to this country for, making me who I am, and for my family, my mom and my dad, encouraging me to be the best that I can be. I believe this is part of my process of giving back and encouraging future generations to also aspire, to their highest ambition.
Prof, thank you so much. I don't know if Sam had anything for you. I think he's too engrossed in the numbers. No number questions for him, I guess, Sam. Not at the moment.
Well, I don't have questions for numbers. I'm just wondering what time the US, the Kenyans based in the US were voting in the US. That would explain why we are yet to receive the forms.
So, Prof, we're yet to receive the form. How many form 34 were we expecting?
We're expecting from three. That is New York, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles.
So, Prof, we haven't received those form 34As yet from those three locations. Any guess of when we could?
So I'm not quite sure what's happening. I know the diaspora voting was essentially sequential to the particular time zone. So if you were in the US, you would actually start voting at the equivalent of the Kenyan time in the US. So it would be domiciled to where you were. So if it was 6 a.m. in Kenya until 5, you could do 6 a.m. in the US until 5 p.m. in the US. So I'm not quite sure what the delay is here, because it's not that many votes to count, and I would hope they would speed up the process. But looking at the glass half full rather than half empty, let's hope that it's part of this verification process to make sure that every vote gets counted. We should have those forms uploaded pretty soon. But I must add also that I'm really impressed with the transparency of this election cycle, that I can actually do what Citizen TV is doing right now just by uploading the 34A forms. It's really incredible, because this really opens up this transparency in terms of our elections. And I'm hoping that these returns from the US can come in soonest, because it's quite honestly not that many votes, and I'm not quite sure what's going on. The IEBC would probably speak better to that.
Okay, but I think that actually partly answers the question, because if you had to look at Washington, D.C. versus Nairobi, the time difference now is 7 hours. So 5 p.m. Washington, D.C., that is midnight. So it's now almost 3 a.m. So 3 hours later, assuming that the polling the polls closed at midnight. So maybe within the next hour we should get something.
And if it's on the other side, on the West Coast, it would be even...
They're 3 hours behind the East Coast.
Yes.
So maybe by 6 a.m. when you are done with our shift, we should be having some forms from that region.
Prof, thank you so much. And if we need further insights, we will definitely give you a call. And thank you for shedding light on that. And we'll be speaking to more Kenyans in the diaspora as well. We hope to get to speak with one in Canada, in South Africa as well, just to get a sense of what today was like for them and any challenges they may have experienced as well. But in addition, we'll be checking on our teams. We have the largest contingent of reporters across the country, and they are monitoring those constituency tallying centers and county tallying centers as well. And we'll continue to get updates from them and hopefully some declarations of final results, if we are lucky, in the course of this morning. We also continue to bring you some of the results as we get them. And Sam, what do you have on that screen there? What do we have in terms of the latest numbers?
Okay, now the total. Let's just get the total for the presidential election, and it's also on your screen. So far, 1.54 million votes have been counted by our teams here, and that shows that Raila Odinga has 768,112. William Ruto follows closely with 754,164. So that's 49.72% versus 48.81%. Remember, the threshold to become president is that you have to win at least more than half of the votes cast. That is 50% plus a single vote. So 50.00001%, you become president. But also you have to get at least 25% in 24 counties. And that is why looking at the color coding of this map is very important, but also will be interrogating it in as far as how many votes they have scored from each of these regions. Wahiga, I want to take you through, and Vicky, remember that during the pre-election days and weeks, there used to be pollsters reporting that there are certain counties that are battlegrounds. Let's just look at some of them. The first one of them was Lamu County, and let's see how it's polling so far. It's painted yellow for now, but this is the reason. William Ruto has 333 votes so far from 4 polling stations. That's 49.26% against Raila Odinga with 331, a difference of 2. So truly a battleground so far. If you have to look at the county of Mombasa, at some point, like 3 weeks before the election, it was also listed as a battleground. So far, Raila Odinga has 58.11%, then William Ruto has 39.28%. I don't think that qualifies to be a battleground because he's already above half. The other county that was a battleground was Marsabit. Let's see how it's looking now. Just cooperate. Fine. So William Ruto has 9,702. That is 54.70%. Raila Odinga has 44.59%. Is it a battleground? Well, close, but a bit of a difference because that's a difference of about 10 percentage points. The other county that was a battleground was Tana River. Look at it, how they are polling. 53.67% for Raila Odinga, 43.93% for William Ruto. But in 2017, this is how it looked. It was also close to a battleground because Raila Odinga got 51.42%, while Uhuru Kenyatta got 45.7%. But if you look at the weight of the vote, that is the totality of the vote, not the weight of a single vote, because it's the same anyway. So 141,000 are the registered voters in that county. Just want to look at another battleground. That would be Isiolo. Where is Isiolo? Isiolo should be here. And the percentages, look at that, 49.7%, 49.16% for Raila Odinga. That's a true battleground.
What did it look like?
Statistical dead heat, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, in 2017, let's see. Let's see how it looked. This is what it was, 49.19% for Uhuru Kenyatta, 34.81% for Raila Odinga, and Dida Mohammed got 14.55%. So still, you can see with no one scoring 50% and above, it is truly a battleground. But this now is very interesting, and it's very consistent with the pollsters that what they had been reporting.
I'm sure Muthiora Kariara is wondering why you aren't displaying some of his results. He was on the ballot. Then, have I spoken truth?
Wahiga, I must state that the numbers you're using are from the election that was declared invalid, null and void. If we were referring to the other one that held, then perhaps that would be representative. Because sometimes people say we scored very low numbers, and that's why they do not reflect.
How many votes did you have in the repeat election?
Well, in the repeat election...
You walked into that question.
Totally.
That I could state.
No, wait for the answer.
Okay.
That I could state. We had less than 30,000 in the repeat
first election?
The first election, we had 24,000.
So you gained?
Gained, yeah.
Yes.
We'll be checking on that. But Muthira, I'll tell you why actually the first election is more representative. Because it was national participation. And remember, the Supreme Court never expressed itself on the numbers, on the veracity of the numbers. They spoke to the process.
Yeah.
Well, I still insist, if it was declared that it was not valid, we should go with the election that was declared as valid, because it goes down on record that the election that was upheld in 2017 was the repeat election.
But those numbers, as organic as they were, cannot be trusted in your opinion because it was considered null and void.
Yes.
Okay, we're not trying to change history here. We're not trying to say that the president won in 2017 because he got this. We're just using this for statistical reference. And this is data from the IBC, published.
Yes, that's true. I agree. But then, as someone...
No, I understand your reservations.
The basis, yes.
Yeah, but it is what it is. So that's how it's looking at some of the battlegrounds. Wahiga.
Okay. Muthiora, so tell me, so what does a candidate do on a night like this? What's going through your mind? Are you able to sleep? Are you calling your agents every minute? Give us a sense. From a media end, we are tallying, we are in studio, we are doing links.
Well, now that you're talking about past figures, I will take you to the reality in every candidate's mind on D-Day, and that is when they are preparing for election, they all believe that they are going to win, even if polling has been done and it has showed that you have almost zero chance of winning. So today, every candidate woke up believing that a miracle will happen for those that perhaps have not worked hard enough, or for those who have, that they are going to win. So there is a lot of restlessness, because in a snap of a finger like that, your status could change and you could have a chance to actualize the promises and the plans you had for the people. Now, in Kenya, if I can face it head on, most people sleep poor, but after elections are called, their status changes in that previously they may not have been able to afford a meal in a 5-star hotel. But if they serve for a couple of months, they can afford to buy the hotel itself. So the stakes are really high in Kenya. So there are people who are in that surreal club or section where everything that's happening doesn't seem like it's happening. Yes, they are getting numbers, and some of these numbers are not in their favor, but they think there is something magical that's going to happen. Now, there is, of course, the people who have been around them, the people who convinced them that you're leading, you're going to do well.
They're fueling that dream.
Right.
Yes.
Even at this late hour.
Yes. And I'll tell you, Wahiga, these people never give up. They will even walk with you to the tallying center, even after they have seen what the numbers are, and still keep fueling the dream that you had. Now, unfortunately, a lot of candidates do not prepare that second speech of concession.
Yeah.
They do not even prepare their support system so that just in case I do not make it, I will need you to come through for me in this way. Maybe it's because of the training we have in Kenya, but I think going forward, we need to engage more with aspirants so that they embrace the reality that there are two outcomes in every battle, especially one that involves running for office.
Well, and in this case, just a follow-up to that, because of course there were 4 elective races that were suspended. In the case of that, where you anticipated, you campaigned, you spent money, resources, and then told, listen, we're not having it on August 9th as planned, this draws you back severally in terms of steps as a candidate. What's going through the mind of that particular candidate, for instance? And then, by law, we don't know whether they'll be allowed to campaign in that period up until August 23rd, when they said those races will be held.
It's catastrophic.
Yeah.
It actually happened to us in 2017 when the presidential election was nullified and we had to go back. Now, of course, the first thing that hits you is you did not have sufficient funds to run the first campaign, and then now you have a longer duration and you wonder, how are you going to manage? That's the first thing that hits you. And then in this case, it's just a select part of those who are running in this election that are staying out of it. So it's a totally new experience that there'll be people who will be celebrating, others will be mourning and moving on, but then we have you who is waiting for a date to be fixed for your election. So it's going to be marred by confusion. There's going to be lots of anxiety. And then picture this, there is the electorate that has already participated in the election. And they are the same people you'd be hoping will show up to vote for you when the dates are eventually fixed. So this is a new experience. now that it's happening on a bigger scale than it has happened before. It has happened in a couple of other elections, but then not to this scale.
Right.
And I think it's a chance to deepen our democracy, especially given that there are people who have said it would be a good idea for Kenya to stagger elections. Instead of having all 6 elections in one day, maybe if we had presidential elections and then these other elections on a different day, it would be good. So this will give us statistics about how to go forward with this matter.
Sam, I can see a very cheeky smirk on your face. Like, you want to jump in?
Vicky, I'm a nice person. So, Muthira, you told me that in the first election you scored 24,000 votes?
Yes.
And in the repeat election you scored 30.
Well,
that's not true. So let's just get the numbers. In the first election, that is August 2017, yourself, Japhat Kaluyu with Muthira Carriera, you scored 11,774 versus your claim of 24,000. In the repeat election, that is, you got 30,000, you went even lower, 8,261. In total for both elections. Why are you laughing? You got 20,035 votes. So really what you're saying is not correct.
We have a very strong fact-checking arm here.
Yes, we do.
And I just wanted to take you through because you questioned the figures of 2017.
Yeah.
And I'll give you the 2013 figures. For instance, for Isiolo County, this is 2017, 49.19 versus 34.81. In 2013, 55.41 versus 29.61. Not so far, 29.61 for Raila, like was in 2017. Same year, 13.28% for Dida, 2017. Pretty consistent, 14.55. And I'll later show you some of the figures about the other battlegrounds, including what had been listed as a battleground in Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, and Vihiga. Over to you, Vihiga.
I think Vicky should give you and Carriera space just to sit and have a real discussion there. But, you know, really enjoying some of the banter that we have here, even as we try and make sense of these numbers, both now in 2017, both elections, and in 2013 as well. Also, we're keeping tabs on what's happening in the ground. Our large contingent of reporters constantly updating us on what's happening in their polling stations, if there's still activity there, or in the constituency tallying centers as well. And at this moment, we want to hear from the returning officer, Wilfred Wainaina, in Igembe South at the Maua Girls Secondary School. So far, 140 Form 34As out of the 173 have been uploaded to the IBC portal, but we also know that only 2 have been processed and announced at the tallying center. Let's get an understanding of that by listening in as the returning officer, Wilfred Wainaina, gives us that update.
Yes, this is Maua Girls Secondary School, where the tallying center for Igembe South, the constituency that has over 77,000 voters, and today was their day. And now is the day of the returning officer in charge of this constituency to tally all the votes coming from this constituency and give out the results. And as it's happening down in front here, you can see the officers are busy going around and checking all that Form 34As that are arriving from all the tallying centers that are in this region. And I'm privileged to be joined by the returning officer from this constituency, in charge of this constituency, Bwana Wainaina. Welcome to Citizen TV, and maybe briefly you can inform us how has the process been so far by the closure of the voting process. How was the percentage of those who had arrived?
Thank you, Citizen. This is Igembe South Tallying Center at Maua Girls. The voter turnout at about 9 hours was 12.8. At about 13 hours, it was at 3.75. Finally, when they came to close at 5, it was at 67.34%. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe briefly you can give us a brief of how has, since the closure of voting and the start of the vote count, how has the process been from you are the polling officers at the station?
Thank you so very much. When our station closed at 5 p.m., they took like 15 to 20 minutes just to rearrange the rooms into counting rooms. So the counting has been going on. They've had to fill the forms, particularly for presidential, they had to transmit electronically. When I look at my back end here, I can see like 140 out of my 173 stations have already transmitted the presidential. Thank you.
Maybe briefly, after now, this the form that 4As have arrived here together with the other forms for the other contestants, the other positions. Maybe what next? What's going on at this station now? What maybe and when do we expect maybe to see the completion of the activities here?
Yes, there is a procedure how we count and tally the results. We start with the presidential. Then we go to the member of National Assembly, we go to the MCA, then we go to the Senate, women rep, and finally governor. So that is what is happening in the moment. We are already in the presidential tallying. Thank you.
Maybe from your own observation, because IBC is like it's a service given to the public. How do you see the election process has been since the start of yesterday morning, and now we are in a new day, in the middle of the night? How do you say the process has been, and how is the look of the people around here, the voters?
Yes, I think the electoral process has been largely peaceful. The process has been highly inclusive. In each and every step, we've walked the journey with the voters, with the candidates, with the agents. So as you can see, even in this tallying center, it is very peaceful. Even now, even as I'm announcing tallying of these results, we've urged our agents to share the results form with the chief agents and the candidates. So when we come to tallying, we are actually encouraging the candidates to have mini tallying centers in their sitting room. Even the citizens, we want to be very open. We want to walk this journey together. We don't want surprises. We want them to know what will be announced here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asante Sana. Thank you very much. That is the returning officer for Igembe South constituency. And remember, this is a constituency that has held contest for the parliamentary seat. Remembering that in 2017, it voted in the youngest member of parliament. And that say, maybe he was among maybe those who are on the low income. Remember, he was termed as a man who came to the parliament with a pullover. So the contest has been hot here, and this is the place to give the results, to give what the Mwananchi gave in their voting process. From Igembe South constituency, my name is Gregory Muredi.
Thank you so much, Gregory Muredi, giving us that particular update, and we'll be giving you more updates like that even as we continue. I was going to say the night is young, but should I say the morning still young, and we will continue to let you know what is happening there. That returning officer, Wilfred Wainana, was speaking on the voting process so far. Not voting, rather, counting, tallying. 140 Form 34As out of 173 had been uploaded to the IBC portal, but so far only 2 had been processed and announced at the tallying center, and he was seeking a response to that. This is at the Maua Girls Secondary School in Maua Town. This is in Igembe South constituency tallying center. And of course, we continue to show you some of the numbers that you need to be aware of this morning. And remember, we're getting the Form 34As. We're manually inputting them into our systems, and that's why it's taking some time. But this is what we have so far. Raila Odinga, 788,655. Actually, 88,814. The numbers have just changed, and they might change again when this comes up. William Ruto, following closely, 774,470 votes in for him as per those Form 34As that we've received. Remember, these are provisional results, the final results, the ones that will be used to declare the winner, the ones that will be used to fill that Form 34C. And then the Form 34D, which is then handed to the winner, will come from the IEBC, specifically the returning officer for the presidential race, Wafula Chebukati. George Wajakoya there, 7,716. David Moore, 3,071. So for Raila Odinga, we're at about 49.73%. William Ruto following quite closely, and those numbers have just, let me turn to that screen there that has been walking us through, 48.80 Ruto. So 49.74%, Raila Odinga, 48.80%, William Ruto, 0.48%, Wajakoya, and 0.19%, David Mwaure. And of course, one of the questions that Kenyans have been asking online is, what does the possibility of a runoff look like? And we'll be talking a bit about what that would look like, some of those IBC timelines that you need to be aware of at this time. We're not saying it will happen, it's still early days, but in terms of those constitutional timelines, Vicky, some of the things that could happen here, obviously declaration of results within 7 days. And once voting started, we entered that window. The filing of a petition to challenge the presidential election would then happen within a limit of 7 days from when the results are announced. The determination of that petition within 14 days. A fresh election, if nullification occurs, would be within 60 days.
Right.
But the timeline for a runoff is within 30 days of the previous election. So we are closely monitoring that numbers, because if none of the candidates achieve that 50% plus one and majority of votes in 24 out of the 47 counties, then this could be another historic election, one that I know many Kenyans hoped would end this week.
No, absolutely.
From some of the sentiments I'm hearing. Yes?
Absolutely, Wahiga, and we certainly wouldn't want another Maraga moment as we saw in 2017. That will take us back to the ballot, at least in terms of the presidential. But again, this remains to be seen as the numbers, and these are not absolute numbers just yet. They're all provisional. But, Mudhira, what do you kind of make of the results so far? Do you see that eventuality of a runoff? We saw some pollsters predicting that could be the case from how some of the polling numbers are coming in for Raila and Ruto in particular.
My extrapolation indicates that we are likely to have a one-round election in 2022. I would say, judging by how the numbers look, I've told you that I spent the last 2 days in Dagoretti North monitoring results, and before I came here, we were going through results from some of the polling stations, and the number of spoiled votes as compared to previous elections seems to have gone down significantly. In 2017, for example, all the other fringe candidates put together could not match spoiled votes. So if the number of spoiled votes not as much as they were in 2017, and then the numbers that we see Wajakoya and Mwaure continue to post remain as they are, this election is going to be called within the first round. We are going to have someone that will meet the threshold of 50% plus one. So let's hope they go through the forms faster than they promised they would, and in at most the next 24 hours, call it in. And I don't think there is a problem in declaring results at night. It has been done before, it worked. Our constitution says that it's the swearing in that should be done within certain timelines.
The IBC said they would not declare any,
Yes,
results.
But if there is a chance that they could declare it earlier, there's no need keeping people waiting.
Well, let's see. Constitutionally, they have 7 days to do that. So, and that'll be August 16th, if it comes to that.
And one gets the sense they could drag it out. They have learned lessons from 2017. Right. This is, in many ways, a different Chebukati. One of my guests earlier on talking about one who's willing to play safe and really be very cautious. Again, it's just reading into it and not anything that sort of have on record. Yeah. And even just looking at the last status update that he gave and the IBC gave earlier, I was going to say earlier today, yesterday.
Yes, right.
Yesterday. And, Kenyans are really expecting a sort of this very very serious pronouncements that gives the direction of in terms of what's happened. But in this simple two-page statement, the chairperson, appreciated Kenyans for turning up in large numbers to vote, talked about voting closing in a majority of polling stations except in Kakamega, Makueni, Isiolo, Nairobi, and Mombasa, where voting started late, and as a result, time lost was compensated, and that's the reason why our teams are still waiting for some of the Form 34As from some of those counties. But the results transmission then was also launched, and that was at about 10:30 p.m. And that's what you've been seeing on the screens, transmitted Form 34As. And right now, and I actually need to check where we are with that, the IBC public portal now has, we are at the 40,000 mark, 40,672 Form 34As of 46,229. We are at the 87.98% mark. And I like what one of our speakers earlier on said, that if you are a political party with the muscle to download those Form 34As and count them,
right,
you know you have 90% accuracy.
No, absolutely.
Of your results.
And that has
right
helped boost at least the transparency. An ordinary Kenyan could go to the portal and download those Forms 34A. So, you can literally see that journey your vote has traveled. If, of course, you know which polling station that you voted in yesterday. But do you feel that that has helped in terms of boosting that transparency? The trust factor we were talking about earlier, when you see this access the IEBC is giving, Mudiora?
Yes, it has to a great extent. In past elections, it was impossible. I would say you'd have to hide to take a picture of the form. You would need express, sometimes written authority, just to take a picture of the documents that are signed by agents in past elections. So this is part of what IEBC has done, right? In order to increase transparency, they have opened themselves up to scrutiny, and that's a good thing, because the way they operated before with the opaqueness, it only served to create the trust deficit we were talking about here earlier. And I hope that the forms, as Wahiga was saying, if the parties have the muscle to get their own operatives to work on the numbers, there would be a way for them to engage, because one team will come up with numbers, IBC will declare the results, and then we are going to have a duel where they should meet in court. Now, of course, when they meet in court, the numbers they'll be talking about for the period of 14 days, it may not be possible for us to go through form by form.
That's over 46,000 forms to go through.
Yes.
Let me cross over to Sam Gituku. Sam Gituku, do you have a step counting goal each day? I ask that because you keep going back and forth between them, and you probably have covered it by now to get fresh numbers for us.
I was reading something not so long ago, you may have seen it, that sitting down is almost the same as cigarette smoking.
As smoking, yes. I read that article as well.
Ooh, and I usually have to stand up 8 times a day. I've done 2 so far. I have 6 more times to stand up today.
But you have time. You'll catch up.
Plenty of hours.
Yes, so I'm just from the other side of... should I just call it the Tallying Center? Yes. I've seen there's some few more results that have come in from the diaspora, and that is from Burundi, 75 votes for Raila Odinga. This is the embassy in Bujumbura. Then 21 for William Ruto, 2 for Ajakoya, 3 for Maure. And then there are some results from Tanzania, the 3rd polling station in Dar es Salaam. Well, there are 3 in Tanzania, so 2 of them are in Dar es Salaam. So the second one in Dar es Salaam, 96 votes for Raila Odinga, 39 votes for William Ruto, 1 for Wajakoya, and 3 for Maure. Then from the UAE, the embassy in Abu Dhabi, 34 votes for Raila Odinga, 24 for William Ruto, 2 for Wajakoya, and 0 for Maure. So the totals, this is how they're looking from the diaspora vote. Remember, there's some 10,443 registered voters in the diaspora spread across some 12 countries. The total now is 2,103 votes for Raila Odinga, 1,269 votes for William Ruto, 20 for Wajakoya, 22 for Maure, the diaspora vote. That's how it's looking like. And of course, from the screen that here you will see out of the 46,229 polling stations, of course, Eldas constituency will not be reporting as of this morning because they go to polls in the next less than 3 hours because the polls open at 6 a.m. And so far, 5,408 polling stations have already been counted or tallied by our team here, but of course more have uploaded their forms to the IBC portal, and you'll see that it's at 49.69, keeps changing. That is for Raila Odinga and William Ruto, 48.84, and this is how the map is looking like. And I'm sure we will be coming back to look at some of the battlegrounds that were and how they are appearing, because you'll see that some counties like Bungoma is painted yellow. So be sure to look at that with Wahiga and Vicky here in studio.
Sam Gituku with an election with about 22.12 million registered voters.
Right.
With possible 70 to 80% voter turnout, that comes to hopefully what, 16, 17?
If you have a
70,
I'm
going to go direct and calculate.
If you have a 70% voter turnout, it comes to 15.47 million.
15.47.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So we are looking for for speculation's sake and discussion's sake, for the candidate maybe who gets to what, 7 million votes as the one
yes.
who may...
If the one who gets to 7.7
What does 50%
million
plus
first,
one look like for that 15 million?
Yeah.
Well, if you have a voter turnout of 15 million, as you're saying, then 7.5 would be your path to State House, and it's very tight. Look at those percentages: 49.69 versus 48.84.
Yeah,
it is pretty tight. So this we may have to wait until the final constituency brings in their votes. I don't know whether it will be clear to tell who is winning it before Eldas.
Yeah, I was going to say Eldas might be the one to really solidify whoever's victory it is.
But just before you go, look, this is Wajir County. They have a total of 207,000 registered voters. I'll be checking out how many Eldas has, but it's not a lot. So very big in size, but not very many votes, but still very crucial, especially in the calculation of 24 counties that you must have scored at least 25%. So if you get 25% of this, it should be about, this is about 42,000, and then you've already cleared that threshold, and then therefore you will need now the absolute numbers to be in a position to get to the level of 50% plus one. Wahiga.
All right. Well, I think we can take a short break now, catch a breather. Thanks for staying with us. Who would have thought that there'd be so much to talk about at 3:30 a.m. This only happens in election season. So let's take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Of course, you know you need to keep it here. We continue bringing you the results as and when we get them. And this time round, it's not the IBC. They're just giving us those Form 34As. We've got our tallying center here, and the teams are busy there updating the results. And we'll continue to stream them your way, both on TV and on our app as we continue. We'll be right back. we continue with our coverage of the 2022 general election. Kenya's Choice 2022 is what you need to be following closely, both on TV and on our digital platforms as well, on the Citizen digital app. And we're still here, still trying to crunch these numbers, trying to understand what's going on. And let's tell you what we have right now at the moment. Remember, these are provisional results. The final results will be released by the IEBC. But for now, our team's continuing to collate those Form 34As. And they're telling us that in terms of the presidential race, Raila Odinga in the lead, 50% rather of the total Form 34As counted, and the votes that came in with those forms are 870,405. William Samoei Ruto, 49.03% of the votes. That's at 862,086. We have George Wajakoya, 8,494. That's 0.48%. And David More, 3,427 votes. That's 0.19%. But, and those figures will keep changing. I'm sure you're following them on your screen as well as you follow us wherever you're watching us from. And by the way, thanks for staying with us. And for those of you who have chosen not to go to sleep until you get the signal to, thanks for keeping us company this morning. So we were talking a little bit about battlegrounds before we took that break. And Sam Gituku will be coming back on for that. But we're here with Victoria Rubadiri and, of course, Muthiora Kariara. Thanks for staying with us, sir, as well. And the latest Ipsos poll showed that 12 counties would present a battleground for the presidential candidates. These included Lamu, Nyamira, Wajir, Mombasa, Kitui, Samburu, Nakuru, Narok, Kiambu, Bungoma, Tana River, and Marsabit. Now, we want to get a sense with these provisional results whether that has been proven true, that the race was too close to call in some of these counties. So let's see what we have on the screen. So Vicky, Narok is here, and it's on the list as well. William Samoei Ruto in the lead with the forms count, the data in so far, 70,985 votes. Raila Odinga, 16,066. So William Ruto having surpassed that 50% mark. So, well, not too close, but still quite close, I think is one way to put it. And this was updated about 7 minutes ago or so. Okay, I think, did I see Kitui also on that list? Yes, there we go. So, yeah, not much of a battleground there, Vicky. 26,489, 70%. So far for Raila Odinga of the votes counted and transmitted via Form 34A, and 10,683 votes for William Ruto. That's 28.14%. Okay, very interesting. So we're looking for some of these other counties as well. Did I see Turkana? No, not yet. I'm looking for Tana River. I'm looking for Marsabit. I should probably head over to Sam Gituku's wall. So there, okay. We've got Tana River there. Raila Odinga, 5,415 votes. That's 52.76%. William Ruto, 4,575, 44.58%. Not quite a battleground, but, this could change with time. And again, these results were tabulated and sent in and updated about 10 minutes ago or so. I talked about Mombasa, so here we go. All right, pegged as a battleground, doesn't look like it yet. Raila Odinga leading 11,683 votes. That's 58.21%, almost 60% of the votes counted and transmitted in that form. While William Ruto, 7,901, 39.36%. And it's interesting, Vicky, to talk about Mombasa because the gubernatorial race there was postponed.
No, exactly. And there were some fears, at least among the electorate, as to whether all the other seats would be suspended as well, and the impact that would have on voter turnout. And we had to keep clarifying here on Citizen TV and all our other platforms that nope, it is just the one, the gubernatorial. All other seats, the other 5, they would be able to vote for. So interesting to kind of see how that played out numbers-wise.
And of course, the question was the psychology of a voter. And voters go to the polls for different reasons. And I had discussions with people who said, I don't care about these other 5 positions. I'm just going to give this one person, and if that race then is postponed, then I have no motivation to go to the polling station, queue, maybe be harassed a little bit, maybe not find your details in the Kim's kit. I mean, for me, it was pretty quick, but we've had all sorts of stories out there as well. And so that's something to think about. Okay, let's see. Kiambu. So, and here we have that pegged as a battleground according to that poll. It hasn't been, clearly. William Ruto leading 26,390 votes, 75%. My goodness. Wow. While Raila Odinga, 8,275, 23.53%. So unless things change substantially there, not really a battleground as had been pegged by in that poll. All right, let's see what else we have. I'm looking for Bungoma, Tana River, Bungoma. Here we go. And again, you know, these results not quite tallying with that poll. William Ruto, 35,127 votes so far. Results updated at 3:51 a.m. That's 63.31% of votes counted and transmitted via the Form 34A. Raila Odinga, 19,149, 34.51% of the votes. So again, not quite clear the correlation between polls and what actually happens on election day. And remember, again, the results we're talking about are provisional results, and we'll keep repeating that just to make it very, very clear. Samburu, let me take Samburu, then I'll cross over to Sam, who I think is also on standby with other results. Raila Odinga there, 54.99%. So again here, not quite a battleground. Raila in the lead, 8,955 votes, while William Ruto, 7,165, that's 44%. So not looking quite like a battleground. Let's see if we can find very quickly Kakamega, another gubernatorial race that was affected by that announcement by the IEBC the day before yesterday. It's probably at the top. Can we try and find it very quickly? If not, Sam will pull it up on the wall for us, and we'll see if we can get it. Okay, let's see. There we go. Okay, it's Kakamega. 47. So the first question would be, and we'll be able to check this a bit later on, total number of registered voters and how many actually turned up to vote. And then compare maybe with 2017 and 2013 and see if you can generate a trend. Was there a significant difference? But in terms of the numbers we have so far, 47,260 votes for Raila Odinga. If Kakamega was pegged, no, it was not billed as a battleground, and on this one the posters got it right in the sense that it hasn't played out like a battleground. Raila clearly leading 74.28%, William Ruto with 15,145 votes as of the provisional results so far, 23.80%. Sam Gituku, you've been missing in action. Anything interesting you came up with on your forays into the tallying center? Again, I think you've done another 10, 20 steps.
Oh, easily.
Easy, right?
Yeah.
Without a sweat. Well, I got some new results from the US. Finally, we have one polling station reporting. That is New York. The consulate in New York. Raila Odinga has 180 votes. William Ruto has 32. Wajakoya has 1 vote, Maure has 0. So that raises the total from the diaspora vote for Raila Odinga to 2,488. William Ruto, 1,301. Wajakoya, 21. Wehiga, 22.
That's from which polling station or center or which location?
This is New York.
New York.
Consulate.
And
yes.
we're waiting for what else?
No, we're waiting for Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, Canada, that is Vancouver, Ottawa, and Toronto.
Okay.
They're yet to report. As soon as they do, be sure to get those figures. There's something I found interesting that you're talking about, that is Kakamega. And maybe it may also be interesting. Vicky challenged me that I need to know the western part of the country. So let me try. Kakamega, of course, Wahiga has already spoken about it. It appears to be going blue. If you look at Vihiga, which was one that may turn out to be a statistical error in terms of the surveys that were done, majority of them actually. But the last InfoTrack survey showed that Vihiga had actually gone to Raila. And so far, of course, only 98 polling stations have been counted, which is just about close to 98 out of 627. Now, what percentage is that? Maybe it's about 20 or 15? No, actually 15, around 15% of that. So Raila Odinga has 60.56%, William Ruto has 37.01%. Now there's a county, help me look for Bungoma. It should be at the border.
Yeah.
I am doing well, Jogo.
Good first try.
Congratulations.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. So this is Bungoma. Remember, this is where Senator Moses Wetangula comes from. How is it polling? William Ruto is leading with 63%, almost 64%. Remember the promise of 70%?
Right.
Bring 70% of the vote, get 30% of government if they win the presidency. Raila Odinga has 33.92%. Let's compare this to 2017 and see how it has drastically changed. In 2017, Raila Odinga had the 60+ percent. It was 67%, 67.45. Uhuru Kenyatta had 29.95. In 2013, just look at it.
It gets worse.
In 2013, Raila Odinga had 52%. Musalia Mudavadi, 30%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 12%. Of course, Musalia Mudavadi was not a candidate in 2017. He was backing Raila Odinga, and that went up to 67%. Now, the tables have turned, and William Ruto appears to have taken that 63.9%. So,
we're seeing a strong attempt to wrestle Bungoma.
Exactly. Yeah. So still early, because
it's still early. That's why
if you look at that
attempt,
yeah, it's just 9% of turnout so far tallied. Now let's look at another county.
This is made there also in
that region, right?
As well, yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's first. I want us to look at Trans Nzoia. Now this is I got it. Vicky, what do you think?
I'm not so sure why you're so surprised that you're...
No, because you challenged me.
I did.
I'm glad that I'm getting
And you've gotten this in a matter of minutes, might I add. Okay, so well done.
This is Trans Nzoia. It's a battleground, correctly predicted by the service, if you're to use this as a basis. Right, Muthiora?
Yes.
Yeah, so William Ruto leading with 50.6% and Azimio's Raila Odinga 48.01%. Let's see how it was in 2017. This almost a battleground, because Raila Odinga was leading, yes, but with 53.78%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 44.24%. In 2013, when Musalia was also on the ballot, it was worse for all of them. It was a total battleground because Raila Odinga didn't even get to 50%, but he was ahead. Uhuru Kenyatta was at 37%, and Musalia Mudavadi was 12.38%. I wanted to look at another area. Which other one was it? Busia. We haven't spoken about Busia.
Just
Who knows where Busia is?
Yes, there you go.
Because Busia has Lake Victoria. Victoria, right? So
the water body, not me. But yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for clarifying.
Raila Odinga has 56,376, so 80.89%. William Ruto has 17% so far. If you had to compare to 2017, look at that. Not so off the trend, but pretty changing, because Uhuru Kenyatta had 12%, William Ruto now is posting 17%. So a difference of 5% that has gone to William Ruto and taken off from from Raila Odinga. For Kisumu County, Vicky, what do you think? Look at how it looks. 97.46% out of the votes tallied so far. William Ruto has 1.62%. In 2017, how did it look? This is such a stronghold. Look at that. He had 83.97%. I'm just wondering, because Uhuru Kenyatta had 1.68%, so where is the other percentage? We'll have to check that again to be sure that percentage is there.
Okay. At least the other candidates who were factored in. Yeah, so only the top three. Yeah.
So maybe they got a bit of the cake.
Yes. And maybe just before you move too far away from the western part of Kenya,
right?
You remember there has been this talk about the impact that Musalia Mudavadi has had in Kenya Kwanza.
Yep.
But clearly, looking at the figures, you see that William Ruto has eaten into what used to be Raila's vote basket.
Right.
So it's true, numbers do not lie. Clearly, there is value that Musalia Mudavadi has sort of added to William Ruto. Especially you look at the case for Bungoma.
Right.
Clearly it's been flipped in favor of William Ruto.
Though I'm not sure, because it's Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula. Bungoma is the backyard of Moses Wetangula. Let's look at the home county of Musalia Mudavadi, which is Vihiga. I'm looking for it. I think we touched on it, but here it is. So far, Raila Odinga still ahead with 60%. In 2017, how was it? When Musalia Mudavadi was with Raila Odinga, it was 88.7%. So that's a difference of about 28%, which is quite significant if you have to look at it like that. Yeah. We'll wait and see the total outcome. But also you will realize that Vihiga has fewer registered voters, which is at 310,000. Compare that to Bungoma, which has more at 646,000. So for William Ruto to get 60% of this, then that's significant.
Yeah.
But now the second level of analysis, Wahiga, is does the much that Ruto is eating, the cake from Raila, does it compensate with what Raila is eating into Central, the cake of William Ruto? Can you look at that?
And that would be primarily in Central,
and also Rift Valley.
You haven't paid too much attention to the Rift Valley to see if there's been any impact there. Go ahead.
Yes, let's start by looking at the Rift Valley. So this is Nakuru County. William Ruto, 70.54% so far. Raila Odinga has 28%. So let's see if he has eaten into that cake. Remember, Nakuru is a very big county, 1.05 million registered voters. In
very
2017,
cosmopolitan as
yes,
well.
Very cosmopolitan as well. In 2017, Raila had 14.6%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 84.2%. So 14.6% for Raila Odinga in 2017.
So he's doubled that now.
In 2022, it's exactly double.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's a much bigger county.
So 14% of 1 million, if you're to use that as the base figure, then it gives you such a huge chunk. And you need to compare that against a place like Vihiga County, where Raila has lost about 28% to William Ruto. Let's look at another county. You have something to say?
Well, I'm just imagining if whatever has happened in Nakuru, for instance, we go back to the campaign period when Raila was so well received in Uasin Gishu, if he's going to gain even a small percentage, if you could just pull that up, then maybe the dots you are connecting about what Raila is losing in what used to be his stronghold.
Let's look at it.
Yeah.
This is Uasin Gishu. So far, William Ruto is posting 88.37% of the votes tallied. Raila Odinga is posting 10.92%. In 2017, Raila Odinga had 21% in Uasin Gishu. Uhuru Kenyatta had 77. So you can see a bit of change.
Yes.
Raila has lost a bit of it with the results so far tallied. But remember, this is a very cosmopolitan area. I saw some results from areas of Langas where you find actually Raila Odinga was beating William Ruto, yet it is in Uasin Gishu, the home county of the deputy president. In 2013, Raila Odinga was at 21%.
He maintained
so
that,
didn't change in 2017. In 2022, appears to have lost half.
A good 11 percentage points there, yeah.
Yeah, so let's look for another county that is in Uasin Gishu.
Go to Marakwet or Nandi. Okay, let's look at Baringo.
Let's try Baringo before Elgeyo Marakwet. So Baringo, 78.19%. So remember that Gideon Moi, chairman of KANU, comes from this region. So William Ruto is posting 78. Raila Odinga is posting 21%. Compare that to 2017, he was at 14%. So does it mean that the 7% is a contribution of Gideon Moi and the KANU factor?
It could be.
It could be.
Yes.
So Uhuru Kenyatta had 84. Remember that in 2017, William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta, Gideon Moi were all in the same camp. This time round, they have lost Ruto, and there's a difference of about 6% for the winning candidate in that area. So for Elgeyo Marakwet, Vicky, how are you? The registered voters are 213,884, and so far, William Ruto is posting 96%. The last time we saw such a score was when Uhuru Kenyatta was scoring such in Central Kenya.
Yeah.
So 96%. Raila Odinga is at 2.66%. He hasn't eaten much into the cake of Elgeyo Marakwet, but in 2017, he was at 4.8%. So maybe having a candidate coming from that area may have contributed to reducing that by half. But is it sufficient based on the fact that in some parts of the country, for instance, let's look at Mombasa.
I was about to say one of the most visited areas this time round was the coast. So let's also give the coast a
coast.
glance.
So this is Mombasa. Remember, at some point it was a battleground because none of the candidates was hitting half of the votes. Of the popularity, that is 50%. Raila Odinga is leading with 58.09%. William Ruto has 39%. Look at this figure of almost 40%. Compare it to 2017, and you see that Uhuru Kenyatta had 28.73%. So that's a remarkable gain. Comparing, if you are to consider the fact that they have 641,000 registered voters. But the catch on this, Wahiga, is that the turnout in 2017 was actually 59%, one of the lowest across the country, and this is repeated in several parts of the coast. Can I look at one more?
And any reason for that? Interesting how that was suppressed in terms of the voter turnout in Mombasa then.
Yes. So we don't know how this time it's going to turn out.
Well, yeah.
Bearing in mind that also the governor's race
had been
there was no voting because of the challenges that existed. Let's look at...
And Sam, before you move on, there is this dynamic where people thought that Sonko's influence would count in the presidential race. Yet they say it would only have counted much in favor of the blue voting bloc if Sonko was a candidate. But now that he is not, they say that his impact would be less.
Right.
And clearly, judging by the numbers, even though they are not so very high so far, given what has been recorded so far, that seems to be holding.
Let's do a simple calculation. 39%. So this is 0.39 multiplied by 641,913. It gives you a total of 250,000. If everyone in Mombasa was to vote, that would be 250,000 votes.
Yeah.
Let's compare that to Kiambu, for instance. So William Ruto would get 250,000 in Mombasa. If you are to look at Kiambu and Raila gets 23.40, then that would be 0.234 times 1275. It will give you 298,000. So this is 250,000 votes at the coast versus 298,000 for Raila in Kiambu. So you can see who has the net benefit in that. So just one more county before we cross over to Wahiga. This is Tana River that you'll see. It was previously classified as a battleground. It appears that it's still a battleground. 51% versus 45.89, pretty tight. If you had to consider the number of polling stations that have been counted, 63 out of 367, this could be, what percentage is that? This is like a fifth, so that could be close to 20%. So Raila Odinga with that, and William Ruto having gotten 45%. In 2017, it was also close to 45.77%. So a bit consistent. So there's not so much of a shift that you will say that is William Ruto eating into the battlegrounds of Raila Odinga. And when you look at that margin, how does it compare to how much of eating Raila is doing in William Ruto's battlegrounds?
So what's interesting is it seems that battlegrounds will make the difference, but eating into another's strongholds is what will kind of determine this election.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Game of football, too offensive, you lose your defense. And so you have to find that perfect balance. And I think that's what's really important. The people of Mandera feel marginalized, Sam.
Okay.
You've even once in the last 3 hours mentioned their county.
I actually mentioned that before I took a break, I had mentioned Mandera.
Briefly mentioned, and then now I'll come over to this side.
Okay, so this is Mandera County with 217,000 registered voters. Of course, you remember that this northeastern region has about a total of 600,000 registered voters. This is how they are voting so far: 70.95%, almost 71% for Raila Odinga, and 27.9% or close to 28% for William Ruto. Compare that to 2017, and you see that Uhuru Kenyatta had 82.7%. So you don't know whether the influence that Uhuru Kenyatta had, because Raila Odinga had only 13%. Has he succeeded to transfer the influence? Has Uhuru Kenyatta transferred the influence to Raila Odinga because of how it's looking? So, we'll wait and see. But clearly you can see there's a pattern starting to form.
There's something interesting he's mentioned about the transferability of what Uhuru Kenyatta had to Raila Odinga. That's a conversation we've not had before, but it appears for the first time there is that much influence in Mandera for Uhuru on Azimio.
And was it the president or local leaders?
And I was going to talk about that, because as we get more numbers, we then will need to have a discussion about how local politics affected the popularity of one candidate over the other, negotiated democracy. And some candidates being asked to step down, and we know all the hullabaloo that caused. I think we'll need to dig into that a little bit. But let me also speak to someone who's joining us now, Dr. Hilary Gondi, all the way from Canada. At least I hope he's there right now. The last time I thought I was speaking to someone in the States, turns out they had just landed in Kenya. Doc, can you hear me?
Hi, Waiga. How are you?
Fine, thank you. First, tell us which city you are in Canada, and whether you got a chance to vote earlier today.
Yes, I'm in Toronto. That is Ontario. And we voted in Toronto today. Actually, we have just finished like 3 hours ago.
Sorry, and I missed the last part. You said you finished 3 hours ago, or?
Yes, it is now 9:21 p.m. and we closed the polling station at around 5:30. Then the counting another thing. So we leave the polling station at around 7.
Okay, so you left counting still ongoing, and hopefully later on the transmission of the Form 34A and the results will happen.
Right.
Okay, what was the whole experience like? Any complaints, any successes, so that I don't just look like I'm asking you a negative question?
No, it went on well, and it was so successful. It's only that I think there was a challenges, so many people did not come out well. But according to how it was conducted, the IBC, everything went on well, and we voted well. Actually, the result was amazing, and just a minute, I can share. No, I can tell you that
you have the Form 34. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Don't worry about it. We'll get it on our end. We have our own. Do I call him returning officer? We have our own here, and he'll get it for us. What I want to hear from you is, you mentioned, have we lost him? Dr. Gondi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm saying the turnout was not that 100%. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. What are some of those? You said there were some hiccups. What kind of hiccups were reported?
Hiccups because I think the time that people are voting, some of people didn't get a chance to vote because of criteria of job that they are doing. So that one did not allow everyone to come. But we were having around 80% turnout voters, which was good, and everyone voted. And actually, it was so fast. And we were there, and people voted well. Counts went on well, and people were happy, and it was like kind of enjoyment.
Kind of enjoyment. I like that. How many registered? Would you know how many registered voters there were in that polling station or in that location that you voted at? And also, then paint for us a picture of how many Kenyans you estimate also live in Canada.
Yeah, the polling station that I was voting in is called that is in Toronto. That is the main one. We were having in Canada. We have 3 polling stations: one in Toronto, one in Ottawa, the capital city, and the one is in Vancouver. Actually, the one is in Toronto is the major one, which having many people. We are around, just a minute, I'm going to give you the figure now. The exact figure, according to the polling station in Toronto, is it's supposed to be
Sometimes
can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. And I know that feeling when you had some data a couple of minutes ago, and just when you need it, you can't trace it. Any luck finding that number? And don't worry if you don't get it.
Yeah, but people voted well. Actually, it went on well.
Okay. And, do you feel, Dr. Gondi, that the voters there got sufficient voter education? Was the time given for voter registration sufficient? Because what we've heard from those who voted in the UK and in the US was they really wish they had had more time to get more Kenyans on board with this diaspora voting.
Yeah, we have so many people around who didn't even manage to have the voter card when the IBC came. And actually, I think those issues we try to address them up, and we're going to address them because we want to reach everyone and we want everyone to vote. We have so many Kenyans more so in diaspora, even in Canada itself. And we realized that many people did not come out and take the vote because some didn't. Initially, the information was not clear because they were saying that if you don't have ID, you must have a passport. And later on they changed it to we must have an ID. That one was challenging. Many people lose hope. But later on, when they said IDs, people were rushing here and there. The information was not clear before, and that was the challenge that many people did not turn out well to go and have voter registration. But we hope for the best that they tried their best. We can't complain and such, but we're in the process, and there's a lot of issues that we address with the IBC, and I know they're going to address them. And now coming 2027, we are looking forward that those people in diaspora, they must get information early or earlier so that they can vote, they can have voter registration in time, and also they can prepare and they should know time. Because last time, like Canada, when they were coming to Canada, we just realized that the IBC was around, which was not good with us because they need to announce it early so that we must have time. People should prepare on that.
Should I assume that this wasn't the first time that Kenyans in Canada have gotten a chance to vote, or it was?
Yes, it is the first time.
It is the first time. Okay. Right. And one of the concerns raised by some of the other diaspora voters that we spoke to earlier was they wish, and I don't know how this would have happened, that they got a chance to engage in some of the other races, but that clearly that wouldn't be possible unless you're voting for a diaspora representative, which is an idea one of the other speakers we spoke to earlier suggested was a thought, a possibility from where they sit.
Pardon?
Have you heard my question? I said one of the speakers we spoke to earlier said they wish Kenyans in the diaspora got a chance to engage more in our democratic process, maybe through a diaspora representative, or even be given the chance to vote in a specific county from afar if they wanted to, and if there was a way to ensure that that was secure.
Yeah, that's very true, because we realize that so many people are traveling from different places, and sometimes it is far. And that one is also another challenge that many Kenyans, we are not living in the same place. We are living in other cities. So you realize that traveling to one city, that was also a challenge that we tried to address. And that one is a major thing that I think we try to address it, because we want all Kenyans to be exercise their right in voting. So we need to reach all Kenyans, and we try. That's why the communication is very important. If we can have the early communication with the IBC, then we tell them the centers where they can reach many people, so that we can have more people to vote and to exercise their right. Like actually in my polling station, the people who were supposed to vote there was only 167. And the people turnout today were 121. So you see, and we are so many. Even where we live now, we are so many than this number. We are more than, if you call even Kenyan meeting today, you realize 1,000 people. But the question is, why only 167 are the people who are legit or have the voter registration, voter's card? It means that there's lack of information. There's a lot of things that we need to do, and IBC also need this information to us so that we can reach more people and more people to join and vote, because many Kenyans are just watching on TV, and it is their democratic right to vote,
Dr. Hilary Gondi, thanks so much for sharing some of your thoughts with us. And for you and the Kenyans out there in Canada, please keep following the results on Citizen TV, and we'll bring them your way as and when we can.
Yeah, we are not sleeping, and I know you are doing a good job, and we are following you up, and we hope for the best, and we need peace for our country. That's what we are. That's what we are praying for. We are telling everyone that let us vote, let us pray for our country, no matter who is coming in. But let us embrace peace and let us have a leader that will take our country forward.
Thank you.
And we'll address all these challenges that we are facing. Most of the diaspora people.
Thank you, Daktari. I don't know if Sam, Vicky, any further thoughts?
Curious, because I think it's the same question more or less I asked the other diaspora and Kenyans. What issues are you voting around? Because you're not living within the jurisdiction of Kenya, but what drives you to the ballot in terms of issues from where you are?
There's a lot of issues that we can address. One of them is that we are Kenyans. As much as we are diaspora, one thing that is remain that I am a Kenyan. And a Kenyan, wherever we are, will remain, that will remain, by right, by birth, by everything. Two, we need leaders, because at the end of the day, our family, most of our families are staying back there. So at the end of the day, I'm attached back home more than even diaspora. So these are the things that, and now we need the IBC to come up and address these issues. And we need leaders also to come out even to address the diaspora issues, because we realize that leaders are coming in, they don't address the diaspora issues. They want just to come and during election, they are doing this. These are the challenges that we are seeing the diaspora. We don't have much information, and we realize that the diaspora people, they are much concerned with the issues that is happening back home, because that's our home, and that's where all of us belong. And now all these things, we need a leader who can address them, like even employment issues, because people are running from home to come to diaspora, and people want to come even to school here, no scholarships and other things. We realize that many people are struggling. These are the things that we need the incoming leadership to address these issues with diaspora, so that we can have a dialogue and we see way forward for our people.
Thank you for really painting a picture of some of the issues that formed the voting decisions of those living out there in the diaspora. And for you in Toronto, Canada, thanks for making time to speak with us today. I think we can...
Wahiga, just before we let him go...
Go ahead, Sam.
Maybe he should help us so that we can see how credible the IBC systems are. He can give us the results from his location and compare with what you have received.
In our location, it was successful. Actually, the way I've said, it was good. The Kim's kids were not, they were working well. There was no challenges, and everything also went on well. As much as maybe there's some, like in Ottawa, there was a lot of hiccups. They were closing, in Vancouver, they were closing up, they're opening up. But at the end of the day, they finished well. But in our polling station, things went on right. I don't know, because
were you able,
many.
What's your side?
Were you able to hang on long enough to get the final results?
Yeah. We got the final results, and many the people who voted in our polling stations were 121. Azimio got 78 votes. UDA get 38. Roots Party 4. Agano Party 1.
That's impressive, Wahiga.
Is that close?
It's the same data you have from...
Exact.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Just as you said it.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was no spoiled votes. Rejected votes was not there. In Ottawa polling station, Azimio got 66. UDA got 22. Roots Party 1. Agano 0. There was no any vote that spoiled, and even turning out there was so low, because the people who attend were 89, and the registered voters there were 112. So we are waiting the Vancouver results. They are counting now, because it is when they have just closed it, I think 1 hour ago. So they are still counting, and we're gonna get it in a few minutes time.
Wow.
That's it's the same. It's
spot on.
Impressive.
Spot on.
Yeah.
So a very good representation from our guest here, Daktari. And of course, just to confirm the results, that from Ottawa, 66 for Raila Odinga, William Ruto 22, 1 for Jakoya, 0 for Maure. Toronto, 78 for Raila, 38 for Ruto, 4 for Wajakoya, 1 for Higa, and that takes the total to 2,632 for Raila Odinga, 1,361 for William Ruto, 26 for Wajakoya, 23 for Higa from the diaspora. Very impressive.
Dr. Gondi, you look like you're nodding, agreeing with a bit of what you heard there. Thanks so much for helping us to verify.
That's what we have, and we thank you, man. We thank you so much, and we wish we have a much dialogue even after the election, so that we can address issues that is pertaining the election that's coming up in 5 years. Than waiting until when the election is there is when we are trying to address these issues. We need to address them early so that when time is there with us, we're going to vote. Now everybody is ready to vote and also knows what is happening, because many people are very green. They have a lot of questions. When IBC came, I think last week in the US, to ask a lot of questions that they could have not answered because the time is not there. It is now that they are concerned about the election that is coming in. We are saying that we are calling upon the IBC even immediately after elections. They need to address these issues more so with the diaspora, because we are not that home. So we need to get more information. We need to get more information from the IBC and what is needed. So how can we prepare and all these things? So that one will help us in future.
Dr. Gondi, thank you so much. I trust the IBC has had your wish list today. They have
one more question from Mudira.
Oh, go ahead.
As an aspirant that would have been in this election, I would like to ask a question with regard to the enthusiasm that we've seen from the diaspora community. Clearly, judging from the numbers that have been crunched here, there is more engagement from the diaspora. And I'm wondering, is it because the two top contenders in this election have made diaspora an important part? Because you look at Kenya Kwanza, they had a suggestion that they would dedicate a whole ministry to the diaspora. And then the Azimio Brigade had a suggestion that they would ensure that there is representation in parliament for diaspora. So is it that the engagement from the diaspora is because IEBC has made the voting process more accessible, or it's what the candidates or contenders are offering to the diaspora? Which one is driving you more?
I think I've said before that what driving us most really ones we as diasporas, we know home is Kenya. Kenya is our home, and that's why what driving us, anything that is happening back home, we are very much concerned. And I've said that we have even family back home. You realize that even I'm here alone, and all my brothers, my siblings, my parents are still back home. So you realize that all my interest is back home, and almost 90%, only 10% is here. And I want to mention something here that many diasporas are contributing a lot to our economy, and that if you do analysis, you realize that we are contributing a lot, and that's why we are very much concerned with what is happening home, and we need to be there. And that's why when voting comes, we are interested with the leaders that is coming in to make sure that the diaspora people, their issues are addressed and addressed well, and we need to have dialogue with them because we are contributing a lot. Even during election time, you realize that diaspora people, they are being called to contribute towards the campaigns and other things. So we are much engaged in everything that is happening home, even development. We are much engaged back home. So that's why we are addressing this, and that's why you see the UDA, the Azimio, and even other political parties, they have much interest by the diaspora people. That's why you see they want to give us ministers, they want to give us MP, which is, they should not even give us one, they should even give us more, So many things that is happening because we are contributing so much to our economy and back home, all the diaspora people. And that's why we are saying that we need this thing to be addressed and seriously, and more so not only when elections are here with us, but even after or before election, or when things are normal, these leaders should come out and address all these things with diaspora, because we are part and parcel of our economy back home.
Dr. Gondi, thanks so much. I don't want to lock anyone else out. Thank you. Thank you, Daktari. We can now release you. It could be dinner time where you are. Here it's more closer to breakfast. Go ahead and please enjoy the rest of your evening, and thanks so much for speaking with us. We look forward to engaging with you in the days to come about this very important democratic process that you and those out there in Canada have been able to participate in. Joining us from Toronto, Canada, there is Dr. Hilary Gondi walking us through voting that happened in 3 locations, 3 polling stations in Canada, and some of the results that he's given us from what he got directly has tallied with what we've gotten from those Form 34As that have now come into our tallying center, and we continue giving you updates from there as well. And Sam is on standby to do that. Also, just a thought. It's 20 minutes to 5 a.m. I'm just thinking, wherever you're watching us from, let us know you're watching. Feel free to take a photo, post it online, hashtag Kenya's Choice 2022. You're following the numbers. We have the latest numbers here for you. Feel free to just let us know that you are watching this broadcast as we endeavor to tell you exactly what is happening. Sam, we look like we're getting closer and closer to the 1 million mark.
Oh, yes.
The presidential race on these provisional results. Walk us through that.
Yes, just before I do that, on YouTube, if you may want to know, 48,000 are watching. I don't know if they're watching us from the diaspora or they're watching us from...
That is a good question. Well, a lot of the messages I'm getting are from diaspora. So there's an individual from LA watching us, and then my aunt from Canada just checked in, watching us from there.
Did she vote?
I'll ask her, and then, but I don't know if she wants that out there in the interwebs. So we'll protect her.
What YouTube stats did you give? Did you say?
Well, I could be wrong. 48,000. What do you have?
48. Oh, 48. Yeah.
So 48,000. I don't know.
Actually, have 49,000.
I don't know that these are people who are asleep, but they still want to keep up with us, and so they are switching on their phones.
Before you ask Vicky's aunt whether she voted, did you vote?
Yeah. Well, how do I confirm?
So let's do that little thing.
He has
I think we did this in 2017 as well. So, proof.
Did you vote?
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, Vicky.
I was caught on a technicality, unfortunately.
What is that?
Penalize something I'll explain off air.
Okay.
Well, Muthira did.
I know a lot of people are wondering if I voted.
You burned something, actually.
You burnt your voter's card.
It was alleged that I burnt a voter's card.
What did you
burn?
I just lit a fire because I needed for Kenyans to focus on the injustice that the institution at the heart of Kenya's democracy was doing to democracy itself.
Okay. That's fine, but you voted.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
There are MCAs, there are members of parliament, there are senators. I was running for president because I felt those who had offered themselves were not worthy of my vote. At some point, I considered inserting my name on the ballot and perhaps doing a caricature, and then I just thought to do the right thing.
So let me ask you this, and I know Sam's ready to take us through the numbers.
Yes.
A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Yes.
You have, and I'm not one to judge, some would say you have many years ahead of you. Why the presidency?
Because...
Why not build experience through the other elective seats as you prepare for that start?
If you look at the way Kenya is set up, we are in so much debt, and it will take so long for us to fix the mess we are in. If we are to transform this nation within the time of our generation, the one office that affords the tools and instruments to bring and implement that transformation is the office of the president. You look at leaders who began at those other levels where people have suggested I should have begun. By the time the system is done with them, often they've given up on whatever their purpose was when they began this journey. They started when they were visionary, revolutionary, people of integrity, but because of the bad culture that has been inculcated in us by those who came before us, they end up changing. And the statistics indicate that none goes through the system
by going straight for the big seat.
Well, simply because it's the one office that offers.
Okay.
But look at how long it's taken someone like Raila Odinga to clinch this seat. William Ruto, for instance, they've grown through the political system. And I guess that's the question that Wahiga is asking. There's other seats to kind of grow your profile.
Yes.
From where it is to a national one, though the fastest way is to kind of vie for the presidency. However, how viable is that decision?
Well, it's a good thing you mentioned viability. I believed that, just like me, there were a lot of other Kenyans out there who needed a different option. Mm-hmm. For instance, look at the 4 aspirants. We have candidates, actually, that have been voted for in this election. They are quite diverse, but then they do not cover what represents Kenya. Kenya has a lot of diversity. So if we are to have the ideas that could get us out of this quagmire that we've been in for a long time, we should make it more inclusive. When it comes to viability, it's not up to an individual. It's more of a nation. Inputs from all Kenyans. If I was to be president, I would have to work with everyone to deliver the promise of this nation. Okay. So because I feel that I'm competent and I have the capacity and the Constitution allows me to do so, then I feel instead of waiting, I don't know for how long for this change to come, I could be part of the process and midwife the change that Kenya has.
That's your logic on this matter. Okay, well, to each his own, I guess is one way to put it. Some is itching to quickly take us back
to the magic wall.
The numbers are a lot.
Okay.
Sam, you do that, and then I'm getting a lot of messages from people who are watching us.
As am I.
Yeah. We'll
go
talk
ahead
about that later first.
Okay, including Michael Juma is tweeting us and saying that he is watching. Just some few more results that we've received from the diaspora. Washington, D.C. has reported. L.A. has also reported. Raila Odinga in D.C. is scoring 160. William Ruto 68. 1 for Wajakoya, 0 for Higa. L.A. 53 for Raila Odinga. 32 for William Ruto, and the Wajakoya and Wahiga scoring 0. So the total so far is 2,845 for Raila Odinga, 1,461 for William Ruto. That is 65% for Raila, 33.5% for Ruto, 26 votes for Wajakoya, and 23 for Wahiga. That is from the diaspora. And of course, diaspora has about, 27 polling stations spread across some 12 countries.
Sam, haven't we breached the 1 million mark now?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
Just quickly take us to that.
That's what I want to look at. This is...
there we go.
Yes, 49.38% of the votes have gone to William Ruto. This is 1,013,177. For Raila Odinga, it's 1 million, 9,546. So that's a difference of, it's very tight. 16 versus 18. That's 0.22% difference. Jojo Jakoya is rising up as well at 9,770. And of course, for Maure Wahiga, we'll be checking that out to see it is 3,993, just 7 votes shy of 4,000. So the votes cast so far that have been tallied is 2 million. 2 million out of 22 million is 10%. But if you're to consider that the voter turnout could be anything between 12 and 15 million, then that would appear to be, what percent is that? 2 divided by 15 times 100, what do you get?
Sorry, I missed that last part. Say that again. 2 divided by 15, not 15.
Of course, you didn't hear it.
No, I genuinely I was actually
by the
reading,
magic wall.
Pardon? That's why he's there.
That's why he's there.
And I'm here. I was actually reading a message that had come in.
He could actually...
Test me right now, and I'll...
He could actually be getting excited because we're at the 1 million mark. And I remember in 2007, there is a candidate that went to bed when they were leading by almost 1 million. But when they woke up, things had changed. And now we have 2 of them on the 1 million.
Okay. So let's just deal with the results as they are without so much. So yes, I got it. If 2 million, if the voter turnout is to get to anything like 15 million, that this would be about 13% of all the votes that have been cast to be tallied. But we can also authoritatively say what the voter turnout will be. What we know is that as of yesterday, 4 p.m., the voter turnout was at about 54.5%. That was 12 million plus a few hundreds of thousands, and of course that would have been 16%. That is 2 million would be 16% of those 12 million. So the polling stations that have submitted is 6,537. I just want to calculate quickly what percentage that is, but it should be consistent. 37 divided by 46 to 9, it comes to 14%. So you can comfortably say, based on the polling stations that have so far reported, then this 2 million could be representative of about 14%. And if that is the case, then you need to find what could be the absolute figure. It should be times 100 divided by 2067. So you might end up at, I'll tell you how much after the break. But
which break? This is continuous coverage.
Yeah, so you asked me to look at Nairobi, because Nairobi is a very interesting county. Remember, 2.41 million registered voters, 17 constituencies, that is 17 members of parliament. It is at the city, at the center of the balance of power, the fight for the balance of power between the two major coalitions of movements. And of course, you also have a governor, a senator, very hotly contested. And I've seen a lot of messages online, people declaring that they have won, some have not. We don't know about that. We are just dealing with what we know and what we can verify. So far, the polling stations that have been considered are 248 polling stations out of 3,643. And so far, Raila Odinga appears to be ahead with 57.74% against William Ruto's 39.94%. In terms of the absolute figures, Raila has 48,200 votes. William Ruto has 33,338. Let's compare that to 2017. We will find that Raila Odinga was still in the lead, but it was a very tight contest between Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. He was at 50.63% in Nairobi. Uhuru Kenyatta was at 48.34%. And this had a lot to do also with the governorship race, because in Nairobi City, Mike Sonko was scoring 53.54%, of course, under the Jubilee Party. Evans Kidero was scoring 42.8% under the NASA coalition. So the governorship went to Mike Sonko of Jubilee Party, but the presidency went to, much of the vote went to, let me just get that right again. Much of the vote went to Raila Odinga at 50.63%. And I don't know whether Muthiora, you have an opinion about the city politics, where you find the local elections are quite different from the presidential tally. You know that would inform anything in terms of the trends that we've witnessed lately in the city.
Well, it actually speaks to the level of awareness and education that most of the people in our urban centers do not follow or vote along just tribal lines and party lines alone. They go deeper. They look into who they are voting for based on whatever preference it may be. Like for Sonko, it was mostly about his charisma more than anything else. But then when you look at the presidential votes, they settled more towards Raila Odinga because he's one person who has been a member of parliament in this city for quite a bit of time, and of course he's accumulated quite a bit of political capital. So it just speaks to the sophisticated nature of the voter in Nairobi and urban centers, because it's the same thing if you go down to Uasin Gishu, like you were saying, that the people in Eldoret cannot be judged the same way those that are not in the urban center would be judged. The trends are quite different.
So it's either a national influence trickling down or grassroots reaching up that would kind of influence Nairobi.
I like that, yes, exactly.
Right, it's very interesting, and of course we'll also be studying to see the patterns, because people have been talking about that despite the national platforms, that is Azimio versus Kenya Kwanza, playing out in the city, despite the ethnic issues, and now what you're saying, the urban culture, the more educated, more sophisticated citizens that you have in the city. I got my answer, Vicky. I asked you if this 2 million would be 14% of the turnout based on the polling stations that have so far been tallied. Let me just do it again, because it has changed, because 70 83. If you divide that by 46,229, it gives you 0.15% of the polling stations that have so far reported. So if you want to know if this is representative, then 2091 divided by 0.15 would give you 13.9 million registered voters turning up to votes. That's about 14 million. So this is my own projection, my own. that could be
14 million voters, approximately.
14 million. But okay. Of course, we'll still be here to see how that changes. I wanted to look at some counties in the Rift, because you have not spoken about them for a bit of time now. So we spoke about Uasin Gishu. We also spoke about Kisumu. It will be good to speak about Nandi County. So they have registered voters to the tune of 406,288, and the votes that have so far been considered are 50,604, giving a turnout of 12.46% so far. So this turnout is a percentage of the total voters that are registered. But the polling stations that have reported based on our system is 144 versus 927. So there's still so many more to the tune of 800 plus that are yet to report. William Ruto is polling 92.18% of the vote. Raila Odinga has 6.24%. If you compare that to 2017, let's see how much Raila got. He got 12.43%. So you realize that his score in that election in 2017 appears to have reduced by half so far. Of course, you're still yet to assess most of these areas. And remember that Nandi County neighbors Kisumu County. So this is Nandi. It neighbors Kisumu County. There you have it. It also neighbors Vihiga County. It also neighbors Kakamega County. And on this other end, it neighbors, that should be Kericho. So at the borderlines, you'll find a lot of interactions between the two counties. And of course, even the ethnic composition, there are a lot of people crossing over from either side. So that could change. That could explain why Raila Odinga in 2017 in Nandi County reported such a score of 12.43%. So we cannot say how far they are or he is in this tally, bearing in mind that only, let me just check that again. No, it changed. This is not what I'm looking for. No, it's not giving me what I'm looking for. I don't know why.
Looking for the presidential...
I'm looking for the number of polling stations that have reported
reporting so
in
far.
Nandi. Yes, 145. So we don't know. Of course, the system knows, but I cannot tell you how many are at the borderline of between Nandi and Kisumu, or how many are from the inner side of Nandi County.
Yeah, and some. We spoke about a hypothesis of voter suppression for Mombasa earlier on,
right?
Because part of the election was suspended or postponed. In the Rift Valley, now that we're there, could you tell us what's happening in West Pokot, where we also had a similar case?
So West Pokot, let's look at it. This is, they have 220,000 registered voters, and this is an interesting county, and it's good that you point out, you point it out, because the governor, that is Lonyangapuo, has a different political party this time. He's not running on KANU, he's running on KUP. And also there's there was a contest in terms of the surveys that were done. Sometimes it will appear that it's almost a battleground. Sometimes an advantage to William Ruto. So far, Raila Odinga is posting 35.36%, and that is 11,728 votes considered. William Ruto posting 21,000. Let's compare with 2017 how it was. You'll see that Raila Odinga still posted 34.39%. So very consistent. Uhuru Kenyatta got 64.42%. Compare that from 34 to 35 for Raila Odinga, a gain of 1 percentage point. William Ruto appears to have lost a point from Uhuru Kenyatta. Of course, they were running as a joint ticket that time. And that time, West Pokot, it had KANU, it had the Jubilee Party, all of them working together. Now, the KANU candidate, that is one Lonyangapuo, has moved on to KUP, now working with Azimio, not working with Ruto, but Ruto appears to be holding ground in terms of what would have been the constituency of the Jubilee plus KANU in that election.
So would it be safe, I'm just thinking, Gideon Moi's influence in the Rift Valley it seems to not count for much now that we do not have KANU in West Pokot, but the numbers seem to have sort of remained the same.
Well, when did this change? I thought I asked the questions.
No, I'm just thinking hypothetically. And the good thing about numbers
but it's a good point you raised.
Yeah.
Though, the deputy governor you interviewed, he was running on KANU, isn't it? Atundanyang.
Atundanyang, I have to check that once.
Yes,
more.
I think he was running on KANU. He came back to the country a few days ago for the election. I don't know how powerful.
I will not engage you, Sam.
Sam, all we should say is he was an absentee governor. That's why there isn't much
deputy
out there.
Deputy governor.
About him. Yeah, deputy governor. And yes, KANU is no longer a dominant force in West Pokot.
Okay. We'll wait to see in the
we have to wait for the numbers to come in.
How that fares. Now, what have we not spoken about, Vicky? Can you?
There's a question on Tharaka Nithi and Meru, really quickly, just to see how those fare.
Okay, now that's an assignment to look for Meru. I think this is Meru. And
fantastic.
So, registered voters, 772,139. Those that have been cast so far is 65,879. The turnout as a percentage of the total is 8.53. The polling stations reporting 219 out of 1,639. William Ruto posting 78.49%. Raila Odinga 19.84. Thank you, Vicky, for pointing this out, because it's a very important area to now test the narrative from the surveys that were conducted, or the pollsters, what they were saying. In 2017, Raila Odinga had 10.14%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 88.06%, but the voter turnout at that time was 77.97, just about 0.57% more than the national turnout, because the national turnout was about 77.4. So you can see Meru was above average by a slight half percentage. So 10.14 to 19.84. So does that help the Raila candidature in the mountain? Let's test it. So this is almost 10% growth. 10% of 772,000, if everyone was to vote, would be about 77,000 registered voters voting for Raila Odinga. So 77,000 in a Ruto stronghold, you may have to compare with the performance of someone like William Ruto in a stronghold like Siaya. So Siaya, so far, William Ruto has 1.06%. So 1% of 533,000 would be 5,000 votes. So compare 5,000 votes against 70,000 votes.
Exactly.
So that will tell you something about what is likely to happen in terms of how important Mount Kenya will be, Mount Kenya region will be in as far as influencing.
So Sam, when you're looking at the Mount Kenya region now, including Meru, Tharaka Nithi, what does that vote basket look like numbers-wise?
For Upper Eastern, that is Meru, Tharaka Nithi, and Embu County, they have a total voter registration statistics of about 1.5 million. Let's just look at what's happening in Tharaka Nithi. So if this is Meru, then Tharaka Nithi should be okay. No, I got lost. Let's just check it again. So this is Kirinyaga. This is Meru. Tharaka Nithi should be here. Yes. So the registered voters, 231,932 registered voters. So far, our lead is about 10%, 96 polling stations out of 665. Raila Odinga is posting 9.12%. So this is the county where Senator Kindiki comes from. And Muthomi Njuki is the governor defending the seat on UDA. Let's see, 2017, Raila Odinga scored 5.89%. So he appears to have doubled that. But does it help? Let's test it. So 5.89 minus from 9.12 comes to about 4 percentage points. So 4% of 231, let's just check that, how much it would be. 0.04 times 231,000. That comes to about 9,000 or 10,000. So it is something, but not very useful in helping Raila Odinga, especially in the larger Mount Kenya region. What would be useful is what he would score in Meru, because that may give him an extra 70,000 votes. Let's look at Laikipia quickly. Again, a very expansive county, has had challenges, especially at the border with Baringo and other counties to the southern side. So Laikipia has 263,000 registered voters. The polling stations are 561, 75 have submitted the results. The turnout so far is 7%. William Ruto is posting 71%, but Raila Odinga is getting 27%. In 2017, what did he get? He got 10%. Remember, Laikipia is also multi-ethnic in some of the areas.
Right.
So let's calculate 10% to now 27%. If you had to take 27%, 0.27, assuming that everyone votes of 263,012, it gets you to 71,000. But let's not just consider the gain that Raila Odinga would make. Let's look at what William Ruto is getting. So 0.71, if you had to multiply by 263,000 gives you 186,000 votes. So 186,000 votes from a stronghold in Laikipia. You will have to compare that to other regions where William Ruto could be eating into Raila Odinga's areas, like the coast. Remember, there's a time we made a calculation, and William Ruto was getting 250 in Mombasa. And then you see that in Laikipia, he might get 186% if this percentage point is to remain consistent. But again, this has to be weighed against the voter turnout, which, as you're saying, as of 4 p.m. yesterday, it was 54.5%, could rise to maybe 60, maybe 63, maybe 65, or whatever that may be. So that would be very critical to look at when you're analyzing the results.
What are we seeing in terms of trends? Before I take a speaker who wants to give us his thoughts shortly on the vote reach area of Nairobi. Have we had a look at the trends there?
Yes, we have looked at Nairobi, and we agreed that there appears to be look at that, 57.51. I'm just repeating this for the sake of Wahiga.
I missed that.
And the viewer that is joining us now, 57.51. Raila Odinga, William Ruto, 40.08%. In 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta had 8 percentage points higher than William Ruto. Of course, this is considering so far what has happened. Raila Odinga still led with 50.63%, but the situation was different, especially for the governor's seat, when we had Mike Mbuvi Sonko winning with 53.54%. Never mind, majority of the vote for the presidency went to opposition. For the Senate seat, we had Johnson Sakaja, again, posting 51.18% against Sifuna, who got 42.49%, despite his presidential candidate scoring higher at 53%. And of course, when it came to the Member of Parliament seats, Jubilee ended up with more seats than the National Super Alliance, NASA, that time, because it was about 9 seats for Jubilee, 8 seats for NASA.
Very interesting. Thanks, Sam, for that. Let's now switch gears and take you to the States. Speak to a journalist there, BMJ Moreidi. Thanks for making time for us, BMJ, today. And tell us what kind of day you've had. I don't know whether you got a chance to vote, whether it's been about covering the election from the States.
Yeah, mainly Wahiga was covering the elections. I spent the whole day at the embassy on R Street here in Washington, D.C., the embassy of the Republic of Kenya, where many Kenyans, turned up. I know you already have those numbers. I could hear Sam there comparing to 2017. Unfortunately, we have nothing to compare here because, as you know, this is the first time that the Kenyans here are voting. And so probably just to say, I've been seeing a lot of chatter right now, so to speak, on social media, especially now that the numbers are out there, showing very clearly that most of the places that they voted here in Washington, D.C., in New York, and in Los Angeles, that looks like Azimio la Umoja Kenya carried the day. So there's a lot of that. But just to go back to your question, yes, there was a lot of activity in Washington, and what we are hearing is that the turnout, comparatively speaking, was pretty good compared to the many places that we are hearing about there in Kenya.
BMJ, since you covered it and I believe spoke to voters there and got a sense of why they turned up, what they are hoping for, what are the sentiments of those that you spoke to?
Mainly, Wahiga, it's about how difficult it is to even get to these polling stations here in the United States. And I think this has been prosecuted, many times about how vast, as you know, Wahiga and Sam and I'm sorry, the lady that you are with there, that in the United States is so vast, and therefore one of the main things that they talk about is how difficult it is and how they have to pay so much to just come and make their opinion known through the vote. That's one thing that many Kenyans here are saying, ones that were registered and had to travel, so far to make to vote.
Well, BMJ, a couple of surveys that were done here in the run-up to this election were posed in such a manner that Kenyans suggested the kind of issues that were on the table for them as they considered who they would vote for. But this is a question my colleague Victoria Rubadiri asked some of the other diaspora voters as well. What were some of the issues that those in the diaspora would consider priority as they thought through who they would want to vote for to be the next president of this country?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, Wahiga, because earlier today I was speaking to a lady she told me she's from Marsabit, and I asked her, so why is it important for you to cast your ballot here, yet you know very well that you are only voting for the president? And, she said many of the challenges that she knows that her people are facing in Kenya could be sorted out through getting, the right leadership at the top. But mainly, as I think it was earlier today, because I was watching the gentleman that you spoke to in Canada, what he was saying about the Kenyans in the diaspora needing more representation, especially, of course, because of the financial muscle that they do have. Many people here in the diaspora say that the reason, eventually, if they will be able to vote for even the other positions, the main reason is because they feel that they contribute so much and they need, their voices to be heard, not just through the vote, but also representation in parliament and in other areas of leadership in the country.
For Kenyans living in the U.S. to feel that they are included in the democratic process here, in your estimation, how many polling locations around the country do you think you would need safely to say that you've covered a greater part of the wider U.S.? Just help us think through that.
Another very good question, because I posed that same question to the ambassador, the Kenyan ambassador here in Washington, Lazara Zamayo, earlier today. And he said, first of all, at least they will need about 10 consulates, if not embassies, here in the United States, mainly because of the vastness, as I said. And they mentioned that, one of the places that needs a consulate like tomorrow, like yesterday, would be in Texas, someplace, one of the cities in Texas, because of the number of Kenyans, the sheer number of Kenyans that live there. So that is according to the ambassador. But speaking to the people, obviously most of the Kenyans that would be in, where the cities there are big numbers of them, would say that they deserve to have a place. And as things stand now, of course, where you have to vote, you would vote is either a consulate or an embassy. And therefore, I think in my estimate, it would be about 10.
So we have three. Three now, another 7 or so.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Oh my, okay.
Yeah, and just to add on to what the gentleman I think I was not on this show, but someone was, mentioning to me earlier today how big the United States is. It's like traveling. Sometimes some places here would be like traveling from Kenya to Europe. Just the time it takes to just fly around, and just that in itself. I spoke to people that I used to live with in Atlanta today, and they were telling me you don't spend anything less than $1,000 to just come over, whether you're flying or you are driving. At least $1,000 to get here and get back. Now there are people who have said that this vote, that in the diaspora vote, is mainly just a symbolic thing. But those that I spoke to, and there were quite a number, in comparing them to the number that had registered, they feel that it's very important for them to make this point that even though they know their vote might not count a whole lot, especially when it comes to those other elective positions, that they needed to make their point.
Thanks, BMJ. Vicky?
This is the lady in the studio, Victoria. A quick question on, because you mentioned the diaspora vote moving from being symbolic to now leveraging on it as a serious constituency. We were speaking to a professor a bit earlier on, and he kind of gave the numbers in the region between 100,000 to 500,000 within Kenya, to where in successive elections, we can begin to leverage on the numbers within, beyond the financial muscle that diaspora is known for. How do they become a contender numbers-wise?
Now, that's Vicky, and actually, just your name skipped me when I was speaking earlier, and I know you have lived here, so you have, I think you have an idea of what I'm about to tell you, that it's not very easy. We are now talking about the diaspora in general, not just in the United States. It's not very easy to really know the exact number of Kenyans that are around the world. And mainly, one of the reasons, as it was mentioned earlier, was that not many of them really want to come out for one reason or the other. And therefore, we can talk about leveraging on the numbers, but until we know for a fact how many of us are out here, it will be very difficult. And even just to look at the number of people that were registered here in Washington, D.C., for instance, 344. And clearly, at least there are over 100,000 Kenyans here. And they don't ask for so many documents to register to vote as a Kenyan. So that would be a difficult one to answer right now, Vicky. But maybe in the future, when we get proper data, maybe we can then talk about it.
BMJ, thank you so much, and looking forward to speaking with you later on, maybe not today, but in the days to come, even as I know you follow closely Kenyan matters as a veteran journalist based in the United States. Thank you so much for finding time for us today. I don't know, what time is it where you're in D.C., right?
Yep.
DC is now 10:17 precisely in the evening. I actually just came back from the embassy about 4 or 5 hours ago when they closed the polling station there.
Well, I think it's only appropriate to say enjoy the rest of your evening. And thanks so much for tuning in.
But Wahiga, you should give me an opportunity at least to say hi to BMJ.
Oh, please. The floor is open.
Just like, BMJ, good evening. He was very helpful.
Okay, Sam, good job. You guys are doing a very good job, and we are following, not just here in D.C. Everybody, as I was saying, actually, most Kenyans are getting a lot of, the details that you are churning out there. They are getting them, directly from your website, the Citizen TV. So you are doing a good job.
Thank you so much. Wahiga, he was very helpful in 2016 when I went to cover the U.S. election at that time, himself and Esther Githui.
Okay.
At the Voice of America. So thank you so much, BMJ. And it's good to see you again. Now, you had said that we have not looked at the Lower Eastern region, which I want us to spend some time, because also I've been doing some calculations and looking across the yellow zones and the blue zones, looking at how many polling stations have been considered, and you find that there's a range range between 10 and 30%. So some areas you'll find that 28% is considered. Kisumu, for instance, is about 12% reporting. So let's spend some time at the lower eastern. This is Machakos County. It is, I think, number 6 in terms of the most populous counties in terms of voter registration. 687,000 are the registered voters. So far counted are 50,847, which is about 7.4% of turnout. The polling stations in total 1,472. Those that have been tallied or considered are 183. So far, Raila Odinga has 38,146. That is 76.59%. William Ruto has 21.07%. Remember, lately there has been, just before the election, there were allegations or claims or information people saying that William Ruto could be making inroads in Machakos. Let's just test it with the data that we have so far. In 2017, still in Machakos, Uhuru Kenyatta got 17.47%. Raila Odinga had 80.34%. This time, the team of Jubilee was working with Governor Alfred Mutua, if you remember, under Maendeleo Chap. This time round, well, he had moved to Raila Odinga's Azimio movement, but then he crossed back to work with William Ruto, and this has been the impact. Well, Raila Odinga has 76.59%. That's about 3 percentage points lower than 2017, and William Ruto is posting 21.07%, of course, an increment of about 4 percentage points comparing that to 2017.
Sam, I'm not a statistician, right, and I won't attempt to be one, but so I understand how you're able to, in a sense, correlate Raila's results this time round from 2017. Of William Ruto being a first-time candidate, the best you can do is guess based off what Jubilee's performance in 2017, yeah. Or you help me understand how you are making that comparison.
You don't guess, of course, because there's in every region that you look at, there's one consistent character by the name Raila Odinga. So look at the influence he had on Machakos in 2017 was 80.34%, working with just Kalonzo Musyoka. This time round, working with still Kalonzo Musyoka, not as a running mate, it has gone down by about close to 4 percentage points. It's 3.5 percentage points. William Ruto, who was working with Uhuru Kenyatta in that election, alongside Maendeleo Chap leader, Governor from Mutua, who became governor, they were posting 17.47. Of course, the candidate was Uhuru Kenyatta, but candidate William Ruto is getting 21.08%. That's a difference of about between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, just about 4.5 percentage points. Does that answer your question?
Well, so are you saying that 4% that Raila lost is probably what is going to Ruto?
Appears to have gone to.
Appears, right.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. Because again, if you look at the 2017 election, the third candidate in that election was Joe Nyaga. In Machakos, he only had 0.65%, which is almost the combined total that the other two candidates in this election are getting from Machakos. Well, he appears to have 0.84%, slightly higher, but I can assure you that it doesn't get to more than 1% or even 1.1%. So let's look at another county which is within Lower Eastern, and this is Kitui County, where you have this time round, Raila Odinga is working with Charity Ngilu, working with Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who also comes from Kitui County in Mwingi, to be specific. So this is Raila Odinga with 70.2% so far. William Ruto has 27.5%. How did Raila Odinga fare in 2017? He had 79.28%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 17.84%. Very similar, you realize, to Machakos. No, where is Machakos? Here it is. Yeah, very similar. 17.47. In Kitui, 17.84%. So Raila Odinga appears to have lost between 79 and 70. That's a whole 9 percentage points based on the tally so far. Of course, this is not the final because you're still counting. I'll get the number of polling stations that have so far been tallied. But before then, let me move to the next county, which is within Lower Eastern. That is Makueni County. You have Raila Odinga posting 80.1%. Of course, he has the backing of the current governor, that is One Kivuda Kibwana, the Wiper Party, and so many other leaders in that area. William Ruto is posting 19.07%. How did they fare in 2017? Raila Odinga was at 90%, Uhuru Kenyatta was at 8%. So you see, Raila Odinga appears to have lost about 10 percentage points. And what impact does this cause? If you lose 10% of 479, that is 47,000 registered voters. For you to recover, you will need to gain at least that amount, probably in Mount Kenya, where you'll find that, for instance, William Ruto is posting this much in Kirinyaga, but Raila Odinga getting 14%. 14% of 376. What should that be, Wahiga? 0.14 times 376. Did you get an answer?
No. Take it away, Sam.
Yes. It's actually 52,000. So if Raila Odinga gets 52,000 votes here in Kirinyaga, but loses 40,000 in Makueni, then that would balance his equation. 47,000, almost 48. That would balance his equation. But he needs more votes to get the advantage over his opponent.
So the dynamic is almost flipped between Ruto and Raila, but the thing is, where it's happening needs to be a vote-rich area.
Exactly.
Lower Eastern is not as vote-rich as Mount Kenya. So we need to kind of see how that plays out.
Exactly. And it would actually help either of the two candidates in Machakos if the shifts were to be remarkable, because you're dealing with 687,000 registered voters. And maybe you should weigh that, because with 21%, let's just check that, how much that would be. If everyone was to vote in Machakos times 687, it gives you 144,000 votes. And if you have to look at 2017, how many votes did Uhuru Kenyatta have? He had 82. So 82 minus from 144 gives you about 62,000. So 62,000 is good to put in your pocket, so that whatever you're losing from Mount Kenya, you can sort of net it off. So at the end of the day, we have to look at all these numbers.
Yeah.
But if you look at the final tally, the national tally that we have so far, it will show you that you are at 1,101,000.
1 million mark now.
Which is 49.31% for William Ruto, 49.24% for Raila Odinga. For you to be president, you need to cross the 50% mark plus an extra vote. And it appears that we have to push this until we have the final polling station reporting, or at least the final constituency reporting, for us to know who really is going to be the winner. Because if you have an outcome, Vicky, of 49.3 versus 49.25, you're going for a runoff within 30 days.
The dreaded runoff, what? Very, very quick one. On the IBC portal, 90% of Form 34As have been uploaded. That's from 41,720 polling stations of the 46,229. Bomet, 96% of Form 34As already in. Busia, 93%. Elgeyo Marakwet, 96%. We've got a 92%. Homa Bay, 92%. Kajiado. Kericho, 97%. That pretty much almost done there. We've got 95% Machakos, 93% Makueni. On the lower end, Marsabit, 71%, understandable. I would imagine also in some areas connectivity to send the Form 34A, and the polling officer would need to travel to a constituency tallying center, hopefully to get better network.
Actually, Wahiga, the reason why these percentages have been rising the past few hours is because for areas that had challenges with technological connectivity, or rather internet connectivity, the rule was move to the constituency tallying center.
That's correct.
You'll access internet. So that's why maybe these numbers have really changed.
Because they had time now.
Because now they have moved to the
PO
constituency tallying centers.
Yes.
They have access to the internet and they're making use of it. But if you look at, Muthira, just before you go, if you look at Garissa, it's still pretty low. 60.82%.
Oh, wow, yes.
Is the success rate so far. But I have to say,
51.44%.
Oh, yes. So, yes, they must be facing a lot of challenges when it comes to 3G, 4G connectivity.
But Nyeri, 98.
Oh, yes.
0.76. That's a good grade in any book.
I just wanted to shed a bit of light about how the numbers were coming. When they were counting the presidential ballots, after they were done, the guideline was we first do presidential ballots. Before you proceed to count any other ballots, you would first have to send the totals for the presidential ballots. So it would be at that point that the presiding officer would have to find a way to get that to the National Tallying Center. So
you appear to be disputing that.
There's a difference of policy according to the IBC, because you see, you're the presiding officer. You cannot delegate that job to anyone else. So once you're done with tallying of the presidential election results, you're supposed to fill the Form 34A.
That's correct.
Keep the original, put a copy into the ballot box, share the copies with the agents of the candidates, and then you pin a copy at the door. Then continue with the other seats, because you have seats to count. That is constituency, MP, MCA, governor, senator, woman rep. Once you're done with everything, now you move with everything to the constituency tallying center.
That's correct.
So that once you get to the constituency tallying center, if you had no 3G connectivity from your polling station, that's the time that now you upload the form to go to the national tallying center.
Now, that's in theory. In practice, you'll be told that as far as right now, there are a lot of polling stations where they are yet to paste any of the results that have already been counted.
Are you referring to this
Even though
poll
that's
or
theory,
2017?
To this poll?
This poll.
Yes, because before I came here, I was at Gatina Primary, where we have 25 polling stations. And they started with the presidential, and after they agreed, the agent signed. But then the pasting of the results, that did not happen. What they all had to wait was for the results to be pushed, the copy to be pushed to the National Tallying Center, and then they proceeded with the others. So in this case where we are talking about network connectivity for that form to be sent, for that to happen, if the presiding officer has to find network, it would mean they would have to not continue with the process. So it appears for these forms to finally be sent to the National Tallying Center, that would have to wait, which I think would have to happen maybe much later, maybe towards the morning. So most likely for the
1,111, I think, areas that...
Those ones should arrive in the morning. So maybe the figures right now do not quite capture them.
But also we should get the opportunity to weigh, because they told us that they have some satellite modems to the tune of 1,144. So we'll be checking to see what they're useful, because I remember, is it 2013 or is it 2017?
2017.
The satellite modems arrived way after the election.
Yeah, right. In 2017.
They were not useful in any way. Yeah. Wahiga, do you have something?
No one was held responsible for that.
Well,
the delay in... Because, I mean, logistical challenges can eventually become election offenses, and you have to
taxpayers' money
very
spent,
careful. Yeah.
That never went to the purpose that it was, allocated for.
You remember there was a certain audit that had been done, and of course you remember the process, the casualties, and what happened to the commission. Yeah. You don't have to go that.
No, let's not right now. Let's continue looking at the numbers, and there are quite some changes, Sam.
Yes, that changed a few minutes ago.
Spoke, yes.
You know, it's very interesting. Look at that: 49.28% versus 49.27%. This is a tight race, and we'll have to wait until the end. I just wanted to make some considerations here. Let's see how many polling stations as a percentage are reporting in these elections. For instance, if you look at Mombasa, you have 999 polling stations reporting out of 1041. Please, Vicky, note this number. 9.5% of polling stations in Mombasa have reported. We'll be comparing that to some others. Let's look at Lamu, for instance. 4 out of 191 have this could be a challenge. That comes to about 2%.
My goodness.
I don't know how many polling stations have uploaded. What is the success rate of uploading from Lamu County?
Just 1 second.
Lamu 88.
88.
Yeah.
88%.
88%.
Okay. The forms that we have considered are now 4. We'll be checking whether there's an update, but that appears to be 2.0%. Let's look at Tana River, for instance. 85 divided by 367 gives you 23%. Let's compare that to some strongholds here that would appear to be on the screen. This is Migori County.
Nearly over 10.
190 divided by 20%. 14 gives you 18.7%. Let's go to Homa Bay. You have 213 divided by 1227 gives you 17.3% constituency, polling stations reporting. If you look at Kisumu, 152 divided by 1165, you have 13.0%. So let's compare that to a county like Nandi. You have 150 divided by 927, it gives you 16.1%, very close to the region. Then if you look at Kericho, you have 257 divided by 922, gives you 27.8%, almost a third of the counties have already reported. If you look at Elgeyo Marakwet, you have 164 divided by 554, gives you 29.6%, again almost 30%. Let's look at this county now. This is Baringo, 123 reporting out of 1029 gives you 11.9%. That's close to 12%. What if you look at Bungoma, that appears to be turning yellow, 231 divided by 1373. So you get 16.8%. So you look, there's a range of the upwards of just over 10% to 30%. And so even as you analyze the tallies, you also have to look at the strongholds and what this total.
Sam, let me as you pull up some other numbers, there's a viewer here asking, bearing in mind and looking at some of the percentages there, you actually have very few results submitted from polling stations as compared to the total number of polling stations in specific counties. Do the numbers then that we have really reflect the reality out there? And of course, one could argue that we are able to map out a trend, and from a polling perspective, you don't need to interview 44 million Kenyans or 50 million Kenyans to get a sense of what their sentiments are on a particular issue. And so that point has come up, that we can get excited about these numbers, but are they really a reflection of what
actually the purpose of those calculations we're doing with Vicky here is exactly to weigh that, because if you have a repeated pattern of majority of the polling stations have a majority of the counties are reporting, say 20%, then that becomes representative. But if you look at those percentages, you have some counties that are reporting close to 30%.
Yeah, so those are Elgeyo Marakwet, Kericho. Kisumu was at 13, Homa Bay 17, Migori 18. Tana River 23.
Yeah, and therefore showing you that because of that difference in percentages, then it tells you that you'll have to wait. It's still too early to tell whether this will be the trend, but if you're a clever person, should I say?
Or if you're Sam Gituku.
No, don't say that. If you're a clever person without any insults, then you'll be in a position to measure, especially looking at the strongholds and the percentages that have reported versus the trend that is appearing to be almost a 50-50, then you'll have to wait. But I can almost assure you that you have to wait for a very long time until you are close to, by the time you get to 30,000 polling stations tallied, so far you're at 7,673, but by the time you get to 30,000, for instance, we should know, we should have a real indication. Actually, if you get to half, which is about 23,000, then you'll be almost sure that whatever you have gotten by that time will be almost the reality. Because again, if you look at the portal of IBC, upwards of 80 going to 90%. On average, actually, it's actually 95%. The national percentage, 95% of the forms are in. So that should tell you that in the next few hours, you should be in a position to tell
90.5, yeah.
Yeah, 90.5.
90.5,
yeah,
yes.
So
in the next few hours, you should be in a position to get to at least half of the polling stations. And after that,
by the time the sun is setting today, now that it's about to rise, it hasn't been already, we should be at least halfway through on that.
Yes. Yeah.
And that will give us, now we can really talk with more confidence about our numbers, and that's why we keep saying preliminary, provisional,
exactly.
Please.
But also, let's let people not get worked up. This is just numbers. The reality will come once you have 46,229 polling stations reporting. And remember, Eldas constituency is just about to open polls in the next 20 or so minutes and has to be considered in the final tally. But if it gets to a point that the commission is comfortable that the Eldas vote is not going to change anything, then it may give them the comfort to even project who will be the winner.
And also knowing that full voter turnout as well, that has been a sticking point. Since 4 p.m. yesterday, we only have a provisional number in terms of that.
Of about 12 million.
Yeah.
We could say the numbers that we have, they give useful information. But then let's take it with a pinch of salt that they give us a rough idea because there is small percentage of what is to come. But then the information they give is very useful due to the random nature by which they arrive. It's not biased. We have polling stations giving their figures in a random fashion. So there's no bias in how they've been processed. So they can point us in a certain direction, only we won't be certain that this is it. But then it's a lot of useful information.
And I think it's one of the big talking points that run up to this election with the disputes of some of the polls numbers out there. I remember listening to the head of the, I think, Kenya Kwanza strategy team, David D, pushing back on the Infotrak CEO, Angela Ambitho, on the numbers that are being projected out there. And one of the things he said was, for example, for William Ruto, this is a first-time presidency, so he felt that a lot of the comparisons being made by pollsters was as if he was running for a second time.
Right.
And so I found that very interesting. So I think this is a discussion that we may never quite finish.
Yes.
Because I remember at the end of that discussion, I did feel that both sides actually came in with very strong points.
But the bit of it is that this election now gives us the best data, the best data on how to,
how to analyze 2027.
Exactly, moving into the future.
And Sam, yes, there's an explanation you gave about the comparisons you're making, just to be sure that I got you correctly.
Okay.
We have Raila Odinga having appeared in 2013, 2017, and now, and even though William Ruto is new in this game,
as the candidate.
Yes, what we are looking at is how Raila Odinga performed in the past, and then picking a point that has been provided by Ruto's entry and comparing what Raila lost or gained with respect to Ruto.
Is it still a fair way to do it? Should we look at this election with fresh eyes, considering, like what you said, Wahiga, he is a fresh presidential candidate. So it's very hard to kind of separate those numbers between him and President Uhuru Kenyatta when they ran in 2013, 2017. I mean, you could probably look at that from the strongholds and what he was able to contribute. But outside of that, how else can we look at the rest of the country?
This is a very tough question.
we may need a pollster here. Or
and you're the one asking the questions.
I'm used to posing those questions.
Rhetorical questions, then.
I never imagine what the questions, what the answers should be.
Yeah.
But I mean, since 2013, there has been always the Ruto factor in a general election or in a presidential election. There's always been a Kenyatta factor. There's always been a Raila Odinga factor, a Kalonzo factor. And this time round, there's a Martha Karua factor.
And that's region by region.
Factor.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And also because of their positioning in the tickets. So we have to weigh that because if Uhuru Kenyatta was running for president in 2013 or 2017 without William Ruto, the numbers that he posted in the Rift Valley would not have been the same. Yeah. So you cannot ignore the contribution of William Ruto to the numbers and the analysis that we have to go through here. There are two areas that you haven't looked at, and this is in the South Rift. Let's begin with Narok County and how they're faring. So far, again, it was a battleground according to the surveys. William Ruto is posting 51.16% and Raila Odinga posting 48.21%. The registered voters were 98,000, and this is how it looked in 2017. In fact, Uhuru Kenyatta was ahead with 52.85%, while Raila Odinga was following with 45.77%. So this time round appears to have gained some 3 percentage points. But what was happening in 2013? It went to Raila Odinga. He got 50.28% and Uhuru Kenyatta got 46.37%. And the reason why there was a difference in 2017, there was a bit of conversion of some of the local leaders, just like happened in some parts of the Northeastern. The other area to look at would be Kajiado County, because the politics of Kajiado and Narok are quite different in terms of how they vote for the national seat. Raila Odinga is posting 53.07%, while William Ruto appears to be posting 46.11% out of the votes that have been tallied. And they have only tallied 187 polling stations out of 890. If you're to look at 2017, this was the tally: 56.81% for Uhuru Kenyatta, 42.16% for Raila Odinga. In 2013, the numbers were slightly different, just 2 percentage difference, but they were different. Raila Odinga had 117,856 votes, which was 44.44%, Uhuru Kenyatta 52.36%. Why this is important: in 2013, the governor of Kajiado came from ODM, that is one Nkedienye, but Odinga did not win the majority vote for the presidency. In 2017, Uhuru Kenyatta got governorship. Actually, let me just look at it.
And,
He got the governorship over Lenku with 53.69%, but also got the presidential vote at 54.27%. This time round, you see Raila Odinga gaining a little bit compared to 44. Actually has gained 5 percentage points to settle at that point. And of course, he now has his first governor, Nkedienye, the sitting governor, Joseph Lenku. Now Joseph Lenku has gone to ODM, Nkedienye has gone to Jubilee, but both Jubilee and ODM are in Azimio la Umoja. William Ruto has a candidate of UDA, that is Metito, but now he's posting 49.20%. So at the end of the day, it will be very important to assess, because those two campaigns spent a lot of time in both Kajiado and Narok counties.
Yes, they did.
Remember those campaigns were very huge crowds with very beautifully dressed crowds.
A show of might
with the
was the message.
Yes.
The message
So
being
it will
sent.
be very interesting to weigh what was the impact of those crowds, because every candidate could actually get sizable crowds. Look at how they're tallying, almost 50-50.
Interesting.
And Sam, for the sake of those who are viewing us this morning, there are people who confuse South Rift to include Bomet and Kericho.
Right.
Now that you've marked it clearly, I guess you could just explain it so people do not continue to make that mistake.
And this was one of the differences between, I think, two of the pollsters in terms of how they gave different candidates different results based on which counties they considered as making up a certain region. I think was it on your show? Or?
Yes,
I heard it somewhere. Nevertheless, and
there are two pollsters that consider South Rift region differently. It's between Tifa and Infotrack. I think Tifa considers South Rift to be Narok and Kajiado, and that is why usually they were saying that Raila Odinga appears ahead. Yes, Raila Odinga appeared ahead, but Infotrack was considering South Rift to also include Bomet and Kericho. I'm trying to touch the right button, and I got it. Yes. So Infotrack was considering Kericho, Bomet, Kajiado, and Narok, and therefore they were posting and saying that the South Rift region appears to be going the William Ruto way, because you can see, of course, this weight of 95.17% of Kericho and this 94.54% of Bomet. If it goes to be part of South Rift that also has Narok, then you can clearly see that that area is likely to be considered to be a stronghold of William Ruto.
I think one of the big questions that will continue to be discussed in this election is the impact of the drop in the number of young voters that registered for this election, bearing in mind one of the camps pitched itself as the camp that will carry the aspirations and dreams of young people to the next level, and the apathy amongst young people, disenchanted by, of course, the challenges that the country and the economy has faced, the economic hardships, the challenges of corruption as well. And I see strong discussions around that. But I also know that with 2027 in mind, there will need to be concerted effort to get more young people to register to vote. But, there's also a discussion around, which side benefits whatever camps will be there in 2027, to have more young people on your side or not. I remember a viewer remarking today, watching lines as people are queuing to vote and saying, I don't see too many young people stepping out. Not necessarily that they didn't register to vote. Maybe they were going to come a bit later on.
Yeah.
But there was a feeling that a more middle-aged population turned up in large numbers to go and vote, and the decisions they'll make at the ballot could be part of a discussion once these provisional results become more definite, as more of them come in as well.
That's an interesting point. I don't know that Muthura has something to say about it, because I looked at some statistics earlier in the year of some of the political parties based on the registration, membership registration. And it's fascinating. There's a party that I will not name. At that time, out of 5 million registered members, why are you laughing?
No.
Out of 5 million
have the right to
registered members, you can imagine 3 million were non-voters. So that's 60% of the membership of that party were non-voters. So it means you have a lot of following, people who can help you at the nominations, or they'll not help you at the general election.
And we saw that today when Right Honorable Raila Odinga was going to vote. There was this mammoth crowd around him who escorted him to the polling center. And then after he cast his vote, they disappeared with him. We were not shown if they voted or not.
And on that point, that rallies do not translate to votes. You know, and you think about what incentivizes someone to attend a rally. It's a handout, let's be honest. And for those who, we saw quite a few complaints of people saying, I didn't have money to get to the polling station to vote, right? Which when you think about it, that could be considered voter bribery. If I'm going to give you some money to then take public transport to get to the polling station, that's treatment of a voter. So that's a violation. So how do you kind of reconcile those two thoughts in terms of, yes, you can get them to the rally, but not to the ballot?
You won't get them to the polling station. Now, tell you this. Okay, people don't know him, but my barber, he was telling me he's not going to vote. I asked him why. And he told me, you know, I haven't gotten anything from this campaign. And I asked him, what do you mean? I've been working. And so yesterday was a holiday for them. He's fairly young. But yesterday when I went to Kenya Water Institute polling station, as part of my duties in different capacities, I noticed some older personalities or persons going to vote. There was an 80-year-old woman by the name Jessica Ndwati who told me that she has voted since 1963, or since independence of this country. You do not expect such a lady to be at a campaign rally.
No.
Probably you don't even expect them to watch Citizen TV for the coverage of political campaigns. But it is so ingrained in their minds that on the voting day, you keep asking, when is it? Where is my document to prepare to go to vote? So there is really some work that has to be done, especially for the young people, to the tune of, is it 39% people that were under 35, according to the IEBC?
And that was a drop from 2017.
Yes. So it also means that as part of the population, there are people who are not registering to vote who are of eligible age, that is between 18, from 18 going up. So there's a serious conversation that has to be held, whichever way this election goes, to see how then do you make the young people involved, not in campaigns, but also in decision-making, in such a serious decision-making exercise for the country.
And you wonder if they think, you know, we vote, but we don't see the material difference in our lives, right? So you're telling me to exercise my democratic right, but I'm not seeing that having an effect on the money in my pocket, you know, or having a job. And so for many of these young people, an older generation perhaps will do it on principle, on duty, because this is something that's expected of me. When you look at a young person, they're trying to see, well, I can't even, what does it mean to me on a very basic, fundamental level to vote for this individual that then translates to my benefit? And they have not seen that maybe in the last couple of regimes, you know, so trying to kind of see where that's coming from in terms of their voter apathy.
Just to actually respond to something Kariara said, I actually spoke to one of our reporters today after Raila finished voting and went outside and addressed that crowd. I'm told after that he actually asked them to raise their fingers with indelible ink, and a couple of them did not have, and he immediately told them, please leave this gathering and go and vote. So he was aware that this crowd that may be cheering for me may not have, some of them may not have voted for me, and I think that was a major
that's an
concern.
interesting one.
It actually did happen today.
Towards the end of the campaigns, President Kenyatta was in Nyanza, and he made a stopover. I think he was in Kisumu. Right after that, he went to meet the people, and he was telling them that you guys, you're saying that you know who the next president is, but you guys just end up with the word of mouth. We want that on the 9th of August, of course I can say this because no one is voting in Nyanza today. After this, we want that the next conversation you have with anyone, they have to first show the evidence from their finger. And the voter turnout, because let's just take a look at Kisumu in 2017, because that's where the president was. The voter turnout was 81.64%. If you are to compare that to a place like, say, Murang'a County, where President Kenyatta comes from, it was at 86.88%. Well, still higher than the national average, but you can see there's a difference. So showing as if there's some parts that are not as enthusiastic to go out and vote, but they're very good at coming out to support political campaigns. There's a viewer who is asking why we are not reporting the other seats. We will, as soon as we get the results, but also to give this explanation that the law requires, it is only the presidential election that requires the results declaration forms to be transmitted electronically. So the only forms
that we can access.
Yes. The only forms you'll find on the IBC portal are for the presidential election. You will not find any form on that platform for the governor's race, for the senatorial race, for the woman rep, for the MP, and also for the MCA. And again, to just indicate that MC and MP, these are elections that are determined at the constituency level. For the woman rep, senator, and governor, they have to go to the next level of the county. So for the presiding officers that are managing all these elections, most of them are at the constituency level right now. The returning officers who are supposed to make a return of a constituency to the county level, they are still at the constituency tallying center. So they have not submitted any results for governorship, senator, woman rep to the county returning officers.
So, for example, if you look at the Kisumu National Polytechnic Tallying Center, the information that we have is that results are streaming in slowly, with the returning officer projecting midday, possibly as the earliest to announce official results.
For what's it?
Should be for the gubernatorial, senatorial, county woman member of National Assembly as well.
Right.
So those are some of the challenges, and so results are streaming in real slow.
Sure.
At this time. So I understand their frustrations. I've seen one viewer saying, "Please, let's talk about other races."
Other races,
Let's talk about what we have, what we've ascertained, what we can stand by.
All right. So. Look at the votes. 49.38, 49.37. Now what is it? Now 43.3, 49.37, 49.37. Are you seeing that, Wahiga? 1,156, 1,155. A difference of about 300. Keeps changing.
And this has been happening for the last hour or so.
Yeah. So far the total is 2.34 million votes considered. A turnout of 10%, of course, considering that the total voter population is 22.12.
Sam, I don't want to be the bearer of news that may not make many of our viewers happy, but I did recently look at a document that showed there are several different outcomes that could come out of an election.
Yes.
I'm sure you had a chance to look at the same document as well.
Yes.
That could stretch the declaration and swearing in of a president to either at the end of this year or May next year, depending on different scenarios. Now, we're not even going to talk about that right now. I'm sure
you've already cast such a dark cloud in the studio.
You're not even
anyone concerned about the economy, but those numbers definitely make one want to understand what a runoff would look like for discussion's sake. Again, the IBC are the ones who will declare the final results.
Okay.
And again, if you look at the numbers submitted versus a total number of polling stations, a lot could change between now and 8 hours.
Right. I'm actually just calculating the percentage of these polling
results
stations
submitted from polling stations, right?
The polling stations, 17% of the polling stations have reported.
20-something%?
No, it's 17.0%. Yes. So still so much work to be done. If we get to 50% of the polling stations, like I said earlier, we can sort of start to tell where it's going. But if this trend continues even at 50%, we may require to wait a little longer. Remember in 2013, actually, now that you mentioned that, the votes that moved the country above a 50% mark were just 0.06%, which was almost 8,000 votes. Because, let's see, the votes cast were 12,330, 028. If you divide by 2, gets you to 6165. 6165,014. So minus 6173,433. So that was 8,419 votes in excess of the half. So that's what crossed Uhuru Kenyatta to the top. So for Raila Odinga and William Ruto, for them to cross that mark, you may find that it will be a handful of votes. And now that becomes risky because it becomes a possible avenue of appeal or a petition at the Supreme Court, because it could be as a result of human error in calculations.
And of course, it increases scrutiny in a county constituency like Eldas in Wajir.
Right.
So all focus would be on that right now.
Exactly.
If you've had enough agents in your camp to calculate what the Form 34As are telling you right now, as residents of that constituency go to vote, you as a party make sure your agents are properly deployed there to guard every single vote.
Right.
Because literally every single vote would count.
All of a sudden, a small constituency, it's not small in terms of size.
Don't say small.
but in form of the number of registered voters. I actually promised that I'll get that. I'll get that before we leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a small voter population becomes the decider in such a...
It'd be very interesting to see. So Eldas actually voting actually opens up now, 6 a.m. already. And it is the one that is yet to register for some hitches experienced yesterday.
Right.
Okay. And IBC will need to tell us whether the security situation is fully under control, under advice from security agencies. But hopefully we can check with our man on the ground there.
Right.
And he'll tell us whether that has begun or whether the IBC would give direction on that situation that was quite a worrying one as the country prepared to go to the polls.
I'm trying to pull the number of registered voters in Eldas. I don't know if you, Muthiora, you have any thoughts about...
Looks like Victoria is into it. What I wanted to ask you was, now that we have over 90% of Form 34As already transmitted to the National Tallying Center, Sam?
Yes.
I'm sure there are other partners in crime like you in crunching numbers.
Yes.
Is it likely that people are going to wake up to numbers from the top contenders in this election? Straight up when the sun rises and we have this group saying this is where we are, and another group quoting whatever figures their team has come up with?
Actually, that has been one of the concerns. And I remember speaking to Commissioner Irene Masit on Monday this week. Feels like it was last week already. And I asked her a question, because you've said that people can do parallel tallying. How do you secure the country? Because if I realize that things are not going by a direction, I can come to the country and say, we have won, and by this much, and we can account for the votes.
Yeah.
Then you go and sleep. Then IBC, 2 days later, 3 days later, maybe she said that by 13th, which is Saturday, they'll have given the results from her estimation. Then come 13th, and IBC gives a different outcome. That is a recipe for chaos if not properly managed. But she was saying that the understanding is that they do their tally but not announce, because that's the work of the IEBC. But you know the political culture in this country. If you are winning, you can see from Twitter, people are just saying, we're winning without some verification. So we'll have to wait and see who do you trust. But I was also very keen to ask the question about what are media houses supposed to do with that information.
Right.
And she said you can use it for your reporting, but you cannot make a declaration. So you just say that so far from the numbers that you've analyzed, this is the tally. Because again, it is the responsibility of the commission to be in a position to do all those other things that are required to be done in as far as before declaring results. I am told that we need to cross over to Eldas because the polling
And
is
you
just
asked about the registered voters?
Yes, yes.
23,359.
That's correct.
Now, that's enough to change the direction of an election. In 2013, 8,400 were enough to make Uhuru Kenyatta president. So 23 is more than enough. Wow. Now, Abdi is in Garissa, in Wajir County, Eldas constituency specifically. Good morning. What can you tell us about Eldas constituency as the residents and voters there head to the polling stations to decide?
Naam, asante sana. Niko katika kituo cha kupiga kura cha ICF katika eneo bunge la Eldas, mojawapo ya maeneo ambayo jana hawakuweza kupiga kura, na sasa hivi ni kwamba kituo hiki cha kupigia kura cha ICF, vifaa vya kupigia kura havijaweza kufika, na vile vile basi wapiga kura wameweza kufika hapa asubuhi na mapema, lakini licha ya wao kufika hapa hawajaweza kupata fursa. Maafisa wa usalama hawajafika, maafisa wa tume ya IBC hawajafika. Kwa hivyo tutaweza tu kuzungumza na baadhi ya wakaazi waweze tu kuelezea kuhusu wanachotarajia siku ya leo. Karibu sana, ukianza na jina lako, tuelezee ulifika hapa saa ngapi na shughuli iko aje?
Kwa majina naitwa Yusuf Hamis Adam. Nilikuja hapa mwendo wa saa 11 na mpaka wa saizi vifaa za kupiga kura na maafisa wa IBC bado hawajafika, na wananchi wanaongoja kwa hamu na gamu watekeleze wajibu yao ya kupiga kura na kumaliza kazi mapema na kwenda nyumbani. Lakini bado tunaongoja hapa mpaka saa hizi ni saa 12 ambapo walisema watafungua kituo saa 12 mpaka saa hizi bado hawajafungua.
Naam, asante sana. Labda tu nipate mkazi mwingine. Kiangalia kamera. Ulifika hapa saa ngapi?
I'm called Mohammed. I've arrived here at 5. Up to now, we have not received any ballot boxes or ABC materials. At the same time, wafanyakazi wa IBC mpaka sasa watu the electorate wako kwa queue, but there is no work that is going on here. Somehow the people are somehow desperate, and they have even some of them they have failed to come. Those who work for the IBC. Yeah.
Asante sana. Okay. Sam na Victoria pale studioni, eneo bunge la Wajia la Eldas kumradhi limeweza kushuhudia mgogoro tangu uchaguzi uanze hapo jana. Zile vifaa havikuweza kuletwa maeneo haya, na vile vile pia kumekuwa na mgogoro katika makao makuu ya kuhesabia kura ya Eldas CDF Hall. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia kwamba hapo jana wakazi waliweza kufika hapa wapiga kura, na jioni ilipofika tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC iliweza kusema kwamba leo mwendo wa saa 12 ndipo wakazi wataweza kupiga kura, lakini kufikia sasa hakuna chochote kinachoendelea katika kituo hiki cha kupigia kura cha ICF, na hivyo basi tutaweza kukita kambi katika vituo mbalimbali tuweze tu kujua iwapo shughuli ya kupiga kura itakapoanza. Kwako studio.
Na Abdi, kabla uondoke, hapo jana tukaambiwa kwamba kulikuwa na changamoto za kiusalama, labda umeweza kuthibitisha? Naam, Abdi ameondoka. We just wanted to find out whether there was any destruction to any election materials, but he tells Abdi, kama wanipata na kuuliza kana kwamba tulifahamishwa kwamba kulikuwa na changamoto za kiusalama kabla ya uchaguzi kuweza kufanyika, ama siku ya uchaguzi kuweza kufika. Sijui kama unafahamu iwapo kuna vifaa vya kufanyia uchaguzi ambavyo viliweza kuharibiwa katika ghasia hizo.
Na Sam, kulikuwa na maandamano nje ya kituo cha kuhesabia kura cha Eldas. Hata hivyo tuliweza kuzungumza na afisa mkuu anayesimamia uchaguzi katika kaunti ya Wajir, na akatuelezea kuwa hakuna vifaa yoyote ambayo iliweza kuharibiwa katika kituo hicho cha kuhesabia kura. Kwa hivyo alisema kuwa zile vifaa ziko salama na maafisa wa usalama wanaendelea kushika doria katika eneo hilo, lakini changamoto kuu ilikuwa ni kuwa kutoa vifaa hivyo kutoka kituo hicho na kusafirisha hadi vituo vya kupigia kura. Lakini alielezea kuwa kuna maafisa wa usalama wa kutosha na mazungumzo yanaendelea katika eneo bunge hilo. Wawaniaji waliweza kuitwa na Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka ili kuweza kutatua swala hilo. Mgogoro ni swala nzima tu la maafisa wa IEBC, kwani baadhi ya wagombea wanahofia kwamba huenda kukawa na ubaguzi katika uteuzi wa wale maafisa wa usalama wanaopaswa kupelekwa katika vituo mbalimbali. Kwa hivyo hapo jana wawaniaji waliweza kuitwa na Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka pamoja na vyombo vya usalama, wakaweza kuandaa mkutano, na kufikia sasa ni kwamba tume ya IEBC ilisema kwamba mwendo wa saa 12 asubuhi ambapo ni sasa hivi, basi uchaguzi utaanza. Lakini tofauti na kinyume na hayo ni kwamba katika kituo hiki cha ICF ni kwamba hakuna chochote kinachoendelea kufikia sasa, vifaa havijafika. Huenda basi kukawa na changamoto katika kusafirisha zile vifaa hadi vituo mbalimbali. Sam,
na kama mweza kujumuika na baadhi ya wapiga kura ama wananchi kutoka eneo hilo, hisia zao zilikuwa zipi hapo jana, na uliweza kupata hizo taarifa kwamba uchaguzi utakuwa ukifanyika leo?
Naam, Sam, kuna baadhi ya changamoto ambazo maafisa wa IEBC wamekumbana nao na ni za kiusalama. Kumekuwa na wakazi wanaoandamana wanaoegemea upande wa mwaniaji mmoja, wakisema kuwa wale maafisa wa IEBC waliokuwa wakitumwa katika vituo mbalimbali ni wale wanaotoka katika au wanaunga mkono baadhi ya mgombea. Kwa hivyo kumekuwa na changamoto Naam, Sam.
Naam, nikana kwamba Abdi amepata changamoto za kipekee, but Wahiga and Vicky here, I mean, it's such a sorry state that IEBC said that the elections will be conducted today, and it's not just for the presidential election but also the other the other 5 seats. But to report that at a polling station nothing is happening, there are no election materials, the officials are not there. What does
I think
this
the
mean?
bigger grievance is also the challenge of the lack of communication. If a journalist has no idea what's happening at a time like this,
can imagine.
And he's
a
not
journalist
supposed
who's
to educate.
considered an agent.
Yeah, exactly.
Should be, privy to this information. Yeah.
It's what I was referring to earlier, that in theory, IEBC talks big, but when the rubber hits the road, then they fall short. I'm giving you practical experience. Yesterday, when the polling station where I was manning in Dagoretti North opened, it had already been overrun by voters because voting was supposed to commence at 6, but nobody had planned that about 2,500 voters would show up before 6. So there was nobody to address them, to tell them to be calm and to wait. The polling station will be opened. What was there was police in their military fatigue with guns and batons and a crowd of people. So what the people did was they got agitated and they broke the gate and ran into the polling station, and they couldn't even stop. So yes, there's the intention to do good, but capacity is lacking.
Wow.
Communication is good, but then how is it communicated? We were having a conversation with Victoria that you go to a polling center and you have presiding officers and their deputies, and they are stationed in different polling stations. But then they do not have someone supervising the whole place, someone that can relay communication and coordinate activities at the polling center.
Okay.
That I experienced, which could be the case there, where the agents could be looking for someone to tell them what's going on, but then everyone keeps pointing a finger to the constituency returning officer who is not at the center at that particular time.
Which is why when IBC holds its next briefing today, they must accord members of the press a chance to ask questions.
Absolutely.
Now, ideally, the first two press briefings that happened yesterday happened in a venue where the press had a chance to ask questions. But once the IBC then took its briefing to the main auditorium, journalists were not given a chance, which is not fair at a time like this when there are so many pertinent questions like that, and voters like those in Eldas are waiting for answers. What are we going to do here? The security situation, we're not fully sure where that is at the moment. And then voting as well. People have campaigned. There are many hopes and dreams and aspirations there as well. And listening to our journalists there, we are left with more questions than answers.
I think it's fine. The commission, of course, may have its shortcomings, but I think it's a bigger question for the country, especially when it comes to matter security. You'll recall that in the repeat election of 2017, there are several parts of this country that didn't participate in the voting because there was violence, there was barricading of roads, there was a boycott, actually. The Supreme Court said that there are certain things that are not within the control of IBC, because the mandate of the IBC is to prepare and conduct an election. If the circumstances are not conducive because of external factors, then the weight would not be on them. But I hear you. You raise a very valid point in as far as how the commission communicates all the way down to the stakeholders, in this case the voters, the agents, and everyone else that needs communication. And I don't know what we can do to resolve such situations in future, because that example of 2017 appears to be replaying in what just happened in Eldas.
Certainly. How about what has been suggested, Victoria? I've had conversation that we should surcharge government officials who, in the execution of their duties, do certain things that cost taxpayers money, or even like right now, the tension and suspense, so that when you're charged with a duty to perform on behalf of the public, you ensure that you have every ground covered. Because as far as we know right now, yes, money may have gone to IEBC much later than they had applied for it, but eventually it did arrive, and they should be able to do certain things better than they are doing right now. So if we place that burden on individuals, that if you fall short, you're going to be surcharged and not get scot-free with it, maybe they will be more diligent.
It may raise their level of responsibility.
Yes.
Over a particular matter. I mean, I think there's already a provision in law for that, and we've seen that. I guess the challenge has been is that it's been selective, and maybe the cliche of small fish are the ones who get caught up in this, and not the big fish, so to speak. I mean, interesting proposals, and I think nation building is a long-term process. We always compare this nation with democracies that have been, set up hundreds of years ago, and it's not a bad thing. It is important to have that sort of comparison, but we will continue to fiddle around with the nation building of this country until hopefully we find a formula that works best for everyone, and hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yeah, certainly, because it's a cost to the country, not just democratically, but this election cost a lot of money, 40 billion shillings, the second most expensive that Kenya has had to carry out. So that was averaging, 2,000 shillings per voter. When you think about other democracies, and I heard this in a past conversation right here on Citizen, India, which has a far bigger population, was spending less than 100 shillings per voter. So when you think about efficiency and how we carry out budgets to put forth an election like this, is it that money's not enough, or they're not using the resources well enough? Where do you kind of see that challenge being, Udhiora?
I think it's both, a combination of both. We should get back to the spirit of our constitution, where integrity is at the base of everything, that when we are making appointments to these institutions, it should solely be based on someone's competence and not any other ulterior interest that they'll be serving, so that when someone messes up in a role, they'll be held accountable. So for me, in this case, I believe that we made a mistake letting 3 commissioners run alone for too long and then introduced new commissioners too late in the game. So whoever allowed for that to happen needs to not be allowed to ever repeat that mistake again. This is water under the bridge now. We should look to salvage, but in future, these safeguards need to be put in place.
And I think it brings up the issue of, do we review decisions made? And I did hear this come up when I had a discussion with members of the budget committee. Every time Kenya plans a budget, and a budget obviously is a full year affair, there never is a review, or it's never made public, of how that budget was implemented, where were the shortcomings, where were the loopholes, so that when you make a new budget, you then factor in all those considerations. And for electoral process, I know we have the Kriegler report and other reports that spoke to what an ideal electoral process for a democracy like ours should look like. What you've said is valid, that should we really have, the decision to bring in at least 4 commissioners in September 2021, with a high-stakes election less than a year away, is that something that could have contributed to the challenges that the Commission maybe hasn't even spoken to? And I'm sure the Commission, hopefully once this election is over, will then come out and say, this is really what was happening behind the scenes, trying to integrate new members with a team that's been on for a long time, get them to understand what needs to happen, work together seamlessly. When you hear some of the challenges that came about, and you don't want to read too much into it, but when you hear ballot papers are being transported to the country on a particular day, and some commissioners are learning about it on that same day, and some say it's not a big deal at all, I think you are right in the sense that it isn't necessarily a big deal because there's a secretariat that runs all this, but it is a big deal in that the Commission is supposed to operate as one and oversee the specific functions that are set out for them in the law as well. So I think a review after and a real discussion around how do we strengthen the IEBC so that it is the strongest link in an election, not the weakest one, is one that we must have, but that must work well with an executive that is keen to see that happen, and a judiciary and a parliament and especially a parliament that supports that IEBC as well. Hopefully, food for thought for whoever takes over in the coming days.
And whoever takes over is us, Wahiga. Yes, we are electing leaders, but then
I'm still here. I'm still here in the studio.
Accountable. We are citizens. We are taxpayers.
Okay.
So collectively, there's so much we can achieve together. But we cannot just sit back. If we started agitating for the replacement of the commissioners that resigned way back immediately after they resigned, I'm sure corrective action would have been taken in time. But because we sat back and hoped that someone would do something which they did not, then we find ourselves in this quagmire today.
Food for thought today. Speaking of a quagmire, Sam, I believe we are just about ready to hand over to the next dream team of our Kenya's Choice 2022 coverage.
Yes, can you imagine? We just did 5 hours, actually, more than that. Whoever thought?
Who would have thought?
He has been...
and we could go another 2 hours, kidding.
He's been on TV since...
Maybe you.
Is it 8 p.m. from the Bombers of Kenya all the way to here?
Yeah.
I think some of you have been on TV since Sunday, on and off.
Yeah, yeah.
There is a viewer sharing feedback with us. That is Honorable Gladys Bowles from Uasin Gishu. And he's challenging us to keep counting up to the more than... How many forms have been posted on the portal now?
Good question. We should be heading to 91?
We should be.
Yeah, 91.21, is that?
Yes.
Yeah?
How many? The absolute figure is
42,166.
66.
Yeah.
So she's challenging us to get to download those forms and calculate, get the data obviously, and calculate what the totals are. And
which is what is happening.
Boss, that's what's happening in the building. Yeah. We'll continue to do that. She's also asking a question. These results, they're based on what percentage of the polling station. So let me just make the calculation. This is 7894 divided by 42,166. That comes to about 18.7%. So the results that we're showing you on screen out of 18% of the forms that have already been uploaded. And so we're using them because this is what we have. We'll continue to process more. Our clerks are still working on it, and we'll get there. And of course, different media houses are also looking at it. And at the end of the day, we'll be comparing the figures.
You can actually tell Honorable Boss that we can access 98% of the Form 34As from Uasin Gishu County.
98%.
98%. Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Nyeri. Yes. They've now hit that 98% mark.
So we'll do all that. And of course, so that to ensure that we have every county considered. Vicky, don't laugh. You don't need to.
I wasn't even looking up at the screen, but you have now tempted me.
He has a knack of asking.
I will not keep my eyes off that screen now.
Vicky, this is Uasin Gishu. 210 polling stations tallied out of 958. So we are doing 21.9%. Our target is what Wahiga just read there, 98% plus. But of course, to get every other polling station that is in Uasin Gishu, that's what we will do. At the same time, we are hoping that IBC is also doing its work as they wait for the arrival of constituency tallying officer, not tallying officers, but returning officers to bring the originals of Form 34As and Form 34Bs, because at the end of the day, those have to be received to be verified and the final tally declared. What did I want to say? I keep forgetting, but you know Mashirima is around, yeah?
Yes, and I think
she will be taking the baton.
Eventually, yes.
With, I think, one Hamisi
and one Jeff Koinange.
They had a long day yesterday. They'll have a long morning, just like we did.
Yeah, we carried the broadcast through the night, speaking to diasporans, which was quite interesting.
Yes. And there were a few more. We were hoping to hear voices from South Africa and elsewhere.
Yeah.
But we'll see what else we can get in our next session. But I think we are due for a break. Is that correct?
Just before you do,
just before the break. Okay, one more thing, and then we take that break.
Let's just count based on our figures, the figures that we have here. Let's count the color coding of the counties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 versus 23.
Still the same as 2 hours ago?
No, that time was it 25 versus 22? Now it's 24 versus 23?
Yeah.
So it keeps changing.
Yeah.
Of course, I would wait to see how that map changes as more results come in. Like I told you, we're still waiting for the other races, Governor, Senator, Woman Rep, MP, and MCA, especially. This would be very critical, especially for Ramogi TV and Inoro TV, because those local races are very critical in looking at the balance of power in specific counties. For instance, if you're looking at Murang'a County, you'll want to know how is the balance of power between UDA, or rather Kenya Kwanza, and the Azimio team. So that also it will also speak to the majority, the minority, the House leadership, the appointment of speakers, what do you call it? The equivalence of Parliamentary Service Commission. What do you call it at the
county level?
The Public Service Board, is it?
I think so.
Yes, board? I think, yes. I think that's it.
County Assembly Service Board or something like that. We'll confirm that.
For far too long. So
yeah. There's a point where...
And of course, just to let our viewers know that many of you keenly waiting for an update on what's happening at the county level, the gubernatorial race, the senatorial race, and our teams on the ground are telling us that there is light at the end of the tunnel. So we hope in this next session you'll be able to get a lot of those results. Those who've been patiently following this broadcast for that, do not worry, keep it here. We have our teams on the ground, and shortly we'll be speaking to some of them who've pitched camp at constituency and county tallying centers, and they will now give us an indication of what's happening in some of those races. And some had even anticipated, Sam, that some of the counties would be more keenly followed, almost as keenly as the national race, the presidential race, as well. So I'm sure there'll be a lot to look at in the coming hours on that front.
It will be pretty interesting across these counties, including a place like Nairobi with so many voters that whatever happens can really change the fortunes for whatever candidate you're considering. Looking at this, I need to tell you that Raila Odinga with 57.92% out of some 98,000, almost 100,000 votes that have so far been tallied by our teams here, we have a long way to go to 2.4 million.
And there's a request, Sam, from a viewer wanting to know the factor of Kisii and Nyamira to the Nyanza voting block.
Now, I've been
okay,
up for
I'm so sorry.
searching for it. But I think this is Kisii, and it is. So there are some 637,000 registered voters. 271 polling stations have reported out of 1,298. And Raila Odinga appears to have 63.69% against William Ruto's 34.52. Of course, this is one of the areas that has been very hotly contested. Let's look at history. And 2017 will show you that in that election, Raila Odinga got 54.86%, while Uhuru Kenyatta got 42.83%. In 2013, this is how it looked like. Of course, Kisii had an ODM governor. Uhuru Kenyatta had gotten 27.41% against Odinga's 67.92%. Now, this time round, it appears that Raila Odinga is back to the 60s, 63.69%, but it is only based on some 13.45% voter turnout. So this is going to be very interesting, especially when you look at this sort of effort that has been put by the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio presidential campaigns, even on how they were selecting who will be their candidate. Remember, Azimio had a lot of candidates, whether it's from Jubilee, from ODM, from DAPK, and they were not able to agree on a single candidate. Then, so that is Kisii. Nyamira County, on the other hand, this is how it looks like at the moment. 61.33% for Raila Odinga. William Ruto, 37.68% so far. In 2017, this is how they polled. 51.6 was for Uhuru Kenyatta. So Uhuru Kenyatta got a majority in Nyamira. Raila Odinga got 46.16%. So if you have to look, for instance, at 46.16% in 2017 versus now an indicative percentage of 61. So 61 minus 46, usually it's about 15. So 15% would be very significant in influencing even the national tally. If you have to look at the trends and how they go. For Kisii, you will see that moving from 54% to 63%, that's about 9%. 9 percentage points of 637, that should get you to about 60,000. So it may be useful when it comes to equalizing into other regions that Raila Odinga may have lost the ground to Kenya Kwanza. For instance, in Lamu that you see those scales. Let's just see if there's...
The Lamu number of...
actually, it almost remains the same for Lamu. So that's the wrong example to use. Let's see Tana River, how it's looking. So Raila Odinga in 2017 was at 51.42. This time around posting 54. So again, not a good example to use. Let's see a county that, like Mombasa. So you find that 58.1 to another 58.20. In 2017, it was at 69. So that's a loss of about 11 percentage points. So 11 percentage points, 11% or 10% of 641 comes to 64,000. So when you're comparing it to Kisii County, where he is gaining 10 percentage points, it almost crosses out. So you lose in Mombasa 60,000 votes, you gain in Kisii. But again, those calculations are based on the assumption that everyone in Kisii voted, and you know for sure not everyone voted.
Yeah,
it's clear.
I don't know what the viewer would think of my reasoning in this. In the repeat election, Nyamira and Kisii participated when most of the
Nyanza had boycotted.
And I would think in this election, besides the fact that they have a candidate from the region, there is the motivation that finally they are getting back in the fray. And so with regard to voter turnout, I suppose just to assert themselves, there is the section that besides Kisii and Nyamira, it's likely to have a far greater turnout than it has ever had before because of the candidate factor and also the fact that there's a time when they were left out.
Okay, that one, I guess in the coming days we will test your hypothesis and your prediction.
I wish we could commission a study to determine exactly, and then some here would crunch the numbers for us.
So why are you doing that?
Well, because it's important.
No, I'm asking when.
Well,
not today.
I don't.
Yeah, certainly.
Actually, it's an area I would wish to pursue.
Sure.
Because now that a precedent was set in 2017, maybe in future we'll have such a scenario.
Right.
Yeah, and I think Kenya being an independent country, if a region chooses not to participate in an election, it should not be a big deal.
As long as it doesn't cause interruption to the rest of the country.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We need to get some tea.
Yes.
Some sleep.
Yeah.
I think let's take that break.
Yep.
And when we come back, a new team will be right here. And so let's leave you some of the numbers. Thank you. Thank you so much to everyone who's watched us and sent us those.
Absolutely, from all over the world, and keeping us company up until this point. They've been enjoying the analysis with our very own John King, aka Sam Gituku.
Undisputed. Well done, Sam.
Yeah.
Muthiora, I don't know if you thought you'd be here till the crack of dawn.
This is a first baptism by fire, and I would really love to do this again.
But you've sat at a constituency center or county center or national tallying center till morning waiting for results. So at least you've had a taste of...
Just minus the studio lights and cameras.
Oh, yes.
The pressure here is at another level, especially when you have someone like Sam who has statistics.
It's challenging you with the numbers.
Can we just take a break now? 68,000 people are watching on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
You should.
I think this is the highest we've ever recorded in such
this hour. Wow. I think let them know that there's so much more coming up on the other side. We exit left, but there's a new team coming in, and they'll be taking you through those numbers and some of the questions that we may not have been able to give you answers to.
Right.
They'll be able to do that.
Okay. My name is Sam Gituku.
I'm Victoria Rubadiri.
Wahiga Mwaura. That was Muthiora Kariara, our analyst for the morning.
Okay.
For the twilight schedule.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
And we'll see you soon. Goodbye for now.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
mtazamaji, karibu ikiwa ni saa 1 asubuhi. Natumai kwamba umekuwa na usiku mwema ukifuatilia tu matangazo haya ya Kenya's Choice 2022 ambayo tunaendelea nayo ili kuweza kukuletea takwimu za moja kwa moja kadri tunavyozipata katika kituo chetu cha kujumlisha kura. Bila shaka mwanao usiku mzima, kuna wale walilala, kuna wale ambao walikuwa wanafuatilia, na nadhani wakati kama huu ukifuatilia kwa karibu hizi takwimu huenda ukapata mshtuko wa moyo, manake zinakwenda zikibadilika kila dakika.
Ndio maana yake wanasema tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba mtazamaji hapitwi na lolote, manake ukilala kidogo ukiamka hesabu zimeongezeka, ukilala kidogo ukiamka hesabu zimeshuka kwa yule ambaye unamtarajia pengine kwamba ndio atakuwa anachukua uongozi. Lakini yote 9 usitie wasiwasi, tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba yote unayapata kwa njia ambayo inastahili. Jina langu mimi ni Mwanahamisi Hamadi, na kukueleza tu ni kwamba tuko hapa kuanzia saa hizi saa 1 hadi pale itakapotimu saa 5 kamili, na tutakuwa tukikueleza mengi tu ambayo yanajiri katika maeneo mbalimbali. Wanahabari wetu toka jana wako ange kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinachojiri katika maeneo waliko wao na kipata wewe kwa njia inayostahili. Na pia ndani ya studio kidogo, kama wanaweza kuonyesha, tunao wachanganuzi ambayo tayari wameingia, tutaungana nao baadaye waweze kutueleza haya mambo vile yanavyojiri inamaanisha nini kwa sisi wa Kenya, tutarajie nini, na pengine kura hizi zinazohesabiwa zitachukua pengine muda gani kwa Mkenya wa kawaida kuweza kupata matokeo.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji, tunazidi tu kufuatilia yanayojiri katika kaunti mbalimbali. Kumbuka leo kuanzia mwendo wa saa 12 tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba eneo bunge la Eldas katika kaunti ya Wajir walikuwa wafanye uchaguzi leo kutokana na changamoto za kiusalama zilizotokea usiku wa kuamkia uchaguzi hapo jana. Lakini kwa sasa nataka tuangazie kaunti ya Garissa ambapo Faisal Abdulrahman anaungana nasi kutoka Garissa Town, eneo bunge hilo la Garissa Township. Hujambo Faisal, uko katika eneo gani la kujumlisha kura? Tueleze matokeo yako vipi?
Naam, shukran sana Mashirima. Ulivyosema tuko site kwa ajili ya watazamaji wetu ili wapate tu yaliyojiri katika kaunti nzima ya Garissa. Tuko katika eneo la maktaba ama kituo ya maktaba ya kitaifa iliyoko eneo bunge la Garissa mjini, kumradhi, na sehemu hiyo unavyoona vituo vingi ambao tumeweza kutembea Mashirima ni kwamba hesabu za kura tayari zimeisha na wameweza kusafirisha vifaa na vijikaratasi na vile form 34B na ile form 34A ambao imeweza kusahihishwa na maajenti ya wagombea vile vile na wasimamizi pale katika chuo kikuu cha Garissa University ambapo ni makao makuu ya kujumuisha kura katika kaunti ya Garissa. Vile vile kukujuza tu sehemu mingi katika kaunti ya Garissa ikiwemo eneo bunge la Dadaab, Fafi, Ijara, tuliweza kupiga darubini na kuzungumza na waandishi wetu ambao wa muda ambao wako katika sehemu hizo, na umeweza kutueleza kuwa hali ni shwari na kumeshuhudia tu sintofahamu wakati ambapo kura zilikuwa zinaanza kupigwa na wakati ambapo kura zilikuwa zinafungwa jana jioni saa 11. Lakini kwa sasa ni kukujuza ni kwamba tu katika sehemu ambapo niko kumekuwa na vurumai kidogo na mojawapo ya wagombea ambaye ameweza kuleta tashwishi kidogo, lakini baadaye maafisa wamesuluhisha, ndiposa unaona hadi sasa hesabu za kura upande mwingine ulikuwa ikiendelea, na pindi tu watakapomaliza walisema wataweza kusafirisha vifaa hivi na hata vijikaratasi na ile fomu ambazo zinahitajika katika chuo kikuu cha Garissa University ambao ni makao makuu ya muda ya kujumuisha kura ya kaunti ya Garissa. Tutaweza kufika sehemu hile pia pindi tu tutahakikisha kuwa vituo vyote vimefungwa, na tutaweza kuleta taarifa ya moja kwa moja Parwanja, manake ni leo ambao siku ambao mkoko utaalika maua Parwanja kuliweka wazi ni nani wakazi wa Wajir wamemchagua kama eneo bunge ya Garissa County pamoja na eneo bunge la Dadaab, Fafi, Ijara na hata Balambala, pamoja na kiti ya ugavana, useneta na hata mwakilishi wa kike katika kaunti ya Garissa. Tutaweza tu kulijuza yote tunafanya kwa ajili ya mtazamaji wetu ili aweze kupata taarifa kamili kutoka sehemu hii ya Garissa. Vile vile kaunti jirani ulivyosema, kaunti jirani ya Wajir, eneo bunge la Eldas hawakuweza kufanya uchaguzi jana, lakini tumearifiwa kuwa leo asubuhi wameweza kuraukia vituo. Mwanahabari wetu Abdikafar Hussein amekita kambi na ataweza kutuarifu zaidi kutoka eneo bunge hilo, na taarifa zote tutaweza kufuatilia katika sehemu hii nzima ya kaskazini mashariki na hata kaunti jirani ya Tana River. Kutoka kwangu hapa Mashirima sina la ziada. Nitaweza tu kulifika katika makao makuu ya muda ya kujumuisha kura kutoka hapa, na nitaweza kupeperusha na kuleta taarifa mbashara kwa watazamaji wetu kutoka sehemu hilo pindi tu nitakapofika. Sina la ziada na kuregesha tu studioni Mashirima.
Na shukran Faisal hapo kutoka kaunti ya Garissa. Anavyosema Faisal ni kuwa tayari katika eneo bunge ambapo yupo kuna zile fomu 34B ambazo zimeanza kutayarishwa. Kumbuka kwamba ile 34A ndio inatoka katika kituo cha kupigia kura. Kisha hizi 34B zote zitapelekwa katika kituo cha kitaifa huko Bomas, ambapo kutakuwa na ile takwimu zote, matokeo yote ya taifa ambayo yatajazwa katika fomu ya 34C, na kisha mshindi wa urais atapatiwa kile cheti cha kuonyesha kwamba ameshinda uchaguzi wa urais ambayo inafahamika kama form 34D.
Na bila shaka kwa sasa basi tuelekee katika kaunti ya Meru, ambapo naarifiwa kwamba mwanahabari wetu Hassan Mugambi yuko katika eneo bunge la Imenti South ili aweze kutupasha ni yapi ambayo yanajiri. Hassan, kama unanipata, naomba utueleze haswa huko Imenti South uko kwenye kituo kipi, na kufikia sasa pengine kura zimehesabiwa na matokeo ambayo mumepata ni yapi?
Naam, shukrani sana Mwanahamisi. Kwanza kabisa tuko katika eneo bunge la Imenti ya kaskazini, yani Imenti North, ambapo ni kituo kikuu cha hesabu ya kura katika eneo bunge hili, na zaidi ya takriban kama takriban 2 ama 3 hivi, manake walianza kutiririka sasa kwa mpigo na mwendo wa saa 9 na hadi kufikia sasa kama unavyoona ni kwamba wale maafisa wa kura kutoka maeneo mbalimbali ya eneo bunge hili tayari wamekuwa wenye kuwasili hapa kujaribu tu kufikisha yale matokeo yao ili yawe ni yenye kupokelewa, lakini maafisa wa mapokezi katika kituo hiki kikuu cha hesabu ya kura wanasema kwamba hata robo bado haijafikiwa. Kumbuka kwamba kuna vituo takriban 187 katika eneo bunge hili, bado hazijakuwa zenye kuhesabiwa zaidi ya robo ya zile maeneo ambazo zimeweza kuwasilisha matokeo yao. Kwa hiyo ni swala zima la kusubiri kuona jinsi mambo yatakavyokuwa, lakini kila mmoja anavyoweza kuwasilisha. Yule mkuu wa IEBC katika eneo bunge hili anakuwa ni mwenye kutangaza. Kwa hiyo matokeo haya yanaendelea sasa kufika. Ilikuwa ni swala la ngoja hapo jana usiku hadi wakati ambapo hadi wakati tukaanza kuwaona mwendo wa saa 9 wakiweza kuwasili, na kuwasili kwao pia kuna wanawasilisha stakabadhi ambazo wametoka nazo katika maeneo bunge. Kumbuka kuna fomu ambazo wanajaza na wanakuwa ni wenye kuafiki kwamba kweli huyu ni afisa ambaye ametoka maeneo fulani na anakuwa ni mwenye kupokelewa, ili yale yaliyotangaza kwa katika kituo hicho yanakuwa ni yale ambayo yanafaa yawe yenye kusikika katika kituo hiki pia. Na hapo baadaye tutakuwa tunaelekea katika kituo kikuu cha hesabu za kura za county, ambapo hadi kufikia sasa hakuna lolote limeweza kuendelea pale, maana tulikuwa tunagusa upande zote mbili, lakini pale bado maafisa ndio walikuwa ni wenye kutayarisha ule ukumbi kuanzia jana, lakini hadi kufikia sasa hakuna aliyefika pale, na bado maafisa hawa ambao wako hapa ndio wanatarajiwa kuwa watamaliza hapa kisha waelekee katika maeneo hayo mengine ili waweze kuwasilisha sasa kwa yule meneja wa county wa uchaguzi ama county returning officer, ambaye atakuwa ni mwenye kutangaza sasa na kuweka wazi bayana ni nani gavana na ni nani seneta na vile kabisa mwakilishi wa kike katika county hii ya Meru. Kumbuka kaunti ambayo ina maeneo bunge 9, na yote hayo yatakuwa ni yenye kufanya zoezi kama hili kabla ya kufikisha katika kituo kikuu cha hesabu za kura za kaunti. Kwa hiyo ni swala zima la kusubiri hapa. Tumekuwa ni wenye kusubiri na tutazidi kusubiri ili kwa manufaa ya mtazamaji, ili naye aweze kufahamu jinsi katika kaunti hii ya Meru kura zilivyopigwa, kura zilivyohesabiwa na vile vile kabisa kura zilivyotangazwa. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa hapa ili tuweze kukujulisha tu takwimu hizo zitakuwa vipi. Kwanza kabisa hapa ni katika eneo bunge la Imenti ya Kaskazini ambapo kuna kinyang'anyiro kikali kati ya yule Raim Daud ambaye ndiye mbunge wa eneo hili ambaye anajaribu kugombea tu na mwenye kushikilia wadhifa huo, lakini ni wadhifa ambao pia umetolewa ushindani mkubwa na wenzake kama vile Halima Musheke wa UDA na wengine ambao wamejitosa katika ulingo huo ili wawe ni wenye kugombea kiti hicho. Kwa hiyo ni nani atakayeibuka mshindi ni swala zima la hesabu. Sasa ndio tunajaribu kuangalia tu ni vipi ambavyo itakavyokuwa hadi kufikia wakati huo. Kumbuka pia kuna wadi nyingi katika county hii na vile vile kabisa eneo bunge hili, na zote hizo zinakuwa zenye kutangazwa katika kituo hiki, na ni kituo ambacho kilikuwa kinahitajika tu. Hakuna wale wafuasi wa wanasiasa ambao wanahitajika hapa, bali ni maagenti wakuu, wanasiasa wenyewe na vile vile kabisa maafisa wa kura kutoka maeneo bunge ama vituo vyote ambavyo vimeweza kupigiwa kura. Kwa hiyo ni swala la kusubiri. Mwanahamisi wanasema usione kwamba umerauka, kuna wale waliokesha.
Na bila shaka wao walikesha, na hapa ndani ya studio hata sisi wenzetu pia wamekesha. Yote hayo ni katika harakati za kuhakikisha kwamba hupitwi na lolote ambalo linajiri. Asante sana Hassan. Ni mwanahabari wetu huyo Hassan Mugambi akiwa huko Imenti County ya Meru. Na kama tulivyokueleza ni kwamba tutakuwa tunakupasha mengi tu kutoka sehemu mbalimbali, hata kule Bomas ambako shughuli nzima itakuwa inatarajiwa kufanyika hapo baadaye. Mwanahabari wetu Nimrod Tabu tayari amewasili, lakini kabla kuungana naye nampokeza mwenzangu Mashirima. Sijui kwa hivi sasa tutakuwa tunaelekea wapi?
Na bila shaka Mwanahamisi, hivi sasa tunataka kuelekea katika kaunti ya Bomet, eneo bunge la Sotik, ambapo Emily Chebet amekuwa akifuatilia jinsi hali ilivyo. Hujambo Emily, bila shaka ni kaunti ambayo sio tu kinyang'anyiro cha urais ambacho kinaangaziwa, bali pia kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana, ambapo gavana wa sasa Hilary Barchok atakuwa anajaribu kutetea nafasi yake, huku Ruto Isaac Kiprono ambaye alikuwa gavana wa kwanza anajaribu kurudi katika wadhifa huo. Je, matokeo yako vipi?
Wainga David Warwe 000, Wajakoya George Rochir 000.
Na asante sana Mashirima, ukiwa studioni, tukiwa hapa Hassan Mugambi akikesha kule Meru. Sisi tumekuwa tukikesha hapa kaunti ya Bomet, kaunti number 36. Na hapa asubuhi ya leo tuko katika eneo bunge la Sotik, katika shule ya upili ya wavulana ya Kaplong, ambao ndio constituency tallying center ya Sotik constituency. Na asubuhi ya leo tunaweza sema kwamba ile upigaji kura wa jana ilienda vizuri, hakuja kuwa na jambo lolote ama lile la kuleta tafaruku ama tashwishwi. So kumekuwa na ile upigaji kura salama. Kufikia saa 11 jioni waliweza kufunga vile vituo vya kupiga kura, na asubuhi ya leo unaweza ona kwamba maafisa wa IEBC ama wale deputy presiding officers kwa mkono wangu wa kulia wamepanga foleni kweli kweli, wengi wao wakiwa wameamua hata kulala pale kwa sababu hawaja kuwa na lepe la usingizi kwa siku kama 2 hivi, kwa sababu wengi wao wanatuambia walikuja juzi wakichukua zile vifaa, na walitoka hapa jana asubuhi wakaanza ile zoezi la kupiga kura na wakafunga jioni, na sasa wengine wao walifika hapa tangia mida ya saa 7 asubuhi. Unaangalia tu wamepanga laini ili kurudisha vile vidude vya kupiga kura. Na hii upande wangu wa kulia kuna ile foleni tu ndefu ya wale maafisa wa IEBC ama presiding officers ambao wanaregesha ballot boxes ambazo zimetoka katika vituo mbalimbali vya kupigia kura. Wengi wao pia hapa wanasema walifika hapa asubuhi na mapema, wengi wao kufika hapa saa 8, saa 9, saa 7 na bado wako kwenye foleni kwa sababu hapa Bomet County tuko na zile vituo vya kupiga kura 853 na kulingana na wasimamizi wa IEBC hapa bado hawajafikia zile tunaweza sema quota, ndio kumeanza tu, na wengi wao wanaona kwamba wanaweza subiri zaidi, wengine wanaweza toka hata hapa saa 7 mchana. Na hii ni tu kuhakikisha kwamba vile upigaji kura ama kuhesabu na kujumulisha kura imeenda sambamba. Kabla tuje hapa Sotika Mashirima, tumekuwa katika ile eneo bunge la Bomet ya kati, Bomet Central, ambao pia tallying center yao iko katika shule ya upili ya Tenwek. Na ile zoezi ziliko kama hii tu hapa, ambapo ni inaenda polepole, ni kuhakikisha tu kwamba kila kitu kiko shwari. Foleni pia zikiwa ndefu kutoka saa 7, saa 8 asubuhi. Na hapa unaweza ona kwamba maafisa wa usalama wameshika doria vilivyo. Ukitoka mita 1, mita 2 unapatana na afisa wa polisi wale ambao wametoka nao katika vituo mbalimbali vya kupigia kura. Na hii ni kuhakikisha kwamba vile vifaa ambavyo tayari ukiona vimefunikwa tayari kupelekwa katika ile tallying center ya county ya Bomet, ambako tutakuwa tunaelekea pale tuseme tu saa 1 hivi tutakuwa tumefika kule Bomet kujumulisha zile kura. Na kidogo tu labda nizungumze na mmoja ambaye amekuwa hapa, tueleze kwamba alifika hapa saa ngapi na anaona atamalizwa saa ngapi.
Kwa majina naitwa Vivian. Tumefika hapa saa 8 na dakika 20 na bado tunasubiri.
Unaona kwamba kama hii zoezi inaenda polepole ama iko tu sawa vile mlikuwa mnatarajia? Unaona kama utatoka hapa saa ngapi na umetoka kituo gani ya kupiga kura?
Nimetoka kituo cha Sigorian ambapo tumetumia muda wa saa 1 kufika hapa. Tulitoka kituo cha kupiga kura saa 7 na dakika 10, tukafika hapa saa 8 na dakika 20. Na siwezi sema inaenda polepole au haraka juu raundi hii IEBC imekuwa na a lot of documentation, so imekuwa ikichukua muda kudocument hizo vitu zote, so siwezi wa blame.
Ukiongelelea documentation, unaona kwamba hii zoezi la wakati huu mmekuwa na changamoto zote katika kituo chenu ama mmekuwa na ile upigaji kura salama?
Upigaji kura umekuwa salama. I think your documentation is for transparency because tumekuwa tukijaza forms mingi, sio ndio imechukua muda, ndio maana tumefika katika tallying center kama muda umesonga.
Na Mashirima, jinsi unavyosikia hapa, maafisa wanasema kwamba kidogo inaenda polepole, lakini wanasema ni hali ya kuhakikisha tu kwamba kila kitu kiko shwari, na sisi tutakuwa tunasonga tu na kutembea katika zile maeneo bunge 5 za county hii ya Bomet kabla tufike katika National County Tallying Center ambayo iko katika Bomet Central. Hapa ndani pia labda mpiga picha wangu anaweza tu aonyesha watazamaji wetu kidogo tu ni nini inaendelea kule ndani, ambapo maagenti peke yao ndio wamekubaliwa kuingia pale, na hao ma presiding officers ambao wanaleta vile vifaa ama ballot boxes ili kuhakikisha kila kitu kiko shwari. Hapa ni kutangaza, lakini zile nambari ama idadi ambayo imehesabiwa sio kitu ambacho tunaweza sema kwamba tunaweza peana, kwa sababu haijafika hata ile quota jinsi nilikueleza hapo awali. Mashirima, kaunti ya Bomet ina wapiga kura 1736,987 na kipute zaidi inayotazamiwa ni ile ya gavana, na tutakuwa tu tukizunguka na kuangalia ile mambo ambayo yanaendelea hapa, na tutawajuza watazamaji wetu tukiendelea. Mashirima.
Naam, shukran Emily hapo kutoka kaunti ya Bomet na bunge la Sotik, na kama alivyosema ni kwamba yale matokeo ambayo wako nayo hata hayajafikia robo, kwa hivyo hawezi kusema mengi kuhusiana na hilo. Na mbali na kinyang'anyiro cha urais kuna kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana pamoja na kinyang'anyiro cha ubunge ambacho kwa kweli wengi watakuwa wanangoja kuona ni nani atakuwa mbunge wa Sotik, Chepalungu, Bomet East na Bomet ya Kati, yani Bomet Central. Mwanahamisi.
Na bila shaka kwa sasa basi naarifiwa tuende moja kwa moja hadi katika kaunti ya Siaya ambako mwanahabari wetu Sam Ogina tayari yuko tayari kabisa kuweza kuzungumza nasi. Naarifiwa kwamba yuko katika eneo bunge la Alego Usonga. Pengine Sam Ogina, utueleze kufuatia experience ya hapo jana, idadi ya wapiga kura ambao walijitokeza katika kaunti hiyo inalingana vipi na wale ambao walikuwa wamesajiliwa? Ilikuwa ni ya kuridhisha ama ilikuwa imezidi matarajio ya watu? Hali iko namna gani kwa sasa? Na kama kura za urais tayari zilikuwa zimeshahesabiwa katika eneo hilo, je, ni nani ambaye anaongoza na ni nani ambaye anamfuata kwa karibu?
Shukran sana Mwanahamisi. Katika studio zetu hapo Nairobi, niko katika Tallying Center ya Alego Usonga, eneo bunge la Alego Usonga, na hapa ni Siaya Institute of Technology. Hapa ndipo wanajumuisha yale matokeo yote ya maeneo ya vituo za kupiga kura katika eneo bunge hili la Alego Usonga. Na hapa labda tuseme kuwa kuna vituo vya kupigia kura 230, na hivi tunavyozungumza mule ndani ambapo ndipo wanafanya kujumuisha matokeo hayo. Nikitoka mule ndani walikuwa hata hawajafika 50. So ni process ambayo labda tutasema inaenda kwa upole sana, na hivyo hata tunavyozungumza ukiangalia nyuma yangu utaona kuwa kumejaa wale wanaitwa presiding officers na wengine bado wanaingia, kumaanisha kuwa ni process ambayo inaenda polepole sana. Na ukiona hii foleni ya presiding officers, hawa ndio ambao washafika na bado wanangoja ile inaitwa the formal process, yani waje waende kule ndani wakuwe registered, sanduku zao zikaguliwe, seals zikaguliwe, matokeo yao yaangaliwe before maybe unaona vile foleni ilivyo. Hii yote inafaa iende, alafu waingie katika kituo hiki, na pale ndio presiding officers wanafaa kuingia wakaguliwe, alafu ndio hiyo process iweze kumalizika na matokeo yao yajumuishwe, alafu ndio wa Kenya ama wakazi wa Alego Usonga wajulishwe kuwa ni haswa wako ama taswira inakaa namna gani. Unaona, labda ongee na moja ama wawili. Acha ni anze na madam hapa ambaye naona umeketi chini. Asante sana. Labda tueleze jina lako ni nani, umetoka kwa kituo gani cha kupigia kura, ulifika hapa saa ngapi, na labda hii shughuli iko namna gani?
Okay. Kwa majina naitwa Morina Tieno Witi, nimekuwa presiding officer Baragulu Primary School Station Center Stream 01, na anyway imekuwa tu vitu vimeenda sawa sawa, hatujakuwa na shida yoyote. Hata saizi tukirudisha ballot papers, ballot boxes and other things needed, tumeona tu wanatumia ticket numbers. Sasa hakuna ile rabsha ya watu kufanya nini kungangana, so things are so smooth. Tumekuwa tuko sawa, by the way, tuko sawa. Voting session has been okay and well.
Wewe inakaa uko na nguvu sana.
Nina nguvu. Tulikuwa tunaingia unapewa meal card, vitu vimekuwa vimeundwa vizuri mpaka saa hizi asubuhi nishapata kasima changu na nyama. Sasa mimi niko sawa kabisa.
Shukran sana.
Asante.
Asante. Labda ndugu, wewe nawe ama Kiswahili si mdomo chako?
Tuko kwa the same center Baragulu. Mimi ni Steven Otieno. Tulikuwa DP Presiding Officer. Tulitoka juzi na tumerudi leo. Tumefanya vizuri. The turnout was good and we hope for the best of this day. Yeah.
Labda kwa stream yako turnout ilikuwa namna gani in terms of percentage?
It was around 76 point something. Yeah.
Na hapa umefika saa ngapi?
Hapa tulifika saa 11.
Naona hauko mbali sana kuhudumia
because tunatumia line. Yeah, sasa ukikuja unachukua tiketi yako na unaenda. Asante sana.
Hivyo ndivyo hali ilivyo Mwana Hamisi. Wacha tuwalao wafanye kazi zao hapa. Umesikia kuwa unapofika katika e-tailing center hii, kitu cha kwanza ni utakuja upokee ticket namba yako, alafu ungoje kwa foleni, alafu utakapofikiwa hapo ndipo utapeleka stakabadhi zako zikaguliwe, alafu matokeo yako yaweze kujumuishwa na matokeo mengine ya presiding officers wengine ambao wamefika hapa. Unaona jamaa huyu wako tu katika pilka zile za mwisho hakikisha kwa stakabadhi zake ziko sambamba. That is for stakabadhi zake zikaguliwe. Eneo bunge hili nilivyoarifu hapo mbeleni ni kuwa liko na maeneo ya kupigia kura 230 na unavyoona maeneo 230, seme kama labda hata hatujafika nusu ya maeneo hayo. Na mule ndani process ambayo inaendelea ni kuwa matokeo ambayo presiding officers wanakuja nayo wataingia mle ndani, kaguliwe, ijumuishwe, alafu kuna wale polling officials ama clerks wa IEBC kama wawili hivi ambao hao pia wanafaa kukaa chini na kufanya ile tallying. Na reason why there are two polling officials, just to make sure that whatever it is that they're doing, the tallying of that exercise, they're able to reconcile those figures. So at least giving the benefit of doubt, at least 2 individuals doing the tallying, and of course just to make sure that that exercise, there's that synergy of the numbers. So from this constituency tallying center, of course tutakuwa tunaelekea katika county tallying center. Hapo ndipo tutaweza kujua ni mbivu na mbichi kati ya gavana, mbivu na mbichi kati ya seneta na ule mwakilishi wa kike wa bunge haswa. Na pia tutajua kwa jumla Siaya County imeweza kupigia kura kwa rais namna gani. So hivyo ndivyo hali ilivyo hapa katika tallying center hii ya Siaya Institute of Technology. Of course tumesema kuwa tukimaliza hapa tutafanya pilka zetu, lakini labda hapa tutamaliza maybe around saa 4 hivi, ndipo tutakavyojua haswa ni yepi ama ni mbivu na mbichi aje. Alafu of course tutaendelea na pilka zetu za Siaya County tunapo ongojea matokeo ya kura hii ya mwaka huu wa 2022. Kwako studio.
Naam, asante sana. Ni mwanahabari wetu huyo Sam Ogina akijitahidi kabisa kuweza kutupatia taarifa kutoka eneo hilo la Siaya County, akiwa haswa katika eneo bunge la Alego Usonga. Na kama alivyosema, katika eneo bunge hilo kulikuwa na vituo 230, vyote hivyo vimeweza kuwasilisha matokeo yao hapo yaweze kujumlishwa, kisha baadaye yapelekwe katika kile kituo kikubwa cha county, ambako hapo ndo tutakuwa tunapata hesabu kamili ya kujua kura yamepigwa namna gani katika kaunti ya Siaya. Hivi basi sasa tunakupeleka moja kwa moja kwa Mashirima aweze kutupeleka katika kaunti ya Mombasa, na naarifiwa kwamba tunakwenda katika kaunti katika eneo bunge la Nyali. Mashirima, eneo bunge la Nyali tunalijua ni eneo ambalo limekuwa na ushindani mkubwa baina ya Mohamed Ali na Said Abdalla ambayo Saido pamoja na wengine. Sijui anaitwaje Mtalaki kule, ana yapi ya kutueleza kuhusiana na
bila shaka kama ulivyosema eneo bunge la Nyali limevutia wagombeaji 10, kati yao huyu wa UDM Mohamed Ali na Said Abdalla wa ODM. Lakini la msingi ni kujua kwamba ni vituo vingapi vya kupigia kura katika eneo bunge la Nyali ambavyo maafisa wake tayari wamefika katika kituo hicho cha kujumlisha kura. Mtalaki, hujambo? Natumai kwamba usiku umekuwa mwema. Labda unaweza kutueleza ni maafisa wangapi wa IEBC katika vituo vya kupigia kura eneo la Nyali ambao wameweza kufika katika kituo hicho cha kujumlisha kura?
Na Mashirima, kufikia sasa katika eneo bunge hili la Nyali ambapo tunatarajia kutakuwa na ushindani mkali hususan katika kiti cha ubunge, maeneo ambayo yameweza kuwasilisha matokeo yao na vile vijisanduku ambavyo vimeweza kudhibitishwa kufikia sasa ni 14 kati ya vituo 195 ambavyo vipo katika eneo bunge hili la Nyali. Na kwa mfano nikiweza, kuna baadhi ya matokeo ambayo yameweza kusoma pale mbele ni kwamba katika eneo la Kongoya Secondary School, Mohamed Ali mbunge wa sasa anaongoza kwa kura 250, alafu akifuatwa kwa karibu na Said Abdalla ama Saido kwa kura 89, alafu Eric Gitonga, huyu ni mgombea huru akiwa na kura 6, akifuatwa na Millicent akiwa na kura 1. Hao wengine hawajakuweza kujizolea kura yote. Lakini pia ukiweza kuona hapa nje ni baadhi tu ya wale maafisa ambao wamefika hapa kuja kuleta matokeo yao na pamoja na zile stakabadhi ili ziweze kukaguliwa na kuweza kudhibitishwa kabla ya kuweza kujazwa na sisi kuweza kuona ni kipi labda wameweza kujizolea katika kipute cha urais, useneta, uwakilishi wa kike pamoja na ubunge na uwakilishi wadi katika maeneo ambayo yapo katika wadi hii ya eneo bunge hili la Mvita, ikiwemo Kongoya, Freetown, Ziwa la Ng'ombe, Mkomani na Kazandani. Na hapa kupatia takwimu ni kwamba kufikia sasa kuna vituo vitatu ambavyo bado havijaweza kuwasilisha matokeo yake, na kati ya vile vituo 195, na kile kilichofanyika sasa katika huu mlolongo mkubwa ni kwamba hawa ni baadhi ya 179 ambao kwa sasa wameleta matokeo yao ili yaweze kufanyia ukaguzi kabla ya kuweza kutangazwa rasmi katika sehemu hii, ili Wakenya pia waweze kufahamu ni kipi ambacho kitakuwa kinawekwa pale katika ile tovuti ya tume ya IEBC na kuhusiana na eneo bunge la Nyali. Eneo hili la Nyali, Mashirima, liko na wapiga kura zaidi ya 122,223 ambao wanaruhusiwa kupiga kura katika uchaguzi huu wa mwaka 2022. Na kufikia sasa tunaona pia katika maeneo ya Ziwa la Ng'ombe, Raila Amolo Odinga alijizolea kura 154, huku William Ruto akijizolea kura 104, Wahiga Maure 0 na Wajakoya pia 0. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa kile ambacho tunafuatilia kwa karibu ni kwamba tuna matokeo yanazidi kutolewa hapa, ikiwa kwa sasa ni vituo 14 pekee ambavyo vimeweza kuwasilisha matokeo yake na yanaendelea kutangazwa kwa sasa, ili kila mmoja atakayefika hapa atakapoingia mle ndani akiweza kudhibitishwa, basi wataweza kutangaza wale maafisa wa tume ya IEBC. Kwa hivyo tunataraji kwamba kwa siku ya leo shughuli nzima itakuwa katika sehemu hii kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wameweza kuthibitisha yale matokeo, alafu pia tuweze kupata mshindi wa nyadhifa mbalimbali na hususan ubunge katika eneo hili ambapo kwa sasa tunaona kuna ushindani mkali kati ya Mohamed Ali ambaye ni mbunge wa sasa na Said Abdalla ambao wamekuwa wakifanya kampeni zao, na pia kumekuwa na baadhi ya ushindani mkali hususan katika wawili hawa. Kwa hivyo tutazidi kuwajuza watazamaji wetu kile ambacho kinajiri, lakini kwa sasa hali ndio hii. Maafisa wa polisi wale ambao wameandamana na vile vijisanduku vya kupigia kura wapo hapa, wamekuwa hapa, hawajaelekea kokote, wakiweza kufuatilia pia kwa karibu kuhakikisha kwamba wameweza kukamilisha zoezi hili, ili wanaporudi nyumbani basi waweze kuwa wamekamilisha zoezi hili, na wale ambao wamekamilisha utaona wako upande wa pili wakisubiri kuweza kuelekezwa. Kwa hivyo mambo ndio haya, lakini kwa pia katika maeneo ya Mvita shughuli nzima inaendelea, ambapo kuna baadhi ya vituo pia vimeweza kuwasilisha matokeo yao, lakini bado hawajaweza kukamilisha, sawa na maeneo ya Jomvu, Changamwe na Likoni ambapo pia kuna ushindani mkali wa ubunge, na pia maeneo ya Changamwe ambapo mbunge wa eneo hilo pia anataka kiti hile kwa mara ya 3 pamoja na mshindani wake wa karibu ambaye alikuwa ni Ali Daibo wa chama cha Jubilee. Tutazidi kuwajuza kile ambacho kinajiri katika kaunti hii ya Mombasa, hususan katika sehemu mbalimbali ambapo matokeo haya kwa sasa yanazidi kutiririka. Hapa katika kaunti ya Nyali, eneo bunge la Nyali, samahani, ni kwamba matokeo ambayo yamewasilishwa kwa sasa ni vituo 14 kati ya 195 ambavyo vipo katika sehemu hii ya Mombasa. Kwa ujumla vituo katika kaunti ya Mombasa ni 1041, alafu kijumulisha na 4 vingine kutoka magereza manne, ambapo magereza haya yanaruhusiwa tu kupiga katika kipute cha urais, inafanya kuwa 1045. Kwa hivyo kati ya wapiga kura 6,041 wanaruhusiwa kupiga kura. Tutazidi kuona labda ni nani atakuwa amejizolea kura nyingi, ziwe ni za ubunge ambayo ni maeneo bunge 6 yaliyoko katika eneo bunge hili kaunti hii ya Mombasa, pamoja na kiti cha uwakilishi wa kike, useneta, alafu kuahirishwa kwa kiti cha ugavana. Tutasubiri kuona ni vipi tume ya IEBC wataweza kutangaza tarehe kamili, lakini pande zote wamesema wako tayari kuweza kushiriki kipute cha ugavana na pia cha urais. Wakati matokeo yatakapokamilika tutaweza kuwajuza watazamaji wetu. Kwa sasa nikomee hapo. Mashirima na Mwana Hamisi.
Mombasa ya ubunge la Nyali hapo akiwa anatueleza jinsi ambavyo hali ilivyo kuhusiana na matokeo sio tu ya urais bali pia ya maeneo bunge. Mwana, nadhani hivi sasa tunaelekea katika kaunti ya Bungoma.
Na bila shaka tunakwenda moja kwa moja hadi katika kaunti ya Bungoma ambako tunaungana na mwanahabari wetu John Wanyama ambaye inaarifiwa yuko katika eneo bunge la Kanduyi. Wanyama, kama unanipata, pengine utueleze ni mambo gani ambayo yanajiri kwa sasa, manake katika vituo ambavyo tumeviangazia muda usiokuwa mrefu ilikuwa hali iko polepole tu, hizo kura zikiweza kuwasilishwa huko kuweza kuhesabiwa kabla ya matokeo kamili kupelekwa katika vituo vikuu. Sijui huko Kanduyi mambo yako namna gani?
Na Mwana Hamisi, hapa katika eneo bunge hili la Kanduyi, tuko katika eneo hili ambapo kura zinaendelea kuhesabiwa katika shule hii ya upili ya wavulana ya Bungoma, ambapo matokeo pia katika eneo hili tumeweza kuona kwamba yanaingia pole pole tu, lakini vile unaona nyuma yangu matokeo haya yamefika hapa, vijisanduku hapo vimeletwa hapa, kila mtu anang'ang'ana kuhakikisha kwamba yake ambayo amekuja nayo isipotee wala isichanganyane na nyingine, kuhakikisha kwamba tu inakuwa sawa na shwari jinsi na namna ambavyo wamepanga. Na kufika hapa katika matokeo ambayo tumeweza kuona yametangazwa na tume ya IEBC katika eneo bunge hili, tumeweza kuona kwamba mbunge Wafula wa Munyinyi amezoa kura takriban 1529 kufikia sasa. John Makali ambaye pia wanakabiliana naye kwa ukaribu sana amejizolea kura takriban 2375. Alfred Hangati ana takriban kura 1609, na vituo vya kupiga kura hapa katika eneo bunge hili ni takriban 243, lakini kufikia sasa vituo ambavyo vimetangazwa na tume ya IEBC IEBC ni takriban 30 tu, na matokeo haya yanaendelea kuingia katika eneo bunge hili na katika eneo bunge hili la Bungoma. Lakini nizungumze na mwanadada huyu, njoo hapa tuzungumze. Unaitwa nani? Pengine umekuwa unasimamia kituo kipi, na iwapo matokeo yako umeweza kuyawasilisha au bado? Unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Hilda Walucho. Nimekuwa pio Bukembe West, Kitale Primary School. Tumeweza kuhesabu zile kura overnight. Tumekuja Tallying Center saa 9. Bado hatujaregesha ballot boxes, bado tunangoja.
Na pengine shughuli nzima ilikuwaje kuhesabu kura hadi kufika hapa? Pengine unaona zoezi hili linaenda polepole ama unaonaje?
Zoezi liliweza kwenda polepole kwa sababu ya the use of Kim's kit. Kuna wale wazee ambao wana fingerprints zao zina fail kufanya, na hiyo ndio iliyozalia kwa kura zetu zile process kwenda polepole. Otherwise ilimekuwa mzuri, hakujakuwa na wizi wowote, hakuna visa vyovyote ambavyo vimeweza kuripotiwa katika eneo bunge letu.
Pengine ulifika hapa saa 9. Pengine unaona matokeo yako utawafikisha saa ngapi kwenye ukumbi huu wa matangazo?
Niliweza kusajiliwa kuwa nambari 63 na natarajia kwamba nitaweza kuwasilisha hizi matokeo mwendo wa saa 5 kamili hivi.
Naam. Najua hamjalala kabisa.
Hatujalala. Evidence ni macho.
Asante sana. Na Mwanahamisi, vile umeweza kusikia kutoka kwa mwanadada huyu, anasema kwamba hawajalala. Alifika hapa mwendo wa saa 9 na hadi sasa pengine ameratibiwa kupeleka matokeo yake hapo pengine mwendo wa saa 5, saa 6. Ni jambo ambalo unaona kwamba ni wasiwasi, pengine itakuwa inachukua muda mrefu, si jambo ambalo pengine watakuwa wanafanya kwa haraka jinsi na namna vile wale ambao wako nyumbani wangependa kufanywa. Katika eneo bunge hili pia, Mwanahamisi, utakumbuka kwamba hapo jana kuna visanga vilitokea pale ambapo mbunge wa Kimilili pia alimpiga, inakisiwa ama ni madai kwamba alimpiga mtu na kumuua, alimpiga risasi na kumuua papo hapo, jambo ambalo pia tunafuatilia kujua iwapo atakuwa amekamatwa kufikia sasa. Lakini kulingana na maafisa wa polisi ambao tumezungumza nao, anasema kwamba bado hajajiwasilisha kwenye kituo chochote cha polisi kufikia sasa, na ni swala pia ambalo tutakuwa tunazungumzia na kufuatilia kwa ukaribu. Katika eneo bunge, katika kaunti hii ya Bungoma, kuna takriban wapiga kura 1646 na wote hii leo tutakuwa tunauliza pia maafisa wa IEBC ni wangapi waliweza kujitokeza kwa asilimia ipi kuweza kupiga kura hiyo. Kuna maeneo bunge 9 katika kaunti hii ya Bungoma, na ambapo kuna vituo pia vya kupiga kura takriban 1186, jambo ambalo tutakuwa tunafuatilia. Pia kivumbi kikali ambacho kinatazamiwa kutifuliwa hapa ni baina ya spika wa seneti ambaye ni Lusaka, ambaye pia anawania kiti hiki cha ugavana. Kumbuka yeye pia alikuwa gavana hapa, ameonja utamu wa kiti hicho, ndipo wakati huu pia amerejea katika ulingo huu na kutafuta kiti hicho baina yake na gavana wa sasa Wycliffe Wangamati, ambao tutakuwa tunaangalia matokeo yao yako vipi, wanapelekana vipi. Lakini katika wadhifa huo wa ugavana wako watu 4 pamoja na Zakaria Barasa wa UDP na Martin Ndiwa Simoto ambaye ni mwaniaji huru katika eneo hili. Kwa hivyo, Mwanahamisi, katika kaunti hii tutakuwa tunakuja kwenu kuwajuza ni yapi ambaye ameweza kujiri, ni nani ameweza kujinyakulia kazi yake amepewa na wananchi, kwani hapo jana waliandikisha historia na kufanya uamuzi, na wenye uwezo ambao wanaandika viongozi kazi ni wananchi, na iwapo wamewapeleka nyumbani, basi sisi kama runinga Citizen tuko hapa ange pamoja na mpika picha wangu Cheptai na Miss kuhakikisha kwamba tunawaletea yote yanayojiri katika eneo hili la Bungoma. Mwanahamisi.
Na asante sana Wanyama kwa hayo. Ni mwanahabari wetu huyo John Wanyama akija nasi moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Bungoma. Kwa hivi sasa basi naarifiwa tuelekee huko Bomas, manake kituo hicho cha Bomas kuanzia sasa, yani siku ya pili baada ya kupiga kura, kinakuwa ni kituo ambacho macho yote yanakuwa yanaelekezwa kule, manake pale ndipo ambapo patatokea msema kweli. Kuna ule msemo ambao wenzetu walikuwa wanasema kwamba the fat lady atakuwa anatueleza nini. Bila shaka hapo ndipo macho yote yatakuwa yanaangazia ni nini ambacho kitakuwa kinatokea, ni nani ambaye atakuwa amepata nini. Yote haya yatakuwa yanapatikana huko. Kwa hivyo nimpokeze uskani hivi sasa mwenzangu Nimrod Tabu akiwa pamoja na Ayub Abdikadir ambao wako huko watueleze mengi. Pengine Ayub, kama unanipata hivi sasa, ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea haswa huko Bomas?
Mwana Hamisi and Mashirima, good morning from the Bomas of Kenya. We are live from our field studio here at the Bomas of Kenya, where the IEBC is housed until the declaration, determination and the decision, where the IEBC will announce the next president of the Republic of Kenya. Remember, this is the National Tallying Center for the presidential election, and the returning officer to that effect is the chairperson of the poll commission, Wafula Chebukati. And I am with my colleague Nimrod Tabu here. Good morning, Nimrod. A lot happened, polling underway in many polling stations across the country, counting, I mean.
Good morning to you too, Ayub. Bila shaka kama ulivyosema, matokeo bado yanaendelea kutiririka katika maeneo mengi tu, kama ninavyotuarifu wanahabari wetu. Ni dhahiri shahiri kwamba ni siku ndefu nyingine ya kuhesabu kura zaidi. Ukiangalia katika maeneo mengi, kwa mfano Lion Hill kuhusiana na kiti cha seneti, Tabitha Karanja alikuwa anaongoza wakati huo katika eneo hilo, lakini matokeo ni mengi. Ukiangalia Jamhuri Primary School hapa katika kiti cha urais, nafikiri maeneo ambayo yamehesabu kura katika sehemu ile tayari yameshawasilisha matokeo kwa urais, lakini bado idadi inaendelea kuongezeka. Hatuwezi kuthibitisha, hatuwezi kusema mengi kwa sababu sasa hivi matokeo ni yale ya awali, kama kwa kimombo wanavyosema provisional results. Ukiangalia katika maeneo mengi kuna baadhi ya waoniaji ambao tayari wameshaungama kwamba wameshindwa, lakini bado uchaguzi haujatangazwa hata katika maeneo bunge kuweza kubashiri nani ameshinda kiti cha ugavana kikamilifu, nani ameshinda kiti cha seneti na kadhalika. Lakini ndio hali ilivyo katika ukumbi wa Bomas, tukisubiri kwamba kutakuwa na makamishna kama ulivyosema ukiongozwa na mwenyekiti Wafula Chebukati kuweza kueleza zaidi.
And Mwana Hamisi and Mashirima, just status update, because the media center is at the moment inactive. The last presser was issued yesterday night by the poll commission, a prayer session followed by the welcoming of the results transmission phase of the general election by the chairperson of the commission, Wafula Chebukati. And as we have heard from our reporters who are stationed across the country, Faisal Abdurrahman, who gave us an upbeat assessment of the situation in Garissa County, so as Abdurrahman Osman, who was in Eldas constituency, where polling is underway today because of the insecurity situation and the incident cited by the poll commission in the constituency that is currently led by the Member of Parliament, Dr. Adan Kainan, and also the case of Turkana Central constituency and the postponement of the elections in Kutuyu Rural constituency, Rongai, Kachiliba and Pokot South. The IEBC said will be held in under 2 weeks' time, and that will be coming to effect as Kenyans will be given the mandate to choose their next crop of leadership across the respective constituencies. Just the update here, and this is in effect Nimrod to what happened yesterday night. And the chairperson highlighted on the importance and the clarification he gave of the constituency tallying center, where he said this will relay results from or for the member of the county assembly and the member of parliament, and still there will be the collation of the presidential, gubernatorial, senatorial and woman MP. Then the county tallying center will decide on the gubernatorial, the senate and the county woman member of parliament. Then the national here at the Bomas of Kenya, where the next president will be decided. I mean, what has been your observation so far of how the process has gone with the IEBC coming out to issue 3 presses yesterday?
Kwa uhakika tusemezane ukweli kwamba hapo awali wakati watu wakipiga kura jana asubuhi, dosari zilionekana nyingi na wengi wakaingiwa na hofu, wengi wakawa na wasiwasi kwamba huenda uchaguzi ukakumbwa pengine na hitilafu chungu nzima. Lakini nafikiri baada ya IEBC kuhakikisha kupitia usemaji wao hapa katika ukumbi wa Bomas kwamba katika maeneo ambayo uchaguzi ama kupiga kura kulicheleweshwa, watu walipewa nafasi ya kupiga kura, na mpaka kufikia sasa sijasikia lalama zozote kutoka hata mashinani kwamba wale walikuwa katika maeneo ambayo kura zilichelewa kupigwa hawakupata nafasi. Kwa hivyo ni ishara kwamba IEBC iliweza kuwajibika licha ya kukumbwa na changamoto za hapa na pale katika maeneo kadha wa kadha. Nakumbuka pia baada ya matokeo kuanza kutokea, hakuja kuwa na tashwishi, hakuja kuwa na hisia ama wasiwasi wa kwamba kuna sehemu ambapo matokeo pengine hayawezi kuweza kutolewa kidijitali ama kielektroniki kuweza kufika hapa. Na kufikia sasa nafikiri ni idadi kubwa tu ya zile fomu 34A ambazo tayari zimeweza kujumlishwa, isipokuwa lazima ziweze kuthibitishwa kama tunavyofanya sisi katika chaguo la Kenya ama Kenya's Choice hapa Citizen, ni kwamba lazima tuweze kuthibitisha kila fomu ambayo inaingia, na kwa sasa hivi nafikiri ni fomu pengine zaidi ya 8,000 hivi ambazo tumeweza kuthibitisha. Ndio unaona kura zile ambazo hawa wagombea urais wameweza kupata kufikia sasa. Lakini zaidi nieleze tu kwa nini pengine hatua hii ya kujumlisha kura inachelewesha, na nikupe mfano kama anavyotueleza mwanahabari wetu Rahma Rashid kutoka kule Lamu, ni kwamba zoezi la kujumuisha kura katika kituo cha shule ya msingi ya Mokoe Arid Zone, eneo bunge la Lamu Magharibi katika kaunti hiyo linaendelea kwa mwendo wa pole. Kwa mfano, halafu hadi kufikia sasa anaeleza kwamba ni jumla tu ya vituo 7 pekee vya kupigia kura miongoni mwa kituo cha Hindi, gereza la Hindi ama Hindi Prison, ambavyo vimeweza kujumlisha huko eneo bunge hilo la Lamu la Magharibi likiwa na vituo 144. Sasa unaona vituo bado vinaendelea kuhesabu kura, vituo bado vinaendelea kujumlisha kura. Kwa hivyo kwa mtu yeyote ambaye anatazama, huenda pengine akawa na hamaki na tamaa ya kupata matokeo ya haraka moja kwa moja, lakini kama wanavyotuarifu wenzetu ni kwamba jinsi matokeo yanavyotokea kule kujumlisha pia kunachukua.
And the IEBC yesterday in clarification, this is a voting exercise that also happened across embassies and consulates across the world. 12 countries, for example, the IEBC had cited: the United Kingdom, the United States of America, South Sudan, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Germany, which is in Europe, and also largely across this African community where Kenyans have been getting out to exercise that mandate they hold under the Constitution. And by afternoon yesterday, according to the poll commission, 6.5 million, and to be specific here with the figures, 6,567,869 Kenyans, representing 30.65% have voted. By 4 p.m., we had twice that number, about 12 million Kenyans, and we have a total, remember, of 22 million Kenyans who have come out to vote. And the clarion call from the commission has been for Kenyans to come out and exercise the sovereign will that they hold under Article 1 of the Constitution, Nimrod. So far, what do you make of the voter turnout? And there seems to be a lethargy from Kenyans in coming out to vote.
Moja kwa moja kulinganisha na mwaka uchaguzi uliopita, idadi hiyo ni chache. Hahitaji mtu kukuarifu ati kwa kupitia hesabu nyingine tofauti. Manake nafikiri kama sikukosea, pengine uchaguzi uliopita pengine tulikuwa na takriban pengine 79% ikilinganishwa na hivi sasa tulivyoshuhudia, ambapo hata baadhi ya makamishna ambao tuliweza kujumuika nao jana wakisema kwamba licha ya kuwa kufikia saa 10 walikuwa wamerekodi 56.7, huenda kwa wale ambao walikuwa bado wana nafasi ya kupiga kura hata baada ya muda kukamilika, kwa kuwa uchaguzi ulichelewa katika maeneo fulani, na ikumbukwe pia walikuwa wanatumia manual register katika sehemu nyingine ambapo vifaa vya kielektroniki havikuweza kufanya kazi, ni kwamba wana makisio kwamba huenda wakafikia aidha 60%. Kuna wadadisi ambao pengine wengine wanasema pengine tukafikia 65 au 68. Kwa hivyo ikilinganishwa na uchaguzi uliopita, bila shaka uchaguzi huu wa safari hii umeweza kurekodi idadi ndogo. Siwezi kusema ni ndogo sana, lakini pengine ni mtazamo tofauti ambao tunao kwa sasa hivi kwa miongoni mwa wapiga kura, lakini sharti ikumbuke kwamba safari hii sio sawa na ilivyokuwa katika uchaguzi wa 2017.
And Nimrod citing that there has been a deep interest in the political establishment ever since multi-party democracy in 1991. Yes, we had an upsurge in the number of political parties and players within the establishment, but when you look at the performance of the political class ever since then, we had general elections in 1992, in 1997, 2002, 2007, 2013 and 17, but it's still more or less an underperformance from the political class. You look at Kenyans in terms of the opinion polling, they are concerned about unemployment, they are concerned about corruption, and Parliament, which is an institution that is ranked so high, is rather held in obliquity or mistrust by Kenyans. Then does this point to a shift in terms of our politics and the paradigm shift thereof in 2027 and going forward, in Kenyans now asking for proper policies that ought to be underpinning the establishment?
Bila shaka swali zuri hilo, na nieleze kwamba uchaguzi wa hapa nchini unafanyika mara mbili. Kwanza kupitia mchujo wa vyama, ambapo wananchi wenyewe wanahisi kwamba fulani wa fulani, hata kama ameingia chama ambacho anataka kuwania kiti cha ubunge, kiti cha ugavana, na amekuwa mbunge ama amekuwa gavana au seneta kupitia chama kingine, ni ukweli kwamba wananchi wanaanza pale kumchuja. Kama hakutimiza ahadi zake za hapo awali, anamchujwa pale. Halafu inakuja sasa katika uchaguzi mkuu kama huu sasa, ambapo sasa yule aliyechaguliwa katika uteuzi, japo ni tofauti na wale wengine, lazima pia naye akaguliwe na wananchi kupitia uchaguzi wa kura. Sasa utakuta kwamba mwananchi safari hii ana mahitaji, ana malengo zaidi tofauti. Lakini kumbuka kwamba kidedea kimekuwa ni chama cha UDA ambacho kimekuwa na umaarufu. Hata katika kura za maoni zimeonyesha kwamba kimekuwa na umaarufu. Sasa kwa chaguo la Wakenya lazima wao wameangalia nani katika viongozi wale anaonyesha dalili za kuwa atabadilisha maisha yetu, kasoro zilizokuwepo, ili kuwe na mabadiliko. Ukiangalia katika eneo bunge la Nyeri ambapo wabunge wengi wanatokea katika chama cha Jubilee katika uchaguzi uliopita, huenda safari hii ikawa tofauti kwa sababu ya mabadiliko ambayo pengine wananchi watakuwa wanataka katika sehemu ile, japo hatuwezi kutangaza matokeo moja kwa moja kuhusu nani alishinda, nani hakushinda, manake bila shaka bado tunaendelea kupokea matokeo. Mwanahabari wetu Martin Munene kwa mfano ametoa matokeo ya awali katika mji wa Nyeri kwa mfano, akionyesha kwamba katika sehemu moja ya kupigia kura, aidha Raila Odinga alipata kura 70, William Ruto akapata kura 297. Katika eneo lingine Raila Odinga akapata kura 99, William Ruto akapata kura 313. Katika sehemu nyingine ya mwisho pengine Raila Odinga akapata 61 kura, William Ruto akapata 240. Kwa hivyo hiyo inaonyesha bila shaka kutakuwa na mabadiliko. Mimi natumai kwamba asilimia na pengine si mdadisi ama mchanganuzi, lakini huenda tukakuta kwamba 60% jamhuri nzima ya Kenya ya viongozi ambao wamekuwepo katika nafasi za uongozi uchaguzi uliopita, safari hii wakajikuta nje.
And thank you, Nimrod. And that is the update so far here from the Bomas of Kenya. Later on we expect more pressers from the commissioners of the commission at the media center, and we expect the National Tallying Center, which is on our left here, where the IEBC will be camping to brief the country, update the nation on what's happening as vote counting exercises underway at the moment across many polling stations in the country. Nimrod and I will be catching up with you later. For now, I'll hand you back over to Mwana Hamisi and Mashirima, who are standing by at our communications center. Back to you.
Na asante sana wanahabari wetu hao wako ange hapo katika ukumbi wa Bomas Abdikader, Ayub pamoja na Nimrod Tabu, ambao bila shaka tutakuwa tunaungana nao kila wakati waweze kutupasha atakayokuwa yanajiri huko. Kwa sasa basi nimpokeze mwenzangu hapa aweze kutueleza maeneo mengine pengine wanahabari wetu wanatuandalia nini.
Na bila shaka Mwana Hamisi, kama unavyoona hapa kwenye runinga hii yetu kubwa, ni kwamba zile takwimu tulizonazo hivi sasa ni kutokana na kura 2,511,210 ambazo tayari zimeweza kujumlishwa katika kituo chetu cha kujumlisha kura upande wa pili wa studio, na William Ruto anaongoza kwa asilimia 49, huku akifuatwa kwa karibu na Raila Odinga wa Azimio kwa asilimia 49. Bila shaka ukiangalia hizo takwimu unaona kwamba tofauti ni ndogo sana. Mmoja ni 49.37, wa pili ni 49.36, na kila baada ya dakika kadhaa unaona kwamba hizo takwimu zinabadilika, na tutazidi tu kukueleza mengi kuhusiana na takwimu hizi, lakini kwa sasa tunaelekea katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu ambapo Chemutai Goin amekuwa akifuatilia matukio eneo hilo. Hujambo Chemutai, Kapseret wanasemaje?
Na Mashirima, tuko katika ile constituency tallying center ya Kapseret, ikiwa mojawapo ya maeneo bunge katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, eneo bunge ambalo lina wapiga kura takriban 74,809, na tutaweza kujua kikamilifu ni wangapi kati yao walijitokeza hapo jana kupiga kura. Tuliweza kuona kuwa kulingana na mwaka wa 2017 idadi ya waliofika katika vituo vya kupiga kura hawakuwa wengi kama ilivyokuwa hapo awali, na labda leo majira ya labda saa 6 saa 7 hivi tutaweza kubaini kikamilifu ni wangapi ambao walijitokeza, tukijua kuwa kuna wawaniaji wa vyeo tofauti. Na kwa picha ambazo unaweza ona kwa sasa ni kuwa wale maafisa wa kusimamia uchaguzi katika zile vituo vya kupigia kura sasa wamefika katika hii constituency tallying center, ambapo ni eneo ambalo watajumuisha kura kutoka zile polling centers na polling streams kutoka eneo bunge la Kapseret. Na kwa kuangalia tu ambapo maeneo ambayo tuliweza kuzuru, tuliona kuwa eneo hili lina wodi 5, na kati ya hizo wodi 5 kulikuwa na vituo tofauti vya kupigia kura, na kati ya vituo ambavyo vinajulikana kama vile zile shule za msingi, katika vituo hivyo basi kulikuwa na vituo vingine vidogo vidogo, na kuna maeneo ambayo yalikuwa na kati ya 6, kuna mengine ambayo yalikuwa na 16, na kuwa katika eneo hili sasa wanaweza kuweka pamoja yale matokeo kutoka zile stream zote, waweze kuwajumuisha, kisha sasa waweze kututangazia kikamilifu kura ambayo kila mwaniaji katika nyadhifa tofauti aliweza kuzoa. Na tunajua kuwa yale matangazo ya kura ya urais ambayo yatatangazwa katika hii constituency tallying center kama ilivyosemwa na IEBC kuwa itakuwa kikamilifu, na kutoka hapo basi zitapelekwa Nairobi, ambapo sasa tutaweza kujua ni kura ngapi ambayo labda kinara wa Azimio ama mwaniaji urais wa Azimio Raila Odinga aliweza kuzoa. Yule wa UDA William Ruto ambaye pia ni naibu rais aliweza kuzoa. Je, George Jakoya wa Roots Party alizoa ngapi? Na pia David Mwaure wa Agano aliweza kuzoa ngapi? Kwa sasa unaona kuwa maafisa ambao wamekuwa wakilinda kura hii kutoka maeneo ambayo yalipigiwa kura wamefika wakiambatana na wale maafisa waliosimamia uchaguzi kuhakikisha kuwa hakuna lolote linaloenda mrama. Na tumeweza kuona pia kuwa baadhi ya maafisa ambao wamefika hapa wamechukua muda mrefu sana kuingia pale ndani ili matokeo ambayo wameweza kuleta yatangazwe, kwani kuna yale documentation ambayo wengi lazima wahakikishe kuwa ni sawa na kuwa wamesign, na wengi wametueleza kuwa kuna mengi ambayo yamefanywa tofauti na uchaguzi wa mwaka 2007, na tunajua kuwa tume ya IEBC ilikuwa imesema kuwa imeweka mikakati kabambe kuhakikisha kuwa kura ya mwaka huu haina tashwishi, kama labda ili kupunguza hata ile kesi ambayo inawasilishwa mahakamani, ambapo unaona kuwa kuna watu ambao wanapinga masuala labda jinsi uchaguzi huo ulivyoendeshwa. Na tutaweza pia kuzuru baadhi ya zile constituency tallying centers katika kaunti hii ya Uasin Gishu ambayo ina wapiga kura zaidi ya 509,000 kuweza kubaini jinsi shughuli inaendelea katika maeneo hayo. Lakini kwa sasa hapa tumeelezwa na yule ambaye ni msimamizi wa eneo hili kuwa huenda mwendo wa saa 6 hivi tutaweza kubaini kikamilifu jinsi kura iliendeshwa katika eneo bunge la Kapseret, na labda tuweze kubaini kura ambayo kila mmoja ambaye aliwania kiti ameweza kupata. Na Mashirima, kidogo tulisikiza pale Nimrod na Ayub wakizungumza kuhusu jinsi kura imeendeshwa katika maeneo tofauti, na tunajua kuwa hapa kuna lile joto la kisiasa kisiasa. Tunajua kuwa mwaniaji urais wa chama cha UDA ndiye ambaye katika eneo la Uasin Gishu ana umaarufu, na kuwa kuna wale ambao waliwania vyeo tofauti kupitia chama chake. Tumeweza kuona kuwa kwa maeneo ambayo walikuwa na ushindani na hata wale ambao waliwania na chama cha Jubilee na vyama vingine, basi kuna wale ambao wameweza kuwashinda hata wale ambao wameshikilia viti hivyo kupitia ile chama cha Jubilee, kulingana na ile tunasema preliminary results. Na pia tumeweza kuona kuna wale ambao waliwania na chama cha UDA, lakini kuna waniaji tofauti ambao wale walikuja na ile chama ya independent, yani huru, ambao pia wameweza kuzoa kura. Lakini pia tutaweza kutangaza kikamilifu matokeo ya chaguzi hizo baadaye, wakati IEBC itakuwa imetoa mustakabali kamili. Lakini kwa sasa hatuwezi eleza kamilifu kura ambazo zimeweza kuhesabiwa, sababu kwa sasa unavyosikia kule nyuma matangazo ambayo yanafanyika ni kuwa maafisa hao wanatangaza yale matokeo ambayo wamepata kutoka maafisa waliosimamia, kisha baadaye waweze kuyaweka pamoja, na wakishaweka pamoja basi wataweza kutangaza kura ambayo kila mwaniaji ameweza kuzoa. Wale ambao waliwania kiti cha wodi, wale ambao waliwania kiti cha mwakilishi wa kike, kiti cha useneta, kiti cha ugavana, kiti cha mbunge, na pia sasa ile ambayo Wakenya wengi pia wanasubiri kujua ni ile ya urais, kujua kila mmoja ameweza kuzoa kura idadi gani. Na je, matokeo wale wapiga kura ambao walijitokeza walikuwa wangapi, sababu kumekuwa na ile tashwishi kuhusu ile voter turnout ikilinganishwa na chaguzi za hapo awali, ambapo tumeona Wakenya wengi wakijitokeza, na kumekuwa na masuala mengi kuhusu hata eneo hili la Uasin Gishu. Ni kwa nini labda watu wengi hawakujitokeza kama ilivyotarajiwa? Je, Wakenya wamechoka? Je, kuna wale ambao walikuwa wanahofia usalama wao? Na je, ni masuala gani ambayo maybe huenda yaliathiri kujitokeza kwa wapiga kura hao, kuhakikisha kuwa wanapata nafasi kuchagua viongozi ambao wanaona kuwa watapeleka mbele labda ama watatatua masuala ambayo yanawahusu? Na labda kidogo kabla sijarejesha studio, unaona kuwa vifaa ama vile vijisanduku ambavyo ndani yake kuna zile karatasi za kupiga kura ambazo sasa zinaonyesha idadi ya kila mwaniaji zinaendelea kuwasili. Ukiona pale magari kama mwenzangu Chirchira anaweza onyesha kuwa unaona kuwa pia magari zinaendelea kusafirisha vifaa hivyo kuleta katika eneo hili ambalo limewekwa usalama umelindwa. Na labda kidogo tu kuwaeleza kuwa kando na hapo awali ambapo ungeona kuwa labda wafuasi wa baadhi ya wanasiasa wanafika katika maeneo ambayo kura inahesabiwa, wakati huu hawaruhusu wananchi kufika. Wamewaeleza warudi nyumbani, wasubiri hadi wakati idadi takwimu zitakuwa zinatolewa, ili nao sasa wapate fursa labda kusherekea. Lakini kwa sasa usalama hapo umelindwa. Ikiwa hauna ile badge ambayo ile inapatia mtu clearance kuruhusiwa kuingia hapa, basi hakuna ambaye anaingia. Tumeweza kuona labda wachache wakiwa pale nje, wafuasi wa wanasiasa tofauti wakiwa wamefika pale wakitaka kuingia hapa, lakini usalama umeimarishwa na maafisa wamesema wasubiri hadi pale ambapo taarifa rasmi itatolewa ama matangazo rasmi ya matokeo ya uchaguzi yatatolewa. Kwa hivyo Mashirima, tunaendelea kutembea kidogo. Tunataka kuelekea katika eneo bunge la Moiben kuangalia jinsi shughuli katika eneo hilo linaendelea, na ikiwa wameweza kukamilisha shughuli ya kuweka pamoja kura ambazo wametoa katika vituo tofauti vya kupigia kura. Hapa bado shughuli inaendelea. Walifika hapa mwendo wa wengine walifika saa 9 asubuhi, kuna wale ambao wamefika saa 10, kuna wale ambao bado wanaendelea kuwasili, lakini tunajua kuwa wale ambao vituo vyao vilikuwa karibu ndio walioweza kufika hapa mapema, na kuna wale ambao wamewasilisha matokeo yao na sasa wanasubiri tangazo rasmi kutoka afisa anayesimamia kura katika eneo hili la Kapseret. Mashirima.
Na asante sana Goin. Alikuwa akizungumza na Mashirima hapo mwanzo, lakini mimi nimepokea na nataka nikupokeze kwako Niki Gitonga. Niki Gitonga yuko katika kaunti ya Kwale, na arifiwa kwamba yuko katika eneo bunge la Msambweni. Niki, pengine hali iko vipi namna hiyo kwa sasa? Manake tukiangalia kwamba hawa wagombea wawili walikuwa hawaishi kwenda katika eneo la Pwani, haswa kaunti ya Kwale. Akitoka huyu mwingine anaingia, akitoka huyu mwingine anaingia. Pengine ukiangalia yale matokeo ambayo tayari mumeyapata, yanaashiria nini? Yanaashiria kwamba juhudi zao zinaanza kuzaa matunda ama mambo yako namna gani?
Na Mwanahamisi, ni kweli tunafahamu kwamba naibu wa rais ambaye pia ni mgombea wa muungano wa Kenya Kwanza ama chama cha UDA amefanya safari nyingi hapa katika kaunti ya Kwale, na amekuwa na wale vigogo ambao kwa kimpigia debe katika kaunti ya Kwale, akiwemo ule gavana ambaye anaondoka mamlakani Salim Mvurya na naibu wake Fatuma Achani ambaye pia ni mgombea ugavana kupitia chama cha UDA. Lakini ile kwa matokeo ambayo tumeweza kupata, kinara wa muungano wa Azimio bado anaongoza kwa ile matokeo ya kwanza ambayo yameendelea kutokea, lakini huyu William Ruto naweza sema kwamba ukilinganisha na ile matokeo ya mwaka 2017 ya Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga, Ruto wazungu wanasema Ruto ataweza kuperform vizuri ikilinganishwa na vile Uhuru Kenyatta alivyofanya katika uchaguzi uliopita. Kwa sasa kwa sababu matokeo yako kwa mwendo upole, ni kwa sababu vingi ya vituo vya kupigia kura jana viliweza kufunguliwa kuchelewa kwa sababu ya baadhi ile ya mitambo ya Kimskit iliweza kufeli, na baadaye kama vituo hivyo vikaanza kupigia kura majira ya saa 6, na ndio maana sasa bado mengi ya masanduku ndio yanawasilishwa katika vituo vya kujumlisha matokeo. Kama hapa niko katika kituo cha ujumlishaji matokeo eneo la Babla, na unaona kwamba bado masanduku ndio yanaletwa katika kituo hiki katika eneo bunge la Msambweni. Hadi kufikia sasa kati ya vituo 154 ni vituo 13 pekee ambavyo vimewasilisha matokeo yake katika kituo hiki cha kujumlisha matokeo yote katika eneo bunge la Msambweni, ambao liko na zaidi ya wapiga kura 83,000. Lakini katika zile hisabu za mapema tumeweza kupata kupitia maajenti, huenda mbunge katika eneo hili ambaye alichaguliwa kama mgombea huru na akajiunga na chama cha UDF Faisal Bader akahifadhi kiti chake katika matokeo ambayo bado hayaja kuwa rasmi. Faisal Abdalla ana zaidi ya kura 20,000 akikaribiwa na mgombea wa chama cha ODM Hamisi Mwakulonda ambaye ana kura 10,000 pekee. Lakini pia kuna zile taarifa tunaambiwa kwamba katika eneo bunge la Lungalunga huenda mbunge aliambaye kwa anatetea kiti chake kwa mara ya 3 Hati Mwashetani akapoteza kiti chake kwa waziri wa zamani wa elimu wa serikali ya kaunti ya Kwale Mangale Munga Chifromodo, ambaye hadi kufikia sasa Mangale Munga Chifromodo ana kura 15,260 akifuatwa kwa ukaribu na Hati Mwashetani aliye na kura 9,436. Kwa hivyo bado tutasubiri IBC kuweza kutangaza rasmi matokeo hayo, lakini ushindani katika nafasi ya ugavana ni baina ya mgombea wa kiti cha UDA ambaye ni Fatuma Achani na yule mgombea wa PA Chai Lunganzi. Wamekuwa akikabana kwa ile matokeo ya kwanza kwa kitolewa, huku mgombea wa ODM akifuata kwa nafasi ya 3. Kwa hivyo hadi kufikia sasa masanduku ndio yanawasilishwa katika vingi ya vituo katika kaunti ya Kwale, ili angalau yale matokeo rasmi yaweze kutangazwa na IBC baadaye.
Na asante sana Niki, na uendelee hivyo manake kazi unao siku ya leo. Wagombea huko wamekaa ngangari kutaka kujua, je, wale viongozi wao wa ngazi za juu wanapata nini? Bila shaka hayo yote tutayajua baadaye. Kwa sasa hebu twende katika eneo lingine. Mashirima, sijui tunakwenda upande gani kwa sasa?
Na bila shaka Mwanahamisi, kama alivyokueleza hapo Niki, ni kwamba haya matokeo kutoka maeneo mbalimbali yanakuja kwa mwendo wa upole, lakini kukuarifu tu ni kwamba tayari kuna mabadiliko. Manake kwa sasa Raila Odinga anaongoza kwa 49.38 huku William Ruto akimfuata kwa 49.34. Unaona kwamba hii tofauti ya asilimia ni ndogo sana, ya kama 0.01 kwa sasa, manake hizi takwimu zinabadilika kila mara. Na katika kaunti ya Kwale ambapo Niki Gitonga ametueleza, utaona kwamba lile swali lilikuwa umeuliza kuhusiana na safari ya maziara ambazo wagombea hawa wamekuwa wakifanya katika eneo hilo. Kati ya zile kura ambazo tayari tumeweza kuzijumlisha, Raila Odinga anaongoza katika kaunti ya Kwale kwa 69.28, na baadaye tukiwa na wachanganuzi labda tutaweza kuangalia mwaka wa 2017 kaunti hii ya Kwale ilipiga kura kivipi ukilinganisha na jinsi ambavyo wakati huo Raila Odinga alikuwa anasimama kupitia muungano wa NASA, huku William Ruto akiwa na rais wa sasa Uhuru Kenyatta kupitia chama cha Jubilee. Lakini kwa sasa tuelekee katika kaunti ya Nyeri ambapo Martin Munene anafuatilia kwa karibu matokeo kutoka eneo bunge la Nyeri mjini, na kuangalia tu takwimu za kitaifa ni kwamba katika kaunti ya Nyeri, kati ya zile kura ambazo tayari tumezijumlisha, William Ruto anaongoza kwa 82.90, huku Raila Odinga akifuata kwa karibu na 15.57. Munene, hujambo? Habari za Nyeri asubuhi ya leo? Kidogo utajua kwamba nimelelewa huko, ndo maana ulimi ukasema William badala ya William. Tueleze kunaendaje?
Naam, kama ulivyosema, maeneo haya kuna shida mara nyingi ya matamshi ya L na R, lakini niseme kwamba mambo yako shwari. Shughuli za kuhesabu na kujumuisha kura zikiwa zinaendelea. Niko katika shule ya Nyeri National Polytechnic ambapo ni kituo kinachojumuisha idadi ama kura za Nyeri Town constituency ama eneo bunge la Nyeri Town, na pia hapa katika jengo lingine tutakuwa tukipata matokeo yale ya county, na niseme kwamba katika eneo hili ukiangalia utaweza kuona kuna shughuli ambazo zinaendelea, ikiwa ni kuwa makarani na wale presiding officers na deputy presiding officers waliokuwa wanasimamia shughuli za uchaguzi katika vituo mbalimbali hapa katika kaunti hii ya Nyeri wanaendelea kufika ili waweze kuleta zile forms 31A ziweze kudhibitishwa. Pia tukiangalia pale nyuma kuna yale masanduku ambayo ni masanduku ya kura ambazo Wakenya na wakazi wa Nyeri waliweza kutia pale, na nataka kwa kifupi kwanza nizungumze na afisa ambaye amesimamia shughuli za uchaguzi katika eneo bunge hili ili tuweze kujua mbivu na mbichi na jinsi hali ilivyo kabla tuangazie kaunti ya Nyeri haswa kwa matokeo yale ya urais. Karibu sana. Tulikuwa nawe jana jioni. Sijui hali koje hivi sasa, kufikia sasa umeweza kupata matokeo ya wapi na mangapi na tunatarajia nini?
Out of 164 polling stations, we have 40 who have already, whom we have processed their results, and almost 60% or 70% on the queue, and we are receiving the results. Yes.
All right. Na labda kwa yale matokeo ambayo yanatumwa kule Nairobi haswa kutoka maeneo bunge, kutoka pale watu walipigia kura, kufikia sasa hali koje?
We are only transmitting presidential results. Other results we are keeping to compile because the presidential result is transmitted through something called RTS. Yes.
Na labda swali ambalo lingine naweza kuuliza ni tutarajie labda kuanzia saa ngapi? Unasema tuko labda katika vituo 40 kufikia sasa. Labda tutaanza kupata matokeo kama saa ngapi hivi?
God willing, by evening I will be declaring the winner, our member of National Assembly and all the county assembly members, or possibly tomorrow morning. Yes.
All right, na asante. Anaeleza kuwa tutaendelea tu kungoja, manake kama alivyosema katika eneo bunge hili la Nyeri mjini kufikia sasa tumeweza kupata matokeo ya takriban vituo 40 na kuna vituo 164 katika eneo bunge hili. Tukiangalia kule Madhera tumeweza kuarifiwa kwamba karibu vituo 20 kati ya vituo 201 vimeweza kufikisha matokeo katika kituo cha kujumuisha kura. Na tukiangalia katika matokeo ya urais katika kaunti ya Nyeri kufikia sasa, eneo bunge la Mukoroini ambalo liko na kuna vituo 117 tayari. Kutoka kule watu walikuwa wanarusha katika vituo vya kurushia kura, watu vitu 117 kati ya vituo 117 tayari vimeweza kutuma matokeo ya urais kule Nairobi, lakini bado lazima itathibitishwa katika kituo cha kujumuisha pale katika eneo bunge. Tukienda Tetu pia asilimia kamili ya vituo 112 vikiwa ama matokeo yakiwa yametumwa kule Nairobi. Tuelekee eneo bunge la Mathira, ambapo kumbuka mgombea mwenza wa William Ruto Rigathi Gachagua ametoka. Vituo 194 kati ya vituo 201 tayari vimeweza kutuma matokeo, ikiwa ni asilimia 96. Kule Kieni ambapo ni pana zaidi katika kaunti ya Nyeri, na pia pale ambapo kuna watu wengi sana, pia pale wameweza kutuma asilimia 96, ikiwa ni vituo 223 kati ya vituo 8283. Na tutaendelea tu kufuata tuweze kujua hali ilivyo katika kaunti ya Nyeri. Kuna mahali ambapo hesabu hii ya kujumuishwa katika vituo imeweza kukamilika, hivyo basi hatujajua haswa ni nani akona kura ngapi, nani ameshinda, lakini tukiangalia dalili na duru za kuaminika ni kuwa katika maeneo mengi na pia matangazo ambayo tunaweza kuyasikia hapa nyuma yangu, chama cha UDA na viongozi ambao walikuwa wanawania nyadhifa mbalimbali katika chama cha UDA katika kaunti ya Nyeri wanaonekana kuwa mbele, kutoka kiti cha ugavana, seneta, kile cha mwakilishi wa kina mama, na haya mengine wanaonekana kuongoza. Na pia kama ulivyosema hapo awali, Mashirima, hata kiti cha urais katika kaunti ya Nyeri inaonekana kwamba Dr. William Ruto ama Daktari William Ruto ako na kura zaidi katika kaunti ya Nyeri kuliko ule Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Lakini tutaendelea tu kufuata tuweze kusikiza katika kaunti hii ya Nyeri tuweze kujua ni nani ametangazwa mshindi katika maeneo bunge yale 6 na katika nyadhifa mbalimbali. Na Mashirima, tutaendelea tu kwa macho pia kuweza kuweka masikio yetu yakiwa yamefunguka tuweze kusikia na tuweze kuona, ili tuweze kusema na kueleza Wakenya na wakazi wa kaunti ya Nyeri hali ilivyo. Na kutoka kwangu narejesha kwako studio, mimi ni Martin Monene.
Na shukrani Munene kutoka kaunti hiyo ya Nyeri. Bila shaka tunaangazia sana matokeo katika kaunti mbalimbali, hususan wakati ambapo Mwanahamisi, unajua kwamba kuna uvumi mwingi, taarifa zingine ambazo haziwezi kuthibitishwa zinazoangaziwa katika mitandao ya kijamii, na ni muhimu tuweze kuangazia yale ambayo tunaletewa na wanahabari wetu, ili tuweze kutoa taarifa kuhusu matokeo ambazo zimethibitishwa. Mwana,
ndio maana kila siku tunasema iwapo hujakisikia kisa ama taarifa yoyote ambayo imetangazwa katika runinga ya Citizen, ujue kwamba huo ni uvumi. Hapa ndipo mahali ambapo tunatoa hakikisho na matokeo yale ya hakika pia tutakuwa tunakupatia hapa. Tumezunguka sana katika maeneo mbalimbali. Hebu turudi hapa jijini Nairobi, ambapo sasa naarifiwa tuungane na Faisal Ahmed ambaye yuko katika kituo cha Upper Hill. Faisal, kama unanipata vizuri, hebu tueleze Upper Hill mambo yanaendelea vipi?
Naam, asante sana Mwanahamisi na Mashirima mkiwa studio, na naomba muweze kunikubalia niendelee na lugha ya Kiingereza. My Swahili is not as good as that of Martin Munenes, but we're here at the Upper Hill Secondary School. This is the constituency tallying center for Kibra constituency, and as you can see behind me, there is a flurry of activities. Presiding officers returning the ballot boxes and making sure that all the documents and balloting materials are properly accounted for, and the results that they have from various polling stations are actually put into the IEBC system before the official results are announced from this constituency. Now, Kibra constituency has 196 polling stations and 24 polling centers. Now, there are 9 contestants for the position of Member of Parliament and 259 contestants for the position of MCA. Now, this activity yesterday morning was the reverse. Voters were coming in and casting their votes, but this morning it's actually the reverse. The presiding officers are bringing in the votes that were casted yesterday for counting. And maybe if I can just speak to one of the presiding officers to give us a feel of what happened yesterday and maybe how far they are today with the counting process, and maybe as they bring in the balloting material. Maybe if you can just join me here, please. Maybe what's your name, what polling center were you at, and what has the experience been so far?
Yes, my name is Michael Otieno. I was based at Shimoni polling station, that is in Lainisaba ward in Kibra constituency, as a IBC PO, that's presidential officer. Yes.
And how has the experience been so far yesterday from when voting started up until now when you're in line? I know you've not had any sleep so far.
Yeah, it's quite been hectic. We haven't slept for the last 3 days since we came to collect materials. Before the pre-polls, we went to the ground to do the polling. Then now we are back again to hand over our materials plus the results, the physical copies. And quite you see the line since we started streaming here from around 5. And it is a thorough exercise, very vigorous, because each item you took, it must be counter-checked one by one. Though generally in the field, voting was smooth and slow. And because the turnout was very slow, like in my polling station, we had around 53% turnout. So we are really worried. The numbers, these elections, Kenyans, I don't know what has happened, but they have not taken it seriously. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are some of the sentiments of the presiding officer here at the Upper Hill Secondary School, which is the constituency tallying center of Kibra constituency. We tried speaking to the constituency returning officer, but she informed us that it was a bit too early to try and give us numbers. I beg your pardon, to try and give us numbers or to try and give us a feel of who is actually taking the lead when it comes to the vote counting. But in a few hours, she has promised that she will have more information and she'll be able to give us that information that we will in turn relay to our viewers and back to you in studio. Now, from here, we will be heading to different polling stations and polling centers in and within Nairobi to give our viewers a feel of how now the tallying exercise is actually going on. Mashirima and Mwanahamisi.
Na mwanahabari wetu huyo Faisal Ahmed akiwa katika kituo cha Upper Hill hapa jijini Nairobi, na hivi sasa moja kwa moja tunaelekea katika kaunti ya Nakuru tuweze kuungana na Marian Nyambura. Marian, kama unanipata, pengine tueleze hali iko namna gani kwa sasa. Watu wanataka kujua mengi tu ambayo yanajiri. Tueleze hapo kabla ya kurudi hapa ndani ya studio kuweza kumfahamisha mtazamaji kuhusiana na yale matokeo ambayo tunayapokea kutoka maeneo tofauti.
Mwanahamisi na Mashirima mkiwa studio, katika kaunti ya Nakuru tuko katika kituo cha mafunzo ya Anwai Kiti, ambalo ni eneo ambalo kwa sasa kura ama kujumuishwa kwa kura za eneo bunge la Nakuru Mashariki inaendelea hapa. Kama unaweza ona kwa sasa ni kuwa kile ambacho tumeweza kuarifiwa kwa sasa, kama unaona ni foleni ndefu sana tu, ambapo kumbuka katika eneo hili bunge la Nakuru Mashariki kuna vituo vya kupigia kura 206 pekee, ambapo kwa sasa tunaweza kuarifiwa kuwa katika eneo ambalo sasa wanajumuisha kura takriban vituo vya kupigia kura 20 peke yake ndivyo vimeweza kuwasilisha baadhi ya vifaa vya kupigia kura. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa foleni ni ndefu sana. Tuliweza kuarifiwa kuwa baadhi ya wale ambao maafisa wa IBC ambao waliwasilisha stakabadhi ama vifaa hivi vya kupigia kura walianza kufanya hivi hapo jana jioni, na basi kufikia sasa bado zoezi hili linaonekana litaendelea hadi pale muda wa saa 3 saa 4 hivi ndipo wataweza kujumuisha baadhi ya ama kuweza kupata stakabadhi hizi ama vifaa hivi vyote kutoka kwa wale ama maafisa wa IBC tofauti tofauti. Kila ambacho tumeweza kuona hapo ndani ni kuwa wanaendelea tu kujumuisha polepole polepole, ikizingatiwa kuwa pia lazima wahakikishe kuwa vile stakabadhi tofauti za maafisa hao ambao wametoka kutoka vituo hivi tofauti ni vya ukweli, na kisha baadaye wanaweza kuvitangaza. Vile vile pia tumeona kuwa kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana, cha useneta, kile cha mwakilishi wadi, mwakilishi wa ubunge, ni baadhi ya tofauti ambazo tumeweza kuona kuwa huenda zitaonyesha kuwa kuna kinyang'anyiro kikali pale. Katika kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana tumeona kuwa kuna wagombea 6 tayari ambao tunaweza kuona vile zile results matokeo zimeweza kutolewa polepole kwa mwendo wa polepole. Katika zile results za useneti kuna wagombea 10 ambao tunatarajia kuwa huenda leo jioni tutajua mbivu na mbichi. Kwa ile ya mwakilishi wa ubunge kuna wagombea 14 ambao tutajua mbivu na mbichi kama nilivyosema hii leo jioni hivi. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa kile ambacho kinaendelea ni kuwa zoezi hili ambalo la kuweza kujumuisha kura hizi katika eneo bunge la Nakuru Mashariki inaonekana kuwa itachukua muda mrefu. Hii ni awamu ya 3. Awamu ya kwanza ilikuwa kupiga kura, ya pili kuhesabu kura. Sasa ni kuweza kujumuisha kura katika eneo hili bunge la Nakuru Mashariki. Tumeweza pia tangu mwendo asubuhi tumeweza kuzuru vituo tofauti vile vya kujumuisha kura katika maeneo bunge. Kumbuka Nakuru ina maeneo bunge 11. Kwa hivyo maeneo bunge kama Nakuru Magharibi, kama Kuresoi kaskazini na Kuresoi kusini, maeneo kama Njoro, maeneo kama Bahati, maeneo kama Naivasha, tumeweza kuona hatua ni kama hii ambapo baadhi ya maafisa wa IBC ama wale polling clerks wameweza kuwasilisha vifaa hivi tofauti kwa maeneo ya kujumuisha kura ya maeneo bunge. Kwa hivyo kile ambacho tumeweza kuona ni kuwa bado ni kusubiri tu kujua mbivu na mbichi. Huenda zoezi hili zima la kuweza hawa maafisa kufika hapo ama kuweza kufika katika kituo hicho cha kujumuisha kura inaweza chukua muda wa saa 3 hivi saa 4 kuweza kuwasilisha stakabadhi hizi. Katika kaunti ya Nakuru kile ambacho tumeweza kuona ni kuwa kuna vituo 2055. Kwa hivyo katika maeneo haya yote tunaona kuwa zoezi hili bado linaenda kwa mwendo wa upole. Kwa hivyo basi tutasubiri kujua kile ambacho kitaendelea, kinyang'anyiro hiki kikiwa cha ugavana, cha useneta, kile cha mwakilishi wadi na vile vile mwakilishi wa kike na mwakilishi wa ubunge. Katika kaunti ya Nakuru vile vile katika kituo hiki kina wapiga kura katika kituo hiki eneo bunge la Nakuru Mashariki tumeweza kuarifiwa ndilo lina wapigaji kura wengi zaidi katika kaunti ya Nakuru, ikizingatiwa kuwa wana 125,551. Kwa hivyo ikizingatiwa kuwa kati ya wapigaji kura wote katika kaunti ya Nakuru 1,054,856 katika eneo hili bunge la Nakuru Mashariki ndipo kuna wapigaji kura wengi zaidi kwenye maeneo bunge. Kwa hivyo tutasalia hapa, kama umeona foleni tu ni ndefu bado. Tutasubiri tu kujua mbivu na mbichi, baadaye tutajuza mtazamaji wetu mengi baadaye kuhusiana na baadhi kile ambacho kinaendelea hapo ndani kuhusiana na kujumuisha kura. Kile ambacho pia tumeweza kuarifiwa ni kuwa mbunge wa Nakuru Mashariki David Gikaria bado amesalia rumande kufuatia kukamatwa kwake hapo jana. Kwa hivyo swala hili pia tutaweza kufuatilia siku ama masaa yanapoendelea kusonga na kujuza mtazamaji wetu mengi zaidi. Kumbuka alikamatwa hapo jana kuhusiana na tuhuma za kuweza kusababisha vita, madai ya kusababisha vita kwenye maeneo ya kupigia kura, moja ikiwa Lanet na nyingine ikiwa eneo la kupigia kura la Naka. Kwa hivyo tutasalia tu hapa kuwapa hatua kwa hatua taarifa kamili kuhusiana na zoezi hili la kujumuisha kura katika maeneo tofauti katika kaunti ya Nakuru. Lakini kwa sasa katika eneo hili, eneo bunge la Nakuru Mashariki, bado zoezi linaendelea na kama unavyoona foleni ni ndefu, na tutazidi tu kusalia hapa kujuza mtazamaji wetu mingi zaidi.
Na Marian Nyambura huyo akiwa Nakuru Mashariki akitueleza yale yanayojiri. Muda usiokuwa mrefu tutakuwa tunaungana na mwanahabari wetu Collins Shitiabai, lakini kabla kwenda kwake nimpokeze uskani Mashirima, manake tumetoka Nakuru. Mashirima, wengi watataka kujua kulingana na takwimu zetu ambazo tuko nazo hapa, je, wapiga kura wameanza kuonekana kuelekea upande gani? Ni takwimu zinatuonyesha nini katika upande pengine wa urais, vile kura zilivyokuwa zinatiririka kwenye kaunti hiyo?
Na Mwanahamisi, kama unavyoangalia hapa ni kwamba kufikia sasa kutoka kituo chetu cha kujumlisha kura tumeweza kupokea matokeo kutoka vituo vya kupigia kura 8,641 kati ya vituo vya kupigia kura zaidi ya 46. Kwa hivyo bado idadi ni ndogo, lakini kama unavyoona tena mambo yamebadilika. William Ruto wa UDA yuko juu, Raila Odinga wa Azimio akifuatwa na George Wajakoya wa Roots, kisha David Waihiga wa Agano. Lakini katika kaunti ya Nakuru ambapo Mariana ametoka kutuarifu hapo kuhusiana na hali ilivyo katika kaunti ya Nakuru, William Ruto anaongoza kutoka matokeo yaliyotoka vituo 270 kati ya 2,050. Kwa hivyo bado idadi ni ndogo. Sasa tunataka kuelekea katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia ambapo William Ruto anaongoza kwa asilimia 50.15 kwa kifuatwa kwa karibu na Raila Odinga kwa asilimia 48.49. Kisha pia utaona hapa kwamba kati ya vituo 757 ni vituo 188 pekee ambavyo vimeweza kuwasilisha matokeo, lakini tunazidi tu kuendelea kujumlisha matokeo haya kadri tunavyopata hizi form 34A kutoka vituo vya kupigia kura mbalimbali. Lakini kwa sasa kama ulivyosema awali, hebu tuelekee katika kaunti hiyo Trans Nzoia ambapo Collins Shitiabai yupo. Hujambo Shitiabai, hali iko vipi? Je, wale maafisa wa kusimamia vituo vya kupigia kura wamefika katika eneo bunge ambapo upo?
Mashirima, hapa niko katika eneo bunge la Saboti, kaunti ya Trans Nzoia, na ukiangalia nyuma yangu ni maafisa na ambao wanasimamia shughuli za kupiga kura na pia maafisa usalama ambao wamefika katika eneo hili ili kuhakikisha wanaleta zile kura kutoka katika vituo vya kupiga kura hadi katika kituo hichi cha St. Joseph's Girls ili kujumuisha matokeo ya eneo bunge la Saboti. Na hapa katika eneo bunge la Saboti inawapiga kura 87,384. Ni asilimia 21 ya wapiga kura wote ambao wanapiga kura katika eneo hili, na wapiga kura wote katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia ni wapiga kura 1,398. Na tumekuwa tukielezewa kwamba katika uchaguzi huu ambao ulifanyika hapo jana uliweza kuvutia wale ambao wanawania viti mbalimbali kama kiti cha ugavana kimewavutia wagombea 7, kiti cha useneta kimewavutia wagombea 12, kiti cha wakilishi wa kike katika eneo hili kimewavutia wagombea 9, huku kiti cha wabunge kikiwavutia wagombea 42 na kiti cha wakilishi wadi katika eneo hili kikiwavutia wagombea 324. Na tumekuwa tukizungumza pia na maafisa ambao wanasimamia uchaguzi katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia. Wanatuelezea kwamba hadi kufikia sasa yale masanduku ya kupiga kura yanatoka katika vituo vya kupigia kura ili kuelekezwa katika maeneo ya kujumuisha kura. Kumbuka kwamba hapa katika eneo bunge la Saboti kura zitakuwa zikijumuishiwa katika shule ya wasichana ya St. Joseph's Girls. Katika eneo bunge la Cherengani kura zitakuwa zikijumuishiwa katika shule ya upili ya KK, na katika eneo bunge la Kwanza kura zitakuwa zikijumuishiwa katika shule ya wasichana ya St. Monica, na katika eneo bunge la Endebess pia kura zitakuwa zikijumuishiwa katika chuo anuai cha Endebess TTI. na maafisa hao wamesema kwamba ifikapo mwendo wa saa 12 jioni hivi, basi washindi watakuwa wametambulika katika nyadhifa mbalimbali, japo kuna baadhi ya wale wakilishi wadi tayari wamejua iwapo wametoa ushindi au bado. Na hapo jana shughuli za kupiga kura, hakuna ghasia zozote ambazo ziliweza kushuhudiwa, na pia nimekuwa nikizungumza na afisa mkuu ambaye anasimamia idara ya polisi katika eneo hili. Amekuwa akituelezea hakuna lolote ambalo wanatarajia italeta msukosuko ama ghasia za baada ya uchaguzi, kwani uchaguzi umekuwa ukiandaliwa katika hali ya utulivu hapa katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia. Na pia maafisa wa tume ya uchaguzi katika eneo hili wamewataka wale wakazi wa kaunti ya Trans Nzoia ambao walijitokeza kwa wingi kushiriki katika shughuli za kupiga kura wasifuate matokeo ambayo yanachapishwa katika mitandao ya kijamii, kwani tume ya uchaguzi pekee ndiyo iko na idhini ya kutangaza matokeo hayo na matokeo yaliyoidhinishwa. Ni swala ambalo bado ndaendelea kufuatilia hapa katika eneo bunge la Saboti na kaunti ya Trans Nzoia kwa ujumla, ili kuletea mtazamaji wetu yanayojiri hapa katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia na pia matokeo ya viti mbalimbali katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia kulingana na vile kura ilipigwa hapo jana. Kutoka kwangu hapa katika shule ya upili ya St. Joseph katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia, mimi ni Collins Shitiabai, kwako Mashirima.
Na shukran Shitiabai hapo kutoka kaunti ya Trans Nzoia. Kama nilivyokuarifu awali, hivi ndivyo takwimu za kaunti ya Trans Nzoia zilivyo kwa sasa. Tukiangalia za kitaifa ni kwamba hadi kufikia sasa William Ruto wa UDA anaongoza kwa 49.46. Raila Odinga anamfuata kwa karibu na 49.27. George Wajakoya anafuata hapo kwa nambari ya 3 kwa 0.47. Na kama unavyoona hapa, hizi takwimu zinatokana na zile kura ambazo tumeweza kujumlisha za milioni 2,608,565 imebadilika tayari. Mwanahamisi, unavyoona hizi takwimu, sijui wageni wako wana hisia zipi kuhusiana na haya matokeo ambayo tunaendelea kuyapata?
Na bila shaka kama tulivyokueleza awali kabla ya kuanza ni kwamba hatuko peke yetu ndani ya studio. Tunao wachanganuzi, mawakili ambao wamejihami na taarifa ambazo watakuwa wanatupatia maoni yao, mtazamo wao kuhusiana na uchaguzi huu ambao kura zake zinazidi kuhesabiwa. Haya basi, nianze kuwatambulisha. Ninaye hapa Eric Theuri, wakili, na Javas Bigambo. Karibuni sana ndani ya studio. Najua mumekaa sana mpaka tumezungumza mengi tu mpaka sijui nianzie wapi. Lakini mwanzo nitataka tu munipatie mtazamo na maoni yenu kuhusiana na hizi takwimu vile zinavyoingia kwa sasa. Je, uchaguzi huu unauona namna gani?
Asante sana kwa kutualika kwenye studio. I think tunaweza sema kuwa ule uchaguzi ambao umelifanyika jana, kwa mtazamo kwa vile tunavyotazama sasa, kwanza kulikuwa na very low turnout ya voters. Na yale masiku ambayo yanakuja pengine itabidi tujiulize ni nini ambacho kimefanya wapiga kura kukosa kujitokeza kwa wingi. Lakini wale ambao walijitokeza, sauti yao itasikika, na kwa vile tunavyoona results zinakuja polepole, and I think tukifika jioni ya leo pengine tutakuwa na mtazamio mzuri kuonyesha kuwa hii election inaelekea upande gani. Kwa saizi utaona kuwa inabadilika na ile ambayo the results zile ambazo zimekuja ni kidogo sana kuweza kubashiri nani atakuwa mshindi katika uchaguzi huu.
Sawa, Javas, kama alivyosema Eric kwamba haya matokeo yanabadilika, yani tuseme hawa wawili William Ruto na Raila Odinga wako bumper to bumper. Pengine maoni yako ni yapi kufikia sasa? Ndio tunajua kwamba kura ambazo zimewasilishwa kwa sasa matokeo ni machache, lakini si kawaida vitu kama hivi kuonekana wakati kama huu.
Kwanza asante sana kwa mwaliko. Pili, ni wakati wa kwanza ambapo tumeona matangazo ya kura, matokeo ya kura ya urais yakianza ama yakipatiwa utangulizi kando ama mbali na yale mengine. Kawaida huwa kwamba matangazo ya kura ya urais yanakuja ya mwisho. Jambo lingine ni kwamba jinsi ambavyo matokeo yanazidi kubadilika inaleta tumbo joto sana kwa wengi. Tayari ukiangalia maoni ya wengi iwe katika mitandao ya kijamii, tayari wengine wameanza kuumwa jinsi yanavyobadilika. Lakini utaratibu ambao unafuatiliwa na Tume Huru ya Mipaka na Uchaguzi ni kuhakikisha kwamba wanahakiki matokeo yote ambayo yanatoka katika vituo vya kupiga kura ambavyo vimewasilishwa na ile fomu 34A, alafu ambavyo baadaye kutakuwa na fomu 34B, baadaye C. Ndiposo ukiangalia jinsi ambavyo Citizen inaangazia matokeo haya, ningependa kueleza kwa wananchi kwamba waweze kuwa na ule utulivu, wasubirie kabisa hadi uhakiki ambao unatoka katika makao makuu ya Tume Huru ya Mipaka na Uchaguzi ifanyike hivyo. Tatu, najua kwamba kuna ile hamu ya wananchi kutaka kujua sasa ni nani ambaye atakuwa ni kiongozi wao kama rais na hivi viti vingine, gavana, seneta kadhalika. Na pia jambo lingine ni kwamba ukiangalia jinsi ambavyo kujumuishwa kunafanywa kwa matokeo haya, vituo vyote bado havijawasilisha matokeo hayo. Ndiposa tunaona kwamba kuna haya mabadiliko ambayo yanazidi kuja. Lakini kila mwanasiasa najua tayari wanafanya idadi yao. Najua kwamba vile vituo vya kampeni vya wawania viti vya urais pia wanafanya kampeni zao kutokana na wale maajenti ambao wako katika vituo vya kupiga kura. Ndiposa tunaona kwamba kuna wale ambao wanapeana takwimu ambazo zinaonyesha kwamba pengine fulani huenda akashinda ama pengine fulani atashindwa ama viti vingine vya wagavana kadhalika. Hivyo hiyo ni takwimu na matokeo ambayo yanajumuishwa na vikundi mbalimbali vya wagombea viti ama vile vituo vya wagombea viti vya urais.
Sasa umetutajia hizi form 34A na hiyo nyingine. Kwa faida ya mtazamaji ambaye anatutizama hivi sasa, yeye hapo jana alikwenda akatekeleza jukumu lake la kupiga kura, hivi sasa amekaa kwenye runinga anaangalia matokeo. Lakini kuna taratibu ambazo IEBC inafuata kabla ya kupeana matokeo rasmi. Pengine tueleze tu fomu hii inahusiana na nini, ina kitu gani mpaka pale mwisho ambapo IEBC itakuwa inatoa matokeo rasmi.
Ukiangalia kutokana na ule uamuzi wa mahakama ya upeo kwamba takwimu ama matokeo ya wapiga kura ambayo yatafanyika katika kile kituo cha kwanza cha kupiga kura ndio yatakuwa matokeo ya hakika na ya mwisho. Lakini kuna ule utaratibu ambao ni lazima ufuatiliwe kwamba baada ya kutoka katika kituo cha kupiga kura, fomu hizo japokuwa zinawekwa katika mtandao na kupeperushwa moja kwa moja, lazima fomu hiyo ipelekwe katika kituo kile cha eneo la kufanya ujumuisho katika
ambayo ni fomu gani hiyo sasa?
Hiyo fomu 34A ambayo imejazwa pale katika kituo cha kupiga kura ndiyo ambayo kopi yake inapigwa picha na kupeperushwa na kupelekwa ili kwamba ifanyiwe kujumuisha katika zile maeneo mengine yote. Kwa mfano kama katika eneo bunge na eneo za kaunti zote lazima wafanye kujumuisha yote. Wakishajumuisha ndio watajaza katika ile ambayo inaitwa form 34B ambayo pia itapeperushwa. Kwa hivyo huo ndio ule utaratibu ambao lazima ufuatwe. Ni kwa sababu ya utaratibu ule wa form 34A, 34B kadhalika ndio inafanya kwamba matokeo haya kutangazwa rasmi na Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka inaonekana kwamba inaenda kwa polepole sana. Lakini ikumbuke kwamba hata taarifa ambayo ilitolewa na mwenyekiti wa Tume Huru ya Mipaka na Uchaguzi Wafula Chebukati jana katika taarifa kwa waandishi wa habari na nchi, alisisitiza ule uamuzi ambao ulitoka katika mahakama ya upeo kwamba matangazo ya matokeo katika kituo cha kupiga kura ndio ya mwisho, ndio halali kabisa. Ndio. Lakini ni tume hiyo ambaye ina uhuru wa kisheria wa kutangaza matokeo rasmi.
Bwana Eric, pengine nije kwako. Umezungumzia idadi ya wapiga kura. Uchaguzi huu umerekodi idadi ndogo ya wapiga kura, lakini pia ina idadi kubwa ya watu ambao walikuwa wamesajiliwa kupiga kura, kumaanisha kwamba watu walikuwa wamejitokeza kwa wingi wakiwa na hamu ya kwenda kupiga kura, wakajisajili kwamba mimi pia nitapiga kura. Unadhani kwa mtazamo wako ni kipi ambacho kimechangia watu kubaki nyuma na kutojitokeza kwenda kupiga haki yao ya kikatiba?
Si rahisi kusema ni jambo gani ambalo pengine limezuia wapiga kura kujitokeza, lakini kuna mambo kadhaa unaweza angalia. Kitu cha kwanza, pengine wale ambao walikuwa wanagombea viti tofauti pengine hawakuwa na ushawishi mkubwa ili kufanya wapiga kura waweze kujitokeza.
Ushawishi, ukizungumza ushawishi, nadhani tukiangalia zile rallies ambazo zilikuwa zinaenea katika maeneo tofauti, tulikuwa tunaona idadi kubwa ya watu na hakika kwamba wale wanasiasa wakiona watu vile wanajua hizi zote ni kura zangu. Sasa ukizungumzia ushawishi, pengine unazungumzia ushawishi kwa upande gani?
Kwa sababu unajua rallies na kupiga kura ni tofauti, because ukiangalia wakati kuna rally mahali, utaona kuna mabasi mengi ambayo yanatumika kuleta watu. So kwa hivyo kuna ile ambayo watu wanaita mobilization, because unataka watu waone kama uko na watu wengi. Kwa hivyo wakati kuna rallies, utaona kuna watu. Lakini sasa kwa wakati wa kura ni mtu kujitokeza. Ni mtu ajitokeze aende apige kura. Wakati unaangalia vile ya kujitokeza, lazima kukuwe na mtu ama candidates ambao wamekushawishi kwa njia ile ambayo itakufanya uache vitu vyako ujitokeze kwenda kupiga kura. Kitu cha pili pia lazima tuangalie, kuna idadi kubwa ya wale ambao wamesajiliwa kupiga kura ambao ni wa umri mdogo, kuanzia maybe miaka 18 mpaka around 35. Itakuwa vyema baadaye kuangalia kama hao ambao ni wengi pia walijitokeza, because kuna idadi kubwa sana ya vijana ambao hawana kazi, ama kama wana kazi ambazo haziwalipi vizuri, kile ambacho kinaitwa underemployment. And hiyo vijana, kuna a lot of frustration. There's a lot of anger, and that inamaanisha pia inaweza kuwa one of the factors ambayo imefanya watu kuona hakuna haja ya kupiga kura. Wanapiga kura lakini hawaoni matokeo yake, ama faida yake. So kwa hivyo inaweza kuwa na is a factor, because ukiangalia previous elections and this election, there's about 20% of the voter turnout that haikutokea kulingana na previous elections, which tells you kuna shida mahali, kuna shida mahali, na I'm sure a lot of watu wengi watakuwa najaribu kuangalia, kutaka kujua ni nini ambacho kilisababisha hii low voter turnout, ambayo sasa inafanya hata kuweza kupredict inakuwa vigumu, kwa sababu unaangalia matokeo ya mwaka uliopita 2017 kuweza kubashiri 2022 itakuwa vipi. So kwa hivyo ni vigumu. So kwa hivyo kitu ambacho tutafanya ni kungojea tu yale the processes that IBC has to go through, so that watupatie the final tally, tujue sasa nani ambaye amepatiwa jukumu na wananchi kutuongoza.
Sawa sawa, Javas, bado tuzengee tu hapo tukizungumza tu kuhusiana na hii idadi. Kuna suala ambalo huwa linajitokeza kila wakati wa uchaguzi. Wakati wa uchaguzi kuna watu ambao wanajua ni wakati wao wa kula ili waweze kupiga kura. Sasa ukiangalia hii swala la watu kula wakati wa kura, je, limeathiri vipi pengine namna watu wanavyopigia kura hawa wagombea wawili ambao wanaonekana wakifukuzana kwa karibu?
Mwanzo, siasa tunavyojua ni mchezo wa karata. Kuna kupata na kupoteza. Na tokana na hivyo, tunaona kwamba kuna mambo mbalimbali ambayo wananchi huenda wakatilia manani kabla kwanza kujitokeza, na pili kuamua ni kwamba ni nani ambaye watakayemwamini na kura yao katika ile nafasi ama nafasi mbalimbali za uongozi. Kwa hivyo, kwa sababu ya idadi ndogo ya kujitokeza kwa wapiga kura, tofauti na jinsi ilivyokuwa imetegemewa ama imekusudiwa, naweza sema kwamba wengi hawakuwa wamejazwa na roho kwa sababu mbalimbali. Moja, ukiangalia kwa mifumo tofauti ya utawala ambayo imekuwepo, hata hii ambayo inafikia kikomo ya Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, kwanza yale waliokuwa wameahidi haija tekelezwa kwa matakwa na matarajio ya wananchi. Kwa mfano, ukiangalia kwa uchaguzi wa mwaka 2017, yale ambayo serikali ya Jubilee ilikuwa imeahidi kupitia baadaye masuala ya manifesto yake na Agenda 4, ukiangalia utekelezaji wa Agenda 4 ni karibu 40% ama 45%. Mengi yamesalia bila kutekelezwa. Kwa hivyo wananchi wanajiuliza, je, ina umuhimu gani ni amini zile ahadi ambazo zinatolewa katika kampeni na nijitokeze kwenda kupiga kura kwa watu ambao ama kwa vyama ambavyo havitatekeleza ahadi zao? Pili, tumbe kwa ukweli, gharama ya maisha sasa hivi gharama yake iko juu sana, na kipato kimesalia pale ama hata kimeenda chini. Kuna wengine ambao wamepoteza kazi, hata ukiangalia janga la corona kadhalika.
Wengine baada ya corona mishahara haijarudi kwa pale.
Mishahara haijarudi, kuna wale ambao walipoteza kazi zao, kuna wale ambao walipoteza biashara zao zilifungwa kadhalika. Na inaonekana kwamba serikali haijatilia na hata viongozi hao hawajatilia maanani jinsi ambavyo maisha ya wananchi yalivyo na mwelekeo wao. Kwa hivyo pale ambapo wananchi wataona kwamba viongozi wao hawatilii maanani mambo ambayo yanayohusu kila siku, utaona kwamba viongozi wao hawawajali. Jambo lingine ni kwamba tumekuwa tukisikia viongozi wengine wakijipiga vifua sana. Sasa tunapata kwamba kama viongozi ama kiongozi fulani atajipiga kifua kwamba matokeo lazima yatakuwa ni haya, basi mwananchi anasema kwamba kama matokeo basi ni hayo, kura yangu ni ya nini? Kwa hivyo kuna mambo mbalimbali ambayo yanachangia. Tatu, jinsi ambavyo vyama vya kisiasa vilifanya mchujo. Kuna wale ambao ukiangalia sasa hivi ambao walikuwa ni wagombea viti huru ambao watashinda viti mbalimbali, na vyama vyao vya kisiasa ambao walikuwepo awali ama kabla kwenda kwa mchujo, ni kwa sababu vyama havikuamini kwamba vitafanya mchujo ambao ni wa haki na ulio sawa. Pili, vyama vilikuwa na upendeleo kwa viongozi wengine, wanasiasa wengine, na kuwachuja wengine ambao pengine hawakuwa katika nafasi bora sana ya uhusiano na wakuu wa vyama. Kwa hivyo pale ambapo unapata wananchi wengine ambao walijitokeza kupigia wale ambao ni wagombea huru, ilikuwa ni kuadhibu ama kutoa funzo kwa vyama vya kisiasa. Na wengine wanaona kwamba iwapo wale ambao walikuwa wamependelewa ama walikuwa ni viongozi wao bora wakati wa mchujo walinyimwa tiketi na vyama, basi wanaamua kwamba warushe mikono kwenye hewa, waseme kwamba basi hawatajihusisha katika uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo mambo mengi sana huenda yakachangia idadi ndogo ya kujitokeza kwa wapiga kura.
Sawa sawa, tutarudi hapa tuendelee, manake ni mengi tu ambayo tunataka ufafanuzi kutoka kwenu. Kwa hivi sasa nimpishe mwenzangu Mashirima atupashe ni wapi ambapo tunaelekea kupata kujua hali zilivyo katika sehemu tofauti humu nchini.
kaunti ya Homa Bay, ambapo Laura Otieno amekuwa akifuatilia matukio ya kura kuanzia wakati ambapo walikuwa wanajitayarisha kusambaza vifaa vya kura hadi jana wakati ambapo uchaguzi ulivyofanyika na hadi wakati huu ambapo kura zinazidi kujumlishwa, na hivi sasa yupo katika mji wa Homa Bay. Hujambo Laura, habari za asubuhi. Je, wanasemaje ama katika eneo hilo matokeo ya kura yako vipi? Manake mbali na kinyang'anyiro cha urais kuna kinyang'anyiro ambacho kina ushindani mkali katika wadhifa wa ugavana, ambapo Gladys Wanga anapeperusha bendera ya ODM. Evans Kidero alisimama kama mgombea huru baada ya kukosa tiketi hiyo ya ODM.
Na Mashirima, kipute cha ugavana ni kipute ambacho kimevutia ushindani mkubwa, lakini kufikia sasa bado mbivu na mbichi haijajulikana. Manake katika kituo cha kujumlisha kura ya county bado hakuna chochote ambacho kinaendelea pale, manake maeneo bunge mbalimbali bado yanaendelea kupokea matokeo kutoka vituo mbalimbali vya kupiga kura, na shughuli yenyewe bado inaendelea kujumlishwa. Kwa sasa tupo katika eneo bunge la Homa Bay Town, ambapo ni vituo 33 kati ya 125 ambazo zimedhibitisha matokeo yao. Kufikia sasa shughuli yenyewe bado inaendelea, na kama unavyoona kuna wale maafisa mbalimbali, wale presiding officers ambao wamefika katika eneo hili, kila mmoja akileta stakabadhi zinazohitajika sawia na yale masanduku ya kupiga kura na pia zile karatasi za kupiga kura ili ziweze kujumlishwa. Tunaarifiwa kwamba yule afisa wa kwanza kufika hapa alifika saa 12 jioni hapo jana, na ilikuwa kura jumla ama hisabati yenyewe ilikuwa imetoka katika gereza la Homa Bay, ambapo kama unavyojua ni eneo ambalo kwa kawaida kulingana na katiba wale wafungwa wana haki ya kushiriki katika kura ya kuchagua rais peke yake. Wale wengine pia walikuwa wanaendelea kuja polepole, na kufikia saa 7 za usiku kulikuwa na vituo 7 peke yake ambazo zilikuwa zimefika hapa na kuweka yale matokeo yao kujumlishwa. Ila kufikia sasa kama unavyoona foleni inaendelea kuwa kubwa. Tumezungumza na msimamizi wa shughuli ya kujumlisha kura katika eneo hili, na anasema kuwa vituo zote 125 zimefika hapa, lakini kufikia sasa ni 33 pekee ambazo zimepata takwimu zao kujumlishwa. Tutakuwa tunaenda katika maeneo bunge mengine mbalimbali kuangalia jinsi ambavyo kinyang'anyiro kitakuwa, lakini pengine nikupe tu takwimu za eneo hili. Ni kwamba katika eneo bunge la Homa Bay kipute chenyewe kimevutia watu 7, mmoja akiwa ni George Opondo Kaluma ambaye anawania kiti cha ubunge cha eneo hili kwa tikiti ya ODM. Kunaye Geoffrey Onyango ambaye anawania kiti cha ubunge kwa tikiti ya UDA, Noah Odor ambaye ni mgombea huru, Humphrey Obach pia ni mgombea huru, George Ouma ambaye pia ni mgombea huru, na Eric Otieno Adede ambaye pia ni mgombea huru. Wa 7 ni Martin Ogindo ambaye anawania kiti cha ubunge kupitia chama cha Green Congress. Na hapa naona moja wa wale maafisa. Habari ya asubuhi. Anza kwa jina na utuambie pengine ulifika hapa saa ngapi na unaona kama shule yenyewe inaendelea namna gani? Angalia pale.
Naitwa Arnold Owino Odhiambo. Nilifika hapa saa 10 usiku. Na shughuli inaendelea poa. Tunafurahia.
Na pengine ukiangalia jinsi ambavyo hali ilikuwa katika kituo ambacho ulikuwa unasimamia, watu wangapi walijitokeza pengine kwa takwimu zako, hali ilikuwaje? Na pia kuna sehemu ambazo tulikuwa tunaona kwamba kuna wale ambao hawako wanatambulika na ile KMS, pengine pale ambapo ulikuwa shule yenyewe ilikuwaje jana ya kupiga kura?
Shughuli iliendelea poa, watu walifika 70%, ingawa tulikuwa tunatarajia 100%, walifika 70%. Si mbaya vile, lakini katika shughuli za kupiga kura na kutambulisha wapigaji kura kwa njia ya mtandao ama hiyo kutumia KMS ilifanya vizuri, hakukuwa na tatizo.
Naam, shukrani sana. Pengine pia nione kama nitapata tu afisa mwingine mmoja. Habari za asubuhi. Anza kwa jina na utuambie umetoka katika sehemu gani, ulifika hapa saa ngapi, na shughuli yenyewe ya kupiga kura ilikuwaje katika sehemu uliyokuwa?
Nimetoka sehemu za Pedo Primary Station 2. Nilifika hapa kitu saa 11. Walianza vizuri hata jana, isipokuwa watu walitoka wachache kidogo kidogo, lakini ikifika saa 8 hivi walianza kuja wengi. Walivote vizuri, hakukuwa na shida.
Na hapa pengine naambiwa kwamba kuna watu ambao wamepewa tikiti ili uingie kule. Pengine tikiti yako ni ya namba ngapi na unatarajia kwamba utaingia kule ndani saa ngapi?
Tikiti yangu ni namba 52 na sijui nitaingia saa ngapi, maybe itakuwa hata saa 5 ama saa 7 hivi, juu wanaenda pole pole kidogo. Na tumechoka. Watu hawajalala 3 days, no sleeping. We are very tired, very hungry.
Pole sana, pengine ndio ile hali ya kazi, lakini kama ulivyosikia Mashirima, ni swala ambalo tutavalia njuga. Pia tutaenda katika maeneo bunge mengine kuangalia jinsi ambavyo shughuli ya kujumlisha kura inaendelea, na hivi sasa pia nasikia kwamba kuna kituo cha 35 ambacho kinadhibitisha takwimu za kura kwa sasa. Hivyo basi ni swala ambalo tutavalia njuga na kuwajuza watazamaji wetu kuhusiana na matukio katika kaunti hii ya Homa Bay, haswa katika kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana ambayo kama ulivyosema ina wagombea 3, pia sawia na kinyang'anyiro cha useneti ambacho kina wagombea 5, na pia vile vile kipute cha mwakilishi wa kike ambayo ina wagombea 7. Mashirima.
Naam, shukran Laura hapo kutoka kaunti nambari 43, kaunti ya Homa Bay, akiwa anatuletea matangazo hayo kutoka Homa Bay mjini. Kwa sasa tuelekee katika kaunti nambari 37 ambayo ni kaunti ya Kakamega. Brenda Wanga amekuwa akifuatilia taarifa ama matukio kutoka eneo hilo. Anaungana nasi kutoka eneo bunge la Lurambi ambalo ni mojawapo ya maeneo bunge 12 katika kaunti hiyo ya Kakamega. Habari za asubuhi Brenda. Tunajua kwamba Kakamega ni mojawapo ya kaunti ya Kakamega na Mombasa ambapo uchaguzi wa ugavana uliahirishwa. Je, kufikia sasa matokeo ya kura ya nyadhifa hizo zingine ikiwemo ya urais yako vipi?
Na Mashirima, tupo hapa katika shule ya Kakamega Hill Primary katika eneo bunge la Lurambi katika kaunti ya Kakamega. Jinsi ulivyosema, kaunti hii ni mojawapo ya kaunti ambapo uchaguzi wa gavana haukuweza kufanyika hapo jana baada ya hitilafu iliyotokea katika uchapishaji wa kura za kiti cha ugavana. Hata hivyo, uchaguzi katika viti vingine 5 uliendelea ilivyokuwa imetarajiwa, na kufikia sasa katika kituo hiki cha kujumlisha kura za eneo bunge la Lurambi ni kwamba matokeo hayo yameanza kutiririka tangu jana mwendo wa saa 2 usiku. Kufikia sasa inakisiwa kwamba matokeo yote kutoka vituo vyote 178, viwili vikiwa katika magereza katika eneo hili la Lurambi, yashawasilishwa hapa katika kituo hiki. Kufikia sasa ni kwamba tunaelezwa na afisa anayesimamia shughuli hii ni kwamba 50% ya matokeo kutoka vituo vyote visawasilishwa hapa, na shughuli inayoendelea sasa hivi ni kujumlisha kura hizo zote kutoka vituo hivyo, kura za kiti cha urais, kura za eneo bunge la wakilishi wa eneo bunge la Lurambi, kiti cha useneta, wakilishi wa wanawake na wakilishi wa wodi kutoka wodi zote ambazo zipo katika eneo hili. Afisa wa IEBC anayesimamia shughuli hii akitueleza kwamba shughuli hii inaendelea vilivyo, na kufikia mwendo wa saa 5 ama saa 6 mchana atakuwa ameweza kujumlisha kura zote za urais na kwa kimombo wanasema kugenerate ile form 34B ambayo anahitajiwa kupeleka katika kituo kikuu cha kujumlisha kura za urais pale Nairobi katika eneo la Bomas. Lakini kufikia sasa unavyoona ni kwamba kuna maafisa wengi tu kutoka vituo mbalimbali vya kupiga kura bado wanajaribu kuwasilisha stakabadhi zao ama matokeo yao kwa afisa mkuu hapa. Hapa tulipo sasa kwa kimombo tunasema ni kwamba ni receiving desk. Unaona kwamba kuna watu wengi ambao wameshinda tu hapa usiku kucha wakisubiri kupata fursa yao ya kuwasilisha matokeo yao. Kufikia sasa ni kwamba matokeo ambayo yatatangazwa hapa ni matangazo ya uchaguzi wa mbunge wa eneo hili la Lurambi. na vile vile matokeo ya wawakilishi wa wodi sita yatatangazwa kutoka hapa, lakini matokeo ya uchaguzi wa seneta na uchaguzi wa mwakilishi wa wanawake katika eneo hili, haya matokeo yatawasilishwa katika kituo cha kujumlisha kura cha kaunti ya Kakamega ambayo iko katika shule ya Kakamega High School, ambao si muda mbali sana kutoka mahali hapa tulipo. Kwa hivyo matokeo ambayo yatatangazwa kutoka hapa yatakuwa tu ya mwakilishi wa bunge katika eneo la Lurambi na vile vile wawakilishi wa wodi sita katika wodi ambazo ziko katika eneo bunge hili. Matokeo ya urais yatawasilishwa kutoka hapa hadi Nairobi katika eneo la Bomas, ambapo the National Returning Officer ambaye pia ni mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi Wafula Chebukati atazipokea fomu hizo pamoja na zingine kutoka maeneo 11 kutoka kaunti hii ya Kakamega. Atajumlisha matokeo hayo yote baada ya kujumlisha na maeneo mengine yote katika nchi hii ya Kenya, na baadaye kuweza kueleza Wakenya kwamba ni nani atakayekuwa amepata ushindi katika kura ya urais. Lakini kufikia sasa Mashirima, ni kwamba anapopokea matokeo hayo kutoka kwa kila kituo cha kupiga kura, anapokea zile form 34A, anadhibitisha kwamba matokeo ambayo yameandika katika hiyo fomu na matokeo ambayo yako katika hivi visanduku yanaridhiana kabla ya kuandika ile form 34B ambayo sasa ataiwasilisha kule Nairobi. Kwa hivyo Mashirima, ni hali ya kungoja tu tujue ni nani atakayetangazwa kuwa mshindi wa eneo bunge hili la Lurambi, maeneo ya wakilishi wa wodi. Vile vile tutajua kujua kwamba ni nani atapata kura nyingi ama atazoa kura nyingi za urais kutoka eneo hili la Lurambi. Nikurudishe kwako Mashirima.
Brenda, kabla hujaondoka, kulikuwa na sehemu kama za Matungu ambapo shughuli ya kupiga kura ilianza kuchelewa kutokana na kufeli kwa ile mitambo ya KIMS. Je, walimaliza kupiga kura saa ngapi?
Na Mashirima, kuna maeneo kadhaa katika kaunti hii yote ya Kakamega. Kuna vituo 154 ambavyo viliathiriwa na kufeli kwa KIMS kit kufanya kazi hapo jana. Kwa hivyo upigaji kura ulianza mwendo wa saa 6, saa 7 kwa baadhi ya vituo hivyo 154, lakini kulingana na sheria za IEBC ni kwamba iwaje uchaguzi ulianza kama umechelewa, vituo hivyo viliendelea na uchaguzi huo kwa masaa 11 jinsi inavyotarajiwa na IEBC. Kwa hivyo kuna vituo ambavyo vilikuwa vinafunga kupiga kura mwendo wa saa 6 za usiku, wengine saa 7 za usiku, lakini cha msingi ni kwamba kila kituo kilipata masaa 11 kuhakikisha kwamba wale wote ambao walikuwa wamefika labda asubuhi kujaribu kupiga kura wakaambiwa kwamba KIMS kit haifanyi, wakaambiwa warejee baadaye, wakati ambapo ile kwa kimombo wanasema manual register ilikubaliwa kutumika. Kwa hivyo kuanzia wakati ambapo manual register ilianza kutumika hadi kituo kilipofunga ni masaa 11 ambayo yalipewa ama yalitengwa kwa kila kituo kuhakikisha kwamba kila mwananchi ambaye alikuwa ananuia kushiriki katika uchaguzi mkuu alipata nafasi ya kufanya hivyo. Katika kituo hiki ama katika eneo bunge la Lurambi kulikuwa na vituo viwili tu ambavyo vilikuwa na tashwishi kidogo ama changamoto kidogo kulingana na kifaa cha KIMS kit ambapo kilikuwa kinafanya kazi kwa kasi ambayo haikuwa inaridhisha. Afisa hapa anatueleza kwamba walipogundua kwamba kuna hiyo shida waliweza kuvibadilisha vifaa hivi vya KIMS kit, na uchaguzi katika vituo vyote katika Lurambi viliendelea vyema. Lakini kwa maeneo kama vile Matungu ulivyosema pale kulikuwa na shida ambayo ilikuwa ya kiasi, lakini ni kwamba kila mmoja ambaye alikuwa ananuia kupiga kura alipata masaa 11. Hata hivyo Mashirima, ni kwamba kulikuwa na wengine ambapo wapiga kura ambapo labda ni wazee wenye wako na umri mkubwa kiasi, ilikuwa vigumu kwao kuja katika kituo cha kupiga kura asubuhi kisha tena kurejea baadaye. Lakini tulikuwa tunaelezwa na wagombea kadhaa kwamba walikuwa wanaweka mikakati kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja ambaye alikuwa ana ari ama alikuwa ananuia kushiriki katika uchaguzi, ijapokuwa ulianza kama masaa yameenda kidogo, walipata fursa hiyo ya kushiriki katika uchaguzi. Lakini athari ya kufeli kwa hivyo KIMS kit ni kwamba uchaguzi ama ile turnout wanasema kwa Kiingereza katika county hii, katika maeneo bunge mengi ilikuwa imepunguka kidogo, ikichangiwa vile vile na kule kusitishwa kwa uchaguzi wa kiti cha ugavana katika county hii. Mashirima.
Shukran Brenda hapo kutoka eneo bunge la Lurambi, kaunti ya Kakamega. Hivi sasa tunataka kuelekea katika kaunti ya Makueni ambayo sawa na Kakamega ilikuwa na changamoto mbalimbali na walichelewa katika baadhi ya vituo vya kupigia kura kutekeleza shughuli hiyo. Tunaungana naye Michael Mutinda ambaye ndiye mwanahabari wetu katika eneo hilo la Makueni, kaunti ya Makueni. Hujambo Mutinda, uko katika eneo bunge lipi, na labda unaweza kutueleza baadhi ya vituo vilivyokuwa na changamoto hapo jana vilifungwa saa ngapi?
Naam, Mashirima Kapombe, kama ulivyosema, Makueni ni mojawapo ambayo ilikuwa na matatizo ya Kimskit ambazo zilifeli hapo jana katika eneo bunge la Kibwezi Magharibi, lakini kwa sasa niko katika kituo cha kujumlishia kura cha eneo bunge la Makueni katika shule ya upili ya wavulana ya Makueni, na ni kwamba kama unavyoona nyuma yangu hapa ndivyo mkoko na alika maua hapa, ndio wale maafisa ambao wanasimamia uchaguzi wameweza kuleta masanduku na zile kura ambazo zimepigwa katika vituo mbalimbali vya kupiga kura kwenye eneo bunge hili la Makueni. Eneo hili lina vituo vya kupigia kura 240 na kufikia sasa ni vituo 96 peke yake ambavyo vimeweza kudhibitishwa na afisa wa IBC wa eneo bunge hili, tukiwa na vingine zaidi ambavyo vinangoja ama maafisa wanangoja kuhakikisha kwamba wanadhibitishwa yale matokeo ambayo yametoka kule, na pia kuna vituo ambavyo bado havijafikisha matokeo yake katika eneo hili. Kwa hivyo ni safari ndefu, safari ya kungoja matokeo hayo. Kumbuka kinyume na chaguzi za awali ambapo yale matokeo yanawekwa katika ukuta na labda unaweza kujua nani ambaye anaongoza, nani ambaye anamfuata. Hapa yawekwi kwa ukuta, yanawekwa tu yale ambayo ni ya polling station peke yake. Kwa hivyo ni ngumu sana kusema nani anayeongoza kwa sasa, ila tu tungoje hadi wakati ule ambapo afisa wa IBC atakuwa ameweza kudhibitisha matokeo yale na kuyaweka katika form 34B, ndipo tunaweza kufahamu nani ambaye ameweza kuongoza. Kwa hivyo ndivyo walivyo hapa. Tukikadiria urefu wa foleni hii, labda tutaweza kujua mshindi ambaye ameibuka mshindi kwenye eneo bunge hili mwendo wa saa 8 saa 9 hivi, kwa sababu kuna wagombea 7 hapa wa ubunge kwenye eneo bunge hili la Makueni. Tunaye Susan Kiamba wa chama cha Wiper, tunaye Stanley Chungu wa chama cha UDA, tuna Fred Musau ambaye ni mgombea huru, tuna Daniel Mutuku ambaye ni wanak, Francis Mutungi ambaye pia ni mgombea huru, na Daniel Nzeki wa chama cha ODM, na Lawrence Zunga ambaye anagombea ubunge huu kama mgombea wa chama cha Muungano. Kwa hivyo urefu huu unamaanisha kwamba kitambo zidhibitishwe, basi tutakuwa tumechukua muda mrefu, lakini kama ulivyotangulia kusema ni kwamba kulikuwa na matatizo ya mitambo ya Kimskit katika eneo bunge la Kibwezi ambapo vituo 84 kwenye eneo bunge la Kibwezi Magharibi zilikumbwa na matatizo, na tume ya IBC ikakubali kwamba kutumike ile inaitwa manual register ndio wapiga kura waweze kuanza kupiga kura zao, na zoezi hilo lilianza jana mwendo wa saa 6 na dakika 32. Kwa hivyo limeweza kuendelea mpaka saa 6 usiku watu kujitokeza kupiga kura zao. Kwa hivyo wameanza kuhesabu kura zao mwendo wa saa 7 usiku. Kwa hivyo tutatarajia siku kama moja hivi na nusu, labda kesho mwendo wa saa 7 ndio tutakuwa na foleni kama hii hapo, wakikurudisha matokeo katika kituo cha kujumlishia kura cha eneo bunge la Kibwezi Magharibi. Kwa hivyo pale bado kura zinahesabiwa, lakini zoezi lingine kama hili linafanyika katika maeneo bunge mengine 6, eneo bunge la Kibwezi Mashariki, eneo bunge la Kilome, eneo bunge la Kaiti, Mboni, ambapo huko pia vituo mbalimbali vimeendelea kurudisha matokeo yao katika kile kituo kikuu cha kujumlishia kura. Kwa hivyo tutasubiri hadi wakati ule tuweze kujua mbivu na mbichi na tuweze kujua nani ambaye ni mshindi. Vile vile tutakuwa tunafuatilia matokeo ya wakilishi wa wadi kwenye maeneo tofauti kwenye maeneo yote 6, lakini kwa sasa hivi ndivyo hali ilivyo. Mashirima, labda kama uko na swali lolote.
Michael, tutarejea kwako baadaye ili uweze kutueleza yale ambayo yanajiri katika eneo hilo. Kwa sasa tunataka kuelekea kwengineko ili tuweze kujua hali iko vipi. Mwanahamisi.
Na bila shaka na tunarudi hapa jijini Nairobi, manake pia hapa Nairobi tunao wanahabari wetu katika sehemu mbalimbali, na kwa hivi sasa tunaungana na Gatete Njoroge. Gatete, kama unanipata, hebu tueleze uko wapi haswa na ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea kwa wakati huu?
Na asante sana Mwanahamisi Ahmadi. Tunakuja moja kwa moja kutoka katika shule ya upili ya Jamhuri. Hiki ndiko kituo cha kujumlisha kura zote kutoka eneo bunge la Starehe, na kwa sasa Mwanahamisi ni kwamba ni maeneo 17 tu ambayo ya matokeo yao yameweza kudhibitishwa na kutangazwa na msimamizi wa tume ya uchaguzi ambaye anatambulika kama the returning officer, ambaye ameweza kutangaza matokeo 17. Katika eneo bunge la Starehe kuna vituo 259 ambazo ni za kupigia kura, na kwa sasa Mwanahamisi ni kwamba matokeo kutoka vituo 242 bado zinaendelea kufika. Iwapo unaweza tu tazama kando yangu, ni kwamba hivi ni baadhi tu ya matokeo ambayo yameweza kufikishwa hapa, lakini kuna wale ambao maafisa wa ABC ambao bado wanaendelea kufika hapa kuleta matokeo. Na katika eneo bunge la Starehe ushindani mkubwa ni katika kiti cha mbunge, kwani mbunge wa sasa hakuwa anatetea kiti chake, yule ni Charles Jagwa, na wale ambao ni washindani wakuu ni Amos Mwago wa Jubilee na Simon Mbugua wa UDA. Kulikuwa tuna washindani watatu, kulikuwa na Amos Mwago wa Jubilee, kulikuwa na Simon Mbugua wa UDA na Mary Mumbi wa chama cha Usawa. Kwa hivyo ushindani mkubwa ni kati ya wawili hao, mwaniaji wa Jubilee na yule wa UDA. Kwa sasa Mwanahamisi ni kwamba shughuli hii huenda ikachukua siku nzima, kwa ajili pia inaenda polepole, na tunaona pia maafisa wa ABC wanaendelea kufika hapa. Usalama umeimarishwa, tumeona maafisa wa usalama wakiwa hapa wakihakikisha kuwa shughuli nzima inaenda vile inavyopaswa. Na Mwanahamisi, hatutakita kambi tu hapa, tutazidi kutembea katika maeneo tofauti katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Tutazuru maeneo ya Embakasi kujua tu hali ilivyo, kujua jinsi shughuli ya kuhesabu kura inavyoendelea, na kuendelea kuwajuza watazamaji wetu ni yepi yatakuwa yakiendelea. Mwanahamisi.
Na asante sana Gatete, mwanahabari wetu huyo Gatete Njoroge akitupasha na ujiri. Na tukiendelea kusalia hapa jijini Nairobi, naarifiwa kwa sasa tuelekee katika eneo la Kasarani ambako tutakuwa tunaungana na mwanahabari wetu Mary Muoki. Mary, kama unanipata vizuri, kipi kinaendelea kwa wakati huu?
Tumefika hapa Kasarani ambapo ndiko constituency tallying center. Muda mchache uliopita tumetoka Roysambu kabla ya kuja hapa, na hali hapa ni kama vile tuliacha Roysambu. Wako na around 240 polling stations, lakini kufikia sasa wamejumuisha matokeo ya kutoka stations 18 tu peke yake. Ninajuzwa kwamba walianza kuhesabu saa 9 hivi asubuhi ya kuamkia leo, takriban masaa 10 tangu voting kupiga kura kulipofungwa jana. Ninaarifiwa pia kwamba kufikia sasa kwa yale matokeo ambayo yameingia, kumbuka eneo la Kasarani lina wapiga kura ambao wamejiandikisha ni 155,000 kutoka wodi 5, na kufikia sasa yule ambaye anaongoza ni John Chege ambaye anaongoza na kura 1929. Huyo amesimama na chama cha UDA, akifuatwa na mbunge wa sasa ambaye ni Masi Gakuya, anamfuata na kura 1677, wakifuatwa na Joshua Amona ambaye ana kura 16. Mwanahamisi, tumezungumza na baadhi ya presiding officers ambao wako hapa nyuma yetu, na wanatuambia kwamba hata wao wenyewe hawaelewi kumetokea nini ama ni kwa nini wamekwa sana hivi. Wamekuwa wakisubiri tangia jana around saa 4 za usiku hivi, hawaambiwi kunaendelea nini, na wameanza kuwakilisha matokeo kutoka wodi zao ama polling stations zao saa 9 ya asubuhi. Kwa sasa shughuli inaendelea, ingawaje kwa mwendo wa kinyonga, si kama vile wangetarajia. Hatujapata kuzungumza na mgombea yoyote. Wale ambao tumeongea nao kwa simu wamesema pia hawajaridhika na vile shughuli nzima inafanyika. Tumejaribu kuongea na wale returning officers watuambie kunani, mbona wamechelewa kuanza hiyo tallying center. Wamedinda kuzungumza nasi, pengine baadaye wakimaliza kujumuisha matokeo wataweza kuzungumza nasi. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, Mwanahamisi.
Naam, shukran mwanahabari wetu huyo Mary Muoki akituletea matangazo yake hayo moja kwa moja kutoka Kasarani akitupasha namna mambo yalivyo. Kwa vile basi tumeangazia maeneo bunge mawili hapa jijini Nairobi, naona nimpishe mwenzangu Mashirima upande wa pili aweze kutuonyesha takwimu ziko vipi. Je, wakazi wa Nairobi wameanza kupiga kura namna gani, ama matokeo yao ya kura walizopiga jana yameanza kuonekana namna gani? Baina ya hawa wagombea wawili, pengine ni yupi ambaye tayari ameonekana na uzito ameanza kupata kura nyingi za wakazi wa Nairobi?
Na bila shaka kitaifa unaona kwamba bado William Ruto anaongoza kwa asilimia 49.76 huku Raila Odinga akifuata kwa karibu na asilimia 48.96. Na hizi takwimu kama ninavyosema zinaenda zikibadilika kila dakika kadri tunapopokea form 34A kutoka vituo vya kupigia kura, tunajumlisha katika kituo chetu cha kujumlisha kura hapa Citizen, kisha tunaweka takwimu hizo hapa, na kufikia sasa unaona kwamba zile kura tayari ambazo tumezijumuisha ni 2,761,023. Lakini katika kaunti ya Nairobi, katika baadhi ya maeneo ambayo tayari tumeweza kuangazia, nadhani hiyo ndio kaunti ya Nairobi, na bila shaka Raila Odinga anaongoza kwa asilimia 57.88 huku William Ruto akimfuata kwa karibu na asilimia 39.78, kisha George Wajakoya na David Waihiga Mwaore wa chama cha Agano wakifuatana kwa taratibu hiyo. Na kama unavyoona hapa, kati ya kura ambazo zimehesabiwa katika kaunti ya Nairobi kutoka zile form 34A ambazo tumezipokea, kura ambazo tumezihesabu ni 107,703, ikiwa tu ni asilimia 4.46 ya kura ambazo kati ya wapiga kura waliosajiliwa zaidi ya milioni 2.4. Mwanahamisi, sijui wageni wanasemaje kuhusiana na takwimu hizi hivi sasa, japokuwa ni asilimia ndogo sana, hatuwezi kusema mengi, lakini pia kuna jambo ambalo linaonekana ama linaashiriwa hapo kutokana na zile kura ambazo tayari zimejumlishwa. Mwanahamisi.
Na bila shaka, na ndio tulikuwa hapa tunadokezana hapa tukitaka kujua pengine munieleze tu kulingana na yale matokeo ambayo bado tutasema ni ya awali, lakini unajua huwa wenyewe wanasema nyota njema huonekana asubuhi. Sijui kama pia hiyo inaweza kuapply katika matokeo ya uchaguzi ama vipi, manake wengi hapa washaanza kuingia kiwewe, wanasema tulitarajia ni hivi lakini mbona ni hivi. Haya, sasa tuangalieni hapa katika kaunti ya Nairobi, asilimia ya kura ambazo zimehesabiwa kwa hivi sasa ni 57. Tunamwona kwamba Raila Odinga wa Azimio anaongoza kwa kura 62,000 kilinganishwa na William Ruto wa UDA kwa asilimia 39 ambayo ni kura 43,000. Je, katika upande wenu, nianze na wewe Eric, ni kitu ambacho ulikuwa kinatarajiwa ama mambo yamebadilika? Wenyewe wanasema kwa lugha ya mtaa vitu kwa ground ni different.
Hii matokeo I think unaweza sema ni yale ambayo alikuwa ametarajiwa. Raila alitarajiwa kufanya vizuri mjini Nairobi, but pia ukiangalia Ruto amefanya vizuri zaidi ya vile ilivyokuwa imetarajiwa. So ule ambaye tunaweza sema amefanya vema Nairobi basi ni William Ruto, kwa sababu ukiangalia vile siasa za Nairobi zinakaa, mtu alikuwa anatarajia pengine Raila angefanya vizuri zaidi alivyofanya. Na hii sasa ukiangalia Nairobi na uweke into context, then itapatia wale ambao wana support Raila Odinga tumbo joto, kwa sababu maeneo ambayo Raila alikuwa anatarajiwa afanye vizuri hafanyi vizuri vile alivyotarajiwa. So kwa hivyo ukichukua hiyo na extrapolate across the country, then unaona kuwa wale ambao wana wasiwasi sana, although ni mapema kusema
usiseme sio kupatia tumbo joto,
lakini wale ambao wanaangalia runinga na wasiwasi kidogo ni wale ambao wanafuata Raila Odinga. Na ukiangalia vile you don't expect so much changes. We expect hiyo itabadilika sana. Vile inaenda pengine itakuja itaisha hivyo ama itabadilika kidogo tu sana. But sioni William Ruto akimfikia Raila, lakini naona William Ruto akifanya vizuri Nairobi kuliko vile ilivyokuwa inatarajiwa.
Asante sana. Pengine Javas, utueleze wakazi wa Nairobi walikuwa wameweka vigezo gani vya kuweza nanio Eric ametueleza kwamba wengi walitarajia kwamba Raila Odinga ndo atakuwa na kura nyingi zaidi. Kwa nini ilikuwa imetabiriwa ama imewekwa kwamba Raila Odinga atakuwa na kura nyingi zaidi kuliko Ruto, na ni kitu gani ambacho kimemfanya Ruto kuonekana kubadilisha msimamo huo ama mtazamo huo na kuonekana kuanza kumfuata Raila kwa karibu katika kaunti ya Nairobi?
Kwanza unajua kukicha kuna kucha kuchele. Japokuwa bado asubuhi mbichi sasa hivi kutokana na matokeo hayo. Kinachozidi kudhihirika wazi ni kwamba William Ruto kama mgombea urais wa Kenya Kwanza amejitahidi sana kukita mizizi ya siasa katika eneo la Nairobi. Kumbuka kwamba matarajio ya hapo awali ilikuwa kwamba Raila Odinga anachukulia kwamba Nairobi ni ngome yake kabisa, na alikuwa pengine ashafunga amebana milango yote na madirisha ya kuingia Nairobi. Na ukiangalia taswira ya jinsi ambavyo kura zinazidi kuingia ama kuhesabika katika maeneo bunge yote Nairobi, unakuwa Raila Odinga yale matarajio ya kuwa angechukua kura karibu 70% ya Nairobi ni kwa sababu kwa zaidi ama karibu miongo minne amekuwa ni kiongozi mwanasiasa shupavu hapa Nairobi, hapa nchini, na maeneo mbalimbali ya Nairobi amekuwa hata na wabunge kupitia vyama vyake, iwe ni NDP, iwe ni ODM, mrengo ule vuguvugu la NASA. Wote hivi wakati huu wote Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga amekuwa akikita mizizi sana katika udongo wa siasa hapa Nairobi.
Kwa nini?
Lakini sasa ni kwa sababu ule uzoefu na miongo minne ambao amekuwa katika siasa. Nakumbuka kwamba pia karibu miongo miwili alikuwa mbunge wa Kibra.
Naam.
Hii yote ilimjenga kisiasa. Lakini sasa angalia kwamba hapa kuna William Ruto ambaye ndio mara yake ya kwanza kuwania urais. Na ametetemesha kabisa. Kumbuka kwamba pengine uende kawa ni kwa sababu ya ujumbe wa bwana William Ruto akizungumzia masuala ya hasla kadhalika. Nairobi imejaa vitongoji vingi sana, kuna mahasla wengi sana, watu ambao wanachuma kila kuchao kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na elimu ambayo ni ya kisasa, na wanajitahidi sana wale ambao wanaitwa pengine hustlers kadhalika, mambo mengi sana. Lakini kumbuka kwamba pia kuna masuala ya kabila. Kuna pia bwana William Ruto ambaye alijaribu kuzunguka maeneo mbalimbali hapa Nairobi akitambulisha chama chake, mrengo wake, na pia akakuwa na vijana barubaru ambao wamesimama kwa viti mbalimbali katika mrengo huo ama muungano huo wa Kenya Kwanza. Hii yote imechangia kwa bwana William Ruto kukuwa na ushawishi katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Japokuwa bwana Raila Odinga bado yupo mbele, lakini haifai kwamba yeye ama pengine hata wafuasi wake wakuwe na utulivu kwamba bado Raila atashinda Nairobi. Ndio atashinda, lakini je, iwapo atashinda lakini mgeni amekuja alikusuta, amekusongesha, na sasa hata amekutoa sebuleni. Kwa hivyo sasa inamaanisha kwamba
ama na kufanya hii nyumba mutabanana hapa ndani.
Mutabanana tu. Nasema kwamba hapa basi tutagongana, tutakanyagana hapa, lazima wote tutoshee. Ni kama wake wenza. Ushaona hapa katika Nairobi. Kwa hivyo japokuwa huenda mabadiliko yasiwe makubwa sana, lakini inamaanisha kwamba katika uchaguzi huu na pengine chaguzi zingine zijazo, huenda bwana William Ruto akazidi kuwa na ushawishi mkubwa Nairobi.
Haya, umezungumzia swala la ujumbe. ujumbe ni ule ambao unatolewa mara nyingi wakati wanapokuwa wanafanya kampeni hawa wagombeaji. Na katika siku za lala salama, wakati walipokuwa wanakaribia kufunga kampeni, kuna mambo mengi ambayo yalijitokeza. Tulimwona William Ruto akitoa kauli ambazo pengine wengine waliziona hizi zinaweza kumsaidia katika kupata kura, wengine wakaona pengine kauli hizi zinaweza zikamchongea katika kupoteza kura fulani. Upande mwingine naye Raila Odinga alikuwa na kampeni kimya kimya, lakini Rais Uhuru Kenyatta anayeondoka alikuwa naye ana kampenia kivyake. Yaani kila mtu alikuwa anatoa cheche zake na maoni yake na kauli zake. Kwa mtazamo wako Eric, unadhani hizi kauli na hizi kampeni za lala salama zimeathiri vipi haya matokeo ambayo tunayaona kwa sasa?
Si sana, kwa sababu ukiangalia William Ruto alianza kufanya kampeni mapema sana, na siasa za Kenya lazima uziangalie kupitia mitazamo tofauti. Mtazamo mkubwa ni mtazamo wa kikabila. Ukiangalia zile kampeni ambazo Ruto amezifanya zimemsaidia sana kuweza kupenya katika kabila la Mount Kenya. Huo kupenya kule unaonekana kwa yale matokeo ambayo yanaonekana Mlima Kenya, na pia yale matokeo ambayo yanaonekana hapa Nairobi. Kwa hivyo ujumbe ambao William Ruto alikuwa nao ni ujumbe wa kuwa mimi ni hustler. Kuna wale ambao tunawaita madynasty ambao napigana nao. So kwa hivyo Ruto alikuwa aonekane mnyonge. Na ukimwona wakati wa kampeni za lala salama alionekana mnyonge kidogo, mali yualia, nimefinyiliwa, nimefanywa nini. Na hiyo yote iko sambamba na ile message ambayo alikuwa anapeana kila wakati. Kitu cha pili, uchumi pia, bei ya unga tunajua ilipanda, uchumi umekuwa mbaya, watu hawana kazi, watu wana malalamiko, wana mashida mingi. Kwa hivyo Ruto naye pia ujumbe wake ulikuwa huo, na ilikuwa vigumu sana kwa mgombea mwenzake Raila Odinga kukuja kuchukua huo ujumbe, kwa sababu ni ujumbe ambao Ruto alianza nao.
Ni kama lile jambo ambalo kila siku unaambiwa, kila siku
ameshinda. Yes.
Linashika.
Na unajua wanasema kuwa saa zingine hata uongo ukisemwa kila wakati na ukurudia unakuwa mtamu na unakuwa ni kama. So kwa hivyo kwa hii kampeni, mtu ambaye amefanya kampeni yake vizuri na ambaye alikuwa na ujumbe, na huo ujumbe akautambua mapema na akaueneza kila siku na hakutoka kwa huo ujumbe, ni William Ruto. So kwa hivyo yale maamuzi ambayo tunapata si kura, mimi kwa maoni yangu kura ambazo zimepigwa wakati huu ni kura against Uhuru Kenyatta than for William Ruto. Okay. So William Ruto amekuwa na bahati because amepata kura ya wale ambao wanamtaka, na amepata kura ya wengi ambao hawamtaki Uhuru Kenyatta.
Maoni yako James?
Ndio, kuna zile kura ambazo zimepigwa za ukaidi. Yeah? Kwa sababu ya masuala ambaye kile mwenzangu amezungumzia. Lakini pia kuna mambo mengine ambayo yamechangia. Kumbuka bwana Raila Odinga amewania kiti cha urais kwa chama cha kisiasa cha muungano cha Azimio. Azimio haijakuwa na wagombea viti wengine isipokuwa yeye na Bi Martha Karua. Na kumbuka kwamba hapo awali katika sehemu ya Nairobi, eneo la Nairobi ama kaunti ya Nairobi, kulikuwa na bwana Wanyonyi ambaye alikuwa ametaka kugombea kiti cha ugavana, akatemwa. Sasa hivi ukiangalia, kwa sababu unaangalia mtu kama Senator Sakaja ambaye alikuwa katika Kenya Kwanza na akashikiliwa, bado yeye kijana, yeye ni senator Nairobi, na kwa sababu pia ya ule ushawishi ambao ako nao na amekuwa nao tangu jadi katika Nairobi, ilisaidia pia kuchangia pakubwa. Na kumbuka nilisema hapo awali kwamba bwana William Ruto kuwashika vijana ama watu wenye umri mdogo pia ikaleta msisimuko fulani. Na pale ambapo bwana Raila Odinga kamtema bwana Wanyonyi, pia ikachangia. Kuna wale ambao walipiga kura hizo za ukaidi. Unajua titi la mama litamu japo la mbwa. Okay. Kwa hivyo ule uzuri ambao ama ufanisi ama na pia ule msisimuko ambao wafuasi wengine hata wale ambao walikuwa Odinga kuona kwamba vijana wanaweza pata nafasi katika uongozi, kwamba chama hiki kinapatiana pia nafasi, ilichangia pakubwa sana. Kumbuka ukiangalia pande ule mwingine, mpinzani wa mtu kama Mheshimiwa Sakaja alikuwa ni mtu ambaye alijileta katika kinyang'anyiro kuchelewa na mgeni, na ikaonekana kwamba msukumo huo wa kuwania haukuwa ni wake. Kwa hivyo mambo haya yote yamechangia sana kwa wingi wa kura ambazo Bwana William Ruto na Kenya Kwanza wamepata hapa Nairobi.
Okay, sawa sawa. Nadhani tuangazie kitu kimoja tofauti tu. Kwa hivi sasa tunajua kwamba watoto wako nyumbani, walipatiwa likizo ya midterm ili waweze kutoa nafasi kwa uchaguzi. Na hapo pia kulikuwa kuna tarehe ambazo zilikuwa zina hitilafiana, nyingine zinagongana. Wengine wanasema tumeambiwa turudishe watoto siku ya Alhamisi, itawezekana vipi? Tumeambiwa, wengine nasema wiki ijayo. Sasa tunataka tuone, maana naarifiwa kwamba serikali tayari imetoa msimamo dhabiti, yani wa kila mtu anastahili kwenda na tarehe hiyo. Pengine mwenzangu Mashirima, umepata chochote upande huo? Maana na hakika wazazi wako hapa wanafuatilia matokeo, lakini kuna wale wengine ambao wana watoto ambao wanakalia mtihani wa kitaifa mwaka huu, wana hatihati, wanataka kujua, je, tarehe ziko vile vile ama zimebadilika?
Na Hamisi, wengi walikuwa wanatarajia kwamba watoto watarudi shuleni siku ya tarehe 11, yani kesho, lakini kutokana na kuwa bado shughuli za kuhesabu kura na kutangazwa kwa matokeo bado inaendelea, Wizara ya Elimu kupitia Waziri Profesa George Magoha imeahirisha tena tarehe hiyo, kwamba watoto sasa watafungua shule wiki ijayo siku ya Jumatatu tarehe 15 mwezi huu wa Agosti. Ndio taarifa ambayo inafika kwenye chumba chetu cha habari hivi sasa, kuwa watoto wanatarajiwa kurudi shuleni ifikapo siku ya Jumatatu wiki ijayo na sio kesho kama ilivyotangazwa awali. Na Wizara ya Elimu kupitia Waziri Profesa George Magoha imesema kwamba wamechukua uamuzi huo baada ya kuona kuwa mchakato wa kuhesabu na kujumlisha kura bado unaendelea. Mwanahamisi.
Sawa sawa. Mashirima, kabla uondoke hapo, nataka utuangazie, kuna eneo moja ambalo hawa wagombea urais walikuwa sana hawatoki huko, eneo la Mlima Kenya. Kila mmoja alikuwa anajaribu kukwea mlima. Japokuwa hivi sasa ni mapema, hatuwezi kusema kwamba ni nani amefanikiwa kufika kileleni, lakini nadhani msema kweli atakuwa anatuonyesha ni nani ambaye angalao ameanza kuonyesha ama juhudi zake za kupanda mlima zimeanza kuzaa matunda. Hebu tuonyeshe msema kweli hapo anasemaje.
Na bila shaka kama nilivyokuonyesha awali ni kwamba hizi takwimu zinazidi kuongezeka, matokeo yanazidi kubadilika. William Ruto anaongoza kwa 49.81. Raila Odinga kwa sasa ni wa pili kwa 48.90. Lakini kumbuka kwamba haya matokeo ni kutoka vituo vya kupigia kura 9262. Ukiangalia jumla ya vituo vya kupigia kura nchini ni zaidi ya 46,000. Lakini tukiangalia tu katika kaunti mbalimbali, haswa kaunti za Mlima Kenya, nataka kuanza na kaunti ya nyumbani, kaunti ya Nyeri ambayo tuliangazia awali. William Ruto anaongoza kwa 83%, huku Raila Odinga akiwa wa pili kwa 15%. Tukiangalia kaunti ya Murang'a iliyo chini tu ya kaunti ya Nyeri, William Ruto tena anaongoza kwa 80%, akifuatwa na Raila Odinga. Kaunti nyingine ni kaunti ya Nyandarua hapa, ambapo tena William Ruto anaongoza kwa 78%, huku Raila Odinga akiwa anamfuata kwa 19%. Kuna kaunti ya Kirinyaga, kaunti ambapo anatoka mgombea mwenza wa Raila Odinga, Bi Martha Karua, na William Ruto tena anaongoza kwa 85.06, huku Raila Odinga akiwa anamfuata na 13.84. Na ni baadhi tu ya kaunti, nataka niangalie tu jinsi zinavyofuatana. Hii ni kaunti ya Embu, tena William Ruto anaongoza kwa 83%. Kuna kaunti nadhani hii ni kaunti ya Embu, kuna kaunti hii nyingine hapa juu nadhani ni kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi kama sijakosea, William Ruto tena anaongoza. Na kama Mwanahamisi tulivyosema ni kwamba hivi ni vituo vya kupigia kura vichache, lakini tayari unaona kwamba kuna taswira inayojitokeza kwamba huenda juhudi za William Ruto katika Mlima Kenya zikafua dafu.
Haya, sawa sawa, mmeona, mmejionea na mmesikia wenyewe. Sasa nataka tuangazie hili swala, the Martha Karua factor katika azma ya Raila Odinga ya kuingia Ikulu. Limemsaidia namna gani? Tukiangazia hizi kura kidogo tu ambazo hapa zimepigwa na zimehesabiwa. Pengine ni mapema kusema, lakini kwa mtazamo wenu tu mnaweza kutoa taswira ile ya awali.
Niseme kuwa kuchagua Martha Karua kama mgombea mwenza wa Raila Odinga kweli ndio kulileta msisimko kwa kuwa na lile swala la jinsia ambalo lilijitokeza. Lakini nakumbuka tukiketi hapa katika hii runinga nikasema kuwa swala la jinsia ndio limeleta msisimko, lakini msisimko huo ni unatokana tu na kile kikundi cha wananchi ambao ni wa sehemu ya mapato ya kati, haswa ambao wanakaa katika miji, kwa sababu siasa za Kenya mpangilio wake ni wa kikatiba, wa kikabila na kimaeneo. Hapo ndio msingi wa siasa za Kenya. Kwa hivyo pale hata mtu angesema kwamba Bi Karua amechaguliwa ndio yeye ni mwanamke, unataka kuniambia kuwa yule msichana au mama ambaye anatoka eneo la bonde la Ufa, japokuwa ni mama, atamtelekeza bwana William Ruto na muunga mkono bwana Raila Odinga kwa sababu ya hiyo peke yake? Kuna mambo mengi sana, na ukiangalia jinsi ambavyo matokeo yanazidi kuingia, inaonyesha kwamba eneo la Mlima Kenya limemuunga sana William Ruto kushinda Raila Odinga. Ukiangalia hata kituo cha kupiga kura pale ambapo Bi Martha Karua alipiga kura, Raila Odinga hajashinda hapo, bwana William Ruto ameshinda. Pale ambapo Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta alipiga kura, Uhuru Kenyatta ameshinda hapo, Raila Odinga hajashinda. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha kwamba eneo la Mlima Kenya, bwana Odinga hakukwea mlima, hajafanikiwa kukwea mlima jinsi ambavyo pengine alikuwa.
Usiseme hakukwea, bado ni awali.
Kweli kabisa. Lakini ukiangalia tukidadisi kutokana na matokeo ambayo tayari
tuko nayo,
lazima kwamba mlima uliteleza kidogo, hakuweza kukwea
vile ilivyokuwa imetarajiwa.
Hapo kuna hivyo. Na pili, jambo lingine ni kwamba pengine Bi Martha Karua kama angeanza au mapema sana. Lakini kumbuka kwamba Bi Martha Karua pia amekuwa katika ulingo wa kisiasa kwa muda na haja kuwa na ushawishi mkubwa sana eneo la Mlima Kenya. Unajua kuna ile waacha mambo ya maegemeo, huo ndio ukweli jinsi ulivyo. Kwa hivyo angekuwa kuna ushawishi mkubwa sana, basi pia angechangia pakubwa sana. Ameleta mchango kwa bwana Odinga, lakini mchango huo haujakuwa mkubwa sana wa kupendua kurasa ili kumfaidi bwana Odinga katika uchaguzi huu.
Eric, unakubaliana na Javas kwa hilo?
Nakubaliana naye, lakini si kuwa, kwa maoni yangu, si kuwa Raila ameshindwa kukwea mlima. Ni mlima umemkataa bwana Uhuru Kenyatta. Na kwa sababu ya mlima kukataa bwana Uhuru Kenyatta, yule ambaye anaonekana kuwa amesimamishwa na Uhuru Kenyatta, ambaye ni bwana Raila, ameweza kuumia.
Na pengine unadhani ni kipi ambacho kimewafanya wanamlima Kenya kuweza kuchukua hatua kama hizi ambazo tunaziona kwa sasa mapema hivi?
Niposema ni kura ya ukaidi.
Kura ya ukaidi.
Ya ukaidi kabisa. Nakumbuka kwamba alalai na mama ndiye baba. Kwa hivyo wakaona kwamba kule kuja pamoja kwa bwana Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta ikawafanya kuwa mamoja. Kwa hivyo ikakuwa ni vigumu kutofautisha misimamo, mwelekeo, maono na nia ya bwana Uhuru Kenyatta na ile ya bwana Odinga. Kwa hivyo watu wakaanza kuona pale. Nakumbuka kwamba pia mahali mbalimbali bwana Odinga alisema kwamba ataziendeleza sera na miradi mbalimbali ya bwana Uhuru Kenyatta. Kuna wale ambao watapatiana tafsiri tofauti kwamba basi inamaanisha kwamba jinsi maisha yalivyo magumu pia ugumu huu utaendelea. Kuna mtu atajiuliza hivyo, japokuwa pengine sio kweli, lakini atajiuliza hivyo. Sasa ingetakana kwamba bwana Raila Odinga ajieleze vizuri ushirikiano wake na bwana Uhuru Kenyatta. Jambo lingine kwamba japokuwa bwana Kenyatta pia amemsaidia bwana Odinga kuweza kuingia sehemu ya Mlima Kenya kwa sababu ya ushawishi wake, nafasi na ofisi ambayo anayo. Lakini pia bwana Uhuru Kenyatta hakuenda katika kila sehemu mpaka vitongoji vya Mlima Kenya kuweza kumfanyia kampeni bwana Odinga. Bwana William Ruto alienda hadi vijiji mbali kule. Ukiangalia mtu ambaye anakuja hadi kukubishia, tuseme kwamba huyu basi ambaye ni Julia hali pengine atanifaidi. So kuna masuala kama hayo pia ambayo yaliweza kuchangia.
Sasa Eric, unadhani Raila Odinga mwenyewe juhudi zake zilikuwa ni za kutosha kuhakikisha kwamba anapata kura za Mlima Kenya? Manake hapa tumemzungumzia sana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kwamba yeye ndo alikuwa anamfanyia kampeni. Je, tukija kwa yeye Raila Odinga kama mgombea, alifanya vilivyokuwa vinastahili vya kutosha kuweza kuwashawishi wapiga kura wa Mlima Kenya?
Raila aliweka juhudi, na unajua lazima tuangalie kura ambayo iliyopita ya 2017, na utaona kuwa Raila hakufanya vyema Mount Kenya. Ilikuwa kujaribu kuwa na mgombea ambaye anatoka sehemu ya Mlima Kenya ili kuweza kupata, hata kama hatapata kura nyingi zaidi, but kupunguza kura ambazo bwana Ruto angeweza kupata. Lakini kitu ambacho pengine walifanya kwa makosa ilikuwa kuchelewa kwanza kufanya kampeni zao kama wamechelewa. Na tuwakumbuka kuwa hili ni jambo ambalo hakuna mtu anaweza pinga. Bwana Ruto ameishi Mlima Kenya. Kampeni zake zimekuwa mingi sana zikifanyika Mlima Kenya. Mlima Kenya wamefaidika not just kutembelewa but also na rasilimali za bwana Ruto. Vikundi vya wamama, vikundi vya vijana, bodaboda, hao wote Mlima Kenya kila mahali Ruto amewatembelea. Sasa ukiangalia ile jukumu ama ile effort ambayo Raila Odinga amejaribu kufanya Mlima Kenya, haungeweza kubadilisha kazi ya miaka kama 2 ama 3 ambayo Ruto alifanya kule Mlima Kenya.
Kwa hivyo unamaanisha kwamba wapiga kura wa Kenya wanahitaji mtu atembee na wao safari ndefu, sio leo kwa leo, kwa wao kuweza kubadilisha, hata kama utakuwa una sera nzuri ya aina gani?
Kabisa, because unajua kuna kitu ambacho pia kinaitwa loyalty. Unajua saa zingine mtu anaweza kuja kwako mara ya kwanza humpendi, mara ya pili humpendi, but akija mara mingi unaanza kumbe si mbaya vile tulikuwa tunafikiria. Ni vile ambavyo pia Raila ukiangalia 2017 ameenda Mlima Kenya, watu wakaanza kusema huyu mtu tulikuwa tunafikiria ni mbaya, kumbe si mbaya vile. Lakini sasa tayari tuko kwa Ruto, unaona, na kurudisha Raila na vile Ruto alivyofanya siasa zake,
damage tayari
alifanya siasa zake kuonekana kuwa shida ambazo mnazipata kwa saa hii si mimi, ni bwana Uhuru Kenyatta. Uchumi ni mbaya, si mimi, ni bwana Uhuru Kenyatta. Hamna kazi, si mimi, ni bwana Uhuru Kenyatta wakiwa na mwenzake Raila Odinga
baada ya handshake.
Na utaona kuwa hata wakati debate ya vice president ilifanyika, bwana Gachagua alishinda kila saa akisema Uhuru. Bi Martha Karua anasapotiwa na Uhuru amefanya hii, mpaka unashindwa mbona wanashindwa ukirudia kama
vile ilivyokuwa ninasema hapa sisi.
So kwa hivyo ni strategy ambayo ilikuwa imepangwa na ikaweza kuingia na wakai execute to perfection. So kwa hivyo lazima uwapigie makofi kwa sababu ya kuwa na strategy na kukaa na hiyo strategy ambayo sasa kwa saa hii ukiangalia vile results ambazo zinatoka, although tunasema ni mapema, lakini ule ambaye anaonekana amefanya vizuri zaidi ya mwenzake ni bwana William Ruto.
Pia kuna sababu za kihistoria kuongeza na yale ambaye ndugu yangu Eric amesema. Sababu za kihistoria ambazo Bwana Odinga alikuwa amelaumiwa sana na kutupiwa tope. Na mambo haya yote yakawa kwamba ni mbegu ambayo ilomea kabisa ikawa mti mkubwa. Na pili, ukiangalia pia sehemu ya Mlima Kenya kihistoria ya kisiasa hawapendi kugawanya kura zao. Na hiyo pia kwa sababu ya kuweka katika kibindo kimoja kura zao ikaleta kuchangia kwa Bwana William Ruto kuzoa kura nyingi toka Mlima Kenya. Tatu, ni kuwa Bwana William Ruto akaunga Bwana Uhuru Kenyatta mkono tangu mwaka 2013 hata wakati wa mwaka 2017 hata kura ya marejeo. Na kwa sababu ya hiyo na ikaonekana kwamba Bwana Kenyatta amemtelekeza Bwana Ruto toka serikalini, lakini hajapeana sababu nzito ambazo zilileta kutelekezwa huko. Kwa hivyo kukawa na zile pia kura za imani, kura za huruma, na pia wakiona kwamba kama huyu akamsaidia kwetu akafikia katika kiti kikubwa sana nchini kama rais. Na Bwana Kenyatta pia akawa ameahidi, japokuwa alitema yale maneno ambayo alikuwa amesema, ni sababu gani ambayo itafanya kwamba sisi watu Mlima Kenya tumtelekeze? Sasa huenda kuna wale waliona kwamba kama hamna sababu za kutelekezwa basi na aungo mkono.
Haya, sawa sawa. Tutarudi hapa tuzidi kuchanganua mengi tu. Kwa sasa kama tulivyokueleza ni kwamba wanahabari wetu bado wanaendelea kufuatilia namna matokeo yanavyotoka katika maeneo mbalimbali. Hivyo basi turushe kwake Mashirima, pengine atueleze ni nani ambaye tuko naye kwa sasa na ana yapi ya kutuambia.
Na Mwanahamisi, hivi sasa nataka kukupeleka moja kwa moja hadi katika kaunti ya Kisii ambapo Crispin Otieno yuko katika eneo la Nyaribari Chache. Habari za asubuhi Crispin. Kufikia sasa ni matokeo kutoka vituo vya kupigia kura vingapi ambavyo vimeweza kuwasilishwa katika kituo cha kujumlisha kura cha eneo bunge?
Sijambo Mashirima, na nipo katika kituo cha kujumlisha kura katika eneo bunge la Nyaribari Chache. Hapa nipo ndani ya shule ya upili ya wavulana ya Kisii ambapo tumeshinda hapa usiku kucha, na kama unavyotazama nyuma yangu hapa, hivi ndivyo hali ilivyo. Wale ambao ni wakuu ama maafisa wa IEBC kutoka vituo mbalimbali wanaendelea kuwasili katika eneo hili, na kama unavyotazama hapa ni foleni ndefu tu ya masanduku tu ya kupigia kura katika eneo hili la Nyaribari Chache. Itakumbuka kwamba eneo hili la Nyaribari Chache lina takriban vituo vya kupigia kura 183. Kati ya vituo hivyo ni mpaka sasa wakuu wa IEBC wameweza kukamilisha tu kujumlisha kura kutoka kwa vituo 20 tu. Kwa hivyo bado safari ni ndefu katika eneo hili la Nyaribari Chache. Itakumbuka kwamba pia katika eneo hili pia liliweza kusajili takriban wapiga kura 88,903. Kwa hivyo muda mfupi uliopita tumeweza kusemezana na afisa mkuu msimamizi wa shughuli hii nzima Bwana Manko, ambaye amesema kwamba tayari wanaendelea, mikakati inaendelea kuhakikisha kwamba wameweza kukamilisha shughuli hii muhimu kwa haraka iwezekanavyo. Mle ndani ndivyo hapa ndio ukumbi ya kujumlisha kura katika eneo hili la Nyaribari Chache. Kwa hivyo ni swala ambalo huenda tukachukua muda zaidi katika eneo hili la Nyaribari Chache kujua tu ni vipi ama kuhusiana na matokeo ya uchaguzi ambao uliweza kuandaliwa hapo kesho. Kutoka basi eneo hili tutakuwa tukizunguka maeneo bunge 9 kote Kisii tuweze kujua tu hali jinsi ilivyo kuhusiana na uchaguzi ambao uliandaliwa hapo jana. Kutoka hapa tutakuwa tukifululiza hadi maeneo ya Kitutu Chache Kusini, ambapo pia tutakuwa tukifuatilia jinsi ambavyo hali ilivyo maeneo hayo kuhusiana na uchaguzi huu. Kwa hivyo pia sisi kama wanahabari siku hii ya leo itakuwa na shughuli chungu nzima ili kuhakikisha kwamba tumejuza watazamaji wetu kile ambacho kinaendelea katika eneo nzima la Gusii. Kumbuka kwamba katika kaunti hii ya Kisii ina jumla ya wapiga kura 637,010. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tu tukiendelea kuzunguka kote Kisii kujua tu hali ilivyo kuhusiana na matokeo pindi tu tutakapoanza kuzipata. Kisha hapo baadaye pia eneo la kujumlisha kura katika kaunti hii ya Kisii pia itakuwa katika chuo anuai ya Kisii almaarufu Kisii Polytechnic. Pia hapo pia kutakuwa na shughuli chungu nzima. Kwa hivyo tungali tunazidi kufuatilia matokeo ya uchaguzi ambayo kura ziliweza kupigwa hapo jana. Mashirim.
Naam, shukran Crispin kutoka kaunti ya Kisii. Bila shaka atakuwa anazunguka katika baadhi ya maeneo bunge, hususan katika vituo vya kujumlisha kura katika maeneo bunge yaliyoko katika kaunti ya Kisii, ili kuweza kutupa taswira kamili kuhusiana na jinsi shughuli hiyo ya kujumlisha kura inavyoendelea. Mwanahamisi, awali mlikuwa mnazungumzia masuala ya matokeo ya kura ambayo tuko nayo hivi sasa. Bado vituo vya kupigia kura vilivyo jumlishwa kura zake hapa katika kituo chetu cha kujumlisha kura bado ni vituo vichache sana, lakini kuna taswira inayoonekana katika eneo la Mlima Kenya ambalo mko mnazungumzia. Kwa mtazamo wangu ama kwa swali ambalo ningependa kujibiwa, labda kutokana na kuwa Raila Odinga alianza kukwea mlima kuchelewa ikilinganishwa na Ruto, iwapo angeanza mapema ama kama Uhuru angeanza kumpigia debe mapema, kungekuwa na tofauti?
Javas, iwapo Raila angekuwa pale mwanzo tu alipokuwa ametangaza azma yake kwamba anataka kuwania urais, akaamua priority anapatia Mlima Kenya, mambo angekuwa tofauti na yalivyo sasa?
Sio sana, kwa sababu tayari alikuwa hajakubalika na Mlima Kenya. Mlima Kenya kwa muda huu wote kihistoria ulikuwa umemkataa kabisa. Kwa hivyo ile salamu ya heri na bwana Uhuru Kenyatta na kumchukua bwana Abi Martha Karua kama mgombea mwenza ilikuwa ni kusaidia kufungua ule mlango na madirisha ili aweze kuingia katika Mlima Kenya. Lakini pia angetafuta njia za watu ambao wamekubalika, wamependeka na kuweza kushawishi eneo la Mlima Kenya kumkubali yeye. Lakini sasa angalia kwamba alichukuliwa na mabwenyenye kwanza. Mabwenyenye hao, ile ambayo tunasema kwamba Mount Kenya Foundation, haijakuwa na uzito wa ushawishi wa kisiasa, japokuwa hela rasilimali wanazo. Kulikuwa na changamoto kidogo pale. Ingetakikana kwamba waweze kutafuta mbinu mbadala ama mbinu tofauti na ile ambayo ingekuwa karibu sawia na ile ambayo bwana William Ruto alitumia kuingia Mlima Kenya. Sasa ukiangalia yeye kushirikiana wake na bwana Uhuru Kenyatta hakumpeleka katika kila eneo Mlima Kenya. Kumbuka wakati ambapo bwana Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa na wania kiti cha urais kwa mara ya pili mwaka 2017, alizunguka kila mahali, kila pembe. Alionekana hata kule Murang'a akifanya kampeni juu ya gari, mvua ikimnyeshea. Watu wakasema jamani, unaona? Alijitolea, amejituma, amenyenyekea. Rais mwenyewe ananyeshewa na mvua na yuko anaongelesha wananchi. Hatujaona wakati huu kipindi hiki bwana Uhuru Kenyatta akijitokeza hivyo, akijituma hivyo kumfanyia kampeni bwana Raila Odinga. Japokuwa bwana Uhuru Kenyatta ameleta miradi mbali na maendeleo katika eneo la Mlima Kenya. Lakini mpiga kura kuna mambo mengi hata ya kisaikolojia ambayo huenda yakamfanya apigie kura mtu fulani ama asimpigie. Kwa sababu tumeona bwana Raila Odinga akienda mikutano ya hadhara ya kisiasa kule Mlima Kenya, watu wakiwa wengi kila kuchao, lakini hiyo haijaleta wingi wa kura ambayo ilikuwa imetegemewa kwamba angepata ama katika uchaguzi huu. Isitoshe, ingetakikana kwamba angalie pengine kutumiga vijana ambao wana ushawishi mkubwa. Pili, yeye mwenyewe zungumza sema kwamba kama kuna jambo, iwe ni babake ama yeye mwenyewe aliwaifanya kwa watu wa Mlima Kenya, basi anaomba radhi. Yani ile ionekana kwamba amenyenyekea, amejituma, amekuja na ako tayari kushirikiana na wao, lakini haikuonekana hivyo. Kwa hivyo kutumia hizi mbinu ambazo zimetumika kule kujipiga kifua kwa viongozi wengine, pia kulileta hiyo shida ya kutokuwa na ushawishi mkubwa sana ama kunyoosha ile barabara ya kuingia Mlima Kenya kwa bwana Raila Odinga.
Sawa sawa, hayo tunasema ni ya sasa, hatuwezi kujua, mambo yanaweza kubadilika. Kuna kura za tarakaniti zile ambazo kwa zinashtua Wakenya. Hatujui za Raila wakati huu ziko upande gani.
Bado zinakuja. Na kwa sababu mimi si mganga, basi wacha nisiyagange.
Sawa sawa. Nataka tuzungumzie hili swala la Mombasa. Kura za ugavana ambazo zimeahirishwa hadi tarehe 23 ya mwezi huu. Pengine hawa wagombeaji wa kaunti hii na ile kaunti nyingine ambapo pia uchaguzi umeahirishwa hadi tarehe 23 wataathirika vipi pengine kwa mtazamo wako? Manake mara nyingi watu wanataka wakiingia kwenye uchaguzi wanakwenda wanamaliza, wanapigia kura ni rais ni nani. Je, unadhani kulingana na haya matokeo vile yalivyo na vile pengine wao wenyewe magavana watarajiwa walikuwa wamejipangia mipango yao, itawaathiri namna gani na itaathiri vipi sauti ya mpiga kura wakati anapokuwa anakwenda kupiga kura wakati huo?
Mipango yote ambao magavana wa Kakamega na Mombasa walikuwa wamefanya, yote yamekunywa maji. Uamuzi wa nani atakuwa gavana wa Mombasa na wa Kakamega utategemea pakubwa nani atachaguliwa kama rais wa nchi hii. William Ruto akichaguliwa, then gavana watakuwa wa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Raila akishinda, then magavana watakuwa kutokana na mrengo wa Azimio. Tunasema hivyo kwa sababu ukiangalia kura ambazo zaonyesha kuwa hata kule Kakamega William Ruto amefanya vizuri zaidi ya pengine vile Uhuru Kenyatta alifanya kwa yale matokeo ambayo tumeyaona. Kwa sababu unaona inaonyesha Raila ako around 60%, Ruto around 40%. Kwa hivyo haitabadilika sana. Hata hizo zingine zikija haitabadilika sana, largely itabakia pale. Kwa hivyo kumaanisha upande wa Kakamega pia William Ruto make inroads ambazo kitambo hakukuwa nazo. Kwa hivyo wakipata governor
tutarudi utueleze kwa nini kwa hivi sasa Ruto ameweza kuingia katika eneo la magharibi ambapo awali ilikuwa limetajwa kama ni ngome ya Raila Odinga. Lakini pengine kabla ya kumrushia Mashirima, maoni yako kuhusiana na uko kuahirishwa kwa huu uchaguzi wa ugavana?
Ningesema kwamba changamoto iliyokuwepo ya kilojistokia ya kusafirisha vifaa vya kupiga kura ndio ilisababisha kuahirishwa huku, na hiyo pia itakuwa sasa na uzito wake jinsi bwana Eric alivyosema. Wagombea viti mbalimbali vya ugavana upande wa katika jimbo la Mombasa, katika jimbo la Kakamega wachunge sana bahati isiwape kisogo, kwa sababu iwapo kwa mfano Raila Odinga achaguliwe kuwa rais, atahakikisha kwamba anatumia hela, bidii na ushawishi wote kupata gavana wa Mombasa, gavana wa Kakamega. Iwapo bwana William Ruto atachaguliwa kuwa rais, pia atatumia fursa hiyo, uwezo, hela, nyadhifa na ule ushawishi, na pia kuwasihi wananchi kwamba kama tayari mimi ni rais, nimeshinda na wingi wa magavana na viti vya ubunge kwa mfano,
ona hivi huyu mmoja tu ama hawa wawili watasalia.
Ndio kwa sababu nasema kwamba wale ambao sasa ni wagombea viti hivyo wachunge sana, waombe, wasali kabisa ili bahati nayo isiwape kisogo.
Haya, Mashirima, upande huo pengine ni nani ambaye yuko tayari na anatupasha nini katika kile kituo ambacho yuko kwa sasa?
Hamisi, hivi sasa tunaelekea katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Awali tulikuwa tumezungumza na Chemutai Goin ambaye alikuwa katika eneo bunge la Kapseret katika kituo cha kujumlisha kura. Hivi sasa anaungana nasi kutoka eneo bunge la Moiben. Chemutai, hali iko vipi hapo sasa na ukilinganisha na Kapseret? Je, kuna tofauti katika jinsi ambavyo shughuli nzima inavyotekelezwa?
Na Mashirima, kama ulivyosema, tuko katika County Tallying Center ya Moiben ambayo ni mojawapo ya maeneo bunge katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Eneo bunge hili likiwa na wapiga kura 77,877, na kama ilivyokuwa hapo awali kule Kapseret, shughuli ya kujumuisha kura ambayo imetoka katika vituo tofauti inaendelea, na tumeweza kuona hapa foleni ndefu. Lakini kabla hatujaenda kuangalia foleni kidogo, kati ya viti ambavyo vinamenyaniwa ni ile ya urais, na ukiangalia katika eneo hili la mamkuli ya shule hii ya wavulana ya AIC Chebisas, unaona pale wameweka picha ya rais wa kwanza wa Jamhuri ya Kenya kule, mzee Jomo Kenyatta, hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Kisha kuna ile ya hayati mzee Moi, unaona pia ya mzee Mwai Kibaki pia ambaye aliaga, na sasa kuna ya rais wa 4 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, na